Gao Wenhua died at her wedding anniversary party with her wealthy husband. Her sister, Gao Hongyan, poured sulfuric acid on her, causing her skin to burn and her to die painfully. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a small room, with a porcelain basin on the table, and realized she had been reborn. She had returned to 1979. So hot. Gao Wenhua felt an inexplicable heat inside her. She saw a handsome face, and her hand was resting on the man's abs. The man next to her looked so much like her brother-in-law. The man spoke in a hoarse voice. "We can't do this." Clearly, both of them had taken strong aphrodisiacs. In a daze, the man lifted Gao Wenhua and pressed her head into a large basin of cold water in the yard. The icy water woke her up instantly. She realized that her sister had also been reborn. In her previous life, Gao Wenhua married Liu Chongfu, the workshop director at a carpentry factory, and they had a son. Liu Chongfu's factory kept getting orders, and he eventually became the factory director and later the richest man in the city. Her sister, Gao Hongyan, married military officer Liu Xiangye. Liu Xiangye's parents were middle managers at a machinery factory, and he served in the frontier army. In her past life, Gao Hongyan returned home after only a few days of military service, unable to endure the hardships of the frontier. She spent the next few years as a widow, secretly longing for her sister's marriage. Unbeknownst to everyone, Liu Chongfu had a problem with impotence. The enviable life of the city's richest man was built entirely on Gao Wenhua's efforts. Gao Wenhua never expected that her good sister would go so far as to plan this scheme of catching her in an affair to become the wife of a wealthy man. Suddenly, outside the yard, Gao Hongyan's voice rang out, "Aunt Li, go check on my sister. She just said she has a stomach ache." Hurrying footsteps sounded outside, indicating many people were coming. "Aunt Li, don't worry. I brought Dr. Zheng," said a familiar voice. Gao Wenhua turned around, her wet hair dripping. Liu Xiangye calmly walked to the door and opened it. Aunt Li was about to push the door open when she saw Liu Xiangye had already opened it. Seeing that Liu Xiangye was dressed neatly, Gao Hongyan was surprised. Had nothing happened between them? Gao Hongyan stomped her foot, gritted her teeth, and asked, "Sister, why are you in the same yard as my fiancé? And why is the door closed?" As soon as she finished speaking, everyone remembered that the door to this small yard had just been shut. Her brother-in-law and her aunt? Gao Hongyan looked pitiful and said, "Sister, you like Officer Liu. You should have told me earlier. I would have given him to you. You shouldn't be immoral." Everyone looked at Gao Hongyan with sympathy, and their eyes toward Gao Wenhua were full of blame. Gao Wenhua sneered inwardly. In this life, she wouldn't suffer in silence again. "Hongyan, how can you think that of me? It was you who asked me to entertain Officer Liu." Gao Wenhua continued, "Did you deliberately bring Aunt Li and the others here? Do you want everyone to misunderstand me and Officer Liu?" "Aunt Li, my sister caused trouble at home a few days ago. She doesn't want to go to the frontier with the army, and she wants to exchange her marriage." Aunt Li glared at Gao Hongyan and quickly comforted Gao Wenhua. "Wenhua, don't cry. This was Hongyan's fault. I'll talk to your parents." Gao Hongyan was stunned. She hadn't even cried yet. This was supposed to be her line. Gao Wenhua felt even more sad. She threw herself into Aunt Li's arms and cried loudly. Dr. Zheng, who was over 50, said, "Hongyan, if you don't want to marry Officer Liu, you shouldn't use such cruel tricks to trap your sister." Exactly, a girl's reputation is very important. How can you lock her and her fiancé in the same room? Everyone started criticizing Gao Hongyan. Gao Hongyan was confused. She had given strong aphrodisiacs, enough to affect anyone. Young men and women in the same yard, could they really resist? Liu Xiangye looked cold. "Gao Hongyan, you invited me here to discuss marriage." And then, Gao Hongyan asked eagerly. Xiangye's eyes darkened. He asked back, "Then you came. What do you want to know? Or, do you want me and your sister to do something?" He asked again, "Don't you want to marry me?" Gao Hongyan's first reaction was to shake her head. Her eyes turned red as she tried to defend herself. Gao Wenyue said, "Aunt Lee, isn't it a serious crime to frame the officer? Hongyan's actions are illegal, aren't they?" It was 1979. Issues of conduct were no small matter. Aunt Lee hesitated, then reached out to push Gao Hongyan and said, "Hongyan, apologize to Officer Lu quickly." Gao Hongyan bit her lip, tears seemingly in her eyes, and muttered, Sorry. Xiangya had no intention of marrying now. After this fuss, he simply said, "If you don't want to marry, just break off the engagement." Gao Hongyan was anxious. She shook her head vigorously. Gao Wenyue stepped forward and suddenly slapped Gao Hongyan hard across the face.
Bang!
The move was quick and fierce. Gao Hongyan shouted in surprise, "Gao Wenyue, are you crazy? How dare you hit me?" As soon as she finished speaking, Gao Hongyan rushed forward to fight Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue quickly stepped back, knowing that hitting someone should be a surprise attack, and after hitting, she should hide. "Hongyan, you're scheming against Officer Lu. As her sister, I need to teach you a lesson." Aunt Lee shouted, "Quick, call Brother Gao and Sister Gao back." Aunt Lee then turned and said, "Don't spread rumors when you go back. Every family has its own issues. It's not good for the children if rumors spread." Soon, Gao Ziqiang and Zhao Hong, who work at the machinery factory, hurried home. Gao Hongyan looked pale and muttered, "Dad, Mom, it's not like that." Zhao Hong kept comforting her, "Don't cry, Yan. I'll have your sister apologize to you." Gao Hongyan, with her face showing her feelings, complained, "Mom, Gao Wenyue hit me. Look at my face." Zhao Hong glared fiercely at Gao Wenyue, "You brat. How could you hit Yan?" Gao Ziqiang asked, "Gao Wenyue, what you said is so harsh. Do you still care about your sister's reputation?" Gao Wenyue looked up at them and asked back, "She tried to ruin my reputation first. Why don't you teach her a lesson and criticize me?" Zhao Hong shouted in shock, "Yan is young and naive. Why are you involved with your brother-in-law?" Gao Wenyue sneered coldly, "She's 18 this year, and I'm only 19. Your good daughter gave me a love potion. Are you so biased? You. Zhao Hong looked furious, covering her chest with her hands. It was always like this. Their parents only loved their little daughter and pushed all the dirty and tiring chores onto Gao Wenyue. Whenever the sisters argued, they always favored the younger sister, without principles. In her previous life, her parents tricked her out of money to give to Gao Hongyan, who was divorced, for her expenses. At first, they frequently asked for money. When she refused, they pretended to be sick to scam money. Later, they scolded her for being unfilial and forced her to give more money to support Gao Hongyan. Gao Wenyue snorted coldly and threw a tantrum. "I don't care, Mom. I want to change my marriage. I don't want to marry Lu Xiangya. I want to marry Lu Changfu." Zhao Hong scolded, "Lu Xiangya is young but already a battalion commander. He's handsome. Lu Changfu is just a workshop director.
What's so good about him?"
To Gao Ziqiang and Zhao Hong, Lu Changfu's family's marriage prospects were okay, but compared to the Lu family, they didn't look good. Gao Wenyue could guess her sister's thoughts. She thought the border was hard and wanted to be the wife of a wealthy man. This time, she was determined to support Gao Hongyan. Gao Hongyan snorted coldly. "Marrying an officer means going to the border with him and being left alone. I won't marry. Trust me, Lu Changfu will become more capable in the future." Aunt Lee stomped her foot. "Everything's a mess now. Think quickly before the army officer leaves. He might cancel the engagement." Gao Ziqiang and Zhao Hong looked worried. Gao Hongyan quickly said, "No, we can't cancel the engagement. I want to change my marriage. I won't cancel it. If the engagement is broken, how can she marry Lu Changfu? Let my sister marry Lu Xiangya." Aunt Lee sighed and advised Gao Wenyue, "Girl, listen to Auntie. Whether it's the Lu family or the Lu family, either is better than staying here." As the street office director, Aunt Lee had a good eye for people. The Gao couple didn't care much about their eldest daughter's feelings. They thought it was better to marry out and be free. Gao Wenyue nodded. It was May 1979. She just needed to hold on a little longer. Life would get better soon. The three people across the way discussed for a while. Zhao Hong stepped forward and said, Andy, after talking with my husband, we think Yue and the army officer are more suitable. We want to change their marriages. Gao Ziqiang also said, Hongyan means well. That's why she arranged for the army officer and Yue to meet alone. Today's misunderstanding is just that, a misunderstanding. Gao Yue suddenly smiled and said, I don't agree. I won't go to the border with the army. I want to marry Lu Chongfu. Hearing her words, Lu Xiangye, who was just across the wall, listened. At first, Lu Xiangye didn't want this marriage. His parents arranged it. This time, he was pressured by his family to come with a token of the engagement, but he didn't expect his sisters to dislike him. The stern man sighed to himself, feeling foolish. He thought since he had seen her, maybe he could just switch marriages and marry Gao Yue. It seemed he was just dreaming. Lu Xiangye looked coldly at her, clenched the token in his hand, and turned to leave quickly. In the Gao family yard, a fierce argument broke out. If you want me to agree to a marriage change, I can. I'm worried about the hardships of following the army and want some money for support. Gao Ziqiang and Zhao Hong exchanged looks and decided to calm Gao Yue first. Fine, since you're getting married. We also prepared dowry and savings. I want 1,000 yuan. Dream on, you little brat.
Zhao Onkerstludli.
Gao Yue, are you going to marry and drain your parents' savings? I work at a textile factory. I've given all my 3 years' wages to my family. My salary isn't small now, is it? Zhao Hong shouted sharply. How much is your salary? When you started as an apprentice, you only earned 15 yuan. Big sister, our parents worked hard to raise us. When we marry, we shouldn't be a burden to them. Look at your sister, so sensible. You're such a selfish person. Zhao Hong snorted coldly. If I had known you were so ungrateful, I should have strangled you when you were born. Gao Yue asked Gao Hongyan, when you get married, won't you want your parents' dowry? Gao Hongyan lifted her head and said loudly, Of course, I won't want it. Then you're really a filial daughter. Come, let's make a vow. Vow about what? Say that you, Gao Hongyan, absolutely do not want a penny from your parents. If you take any, you'll leave home and get hit by a car, choke on food, drown while drinking water, or be taken by the Grim Reaper while sleeping. Gao Yue, are you crazy? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't give me 1,000 yuan, I'll marry Lu Chongfu and become the director's wife. That's better than going to the frontier to enjoy life with the troops. Gao Hongyan pulled Zhao Hong aside, but ultimately agreed. Gao Yue immediately said, Give me the money now. Give it to Aunt Li, and on my wedding day, let me take it directly. She had initially wanted to delay, but Gao Ziqiang was suddenly stunned.
There was no choice but to pay.
Gao Yue counted the money, 110 yuan bills. The RMB clattered loudly, and Zhao Hong and Gao Hongyan's eyes looked like they were filled with poison. Aunt Li carefully stored the stack of bills and warned before leaving, Young Miss Yue, I'll be waiting to send you off. Gao Yue happily agreed and turned to walk into her room. Her forehead was covered in sweat, all caused by that aphrodisiac. She didn't know how the heartless parents had negotiated with the Lu and Lu families. 2 marriages had been arranged, both scheduled for the same day. May 20th, the wedding day. Gao Yue and Gao Hongyan wore red shirts with black pants. Zhao Hong went to Gao Yue's room. We also gave you the dowry money you asked for. When you marry into the Lu family, let your in-laws visit the factory to help you get your father transferred to the sales department. Gao Ziqiang, now a team leader on the assembly line at the machinery factory, was eager to climb higher now that he had a prominent in-law. Gao Yue said, Then I'll take the bride price back. Zhao Hong was surprised and asked, You want to take all the bride price back? In this era, most parents leave the bride price as a gift. But some parents who love their daughters more have their daughters bring the bride price home, giving them more confidence when they arrive at their new family. The Lu family gave a bride price that included a Farron brand sewing machine, a Fij brand bicycle, a Hongdeng brand radio, a Shanghai brand watch, plus a bed, a wash basin, a spittoon, and a hot water bottle. The Lu family's bride price included a Panda brand sewing machine, a Feng Huang brand bicycle, a Hongxing brand radio, and a Shanghai watch. They also gave a square table, for chairs, a double bed, a wardrobe, a desk, a kitchen cabinet, and a total of 36 legs. Both families offered 100 yuan as bride price. In a past life, Zhao Hong and Gao Ziqiang made their youngest daughter bring back the bride price and also gave her 500 yuan as a dowry. Gao Wenyue was only allowed to take cheap items for her wedding, with a single 10 yuan bill as her savings. Now, in this second chance at life, Gao Wenyue wouldn't be so polite. Gao's parents borrowed 300 yuan to gather a total of 1,000 yuan. Even after deducting the bride prices for their two daughters, they still owed 100 yuan. Where did they get the money to add to the dowry? In the next room, Hong Yan was very angry. In her past life, she had 500 yuan in savings, but now she had not a single penny. But then she thought, once she married into the Liu family, she would be the wife of a director, and later, the wife of a wealthy family. Why bother about such small money? Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The wedding procession arrived. Neighbors and villagers gathered at the door, waiting for candies. The Liu family handed out white rabbit milk candies and peanut nougat candies. The Liu family handed out malt candies and fruit candies. Both grooms held cigarettes. Seeing a man, they handed out 2 sticks. Liu Xiangye took a pack of Deepening cigarettes, and Liu Chongfu took Fengshuo cigarettes. Liu Xiangye wore a neat military uniform, standing tall and handsome. At 185 centimeters, he stood out in the crowd. His green uniform matched his firm face, and his badge shined brightly. Liu Xiangye was very handsome, and he was only 24 years old, a battalion commander in the army with a bright future. Compared to him, the groom Liu Chongfu looked quite ordinary. The brides, including Gao Wenyue, looked even more striking. When Liu Chongfu saw Gao Wenyue, his eyes lit up. She was once his fiancée, but later, her sister married him instead, and he agreed. Because the Gao family had promised him a condition. Gao Hongyan lowered her head. Don't be too proud. Even if Liu Xiangye is handsome, so what? When you marry him, you'll just be a lonely wife, waiting in vain. Gao Wenyue shook her head and didn't argue. Liu Chongfu is impotent. It's her sister's life as a widow, that's certain. At the mechanical factory's family courtyard, the Liu family welcomed the bride, and the yard was full of people. During the toast, a group of young men shouted, urging the bride to drink another glass. They were childhood friends of Liu Xiangye. Gao Wenyue picked up a full glass of white wine. Just as her tongue touched the spicy drink, someone snatched her glass away. Liu Xiangye took the wine and drank it all in one go. Oh, our brother Liu is showing some tenderness. This brave man also has a soft side. He's caring for his wife.
Thank you.
Liu Xiangye opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by someone offering a toast. He wanted to ask, you didn't want to marry me before, so why are you willing now? Maybe it was because of pressure from their parents. In the new house, mother-in-law Li Sufang softly asked, Wenyue, are you hungry? I'll make you 2 fried eggs. Li Sufang wore a dark red checked shirt, black pants, and shiny black shoes. Her short hair made her look capable and energetic.
I'm not hungry, thank you, Mom.
Originally, your eldest sister wanted to come, but she's pregnant, and pregnant women shouldn't enter the new house. This eldest sister-in-law had a difficult childbirth last time. It could have been a C-section, but her rural mother-in-law refused, resulting in tragedy. Gao Wenyue remembered that on New Year's Eve, she needed to find a way to help her. Mom, it's okay. After the wedding, I'll see my eldest sister too. Suddenly, there was noise outside. Mom, sister-in-law, Uncle Zheng's grandson from next door was kidnapped by human traffickers. Wei Min is going after them. As soon as the words finished, both pairs of eyes looked at Gao Wenyue. They were worried she might get angry. Today was Gao Wenyue and Liu Xiangye's wedding day. Catching the traffickers is more important, Gao Wenyue said considerately. Li Sufang pointed to a man and introduced, this is your brother-in-law Chen Fang. Your eldest sister is Liu Anning. Gao Wenyue smiled confidently and called out, hello, brother-in-law. Chen Fang nodded slightly and replied, hello, sister-in-law. In her past life, it was also today. When Liu Xiangye returned to the family courtyard, He went to help catch the traffickers and didn't come back all night. Even the wedding banquet was hosted by Gao Hongyan alone. It was said that Gao Hongyan lost her temper in the Liu family, and the two had a cold war until they reached the border. When Liu Xiangye arrived at the army, he immediately went on a mission. So, when Gao Hongyan and Liu Xiangye divorced, they had never shared a room. But Gao Hongyan didn't know that she and Liu Xiangye only didn't have time to sleep together. And since she married Liu Chongfu, she would never be able to sleep with him. Liu Chongfu was impotent. They tried many doctors and various aphrodisiacs, but he couldn't last more than 3 seconds and simply couldn't have. After a comfortable sleep, Gao Wenyue woke up feeling refreshed. Liu Jiangwo and Li Sufang were at the dining table.
Good morning, Wenyue.
Come and have breakfast. The main foods on the table were rice porridge, buns, a few boiled eggs, a plate of stir-fried green peppers with eggs, and pickled radish. The Liu family was well off, so their breakfast was very rich. Li Sufang looked worried. Wei Min hasn't come back yet. What will you do for the family visit today? Gao Wenyue wasn't bothered. I'll go by myself. On the 3rd day after the wedding, Liu Xiangye finally returned. After packing his things, Gao Wenyue was about to go to the frontier to join the army. As the train started moving, Liu Xiangye said his first words after the wedding.
Don't move. The luggage is heavy.
I'll carry it. Gao Wenyue slightly raised an eyebrow. Thank you for your effort. The train slowly moved, and the scenery outside the window changed from endless green to vast yellow sands, then to lush greenery. The rushing yellow river, primitive cave dwellings, Gobi deserts and snowy mountains, wide grasslands and green mountains. The train traveled for 3 days and nights, changing trains several times before reaching the frontier troops. At the family housing area, someone greeted Liu Xiangye. Old Liu, this is your sister-in-law, right? Liu Xiangye took the initiative to introduce. This is our squad leader Wu Jianjun, and this is my wife Gao Wenyue. Hello, brother Wu.
Hello, sister-in-law.
Your house has been assigned. It's right next to ours. I'll take you there. As they walked, they saw that this family housing area was quite large. All the houses were small tile roof structures, each with a yard full of vegetables. Liu Xiangye felt nervous. The conditions in the frontier troops were tough. Gao Wenyue was a city girl, and her family was quite wealthy in Rong City. He thought that his new wife wouldn't want to come to the frontier. After all, Gao Wenyue had said that day she didn't want to suffer in the borderlands. What's wrong? Gao Wenyue saw Liu Xiangye staring blankly. Liu Xiangye shook his head without speaking. The family housing area had 4 houses in a row. Liu Xiangye's yard was the 3rd. The other 3 yards were full of vegetables, with bean vines climbing bamboo poles. Thick beans hung down, along with cucumbers and tomatoes. Gao Wenyue looked carefully. The area was less strictly controlled than in Rong City. In Rong City, raising chickens and planting vegetables were regulated. Oh, is this the wife of Commander Liu? She looks very beautiful. A woman dressed in a dark blue traditional jacket smiled and called out. Captain Wu pointed at the woman and said, "This is my wife, Ma Chunhua." Gao Wenyue quickly said, "Sister-in-law, sorry to trouble you."
I'm Gao Wenyue.
Just as she finished speaking, a voice came from outside the yard. Commander Liu, Captain Wu, Commander Jiang is calling you to gather. Liu Xiangye had just arrived at the army, but he was sent on a mission right away, going with Captain Wu. Gao Wenyue went to find Ma Chunhua. Sister-in-law, I want to buy some things. Where can I buy them? I'll take you to the supply and marketing cooperative. With Ma Chunhua's introduction, Gao Wenyue learned that life here was not as hard as she imagined. Vegetables are grown in their own yard, and they can buy meat and vegetables at the supply store. It's not far from the city, and family members usually ride bikes or take the cafeteria's delivery truck to go shopping in the city. This environment is acceptable to Gao Wenyue. Soon, the economy will open up, and the remote mountains and rivers here are perfect for starting a business. She bought 20 jin of rice at 14 cents per jin, costing 2 yuan and 80 cents. Rice is supplied with ration tickets and purchase certificates. Gao Wenyue showed the clerk Liu Xiangye's ration certificate. The clerk checked and then happily returned it. She bought 20 jin of white flour at 18 cents per jin, costing 3 yuan and 60 cents. Cooking oil costs 88 cents per jin. She bought 5 jin, spending 4 yuan and 40 cents. Flour and oil also require tickets. Bean tickets for flour and oil tickets for oil. Eggs cost 1 cent each. Gao Wenyue was about to pick some larger eggs. Ma Chunhua whispered, "Sister, these eggs need tickets. Tomorrow, I'll take you to buy ticket-free eggs." Gao Wenyue's eyes lit up. She asked softly, "Sister-in-law, how much are the ticket-free eggs?" Ma Chunhua smiled and said, "They're 1 cent and 1.1 cents each. They're a bit more expensive, but they're fresh eggs from the nearby village. Now, the restrictions aren't as strict as before. Some small items can be bought with money, but grain control remains tight, and many families still lack enough rice and oil. So, spending a bit more to get eggs is appreciated by these military wives." Gao Wenyue smiled so much her eyes nearly closed. She had something to do now. She chose many seasonings. Oh my goodness, these seasonings cost money even without a receipt. Can you really finish all the food you bought? Yes. If one person can't eat it all, a group can. At dawn, someone was already selling eggs at the community entrance. Genuine eggs without receipts. Gao Wenyue bought 40 of them. The woman selling eggs smiled so much her eyes squinted. Ma Chunhua couldn't help but be surprised but kept her composure. Is that the wife of Captain Liu? Wow, she's really a city girl, so pretty. What's the use of being pretty? Buying so many eggs at once. Does that mean she can afford to live well? Sure. Ma Chunhua glared at them and said, "None of your business." Gao Wenyue couldn't help but smile. "Sister-in-law, can I borrow your bicycle? I need to go to the city." "Of course, just use it." Gao Wenyue returned home with the eggs, stopping to buy tofu and dried bean curd along the way. The kitchen had an old stove that needed firewood to be added manually. Below the stove were branches and dry grass, all prepared by Ma Chunhua. First, she boiled the eggs and set them aside after peeling. She cut the tofu and dried bean curd into even chunks, then blanched them in water to remove any raw taste. Gao Wenyue made a special marinade sauce, an old secret recipe she had accidentally discovered in her previous life. She heated oil in a pan, added sugar to caramelize, then added water, soy sauce, star anise, cinnamon, peppercorns, and other spices. Once boiling, she poured the sauce into the pot. She added the eggs, tofu, and dried bean curd, letting them simmer and soak up the fragrant marinade. Over time, the flavors seeped into the eggs, tofu, and bean curd. Simple ingredients turned into a tempting dish, filled with rich aroma. The braised eggs turned dark brown, with firm, elastic whites. The tofu and dried bean curd absorbed the sauce's essence, becoming tender and juicy. Suddenly, a boy peeked in and asked, "Auntie, what smells so good?" Gao Wenyue was about to answer, but the boy turned and ran away. It was Captain Wu's third son. Their family had 3 children, Erdo, Sando, and Sido. Gao Wenyue brought a lunchbox filled with braised dishes and delivered it next door. "Sister-in-law, I want to borrow your bicycle. I've already prepared it for you. Here." Ma Chunhua pointed to a nearly new bicycle parked at the corner of her yard. Gao Wenyue handed over the lunchbox and said, "Sister-in-law, this is my homemade braised dish. Please try it." Ma Chunhua refused to take it. The delicious aroma coming from the kitchen in the Liu family was noticed by everyone. Although she was curious, she didn't go over. These days, food is hard to come by. The family was busy cooking, so it wouldn't be polite to approach. Gao Wenyue decided to keep her lunchbox. It was just past 9 in the morning, and she still needed to go to the city. When she returned home, Gao Wenyue served the leftover rice from the night before, pouring the sauce from the braised dishes over it. The rich bean aroma made the rice taste very good. She put the braised dishes into a large wooden tub, tying it with many ropes to prevent the sauce from spilling. Gao Wenyue rode her bicycle toward the city. The road was easy to travel. She followed the bicycle track straight ahead, just as Ma Chunhua had told her. "Ma'am, can you tell me how to get to the machinery factory?" Gao Wenyue asked someone for directions after entering the city. Mrs. He, who was heading to the machinery factory, looked at Gao Wenyue carefully. She was wearing a pink short-sleeved top and dark blue denim pants. The girl's bright smile and white teeth made her look friendly. Mrs. He had a good impression of Gao Wenyue. Come with me. I'm going to the factory too. Thank you so much. Comrade, why do you have a big wooden tub tied to the back of your bicycle? I made some braised dishes to sell. Mrs. He wasn't surprised. Recently, many people were setting up stalls to do business. When the factory finished work, the entrance was full of stalls. But the girl's nice clothes made it hard to believe she used to sell vegetables. What kind of dishes do you have? Braised eggs, dried tofu, and tofu. Comrade, you probably won't sell much today. Mrs. He said that with the hot weather, the factory canteen's food was plain, with little oil and salt. To sell well, she needed to make heavier, saltier dishes. Gao Wenyue didn't argue. There were many stalls outside the factory, showing that setting up a stall was the right choice. The workers here earned good money and had the ability to buy things. She found a spot across from the entrance, placed her small stool on the ground, and set the wooden tub on it. Then she took out a cardboard sign. Braised eggs, 2 cents. Braised dried tofu, 9 cents. Braised tofu, 9 cents. Combo meal, 36 cents. Oh, this comrade is so clever. She put the prices out, no need to ask. Yes, she's smart, but these dishes are too expensive. Even braised eggs from Jinzi aren't this costly. Exactly, the eggs from the supply and marketing cooperative only cost 1 cent. Those eggs require food tickets. Hai Wenyue's face always wore a gentle smile. Doing business with kindness brings wealth, and a friendly smile attracts money. And he came to deliver food because her daughter was pregnant and couldn't eat the cafeteria food. Some people doubted, while others secretly approved. Young comrade, I see you're dressed nicely. Are you selling something special? And he was curious about what Hai Wenyu was selling and why it was so expensive. Hai Wenyu smiled but said nothing, simply nodding in agreement. Everyone started paying attention to what Hai Wenyu was doing. As workers from the machinery factory came out, vendors at the door began shouting. Selling pickled vegetables, selling stir-fried dishes, selling noodles. And he noticed that Hai Wenyu wasn't shouting, so she hurriedly said, Young comrade, you should shout a bit too. Hai Wenyu shook his head and said, No rush. Factory workers used ration tickets to buy food at the cafeteria. Those who came out to find food were usually unhappy with the cafeteria meals and had money in their pockets. A few workers stood at the door looking for food. Seeing Hai Wenyu with a bucket selling things, some curious people came over. Hai Wenyu opened the wooden bucket, and a strong aroma filled the air. The salty smell of marinated eggs mixed with the bean flavor of dried tofu and tofu, making people drool. Smells so good. What's that smell? It's so fragrant. Aunt He, standing nearby, swallowed hard. It really smelled delicious. What are you selling? Hai Wenyu introduced special secret recipe marinated dishes, including eggs, dried tofu, and tofu. Here are the prices. 1 egg costs 2 dimes? The man's voice suddenly raised. He was in his 30s, wearing a clean white shirt. 1 of your eggs costs as much as 2 eggs at the supply and marketing cooperative. Hai Wenyu asked back, Brother, does my food smell good? The man was slightly stunned and nodded. Hai Wenyu smiled and said, Exactly. These are made with a lot of ingredients, different from the fresh eggs at the supply store. The man thought it made some sense, but still felt it was too expensive and walked away. And he said nearby, Comrade, you should have lowered the price just now. Maybe he would have bought it. Many people were watching. Most hesitated because the price of eggs had doubled. Aunt He's daughter, Shan Shan, arrived late. Seeing the fried eggs in the lunchbox, she felt nauseous and didn't want to eat. Comrade, do you want to try my marinated eggs? I'll give you a free sample, no charge. Is there such a cheap deal? Not taking advantage of a good deal is foolish. The woman immediately nodded in agreement. Gao Wenyue scooped an egg, pouring some broth over the rice. The sauce slowly dripped from the spoon onto the rice, covering each grain with rich aroma. The woman, who had just felt nauseous and didn't want to eat, suddenly felt hungry.
So delicious.
So tasty, she wanted to lick her tongue. Everyone watching couldn't help but ask, is it really that good? The woman nodded eagerly and said, give me another egg. I want to eat more. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, sure, 20 cents each. No problem. And he saw her daughter finally eating happily and quickly said, I want the set meal, the 36-cent one. Since they already spent 20 cents, they might as well spend an extra 16 cents to buy some tofu and dried bean curd, saving 2 cents. This is a clever marketing trick to encourage spending. The man who had just left looked around but couldn't find a good side dish. Seeing the daughter of Aunt He eating heartily, he squeezed back in. Give me a 3-in-1 set meal. Gao Wenyue smiled even more happily and said, got it. With these two people buying, others started to buy in small groups. 1 piece of tofu for me. Pour a bit more broth on mine. A woman with a braided hair, who had just left and returned, said, boss, I just bought a piece of dried bean curd here. Can I buy another piece of tofu and an egg, paying with the set meal price? Gao Wenyue cheerfully replied, of course. Then I'll add 27 cents more. Will you still come to sell tomorrow? Yes, same spot as always. Thank you. I'll give you a small piece of tofu as a gift. Gao Wenyue picked a piece of broken tofu from the wooden bucket and handed it to the woman with braided hair. And he watched and said, little comrade, you're really good at business. Gao Wenyue smiled when she heard this, and was about to speak when the man who had left earlier suddenly returned. It's her. That's the one selling the food. He pointed directly at Gao Wenyue with his index finger, followed by a group of people. My colleagues at the cafeteria didn't get enough to eat. Boss, do you still have food? Yes. Give me a set meal. I want one too. In a short time, the wooden bucket was nearly empty. The braised dishes were sold out. Those who didn't get any would come back tomorrow. Aunt He couldn't believe it. She leaned over to look inside the bucket, where even the empty container still smelled of rich soy sauce. Gao Wenyue had been selling all day and was now sweating. She was also hungry. Surrounded by a group of people selling food, she found a small stall and ordered a bowl of shredded meat noodles for 25 cents. This was a husband and wife stall. The husband exchanged a glance with his wife before going to cook the noodles. The wife asked, young comrade, is your braised meat made by yourself? Yes, it is. How do you make the recipe? Please teach me. Gao Wenyue refused. Sorry, I can't share the recipe. It's not allowed. The wife whispered, don't worry, I won't forget your kindness. I'll give you 30 yuan. Gao Wenyue still declined. The wife was persistent, make an offer. Gao Wenyue remained firm. Comrade, your noodles are ready. The bowl of shredded meat noodles had only a few bits of meat and was greasy and salty. Even though Gao Wenyue was very hungry, he found it tasteless. Following her principle of not wasting food, he forced himself to finish the noodles. Back home, Gao Wenyue counted his earnings for the day. He made 16.23 yuan from the stall, minus 4.4 yuan for eggs, 2.4 yuan for dried tofu, and 1.7 yuan for seasonings. His net income was 7.73 yuan. He also gave 5 eggs to Ma Chunhua's family and 1 to her daughter for tasting. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but smile. He put the money away and started boiling water for a bath. Wenyue, are you home? Ma Chunhua's voice came from outside. Yes, sister-in-law. Ma Chunhua carried a bunch of vegetables into the house. Green beans, cucumbers, tomatoes, eggplants, green peppers. She had picked all the vegetables from the yard. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but laugh. Sister-in-law, why did you pick so many vegetables for me? Ma Chunhua smiled honestly. You brought us braised meat earlier. I don't have much to give you, so I brought some vegetables for you to eat. She seemed a little nervous, even speaking in her hometown dialect. Gao Wenyue understood and smiled. Are they tasty? Yes, the kids licked their lunch boxes clean. I didn't expect you to have this skill. I'll make some tomorrow and bring you some. Ma Chunhua shook her head vigorously. No, that's not right. You paid for those, so I shouldn't ask you to give more. Then I won't give eggs, but I can bring you some tofu and dried tofu. That's also not good. Gao Wenyue had to say, sister-in-law, our bicycle hasn't arrived yet. We'll need to borrow yours these days. Just then, someone entered the yard. Oh, is this the new wife of Commander Liu? Hello, I am Gao Wenyue. Hello, I am Wang Xiuli, wife of Battalion Commander Bai Yong. Ma Chunhua took the initiative to introduce herself. Bai Yong, Captain Liu, and our old Wu are all in the same unit. This implies that Bai Yong is subordinate to Captain Liu. Wenyu, where did you go this morning with that wooden bucket? Wang Xiuli asked curiously, and even Ma Chunhua looked intrigued. Gao Wenyu replied, I went to the city to sell vegetables. Ma Chunhua widened her eyes and asked, was that the marinated dish you made this morning? Gao Wenyu nodded. Ma Chunhua confidently said, it must have sold out. Such delicious food is sure to be popular. Everyone likes to hear good words. Hearing this, Gao Wenyu couldn't help but slightly smile. Wang Xiuxiu asked in disbelief, did you go alone? Ma Chunhua said, of course she went alone. She just arrived here and doesn't know anyone. Wang Xiuli exclaimed, you're really brave. The next morning, everyone in the family compound knew Gao Wenyu was selling marinated dishes. Look, Captain Liu's wife is here again to buy eggs. She eats 40 eggs a day. Sure. I heard she's taking them to sell in the city. Isn't that illegal trading? Now it's allowed. That's called legitimate business. This time, Gao Wenyu bought 50 eggs, along with some tofu and dried bean curd. After finishing the marinated dishes, she also prepared breakfast for herself. In the morning, after waking up, Gao Wenyu kneaded dough and made hand-pulled noodles. She sliced cucumbers into strips, added a pinch of salt, and gently mixed them to marinate. She took a large garlic, crushed it into garlic paste, then added soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, sesame oil, and mixed well to blend the flavors. She drained the marinated cucumbers and placed them into a seasoned bowl. Using chopsticks, she mixed the cucumbers with the sauce until each piece was coated with the tasty dressing. A refreshing cold cucumber salad was ready. She boiled water and cooked the hand-pulled noodles, then let them cool in a large bowl. She poured a spoonful of marinated sauce over the cooled noodles. With each bite, she enjoyed noodles with cucumber strips. If only white flour didn't require ration tickets, Gao Wenyu thought she could also sell the seasoned sauce with cold noodles. At the factory gate, Gao Wenyu returned to her usual spot and set up her stall. Aunt He came again to deliver food for her daughter. Surprised, she asked, little comrade, why don't you make more dishes to sell? Everyone looked at Gao Wenyu with disbelief. Her gaze made it seem like Gao Wenyu was a big fool. Yesterday, the marinated dishes sold very well, so today she should make more to sell, at least 2 or 3 buckets. Gao Wenyu smiled silently, knowing that rarity makes things valuable. The 36-cent meal isn't affordable for everyone to eat every day. The more she makes, the less valuable it becomes. Aunt He took out her lunchbox, which only contained rice. Comrade, I'll have the 36-cent meal. Today, I'm your first customer. Before Aunt He finished speaking, Gao Wenyu smiled and said, Auntie, I'll give you an extra half block of tofu. Wishing us a good start, following others' paths, leaving her no way out. That's Gao Wenyu for you. Aunt He was about to bargain, or at least get something free, but Gao Wenyu interrupted her first. Aunt He smiled happily. Good, comrade, you're great at business. As they spoke, workers from the mechanical factory finished their shifts. Many carried lunchboxes and headed straight to Gao Wenyue's marinated dish stall. When the wooden bucket was opened, a strong aroma spread out, making people in line drool with hunger. Boss, 2 meals, please. The first to rush over was a woman with braided hair, standing next to another woman. All right, I'll add some extra sauce for you. Before they could speak, Gao Wenyu kindly said, this way, the people behind can get some sauce too. This made those behind even more eager. There was only 1 bucket and those in front could get more sauce. What about the ones behind? Would they miss out? People who were hesitating now didn't think twice and started lining up. Boss, I'll have 5 meals, more sauce, please. Hearing this, everyone gasped, what a big order. They bought dishes worth 1.80 yuan at once. Gao Wenyu cheerfully said, plenty of sauce, and I'll give you a small piece of tofu as well. As she finished speaking, she scooped up some broken tofu bits from the bucket. Yesterday, Zhao Guohua introduced his colleagues, and today, he bought 5 meals. Gao Wenyue decided to give him a small gift. Gao Wenyue did her business confidently, giving people a generous impression. Zhao Guohua said, "Boss, my colleagues really like your marinated dishes, but I can only bring a few lunchboxes at a time." Gao Wenyue's eyes lit up with a smile. She asked, "Thank you. Don't they have time to come and pick up their food?" Zhao Guohua shook his head. He is an engineer in the mechanical factory's engineering department. This month, he only has time to buy food outside when he's on duty in the office. Next month, when he's scheduled to work in the workshop, there won't be any time to come out for food. Gao Wenyue immediately said, "I can pack the food and deliver it to you." Zhao Guohua's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the people in line behind him urging, "Have you finished? Hurry up and finish so we can go. We're still waiting." He could only say, "When you're done, come find me." Just ask for Zhao Guohua from the engineering department. Gao Wenyue quickly agreed. If the deal goes through, she will have a steady customer base. Some people still thought the food was too expensive and tried to bargain. "Boss, your food is too pricey. Can you lower the price by just 1 cent? Gao Wenyue smiled politely but didn't say anything, clearly refusing. She picked up the wooden bucket and said, "Comrade, good food takes time. Look, we've been busy all morning. We can only prepare this much food. Once it's sold out, that's it." Seeing this, the people behind urged, "Are you going to buy or not? If not, let me buy first." Buy. Soon, a bucket of marinated vegetables was sold out. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "The food is sold out. Come back tomorrow." "Wow, so fast? I haven't bought any yet." I hesitated for a moment, wandered around over there, and by the time I came back, it was gone. Madame He, who benefited from Gao Wenyue, stepped forward at the right time and said kindly, "Oh, you shouldn't hesitate. There's only a little food here, first come, first served." Those who didn't get any looked disappointed and thought if only I hadn't hesitated. After the crowd dispersed, Gao Wenyue looked around, wanting to find a place to store her bicycle. She didn't bring keys or a lock. "Comrade, are you going to the mechanical factory to find the person you mentioned earlier?" Madame He asked kindly. Gao Wenyue replied, "Yes." Madame He pointed at her bicycle and said, "Then go find him. I'll watch your bike for you." Gao Wenyue immediately said, "Thank you, ma'am. Next time, I'll pay you a little less." In Rome City, storing a bicycle for a month costs 2 yuan, but Gao Wenyue didn't mind charging just 1 cent. Madame He was delighted and agreed happily. The owner selling pickled vegetables nearby clicked his tongue and said, "Sister, this girl is clever. She charges you 1 cent less. Won't you buy vegetables from her again tomorrow?" Madame He said, "Of course, I'd be happy to." Mrs. He's family is quite well off. She has only one daughter in her middle age. Now, this young daughter is pregnant and cannot eat other foods, only the marinated dishes made by Gao Wenyue. She is happy to come here every day to buy vegetables. Gao Wenyue asked around and found Zhao Guohua in the engineering department office. "Comrade, is it true that you can deliver vegetables here?" "Yes, but it depends on how much you order." Gao Wenyue added a condition. Zhao Guohua smiled knowingly and said, "Of course. I checked during lunch, and everyone is happy to improve their meals. There are 15 employees in the engineering department. They all agreed to order set meals. Delivery of delicious food saves them the trouble of going out, and they are very interested." "Boss, we're ordering so many dishes. About the price, what do you think?" "This is a negotiation." Gao Wenyue slightly smiled and said, "I will definitely give you a discount. How about this? If you pay monthly, 15 sets of meals cost 5.4 yuan, and I'll round it down to 5 yuan. The man was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the bargaining to go so smoothly. He looked at Gao Wenyue with new respect. The young girl looked young but was very business savvy. She easily agreed to 4 mao off. At the same time, she secured a month's worth of orders. A month's set meals totaled 150 yuan. Gao Wenyue quickly calculated in her mind that she would make at least half of that as profit. Zhao Guohua asked, "Boss, how do you plan to deliver the food?" Gao Wenyue said, "I will prepare the vegetables in wooden buckets every day and deliver them in advance." You can eat fresh. After my stall's business ends outside, I'll come back to collect the buckets. That's a good idea, Zhao Guohua said excitedly. This way, their colleagues in the engineering department can always enjoy hot meals. Comrade, let's sign a contract. What kind of contract? Zhao Guohua didn't expect that this young girl was so businesslike. Even for a monthly meal order, she wrote a formal contract with 2 copies for both sides to sign and seal. Gao Wenyue quickly drafted a simple contract, including the delivery time and price. Zhao Guohua carefully read the contract. The words were simple, but all the important information was there. He immediately signed the agreement happily. Gao Wenyue smiled and put 1 copy of the contract away, then handed her own packed lunch. Comrade, this is my homemade cold noodles. Please try and tell me how it tastes. Gao Wenyue spoke with a gentle smile, without any hint of flattery or ingratiation. Since arriving at this office, she first offered a quick discount, then proposed a monthly package and later suggested drafting a contract. The entire process was smooth and continuous, leaving Zhao Guohua overwhelmed. Suddenly receiving a free bowl of noodles, Zhao Guohua was a bit surprised and hesitant to reach out and accept it. Gao Wenyue raised an eyebrow and looked at him, while he slowly reached out and took the noodles. Boss, you're too kind. Thank you. Gao Wenyue then said, Comrade Zhao, I brought some vegetables. The security guard probably won't let me in, right? Zhao Guohua's lunchbox was still warm, but he suddenly felt it was a bit hot to hold. It turned out they were waiting for him here. Zhao Guohua assured her that he would handle this matter. Gao Wenyue took a walk around the city. She bought 2 wooden buckets and some seasonings, which were more complete here than what she had bought before. Passing by a baked flatbread shop, she stopped. Her lunch had been given away as a favor, and she still hadn't eaten. Boss, how much are the baked flatbreads? Salty ones are 3 cents, sweet ones are 4 cents. Gao Wenyue ordered 1 of each flavor. Back home, she started calculating today's earnings. Today's stall brought in 18 yuan. After deducting all costs, which totaled 9.6 yuan, her net income was 8.4 yuan. She was thinking to herself that tomorrow she could visit a village and start collecting eggs regularly. That way, she could save a little on the cost of eggs. Sister-in-law, I've brought the bicycle. At home, Gao Wenyue wiped the bicycle down twice with a cloth before returning it. Is it working well? We don't need the bike urgently. You can keep it for a couple more days, Ma Chunhua said politely. Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, We also bought a bicycle. It was sent by mail. I'll go to the post office later to pick it up. Has the bike arrived? Do you want me to go with you? Ma Chunhua asked warmly. Gao Wenyue shook her head, indicating she could go alone. Ma Chunhua also realized that this young girl from the city, who came with the army, was quite capable. She didn't insist further. After returning home, Gao Wenyue found the sun was very hot. She planned to take a short nap. When she woke up, she stretched comfortably and prepared to go out again. Just as she opened the door, 2 children suddenly tumbled at her feet with a thud. Ah! Gao Wenyue quickly squatted down to help the children. They were Erdo and Sando from Captain Wu's family. Are you okay? She just wanted to bend down to help the 2 children, but they quickly jumped up with a swift movement like a carp flipping out of the water. Auntie, we're fine. You too? Gao Wenyue was stunned. She saw Sando yesterday, but these 2 children looked exactly the same, obvious twins. How could she tell them apart? The children reached out and covered their mouths, giggling. Annie, guess who we are? You are Erdo and Sando. Then guess which one is Erdo and which one is Sando. This puzzled Gao Wenyue. The children clearly wanted to tease her, but their bright, clear eyes showed they just wanted to play, with no bad intentions. Thinking about the child she and Lu Chongfu had adopted in her past life, she felt disgusted. Without comparison, there was no pain. With comparison, these 2 children looked much cuter. Gao Wenyue took out 2 big white rabbit candies and said, Who is Erdo? I'll give him a candy. The boy on the left immediately raised his hand and said, I am Erdo. She handed him the candy. Then you're Sando. Here. Thank you, Andy. The 2 little kids' eyes lit up when they got the candies, and they moved their mouths eagerly, craving sweets. But in the next second, they put the candies away. Why aren't you eating? Waiting for Deju to come back so we can eat together. Gao Wenyu handed another candy and said, "This one is for Deju." She thought these three children must be very close. Taking advantage of the cool afternoon, Gao Wenyu put on her hat and walked to the city to get her bicycle. "Wenyu, are you going out?" "Yes, just to the city." "Then hurry up and go. Early return is better." Wang Shili was sitting in the yard corridor cooling off. When she looked up and spoke, her hands were quickly working on gluing matchboxes. As Gao Wenyu stepped out of the family compound, a big liberation truck drove by from the other side. Lu Xiangye had just returned to the army and went straight to Jiang Guoping's office to report his work. As the commander of the army, Jiang Guoping listened to the report and then asked about his subordinates' lives. He also gave Lu Xiangye 2 days off. Commander Wu was joking in the office, saying he wanted to go to Lu's house to warm up. "All right, I'll go back and discuss with her. I'll let you know when to come for dinner." When Lu Xiangye arrived at his home yard, he found Gao Wenyu was not there. Ma Chunhua said, "Captain Lu, your wife is really capable. Her cooking is delicious." Wang Shili said, "Captain Lu, your wife is amazing. She can even run a business." 2 Beans and 3 Beans said, "Auntie is beautiful and kind-hearted. We still want to play with her." Lu Xiangye stood in the yard, feeling confused. Is he talking about his wife? When Gao Wenyu returned home, she saw a man digging in the yard. The man stood very straight. Even while bending over to dig, he looked strong and energetic. Lu Xiangye sensed someone watching him from behind and immediately turned to look. Their eyes met. This newlywed couple looked at each other silently. Gao Wenyu felt that she and Lu Xiangye were really not familiar with each other. Including this moment, she had only seen him 3 times. Lu Xiangye was very handsome, with a good build and a nice face. Even when he had a cold expression, his confident presence was still very noticeable. No wonder Gao Hongyan wanted to marry him so badly in her past life. "You're back?" Gao Wenyu asked casually. Lu Xiangye nodded. He saw Gao Wenyu holding a bicycle, an orange bicycle from the Gao family they had bought when they got married. Seeing his gaze, she said, "I went to the city and brought the bicycle back." Lu Xiangye nodded to show he understood. "Are you digging the ground to plant vegetables?" He glanced at Gao Wenyu and asked back, "Didn't you buy vegetable seeds?" Gao Wenyu suddenly remembered she had bought vegetable seeds in the morning, and they were placed on the windowsill in the corridor. She had planned to come back from the city and start planting right away. So, he saw her buy the seeds and thought she was planting vegetables, which is why he was digging half the yard. Gao Wenyu quickly took out her keys and locked the door. She didn't know when the man had returned, but he probably started digging in the yard as soon as he got back. Inside the house, Gao Wenyu found a ceramic cup, poured herself some cool boiled water, and took a sip. She was thirsty after riding all that way. After drinking, she thought about Lu Xiangye outside digging in the yard. She picked up another ceramic cup and poured herself some more water. "Have a drink and rest a bit." Lu Xiangye looked at the cup of water handed to him and stared at Gao Wenyu for a moment. He knew she was observing him, watching her actions and temperament. As a military officer, Lu Xiangye's eyes were sharp and intense, and that piercing gaze was not easy for anyone to withstand. Gao Wenyu calmly allowed him to look her over, holding the ceramic cup steady. "Thank you." Lu Xiangye took the cup, tilted his head slightly, and drank. When he took a big sip, his Adam's apple moved up and down. A drop of water slid down from the corner of her mouth, landing perfectly on his Adam's apple, clear and shining with reflected light. Gao Wenyu unconsciously swallowed. "Hey, Uncle Lu is back?" A voice came from the door. It interrupted Gao Wenyu's gaze, and she quickly turned to look. It was a tall boy carrying a bundle of dry branches on his back. The boy said, "Auntie, hello. I'm Daodu. My mom asked me to deliver this bundle of firewood." As soon as he finished speaking, the bundle of firewood was placed in the middle of the yard, and the boy also set down a lunchbox. It was the one Gao Wenyu had brought earlier in the morning, containing tofu and dried bean curd for Ma Chunhua's family. "This firewood isn't needed. I can gather some myself," she said. Behind the army unit, There's a mountain where people go to pick up dead branches to burn, and some collect firewood to sell. Don't worry, I'll take it back, Lu Xiangye said, lifting the dry branches and heading outside. Back in the kitchen, Gao Wenyue started preparing dinner. Since there were 2 people eating tonight, she decided to cook an extra dish. She took the meat she had just brought back, washed it, and chopped it into minced meat for later use. She then cut 2 eggplants into sections, soaked them in water for a while, and sprinkled some salt on the surface to marinate. She took a bowl, added salt, MSG, sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings into half a bowl of water, then added a little starch and mixed it well. This made a sauce with minced meat and eggplant. Next, Gao Wenyue sliced 2 tomatoes, sprinkled sugar over them, and mixed. She brought a basin, filled it halfway with water, and placed the marinated tomatoes inside, cooling them with well water. She heated oil in a pan. Gao Wenyue was generous with oil and seasonings when cooking, making the dishes very flavorful. Compared to later generations, the grains and vegetables now are much tastier. In her previous life, even the tomatoes she ate at the end of her life lacked real tomato flavor. She fried the eggplant in the oil until both sides turned golden brown, then set them aside. She stir-fried the minced meat with strips and dried red chili peppers. The aroma of the meat quickly filled the kitchen. Then she added the fried eggplant and the prepared sauce, simmering on low heat until the sauce thickened. When Lu Xiangye returned, he smelled the delicious aroma coming from the kitchen. "Captain Lu, what's your wife cooking?" "I can smell it from far away," said Bai Yong, who had just finished work and saw Lu Xiangye returning from his mission. "I don't know," Lu Xiangye replied briefly, expressionless. Bai Yong had worked with Lu Xiangye for many years and knew his personality well. He was usually aloof and cold to everyone, like a distant flower. Lu Xiangye carried 2 bundles of dry branches into the kitchen and saw his newlywed wife sitting under the stove, tending the fire. "Did you go gather firewood?" Gao Wenyue finally noticed Lu Xiangye at the kitchen door, her eyes shining as she saw the 2 bundles of firewood. Lu Xiangye nodded and said yes. After placing down the firewood, he added, "If we run out of firewood later, I will go gather more after work." Gao Wenyue didn't say whether it was good or bad, just replied, "Wash your hands quickly and come eat." There was a dish of minced meat and eggplant, fragrant and spicy. She scooped some eggplant onto rice, mixing it to enjoy the delicious flavor. Feeling the spice, she took a few bites of cold tomato salad to cool down. When Lu Xiangye took his first bite, he looked at Gao Wenyue in surprise. "What's wrong?" "The food is very tasty."
Thank you.
Gao Wenyue smiled happily at his compliment. During the meal, neither of them spoke much. Lu Xiangye ate politely, but at a steady pace. Gao Wenyue finished a bowl of rice, and he finished 2 bowls. After eating, Lu Xiangye stood up naturally to clear the dishes and wash them in the kitchen. Gao Wenyue was very pleased with this. In her previous life, she did all the cooking and washing dishes. The Lu family kitchen was always only her figure. After tidying up in the kitchen, Lu Xiangye boiled water in the big pot for bathing. It gradually got dark. The military wives who had been chatting outside after dinner had mostly gone home to wash up. Lu Xiangye and Gao Wenyue also took showers one after the other. Lu Xiangye wore a white tank top and military green shorts, revealing his long legs. Gao Wenyue looked up along his gaze and saw that his skin was a wheat color, with strong tendons showing. Under the white tank top, faintly visible, were well-defined abs, each full of strength. They were tightly packed, forming a perfect abdominal outline. "Water is ready for you." "Thanks." Gao Wenyue quickly thanked him and hurried to the bathroom. When she entered, she realized she forgot to bring her change of clothes. At this moment, Lu Xiangye was standing in the bedroom, staring at the bed in a daze. His gaze was fixed on a white, which he had personally taken off Gao Wenyue that day. When Gao Wenyue entered the room and saw this scene, she quickly rushed over, wrapping it into a bundle and taking it away. After showering, the 2 of them had no choice but to sleep on the same bed. Because their courtyard was arranged in a hurry at the time, Ma Chunhua thought that since their family had no children or elderly, she would first set up a bed. Fortunately, the bed was big enough. When Gao Wenyue returned to the room, she saw Lu Xiangye sitting on a stool at the table, reading a book. The man turned his head and asked when he heard the noise, "Have you finished washing?" Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "Yes." "Sit first." "Is this the rhythm of a serious talk?" Gao Wenyue sat on the edge of the bed, sitting upright and looking serious. Lu Xiangye spread his legs and asked, "Are you doing business?" Gao Wenyue replied, "Yes, I made marinated dishes to sell in the city." At that time, many people still thought such behavior was shameful, especially since she was now a military wife. She wondered if he would think the same. But Gao Wenyue didn't care about his opinion. She earned money with her own hands and didn't see anything shameful about it. Lu Xiangye looked at Gao Wenyue carefully. After bathing, her face was rosy and her cheeks were flushed, looking very attractive. He cleared his throat and said, "Be careful. If you need help, just tell me." Even though he heard Gao Wenyue say she didn't want to follow the military to the frontier that day, Lu Xiangye still agreed to the marriage exchange. As Aunt Li said, she needed this kind of marriage to escape her family. Lu Xiangye told himself silently that he was just compensating her. After all, he saw her body that day. Such things usually put girls at a disadvantage. Then, Lu Xiangye handed Gao Wenyue a metal box. "Is this for me?" Gao Wenyue pointed uncertainly at herself. "Yes. My monthly salary is 89 yuan. I will give it to you when I get paid." Inside the box was a passbook and some receipts. Gao Wenyue casually flipped through them, and there was also a ticket for a stage show. She couldn't help but smile. "There's a stage show ticket. Maybe we should buy a fan, it will get hotter soon." "Okay." Lu Xiangye agreed, without hesitation. Gao Wenyue put the metal box in the wardrobe and locked it. She wouldn't easily touch the money and tickets inside. They lay on the bed to sleep. Gao Wenyue naturally rolled into the bed, while Lu Xiangye lay down beside her. The man lay straight on the bed, sleeping still and unmoving. But Gao Wenyue couldn't sleep because there was now a pillow beside her. She turned over and saw the man's dark eyes, watching her closely. What's wrong? Gao Wenyue felt a bit guilty asking that question. Maybe she had been tossing and turning, disturbing his sleep? Lu Xiangye asked, "Can't sleep?" Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "Yes, I slept too much this afternoon, so I can't fall asleep now. I have some comrades who want to come warm the house. Do you have time?" "Yes, when?" "I can cook." Lu Xiangye originally thought about asking the chef at the army canteen to prepare a meal, but unexpectedly, Gao Wenyue offered to cook herself. The man couldn't help but smile slightly. "Then I'll help you." "Sure, let's do it tomorrow night. I'll bring some ingredients from the city." "Okay." When Gao Wenyue woke up, her partner was already gone. She didn't mind and took her basket of vegetables to buy eggs at the entrance of the residential courtyard. In recent days, she had been buying eggs regularly from Aunt Yu. "Comrade, do you still need 50 eggs today?" "Yes." Gao Wenyue glanced at the small stall nearby, where chickens were also being sold. "Aunt Yu, I need 50 eggs every day for the next month." Aunt Yu was delighted to hear this, and waved her hands excitedly. "Good, good. My eggs are gone at home. I can buy eggs from other households. There are plenty of spare eggs in our village." Even if they didn't have eggs in her village, she could go to other villages to buy them. Earning half a yuan in the morning by reselling eggs made Aunt Yu very happy. Gao Wenyue said, "Aunt Yu, I buy eggs from you every day. You should give me a better price. I just find it troublesome. Otherwise, I would go to the countryside to collect eggs myself." Farmers in the countryside often save up eggs to sell for extra income. To sell more, they naturally offer better prices. Hearing this, Aunt Yu quickly said, "Comrade, collecting eggs yourself is troublesome. I come here to sell eggs every day. Can I give you a discount?" In just a moment, Aunt Yu reduced the total price by 1 mao, 0.1 yuan, saving her 3 yuan in costs over a month. After buying the eggs, she also bought 2 chickens from a nearby stall. Chickens without tickets cost 1.2 yuan per jin, half a kilogram. The 2 chickens weighed 7.2 jin, costing 8.64 yuan. Back home, she heard water running loudly in the bathroom. Gao Wenyue wanted to go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, but unexpectedly, breakfast was already ready in the pot.
It was a pot of vegetable porridge.
She tasted it. It was okay. After they finished breakfast, Lu Xiangye went to the yard to plant vegetables, while Gao Wenyue was busy marinating meat. Today, Captain Wu was also resting. He called Lu Xiangye in the yard. "What delicious food is your wife cooking at home? It smells so good." Lu Xiangye didn't reply. Next door, Bai Yong peeked in and said, "That's right, Captain Lu's wife is a great cook. Their house always smells wonderful. I heard her braised dishes are very tasty. Our three beans are craving them so much." Hearing this, Lu Xiangye said, "Then come over tonight for dinner." "Really?"
Bai Zong sao de et sit.
He was so tempted by the smell that he was almost drooling. Lu Xiangye nodded, sprinkled the seeds he was holding, then went back inside. "Hey, Captain, you should check on Captain Lu too." "Why should I? He's so cold."
Can his wife handle that?
"If she can't, she might get tired of his coldness and go back to the city." Everyone in the family compound and the army knew that Lu Xiangye was famous for being cold and quiet. Of course, they also knew that Lu Xiangye's new wife was from the city. If she couldn't handle her husband's coldness, she might leave in frustration. Standing in the corridor, Lu Xiangye heard these words. He paused for a moment, then continued into the house. In the kitchen, Gao Wenyue finished braising the dishes and packed them into wooden buckets. This time, she used 2 small wooden buckets for the food. Thinking about the man outside planting vegetables, she left 2 eggs, some dried tofu, and bean curd in the pot. Just as Gao Wenyue was about to carry the 2 buckets, a pair of big hands reached out. The man easily carried 1 bucket in each hand and smoothly took them to the living room. "How should I place them?" "Attach them to the back of the bicycle, 1 on each side." Lu Xiangye quickly tied the buckets and pushed his bicycle outside. "Are you planning to send me off?" When Gao Wenyue arrived at the factory gate, Grandma, he was already waiting. Before Gao Wenyue could speak, Grandma he smiled and said, "Comrade, you should go deliver the food. I'll watch over things here." "Thank you." After thanking her, Gao Wenyue carried a bucket and headed toward the factory. She wasn't sure how Zhao Guohua had greeted the security guard. She told the guard she was delivering food to the engineering department, and the guard happily let her in. "Comrade Gao, I was counting the time, and you're almost here." Before reaching the engineering office, Gao Wenyue saw Zhao Guohua. "Am I making you wait?" Gao Wenyue checked her watch. It wasn't even time for their shift to end. No, I just came to return your lunchbox." "Thanks for the noodles," Zhao Guohua said, feeling that since she took the noodles, she should help out a bit. Gao Wenyue also noticed that people in this era are still simple and honest. With Zhao Guohua's help, Gao Wenyue finished placing the wooden bucket in their office. When she left, she had 5 yuan in her pocket. Today, when she was helping Aunt He serve vegetables, Gao Wenyue gave her half a block of tofu extra and really didn't take a single cent more. While selling vegetables, Gao Wenyue watched the steady flow of customers. She was glad she didn't ask Lu Xiangye to come with her. Otherwise, if a man in military uniform stood there with a cold face, who would dare to buy vegetables? After selling the vegetables, Gao Wenyue headed to the meat factory. "Comrade, you're quite lucky to come now. There's only a little pork left. Better early than late. I want it all." Gao Wenyue smiled as she spoke, and the lady selling meat at the factory looked pleased. The pork cost 7.9 cents per jean. She bought 5 jeans, paid with her meat voucher, and then took out 3.95 yuan to give to the lady. Before leaving, the lady asked, "Comrade, do you want pig hearts and lungs?" "No voucher needed." Gao Wenyue immediately turned back and said, "Yes, thank you, Auntie." Seeing the smile in Gao Wenyue's eyes, the lady also smiled. She said, "If you handle these well, they taste really good when cooked with strong flavors." Gao Wenyue replied, "Yes, making spicy dishes with them is very delicious." The lady was happy, feeling she hadn't sold the pig hearts and lungs to the wrong person. The no-voucher pig hearts and lungs cost Gao Wenyue 83 cents. When Gao Wenyue got home, the yard had already been completely renovated and the vegetable seeds had been planted. Approaching the kitchen, she saw a pile of firewood under the stove, and the water jar was full of water. The kitchen was also very clean. Gao Wenyue was very satisfied with this. In the room, Lu Xiangye had already heard the noise. Seeing no one enter the room, he came out. Didn't you eat? Gao Wenyue nodded. Lu Xiangye frowned but said nothing, and went straight to the kitchen. Gao Wenyue didn't pay attention to him. After riding her bike outside all morning and sweating a lot, she just wanted to take a quick shower. She quickly rinsed herself with cold water and felt alive again. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangye quickly fried an egg fried rice.
Come eat.
1 bowl of egg fried rice, a marinated boiled egg, a piece of marinated dry tofu, and a piece of marinated tofu. Didn't you eat lunch? Yes, I did. And this dish? It's very tasty. Seeing Gao Wenyue still looking at him, Lu Xiangye said, Your cooking skills are very good. Hai Wenyu chuckled softly and said, Thank you for your compliment. It turned out that the dish was so delicious that she didn't want to finish it all at once. Hai Wenyu was really hungry. Maybe it was just her feeling, but the fried rice tasted especially good today. Thinking of this, she said, I didn't expect you to be able to cook. Lu Xiangye replied, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. Both of them felt surprised to learn a new side of each other. After finishing the meal, before Lu Xiangye could do anything, Hai Wenyu stood up voluntarily and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. After tidying up everything, she decided to take a nap in her room. Lu Xiangye, who was reading in the room, also went to the living room to read, leaving the room for Hai Wenyu. 2 hours later, Hai Wenyu got up to prepare dinner. Since she had been living here for a few days, she liked it quite a lot and was happy to make friends with the people around. Moreover, Lu Xiangye had been kind to her. Last night, he even handed over his salary and helped with house chores. Since he showed both good attitude and actions, she couldn't slack off. She needed to support his face and reputation. Hai Wenyu planned to heat some water in the kitchen and kill the 2 chickens she bought in the morning. But she found that the dishes had already been cleaned up and were lying neatly on the stove. Lu Xiangye's promise to help her last night was not just words. Hai Wenyu couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling happy and wanting to sing. Lu Xiangye came in from outside, frowning slightly as he said, Later, 2 more people will come, Captain Li and his wife. Hai Wenyu replied cheerfully, no problem. She went back to the kitchen, blanched the pig's heart and lungs, then heated the wok with oil, adding garlic, star anise, Sichuan peppercorns, cinnamon, and dried red chili peppers. Cooking this dish required generous amounts of oil and spices. She stir-fried the pig's heart and lungs for about 10 minutes, then added water to stew. Just as Hai Wenyu was about to leave the stove, a figure moved faster than her. Lu Xiangye was sitting under the stove, tending the fire. He said, I'll light the fire. Okay. He lit the fire, and she cooked the meal. Hai Wenyu thought this teamwork was quite good. She said, Turn on the other stove too. The Lu family stove was a double-burner stove. Since the land here is large and the kitchen is spacious, the stove was built with 2 burners. Good. The man's voice responded from under the stove. They made 5 jin of pork belly into braised pork. She heated the pan with oil, added sugar to caramelize, then added large chunks of pork belly. After stir-frying for a while, she put the pork into the pot to simmer on low heat. 2 chickens are chopped into pieces, along with potato chunks and cooked as braised chicken with potatoes. The potatoes are sliced into thin strips, the cucumber into strips, and the kelp into strips. These 3 vegetables are blanched once, then placed in separate large bowls to make cold salads. Crushed dried red chili peppers are mixed with smashed garlic, then poured over with hot oil, releasing a fragrant spicy aroma. Add soy sauce, vinegar, salt, MSG, and sugar. The dish becomes very tasty. Is there enough food? Lu Xiangye stands up and takes a quick look. There are 3 large bowls of cold salads and 3 large bowls of cooked dishes, enough for more than 10 people. That's enough. Gao Wenyue shows a satisfied smile. Then go borrow 2 pots from Sister Chunhua's house. Okay. Never mind. I'll go borrow them myself. You watch the fire below so it doesn't burn. All right. This man really speaks very little. In her previous life, Gao Hongyan's main reason for wanting a divorce was because she found the borderland too harsh, and partly because Lu Xiangye was too cold. He ignored her. But Gao Wenyue found that as long as she talked to Lu Xiangye, he would respond to everything. He spoke less, but his actions showed he cared just as much. Having experienced someone like Lu Chongfu, Gao Wenyue believed that what a man does is more important than what he says. Just as she was turning to leave, she saw Ma Chunhua and Wang Shuli coming over. "Wenyue, we're here to help," Ma Chunhua said happily. "Just now, Sister Chunhua was gluing matchboxes at my house. We took on the matchbox project together. Am I late?" Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "No need for your help. Lu Xiangye is at home, and it's enough for us to cook together." Wang Shuli asked curiously, "Captain Lu is at home and cooking?" In the border troops, many soldiers come from rural areas. Their families are too poor, so they join the army to find a way out. But Lu Xiangye is special. It is said he comes from a good family background, performs very well in the army, and is young but already a battalion commander. He might even be promoted further, truly a lucky one. Wang Shuli didn't expect that such an outstanding man would still cook at home. In this family compound, which man comes home from work and doesn't wait to eat ready-made food? Gao Wenyue nodded. This was also unexpected for her. In her previous life, she married Lu Chongfu, who boasted about being a gentleman but refused to step into the kitchen, claiming he was too busy or sick. Indeed, people are often judged by comparison. Now, looking at Lu Xiangye, she finds him perfect in every way. I wonder if her younger sister is now curled up under the blanket, crying quietly. Thinking of this, Gao Wenyue's smile grew even wider. "Two sisters-in-law, may I borrow 2 basins to serve the dishes?" Ma Chunhua and Wang Shuli looked at each other. "Who uses basins to serve food at a family gathering?" Bai Yong and Commander Wu, after finishing their shift, immediately smelled the delicious aroma coming from the Lu family kitchen. They were so hungry, they almost drooled. Commander Wu was also very tempted. The smell was too tempting. Standing behind, Li Jianjun snorted coldly, secretly cursing Lu Xiangye for being so clever. The group was about to promote a new senior officer, and since he and Lu Xiangye were both deputy battalion commanders, one of them would be promoted. Just then, Lu Xiangye was inviting people to dinner. His guests included the commander, political commissar, Commander Wu, and others. If they ate his food, how could he not be upset? Li Jianjun was furious. However, Commander Wu and Ma Chunhua looked hopeful. They had been smelling the delicious aroma for days, and tonight they finally could taste it. Everyone brought something. In this era, no one was wealthy, and they all came prepared. Jiang Guoping and his wife Dong Shuilan brought a red double happiness hot water bottle, a rare and sought-after item. Wang Zhenhua, the political commissar of the unit, and his wife Sun Yuzhen brought a pair of ceramic basins decorated with red peonies and double happiness symbols. Commander Wu and Ma Chunhua brought a pair of ceramic cups with red and yellow peony patterns. Bai Yong and Wang Shuli brought a pair of embroidered pillowcases with large red peonies, all handmade. Li Jinjun and his wife Li Fengying also brought gifts. Li Fengying carried a large bunch of vegetables. They lived in the first house at the East End. When they arrived at the Lu family yard, Li Jinjuan's face darkened. He was jealous that everyone had brought such valuable gifts for Lu Xiangye, and he looked down on what Li Fengying had brought. Dong Lily, who was also unhappy, was Dong Shuilan's niece. Knowing the Lu family was hosting a dinner, she shamelessly followed along. "You're here just to eat. Why bring things? You're spending too much," a voice came from inside the house. Everyone finally saw Gao Wenyue. The young girl had a fair face, bright features, and a cheerful smile whenever she spoke. The military wife from the city was very pretty. "Is this Lu battalion commander's wife?" "She's really beautiful," Sun Yuzhen praised as she stepped forward. "Yes, Wenyue is so lively and fair," Ma Chunhua quickly agreed. Actually, Gao Wenyue knew she was pretty, but she wasn't particularly pale. People here have lived in the border area for a long time. The sunlight is strong, and everyone has a healthy, wheat-colored skin, so she appears very fair. As a new military wife in the family compound, Gao Wenyu has attracted a lot of attention recently. Everyone is observing her closely. Gao Wenyu stands confidently, allowing everyone to look her over. It's just a glance. It won't hurt anyone. Come in. Lu Xiangye appears at the right moment. Inside, Gao Wenyu has already prepared sugar water, and there are candies and sunflower seeds on the table. Girl, is the food ready? Let me help, Li Fengying says warmly. Before Gao Wenyu can speak, Wang Xiuli says, do we still need to help? Commander Liu and his wife are almost done. Commander Liu can cook? Li Fengying exclaims in surprise. Everyone looks at Lu Xiangye in shock. When did this man start caring about anything outside the army? Some are surprised, others are jealous and almost furious. Gao Wenyu notices Dong Lily's wide-eyed stare. Seeing Gao Wenyu's gaze, Dong Xuelan quickly introduces, Wenyu, this is my niece Dong Lily. She heard we're coming to your house for dinner and insisted on coming along. Dong Lily says, I heard that Commander Liu's wife sells vegetables. I wanted to come try her cooking. I hope you don't mind. Dong Lily is a violinist in the arts troupe. She thinks she looks good and has a good job, and she speaks with a natural sense of superiority. Because of Dong Lily's words, everyone suddenly falls silent. Lu Xiangye's eyebrows furrow slightly. Gao Wenyu suppresses her smile and says, it doesn't matter if you mind or not. You're already here. As soon as she finishes, everyone's faces stiffen. Gao Wenyu suddenly says, I'll go put the flatbreads on. Let me help you. Lu Xiangye immediately follows into the kitchen. I'll help too. Several women say together. No need. Lu Xiangye refuses without turning around. A pot of braised chicken with potatoes is cooking, and the dough is being pressed onto the edges of the pot. Just before serving, they add half a basin of green beans. When the three main dishes are uncovered, the aroma fills the air. Captain Wu's children and Li Jinjuan's kids come overdrawn by the smell. While serving the dishes, Ma Chunhua steps forward. Girl, don't mind what Dong Lily said. She's just jealous of you. Sister-in-law, what does that mean? It turns out Dong Lily once had a marriage proposal from Lu Xiangye. Specifically, Dong Lily liked Lu Xiangye unilaterally. Her aunt, Dong Xuelan, also tried to arrange a match between them, but Lu Xiangye refused. Dong Lily was not discouraged by the rejection. She repeatedly looked for Lu Xiangye in the army, always seeing him as within her reach. Unexpectedly, Gao Wenyu interrupted her plans. Gao Wenyu smiled, and no wonder Dong Lily's eyes looked almost like they were about to shoot fire. This matter was not surprising to Gao Wenyu. Lu Xiangye is handsome, from a good family, and very capable. It's normal for girls to like him. If no one liked him, that would be strange. Everyone in the living room had different thoughts. Jiang Guoping looked at Dong Xuelan with a reproachful gaze, while she felt helpless. Dong Lily had a serious face and was angry about what had just been said. She was the niece of the commander's wife, yet Gao Wenyu dared to embarrass her. Li Jinjun and Li Fengying, the couple, were happily watching the scene. When Li Jinjun saw Gao Wenyu, he was impressed and a bit jealous of Lu Xiangye. But when Gao Wenyu argued with Dong Lily, he secretly thought that city wives had big tempers. No wonder Lu Xiangye liked to stay in the kitchen. 6 large bowls of food were brought to the table, and everyone's thoughts vanished. It was the temptation of delicious food. Smells so good. I want to eat braised pork. I want chicken. The 2 children from Li Fengying's family were shouting for meat, 1 boy and 1 girl, holding bowls and jumping around. All the candies in their pockets fell to the ground. The 3 children from Captain Wu's family also looked eager, eyes fixed on the meat on the table. Wife, give the children more meat, Gao Wenyu, the host, said proactively. Oh, all right, Wenyu. You really are generous. That must have cost a lot of money, Li Fengying said. Gao Wenyu smiled, but said nothing. You must be making good money from your business. How much have you earned? Li Fengying asked one after another. Gao Wenyu looked at everyone and said, Everyone, please start eating. Are you having bread or rice? The main food served at the Lu family's hospitality was plain white rice and plain bread. This was very generous. Tonight, Gao Wenyue impressed everyone. Her way of handling things was very generous. Before we eat, let's raise our glasses to congratulate the newlyweds. Wishing you a happy marriage and early children. Commander Wang Zhenhua was the first to stand up. Congratulations on tying the knot. Sun Yuzhen also stood up. Everyone stood up and offered their congratulations. Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye stood together to thank everyone. A table full of delicious food had everyone eager to start eating. Just after the host finished speaking, everyone couldn't wait and began to pick up their chopsticks. Wow, this food is so tasty. Smells so good. Wenyue, how did you make this dish? It tastes really nice. Everyone was impressed by Gao Wenyue's cooking skills and praised her. Dong Lily didn't believe it. She took a piece of braised pork, planning to complain about how it wasn't that special. But as soon as she tasted it, the tender meat melted in her mouth, and the sweet, rich flavor made her swallow hard. Noticing Dong Lily's reaction, Mingyue smiled and asked Comrade Dong, "How is Wenyue's cooking?" Dong Lily didn't want to praise her, so she said, "No wonder Gao is selling vegetables. She must be good at cooking." As soon as she finished, everyone stopped eating and looked at her. Jiang Guoping's face changed color. He angrily shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Dong Xuelan, a doctor from the military hospital, was also upset. She reached out to pull Dong Lily's sleeve. Lu Xiangye stood up directly and said, "Our family doesn't welcome you. Please leave." Dong Lily was used to being scolded by elders, but hearing Lu Xiangye's words, she looked deeply hurt. "Lu Xiangye, you're actually asking me to leave?" Gao Wenyue sneered and said, "Comrade Dong, do you look down on the profession of cooking? Making a living through hard work is nothing to be ashamed of." Chairman Mao said that women can hold up half the sky. He fully recognized women's great contribution to productivity. Contributing to society economically is like holding up half the sky for myself. I don't think selling vegetables is shameful. Or, do you think Chairman Mao's words are wrong, Comrade Dong? Dong Lily was shocked. She couldn't accept this. "You're talking nonsense."
What did I say about that? Gao Wenyue firmly said, "You just meant that."
Dong Lily yelled angrily, "Gao Wenyue, you're slandering me." Gao Wenyue snorted coldly. She thought, this is just to annoy her, right? She could make Dong Lily so angry tonight that her nodules would twist into knots. Dong Xuelan couldn't stand it anymore. She thought her niece was embarrassing enough. She scolded, "Lily, go home now." Dong Lily didn't get a good deal. She hurriedly ran away, looking back longingly at Lu Xiangye before leaving. Wang Zhenhua watched Gao Wenyue with admiration and clapped his hands. Clap, clap, clap. Comrade Xiao Gao said it well. It's rare to see someone so young with such awareness. Wang Zhenhua kept praising him. Jiang Guoping asked with interest, "Comrade Xiao Gao, where do you do your business?" Gao Wenyue responded confidently, "At the entrance of the machinery factory." Lu Xiangye turned to look at Gao Wenyue. This woman kept breaking his expectations. She remains calm and confidently fights back when faced with Dong Lily's difficulties. Her attitude stirred a big ripple in his heart. Unintentionally, Gao Wenyue also secretly looked at Lu Xiangye. Just now, this man stood up for her and made Dong Lily leave. His support moved her a little. The men were drinking heavily. A big bowl of spicy pork hearts and lungs was a great snack to go with the drinks. The women ate some food, sipped their drinks, and chatted. After 3 rounds of drinks, the guests gradually left. Only Lu Xiangye and Gao Wenyue remained in the room. Gao Wenyue's cheeks were already red, both of her cheeks flushed. Seeing Lu Xiangye leaning on the table, unmoving. "Lu Xiangye, are you drunk?" Gao Wenyue reached out to pull the man in front of her, but because she pulled too hard and he didn't move, she leaned forward. Her lips were just about to touch his cheek. Lu Xiangye's eyes suddenly opened wide. Their eyes met, and they were very close. The surroundings were silent, so quiet that only their breathing could be heard. Fast and heavy breathing. "Lu Xiangye, are you drunk?" Her beautiful lips moved as if inviting him to taste how sweet they were. Lu Xiangye lost his sense of proportion and, driven by his desire, lowered his head to kiss her. Gao Wenyue's eyes widened instantly. Lu Xiangye had kissed her. After taking a shower in the bathroom, Lu Xiangye hesitated at the door of the room. Since that moment, neither of them dared to speak. On the bed, just a wall away, Gao Wenyue was tossing and turning. Just now, Lu Xiangye kissed her, and his breath still carried the smell of alcohol, mixing white wine and beer. It was clearly the smell of alcohol, but she could taste a hint of sweetness. Why did Lu Xiangye kiss me? Was it the alcohol impulse or love confusion? Gao Wenyue didn't know what was happening to her. She just felt a little embarrassed. But at the same time, she felt a small, sweet feeling inside, like a white rabbit milk candy melting in her heart, fragrant and sweet. It made her want to laugh unconsciously, and her mouth stretched wider and wider. Hearing a noise at the door, Gao Wenyue immediately rolled onto the bed, lying still as if she had already fallen asleep. Lu Xiangye knew Gao Wenyue was pretending to sleep. He could hear her uneven breathing. For a moment, he wasn't sure whether to feel happy or disappointed. As Gao Wenyue kept pretending, she really fell asleep. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangye couldn't sleep anymore. His partner was so close, and a faint floral scent wafted over, making it impossible for him to fall asleep. In the middle of the night, Lu Xiangye resigned himself and got up to take a cold shower. In her drowsiness, Gao Wenyue saw a shadow getting closer and closer. She wanted to open her eyes to see who it was, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open them. Lu Xiangye looked at the woman in front of him with deep eyes. Because she turned over, her collar was pulled down, revealing more of her chest. This way, Gao Wenyue's fair skin was clearly visible to Lu Xiangye. Gao Wenyue woke up feeling very hot. Despite the weather being so warm, she was covered tightly with a thick blanket. She reached out and touched her cheek, noticing it was covered in tiny beads of sweat. So, Gao Wenyue kicked off the blanket, spread her legs, and continued sleeping. Lu Xiangye stared at her white legs in a daze. She really had no defenses at all. This morning, Gao Wenyue woke up late. She didn't sleep well last night and almost missed buying eggs. Early in the morning, the firewood pile at home was tall and the water jar was full. Usually, she would fetch water from the well, carrying 2 buckets each time. Now that Lu Xiangye was back, he would fill the water jar completely whenever he fetched water. Gao Wenyue was busy in the kitchen preparing marinated dishes when suddenly, a breeze blew in. A gust of wind came suddenly, making the surrounding air feel cooler. She quickly turned to look. It was the fan! Lu Xiangye had brought back a fan and was blowing it toward Gao Wenyue. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she happily asked, "You bought a fan?" Lu Xiangye nodded. Thinking for a moment, he added, "My colleagues brought it. It arrived last night." "How much did it cost?" 85 yuan. "That's worth it." Gao Wenyue didn't mind spending the money at all. In the hot summer, having a fan was wonderful. Even if Lu Xiangye hadn't bought it, she planned to buy one after selling vegetables today. With the fan, Gao Wenyue felt much cooler while cooking. Seeing her happily humming a song, Lu Xiangye couldn't help but smile slightly. Gao Wenyue continued her business, selling marinated dishes. This time, not far from her stall, someone else was selling marinated food. It was the same couple as before. They also sold marinated eggs, dried tofu, and tofu. However, their marinated eggs cost 18 cents each, and their dried tofu and tofu cost 7 cents each. Their prices were cheaper than Gao Wenyue's. Marinated eggs for 18 cents each, vegetarian dishes for 7 cents. A 3-in-1 meal deal is 2 cents cheaper. The shop owner girl was loudly calling out on the street, and workers from the mechanical factory rushed over after hearing her. Many people thought Gao Wenyue's dishes were too expensive before, but now with cheaper options, everyone hurried to buy. Many chose to buy from the couple because it was cheaper. "Boss, I still want to buy your marinated dishes. Please lower the price. If you do, I'll buy from you," someone said to Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "Why don't you go see what they have?" There weren't many people in front of her stall, and she had already politely turned away her last customer. Auntie sighed nearby and said, "Young comrade, why are you so stubborn? Everyone else is lowering their prices, so you should too. Just keep the customers first. Her words were sincere and caring. Gao Wenyu immediately replied, "Thank you for your kindness. I'll think about it." Her attitude showed some hesitation, which Aunt He appreciated. Gao Wenyu wasn't someone who ignored advice. Even if she wanted to lower prices, she had to see if her competitor was capable. Could the owner of that bowl of shredded pork noodles really have such cooking skills? Everyone is curious. Since it's just the beginning, Gao Wenyu didn't want to lower prices easily. "Aunt He, I need to ask you for a favor." "Oh, we're old friends, so no need to call it a favor." Gao Wenyu gave Aunt He 30 cents and asked her to buy a meal set. After a while, Aunt He returned with a lunchbox. The dark sauce smelled strongly salty even before tasting it. And he said, "First, I don't think this smells as good as yours." Gao Wenyu scooped a piece of tofu and put it in her mouth.
Ugh.
She couldn't hold back. She felt she was wasting food, shameful, almost criminal. But she just couldn't help it. The salty, rich soy sauce flavor made her want to drink water after just one bite. Seeing Gao Wenyu's reaction, Aunt He thought it was a bit exaggerated. With a curious mind, she also scooped a piece of tofu and tasted it. "Oh my goodness, this tastes much worse than what you make," Aunt He said with a click of her tongue. "This dish, even a dog wouldn't eat it." Gao Wenyu finally felt relieved. At first, some people might buy this dish just because it was cheap, but over time that wouldn't last. Even if they sold it cheaply, it was only 3 cents worth of braised dish and only salty, fragrant flavors that weren't worth that price. When Gao Wenyu delivered food to the engineering department again, Zhao Guohua stopped her. "Comrade Gao, I heard some people outside also sell braised dishes. Their prices are a bit lower than yours." Gao Wenyu said, "Yes, but you get what you pay for. Their taste is different from mine." After explaining, she added, "Today I added some potatoes when I was braising the dish. Try the braised potato chunks." Zhao Guohua was surprised. Was this a good thing for them? Originally, the people in the engineering department felt they had been cheated when they heard about it, but later some said that the braised dishes sold by that couple weren't as tasty as Gao Wenyu's. However, some people just wanted to save a little money after all. The engineering department didn't lack money, but no one's money grew on trees. Everyone just didn't want their food to be more expensive. Gao Wenyu understood their feelings, especially since the other side was her big client. So, this morning, when she was braising the dishes, she deliberately added more potatoes. Giving loyal customers a little free new dish was a good way to soothe their anxious hearts. Gao Wenyu's move was clever, successfully winning over Zhao Guohua and his group. At this moment, Zhao Guohua still felt guilty. Seeing the boss actively making new dishes for them, they still wanted to make things difficult for her. Today, when she was setting up her stall, many people came to ask her, "Boss, are you lowering the prices?" Gao Wenyu shook her head. She wouldn't set a precedent for discounts. Those people hesitated and moved toward the couple's stall. Some loyal customers still chose to go to Gao Wenyu's stall. Gao Wenyu said, "If you can't buy a set meal, you can form a group of 3. Each person takes turns eating 3 different dishes. That way, the money for one set meal can last you 3 days." Wow, that's a good idea. Everyone started forming groups of 3, so they could enjoy the braised dishes every day and save money. Soon, they found regular dining partners. Meanwhile, at the couple's stall, because their dishes sold very well yesterday, they prepared several large buckets of food today. Today, fewer people went shopping for groceries. The couple nearby looked anxiously toward Gao Wenyu. Gao Wenyu remained calm. Yesterday, her customers suddenly decreased, but today she had regained some sales. After launching a new group buying package for 3 people, a small wave of customers came again. Today, she only prepared 40 packages, delivering 15 to the engineering department. The remaining 25 were sold gradually, and eventually all were sold out. On the 3rd day of facing competition, Gao Wenyu added some potatoes and green beans to her marinated dishes as free gifts. Her sign read, "Buy a package and get potatoes or green beans free." "Young lady, are you really giving away vegetables?" Grandma He asked when she saw the sign. "Yes, I am. What would you like?" Gao Wenyu replied loudly. "Potatoes, please." They're big, Grandma He said clearly. Gao Wenyu quickly served Grandma He, choosing a large potato to give her. The potato was cooked in a rich sauce, looking soft and sticky. Just as Grandma He was about to pay, Gao Wenyu stopped her with a hand. Young lady, what's this? Grandma, help me out. I'll treat you to some marinated dishes. When the factory workers finished work, they saw Grandma He walking down the street with her lunchbox, eating as she went. She said, Hai's marinated dishes are the best. The sauce makes the rice so fragrant. Today, I bought a package from her and got free potatoes and green beans. Buy vegetables, get vegetables free. Which shop is Gao's marinated dishes? It's the one run by the Tofu Beauty. Customers secretly called Gao Wenyu the Tofu Beauty. Gao Wenyu named her marinated dish stall Gao's Marinated Dishes. Everyone was surprised to see the words Gao's Marinated Dishes pasted on her wooden barrel. Grandma He was so eager to eat that she had already tempted others. When they heard about the free vegetable promotion, many headed to Gao's stall. Boss, are you really giving away vegetables? Yes, potatoes or green beans, pick one. I'll have a potato. Give me a package. Me too. I figured it out. Spending just 3 cents more for better food is worth it. Exactly. Yesterday, I ate their marinated dishes and almost got salt poisoning. I had to run to the bathroom several times. Soon, Gao Wenyue's dishes sold out. The couple's stall had few customers, so the shop owner shouted loudly, price drop. Now only 29 cents per package. With the lower price, a few people started heading over. A few days later, when Gao Wenyu delivered the small wooden bucket to the engineering department, Zhao Guohua stopped her. Comrade Gao, our union member Xiao Zhang wants to see you. Everyone understands that the union is a department known for having less work, more money, and many benefits. When someone from this department comes looking for her, Gao Wenyu has a feeling that good news is coming. Sure enough, they were here to order food. Comrade Gao, can we still place an order for your dishes? Xiao Zhang asked politely. Gao Wenyu replied loudly, yes, you can. How many portions would you like? 5. Xiao Zhang felt a bit embarrassed after saying that. His colleagues in the office really liked Gao Wenyue's marinated dishes. They had been going to her stall to get food for several days. They were excited because they could eat hot dishes without leaving the office, and the prices were affordable. Okay, put your dishes in the same bucket as Comrade Zhao's. It's a bit of trouble for you to come and pick up the food, but the price will be the same as for Zhao's order, and it's a monthly subscription. Gao Wenyu said, without hesitation. She didn't show any displeasure or indifference just because they ordered a small amount. Having customers come to her is a good thing, whether they order a lot or a little. Xiao Zhang was happy to hear this. He initially thought that since he ordered only a few, he wouldn't get a discount on the price. But unexpectedly, Gao Wenyu gave them a special discount. Great, great, great. Xiao Zhang exclaimed 3 times happily. Gao Wenyu couldn't help but smile. She was also very happy to have 5 more orders. Xiao Zhang was a young man. When he had come to buy food at Gao Wenyue's stall a few times before, he didn't dare look up at her. Now, standing right in front of her and seeing her smile so happily, he was momentarily mesmerized. Zhao Guohua cleared his throat and made a light cough, thinking to himself, women's beauty can be distracting. He secretly thought, Gao Wenyu is indeed very attractive. Half of the people buying from her stall come for her cooking skills, and the other half are drawn by her looks. Beautiful people always attract more attention. Hearing Zhao Guohua's voice, Gao Wenyu smiled and said, Comrade Zhao, since we have more orders now, I'll occasionally make some new dishes for everyone to try. Just so you know, these dishes will be for your engineering department. When Zhao Guohua heard about this, he immediately said, oh, that's no trouble at all. Most of our colleagues are out in the workshop and not many come to the office. Helping others and getting some benefits in return. Who wouldn't be happy? Moreover, the union members are the ones getting the benefits. They're eager for this. The couple's restaurant's pickled dishes had poor sales for several days. The shop owner's wife looked at Gao Wenyu with a jealous and resentful gaze, almost like she was casting a spell. Her envy and hatred seemed ready to spark. Gao Wenyu managed to sell 50 meal sets each day. She made only a limited amount daily, but they sold quickly. During these days of selling food, she earned 56.13 yuan. In this era, that amount was enough to cover what many people earned in a month. Including this money, her small savings reached 1,056.13 yuan. Gao Wenyue went out to buy cigarettes. Thanks to Zhao Guohua, she received a few more orders, and she knew she owed him a favor. She bought 2 packs of Deepening cigarettes, costing 0.35 yuan each. She kept them in her pocket and no one could see. Gao Wenyue took a wooden bucket to the engineering department. Zhao Guohua said, "Comrade Gao, sit down and rest for a while." It was already a hot summer. In this border area, the sun was very strong. It was impossible to be outside without feeling hot after a while. Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "No, I still have to sell vegetables at my stall outside." She added, "Big brother Zhao, thank you for helping me with business yesterday." Gao Wenyue spoke sincerely and earnestly, calling Zhao Guohua Big Brother Zhao, as she was now familiar with him. Zhao Guohua immediately felt that his decision yesterday was worth it. Over these days, he had interacted more with Gao Wenyue and thought she was hardworking, smart in business, and very generous. For example, yesterday's union order. Gao Wenyue happily lowered the price, which made the union members very pleased. Since Zhao Guohua had introduced her, they also appreciated him. At first, Zhao Guohua thought Gao Wenyue was pretty and well-dressed, and assumed she was well off. But after more contact, he realized she was clever and good at business. He was happy to get to know her better. While praising Gao Wenyue silently, Zhao Guohua was suddenly handed 2 packs of Deepening cigarettes. He couldn't help but smile even more. Today, she set up her stall again and many people came to buy vegetables. The group buying mode worked well. Even if 3 people bought 1 meal set, Gao Wenyue still gave each person plenty of sauce. Halfway through selling, someone approached. "Boss, I want a 3-in-1 meal set." "Sure." The person took the lunchbox and turned to leave, but halfway there, he suddenly rushed back. Li Fugue shouted angrily, "I say, is there something wrong with your vegetables? How come there's a fly?" The people waiting in line were shocked. They all looked at the lunchbox in Li Fugue's hand, where a black dead fly was lying in the sauce.
Impossible.
Gao Wenyue was confident about her food, claiming it was very clean. She always wore a headscarf when cooking. When selling vegetables, she kept her hair tightly tied and covered the wooden bucket with a cloth. Moreover, just now when she was serving vegetables, she watched carefully. She didn't see any flies then. How could a fly appear just by turning around? What's impossible? Then tell me, what is this? The man suddenly stepped in front of Gao Wenyue and reached out to grab her. Gao Wenyue frowned slightly. This felt like deliberate troublemaking. She said, "If this fly came from my bucket, I will take full responsibility. I won't run away." "Of course it came from your bucket. Everyone saw it just now." The man shouted angrily. Gao Wenyue glanced at the people in line behind her and asked loudly, "Did anyone see a fly when I was serving vegetables?" That person looked at Li Fugue's lunchbox and shook his head. "I didn't notice." "Maybe not." Gao Wenyue said, "Everyone heard that. If that big fly really came from my bucket, I would have seen it." "Yes, flies are so obvious you would definitely see it. I think this boss is pretty clean." "There probably aren't any flies," someone from the crowd said. Li Fugue got anxious and shouted, "Impossible. That fly came from your bucket. Don't buy vegetables from their stall anymore. Who knows how many maggots are inside." As soon as he said that, everyone's mind immediately pictured the floating, plump, white maggot.
Ugh.
Gao Wenyue was angry. Such disgusting words. "Oh, so there are flies in your vegetables? Don't buy from her anymore. Come to our place. Our vegetables are very clean." Another vendor, a woman selling marinated dishes, came over. Gao Wenyue looked at her and asked, "Did you do this?" The woman was stunned and pretended to be innocent.
What are you talking about?
"I just can't stand that everyone is paying so much for your unclean vegetables. I just wanted to speak some fair words." Gao Wenyue sneered and said, "Whether my vegetables are clean or not is not up to you. That fly didn't come from my bucket. Don't spread false rumors." The woman looked at the people in line and said, "Hey, why are you all still queuing here? Come buy vegetables at our place. Today, we have a special discount, only 26 cents for a meal set." Someone exclaimed, "Is it 1 cent cheaper than her place?" The shop owner looked at Gao Wenyue with a teasing smile and loudly said, "Yes, it is." Some people were tempted and started to consider buying from another store. The remaining customers looked at each other, unsure whether to continue buying vegetables from Gao Wenyue. The shop owner tried to persuade the others to leave. Gao Wenyue grabbed Li Fugue and said, "Please help me call the patrol team and the Industry and Commerce Bureau to come here." Li Fugue panicked and stammered, "What for?" "Of course, to find out where this fly came from." "Without proof, you can't just say it's from my place, can you?" "Everyone, please stay a moment and don't leave. Today, something happened, so I called the patrol team and the Industry and Commerce Bureau to witness and investigate where this fly came from. Otherwise, everyone might feel uncomfortable and not want to buy from me anymore. If it turns out to be my fly, I won't sell here anymore. If it's not, then everyone can buy with peace of mind." Gao Wenyue spoke one sentence after another. The crowd thought her reasoning was reasonable and waited, with a young man already gone to call someone. Li Fugue was panicked and tried to leave, pulling his arm. "The fly is definitely from your place. I don't have time to argue with you. I'm leaving." Aunt He, who just came from the machinery factory, heard about this and said, "Everyone, stop him. I think this person looks unfamiliar." Everyone then realized they didn't recognize Li Fugue and surrounded him. The young man, who went to call someone, returned. "People are coming." People with red armbands arrived, along with officials from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. In this era, people cared a lot about community matters, and once problems were found, they were eager to resolve them. Gao Wenyue briefly explained the situation to them. Li Fugue insisted that the fly belonged to Gao Wenyue's family, but Gao Wenyue insisted there were no flies in her food. The patrol team and Industry and Commerce Bureau officials felt awkward. They didn't have eyes everywhere and couldn't tell who the fly belonged to. Gao Wenyue told the patrol officers, "Comrade, this person isn't from the machinery factory and no one here knows him. Look, I sell these vegetables to factory workers. The workers here haven't had any problems eating them. Only a stranger had an issue, and I suspect he's trying to cause trouble on purpose. I want you to investigate him. Of course, since we are both involved, I should also be checked." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Wenyue took out her introduction letter, which clearly showed her address at the staff housing and that her husband was Lu Xiangye, a military camp commander. The patrol officers were stunned at once and showed more respect to Gao Wenyue. In this era, people still respect soldiers and their wives. The patrol officers also showed the introduction letter to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau officers. First, they checked Li Fugue's personal information. "Where is your introduction letter?" "Here, it's right here." "Are you from Li Village?" "What are you doing here?" "Yes, I came to see my sister Li Shuhua." "Where is Li Shuhua?" Li Fugue didn't answer. The patrol officers said, "If you can't say, then come with us to the police station." Li Fugue panicked. What? "Let's go to the police station." "Big sister, please help me." Li Fugue suddenly tried to hide behind the shop owner. "Oh, so she's your sister? That's strange. Your family's pickled vegetable shop and her families are rivals, right? How come you, the younger brother, go to your sister's enemy's house to buy vegetables? And you even saw a fly?" "Granny," he said loudly. Gao Wenyue told the patrol officers, "Comrades, I suspect this person is deliberately framing me." Seeing the situation, the patrol officers decided to take Li Fugue back for investigation. This is a matter of conduct. Maliciously accusing others is subject to correction and education. Gao Wenyue said to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau officers, "Comrades, I asked you here to prove that the vegetables I sell are fine. The remaining vegetables are in the barrel.
Please check them."
Back in 1978, the Ministry of Health led a joint effort with other relevant departments to form the National Food Hygiene Leadership Group, officially managing food hygiene issues. Selling food is an economic matter, and these are under the jurisdiction of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. The Bureau officers initially didn't want to bother with such trivial matters. Food issues are hard to define clearly, and too much regulation could cause trouble. But when they saw Gao Wenyue's introduction letter, which showed she was the wife of a military officer, even though she didn't explicitly reveal her identity, they dared not ignore it. The bureau officers poured out the vegetables from the barrel, and not a single fly was found inside. This is slander. It must be that the dishonest siblings deliberately framed the young comrade. Exactly. They even turned over the soup but didn't find a single shadow of anything suspicious. After the investigation, the Industrial and Commercial Bureau checked all the stalls in the area. Many stalls had hygiene problems. When they checked the couple's marinated food stall, they found a small fly in their soup. Where's the owner?
Come out here.
I bought vegetables from your place at noon. After eating, I had diarrhea. I've gone to the bathroom 6 times. The man was shouting and holding his stomach. While talking, he kept farting loudly.
What are you talking about?
Clearly, you got sick from eating something bad. Don't blame us. The owner argued loudly. The inspector said, I smell something off with your food. Is this freshly made today? The owner awkwardly replied, Yes, of course. Honestly, we have testing equipment. Take the food home and test it to see how many days it's been stored. Feeling intimidated, the owner stammered, No, it hasn't been long. We just sold leftovers from yesterday and the day before. And he exclaimed, Such a dishonest, unkind owner. What's the weather like? You kept leftovers for 2 days and still sold them. No wonder people get sick. Bah, shameless scoundrel. Really, if you don't cause trouble, trouble won't find you. Now it's come back on you. Everyone started criticizing loudly. The man rushing over to settle the bill suddenly stopped clutching his stomach.
Ugh.
Everyone smelled a foul, fishy odor. Gao Wenyue immediately held her breath. This smell was really strong. The patrol team came again and took the owner away for further education. This scheme of framing was uncovered by Gao Wenyue, which also boosted the reputation of Gao's marinated food. The hygiene standards approved by the Industrial and Commercial Bureau reassured the factory workers, who ate with more confidence. Gao Wenyue said to everyone, Thanks for your help just now. Sorry to waste your time. Tomorrow, I'll cook more dishes and give everyone some free. Great, boss. Boss, we're all looking forward to it. Without competitors, Gao Wenyue made 60 sets of meals the next day, adding vegetables like potatoes, winter melon, and lotus root slices. That day, Gao Wenyue shouted, Gao's marinated food, buy one get one free. Purchase a meal set and get free marinated dishes. Someone asked boss, is it really buy one get one free? Gao Wenyue nodded and said, Yes, I am giving away 3 types of vegetarian dishes, potatoes, winter melon, and lotus root slices. Everyone started lining up eagerly, afraid they might miss out. The Gao family's pickled vegetable stall was very lively, but the couple's booth was quite lonely. When others were busy, they might miscount money or make mistakes in calculations, but Gao Wenyue was the opposite. The busier she was, the clearer her mind became. This was something she had trained for in her past life. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to run that large woodworking factory alone. And besides, she loved collecting money the most. When Gao Wenyue was packing up her stall, she silently calculated her earnings for the day, 21.24 yuan. The more she earned, the higher her costs, but she had given away many dishes today. After subtracting the costs of 11.73 yuan, her net profit was 9.51 yuan. On her way back, halfway along the road, Gao Wenyue was alone on a vast piece of land. Border areas are wide and sparsely populated. Outside the city, it's truly endless. However, there was a stretch of road with low bushes. Gao Wenyue was still focused on riding her bike when suddenly 2 people appeared from the bushes. One of them jumped out and grabbed her bike, pulling it backward forcefully. The other person raised a fist and swung it toward Gao Wenyue. In a critical moment, Gao Wenyue rolled on the ground and bit down on the hand that was on her. She bit hard and used all her strength to tear and bite. You let go of me. The man shouted loudly after being bitten. Gao Wenyue quickly flipped over, dodging a kick from the other man. Out in broad daylight, what are you trying to do? Gao Wenyue, covered in dirt and dust, backed away while speaking to buy time. The area around was vast and empty. Aside from occasional passing troops or residents, there was usually no one around. Shouting for help now would be useless. No one would hear or respond. Gao Wenyu decided to stop shouting and looked around, choosing to conserve her strength to run away. The two men, with black cloth covering their faces, approached her fiercely. She turned and ran, with the two men chasing after her. "Don't run." Gao Wenyu used all her strength, but was eventually grabbed by the shoulders by a pair of large hands. She swore to herself. She must learn self-defense skills someday. "Don't come any closer." Gao Wenyu suddenly swung her hand. The man only felt a sting in his palm, and when he looked down,
blood.
The man shouted in fear. It was cut by Gao Wenyu with a knife. She was very glad now that she had kept her habit from the past life of going out with a small spring-loaded knife in her pocket. In her previous life, Gao Wenyu often went out to discuss deals, sometimes returning late. She kept a small knife in her pocket for convenience and self-protection. During the escape just now, Gao Wenyu quickly drew her knife in an emergency. "You wicked woman, you actually cut me with a knife." "I think you're tired of living," she replied. The two men saw the small knife in Gao Wenyu's hand and became even angrier. With the familiar voice and the figures of the two men in front of her, Gao Wenyu guessed who they were. One of the men forcefully pushed forward, and Gao Wenyu couldn't dodge. She was pushed to the ground and swung her small knife. The other man dodged and grabbed Gao Wenyu's arm, holding her right hand that was swinging the knife. Snap. "Woman, I told you not to stab me. Why didn't you do it?" Seeing Gao Wenyu restrained, the man raised his hand and slapped her face. Gao Wenyu stared tightly at the two men in front of her. A brave person doesn't suffer losses in front of their eyes. She had to pretend to be weak and said, "What do you want to do? Let's talk nicely. Big brother, don't be impulsive." Isn't it better if it had been like this from the start?" The man pressing her wiped the blood on his hand onto Gao Wenyu. Seeing his action, Gao Wenyu cursed silently. "What the heck? Stop talking nonsense, just do the main thing," the other man urged. The man pinning Gao Wenyu by the neck asked, "Quick, tell me, how do you make your marinated vegetables?" Gao Wenyu became more certain about who these two were. "Alright, I'll tell you. Let me go first." Gao Wenyu moved her body. "Be honest, no tricks." The man, tempted by her appearance, reached out his hand to attack her chest. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." Gao Wenyu felt a lightness on her body, and that salty hand was broken with a. She looked up and saw Lu Xiangye with a cold face. Despite it being August, his face looked frosty, like snow in August. Lu Xiangye's eyes burned with anger. He broke one man's arm with one hand and kicked the other man in the chest. The two men, who had been so arrogant just now, were now helpless trash, completely defeated by Lu Xiangye. Lu Xiangye bent down to help Gao Wenyu and asked, "Are you okay?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw the slap mark on Gao Wenyu's face and the bloodstains on her white shirt. The man's eyes darkened, and he clenched his fists tightly, bones creaking. Lu Xiangye stepped forward toward the two men, his anger making them tremble with fear. When they saw his military uniform, they froze in panic. "It's not me, I didn't hit her." You're a soldier, you can't hit civilians." Lu Xiangye raised his fist to teach them a lesson, throwing punches and kicks fiercely. Gao Wenyu, enough, she stepped in to stop him. Lu Xiangye was still angry, surprised that Gao Wenyu suddenly stopped him. The two men were crying out, "I was wrong, I won't do it again, please save me." Gao Wenyu sneered and said, "Ha, you just kidnapped me. Now you're asking me to save you?" As she spoke, her face twisted with pain. Suddenly, she kicked them hard in their private areas. One kick after another, Gao Wenyu was relentless. Lu Xiangye's face instantly darkened. He didn't expect that after such a dangerous incident, Gao Wenyu wouldn't cry or make a fuss, but instead chose to retaliate, targeting the most vulnerable part of the men. He felt a chill down his spine. He was angry earlier, just wanting to beat these two up, but he had to admit, Gao Wenyu's revenge was clever. "Ah, I can't take it anymore. Please, stop kicking.
Please stop.
The two men's screams grew louder. On the wide land, only their cries echoed. Suddenly, something broke, and red blood seeped from beneath their pants. Gao Wenhua lowered her head and pulled off the cloth covering their faces, revealing it was Li Fugui and his brother-in-law. Lu Xiangye's brows furrowed deeply. He took those two to the police station, claiming they were involved in kidnapping, without mentioning any to protect Gao Wenhua's reputation. Throughout the process, Lu Xiangye handled everything. The police only recorded Gao Wenhua's statement. She recounted everything from start to finish. After the previous false accusations, and now this blatant kidnapping, the police immediately detained the two men. Regarding the two men who said they were beaten, Gao Wenhua directly told the police station, "Officer, I was very scared, and they touched me inappropriately. I acted in self-defense, and may have overdone it." Gao Wenhua's hair was messy, her white shirt and black pants were covered in dust, and there were small bloodstains on her clothes. The distressed woman was crying heavily, and when she mentioned the danger she just faced, she couldn't help but tremble. The police officer questioning her immediately said, "Comrade, don't be afraid. Those two kidnappers are terrible. It's their own fault for being beaten." After returning home, Lu Xiangye closed the door behind him and turned around to lift Gao Wenhua's shirt. Gao Wenhua quickly stepped back. "What are you doing?" Lu Xiangye's face was tense. After lifting her shirt, he turned Gao Wenhua around to check her. Seeing that she was unharmed, he finally relaxed. Gao Wenhua also realized that Lu Xiangye was not being inappropriate. He was checking her body to make sure she was okay. This man had appeared like a hero, saving her in a dangerous moment. She felt very grateful. Gao Wenhua softly said, "I'm fine. The blood is theirs." Only then did Lu Xiangye notice that in his panic, he had lifted Gao Wenhua's clothes. He looked at her body again. His cheeks instantly turned red. Her tan skin looked dark and flushed. Gao Wenhua saw that Lu Xiangye's ears were also red and found it quite interesting. Noticing Gao Wenhua's curious gaze, Lu Xiangye turned and walked toward the kitchen. He went to heat some water, probably to help Gao Wenhua take a bath. When Gao Wenhua finished her shower, she saw that the fan in the room was already turned on. She sat at the desk and let her hair in the breeze. Lu Xiangye came over holding an egg. He cleared his throat and said, "You can put this on your face to reduce swelling." Gao Wenhua's right cheek was noticeably more swollen than her left, and her face was also red.
"Thank you."
She took the egg and rolled it onto her face.
Ow.
It really hurt. She couldn't help but gasp. "Let me do it," Lu Xiangye said, reaching out for the egg. Gao Wenhua looked up at the man in front of her. On a whim, she handed him the egg. Lu Xiangye sat on the bed, gently rolling the egg over Gao Wenhua's face. His movements were tender and careful. It was hard to believe that this rough man could be so gentle. They were very close, close enough to clearly hear each other's breathing. Gao Wenhua's breathing became heavier and more uncontrolled, her heartbeat quickened, and her uninjured left cheek quietly turned red. However, Lu Xiangye reached out and gently touched her forehead, asking, "Are you feeling unwell? Why is your face so red?" Gao Wenhua quickly reached out and grabbed the egg, saying hurriedly, "I'll do it myself." The egg was taken away and Lu Xiangye didn't insist, simply saying, "Then I'll go cook." After Lu Xiangye left the room, Gao Wenhua touched her hot left cheek and muttered, "Gao Wenhua, can you be a little more sensible? Don't get carried away." Though she said this, Gao Wenhua secretly thought that Lu Xiangye was very manly today. After lunch, Lu Xiangye told Gao Wenhua to take a nap. "No, I have some things to do. I need to go to the city," Gao Wenhua replied confidently. "I'll go with you," Lu Xiangye immediately said. Gao Wenhua's first reaction was to refuse. "No need, I can handle it myself." Lu Xiangye didn't speak, but showed a persistent attitude. Since his intentions were good, and he had recently saved her, Gao Wenhua's heart softened, and she agreed. "But when we get to the city, I need to handle some private matters. Don't follow me." Lu Xiangye nodded in agreement. This was the first time they went out after getting married. Lu Xiangye was riding a bicycle, with Gao Wenhua sitting behind him, holding on to his clothes. The two traveled silently to the city. Lu Xiongye didn't know what to say, but Gao Wenyue was preoccupied with her thoughts. After I finish my business, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the department store, Gao Wenyue said, and then left. Lu Xiongye, holding the bicycle, watched her disappearing figure thoughtfully. Gao Wenyue first went to a small private shop and bought something, putting it into a cloth bag. Then she waited at the corner of the police station. About half an hour later, a woman came out. It was Li Shuhua. Her husband and brother were both detained at the police station. She had rushed over as soon as she received the news. Now it was mealtime, and she needed to go home and cook because her children were waiting. Gao Wenyue followed Li Shuhua closely until she walked further and further away. During the last patrol inquiry, it was mentioned that Li Shuhua's home was quite remote. As they passed a narrow alley, Gao Wenyue blocked her. She wanted to use her own method to teach her a lesson. What are you trying to do? Li Shuhua shouted after being stopped. Gao Wenyue remained silent. She took out a pair of nunchucks from her bag, swung them once, and then brandished her weapon, ready to strike. Help! Help!
Don't hit me.
Gao Wenyue, is that you? Gao Wenyue sneered. She had a cloth over her face. Even if Li Shuhua guessed it was her, so what? She swung her nunchucks, and Li Shuhua could only take the hits. Left strike, right strike, sounds of wailing echoed in the alley. After finishing, Gao Wenyue ran away quickly. She didn't say a word the whole time. Later, she threw her nunchucks into a river and also discarded the cloth she had covered her face with. After Gao Wenyue left, a man nearby stepped out. He had just seen everything. Back at the Liberation Department store, Gao Wenyue found that Lu Xiongye was not at the door. So she waited there. It was still a bit hot in the afternoon. She really needed to cool down. There was a small shop across the street. Comrade, what would you like to eat? We have red bean popsicles for 4 cents, cream ice cream for 8 cents, and large cream ice cream for 12 cents. Sir, I'll have a large cream ice cream. Gao Wenyue just let out a sigh of relief. She hummed happily, pinky finger raised, and started eating the ice cream. After finishing one, she felt much cooler. A figure cast a shadow over her. She turned to look. You're back? Yes, I just went out for something. That was Lu Xiongye's explanation. Gao Wenyue nodded with a smile to show she understood. She asked, Are you going home? Noticing that Gao Wenyue said going home, Lu Xiongye looked at her in surprise. Then he said, Let's go inside and look around. Gao Wenyue didn't expect Lu Xiongye to buy her clothes. They went to the women's clothing section of the department store. Lu Xiongye awkwardly said, You pick out a few pieces of clothing. After a moment of surprise, Gao Wenyue started choosing clothes. No woman could resist the temptation of new clothes, and she was no different. A middle-aged woman working at the store saw Gao Wenyue and came over. Comrade, we just received a new batch of dresses from the Shanghai market. They're very fashionable. Really nice. Annie, can I try one? Gao Wenyue immediately spotted a light yellow dress, a soft pastel shade. The dress was simple, with a shirt collar and a belt at the waist. Of course, the clerk said with a smile. Gao Wenyue took the dress to change. The fabric was good, very comfortable to wear, and it fit well. She came out to look in the mirror. Her bright features looked even more beautiful in the yellow dress. Comrade, you look very nice in this dress. Your skin looks even whiter. The sales assistant exaggeratedly said. Gao Wenyue took a few steps forward and looked carefully at herself in the mirror. Recently, she had been riding her bike every day and felt her skin had darkened a bit. The yellow dress really suited her skin, making her look whiter despite the tan. Hey, comrade, what happened to your neck? This surprised shout drew the attention of several people trying on clothes nearby, and even Lu Xiongye, standing outside, came over. What's wrong? Lu Xiongye, dressed in a military uniform with a stern face, stood there. Immediately, a group of women nearby looked uneasy, as people at that time naturally trusted soldiers. The sales assistant said, Comrade, did someone hit you? There's an officer here. Just say it openly, and someone will help you. This young comrade is so unlucky. She's so pretty, and look at her neck being pinched, someone said. Gao Wenyue's neck hadn't shown any injury before, but now, After some time, the mark from the pinch was more red. Her yellow dress made her skin look whiter, so the red mark was more noticeable. Lu Xiangye's face grew even colder. Gao Wenyue quickly said, "Sister, you misunderstood. I wasn't beaten." She pointed at Lu Xiangye and added, "And this is my husband." The sales assistant's mouth was so open it could fit 2 eggs. She thought of a possibility and looked back and forth at Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye with a flirtatious gaze. "You young people really know how to have fun." The women present, mostly older women, immediately understood what that meant. Everyone looked at Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye with a smile but didn't speak. Gao Wenyue was stunned at first, then her face turned red as a pig's liver. Lu Commander, known for his strict discipline, looked very angry. Seeing Lu Xiangye hurriedly run away, Gao Wenyue let out a squealing sound. Gao Wenyue chose 2 dresses, one yellow and one dark pink. The yellow dress cost 15.5 yuan, and the dark pink dress was 14.6 yuan, totaling 30.1 yuan for both. Lu Xiangye hurried over to pay and asked, "Why didn't you buy 2 more?" The sales assistant said, "Comrade, your husband really cares about you. He thinks you bought too few." In this era, even eating was a problem. The 2 dresses Gao Wenyue bought cost as much as a month's salary for an average worker, especially for those in better conditions. In families with limited resources, the entire month's expenses are just enough for one household. When this was said, the women choosing clothes looked at Gao Wenyue with envy. Having seen many fancy clothes in later years, these 2 dresses were just okay for her, but because of what the saleswoman said, she felt very happy inside. Lu Xiangye calmly paid the money and told Gao Wenyue, "Let's just wear this." The light pink dress made Gao Wenyue look very soft and also hid the marks on her neck. Gao Wenyue happily agreed. After buying the clothes, Lu Xiangye took her to buy shoes. A pair of black leather shoes cost 8 yuan, and a pair of white sports shoes cost 3.5 yuan. Lu Xiangye then headed straight to another place. Was he planning to buy more? Gao Wenyue quickly held him back. "That's enough," she said. Lu Xiangye looked suspicious. In the family compound, military wives often argued with their husbands over shopping. Women wanted new clothes, but men thought they spent too much money. "Really? That's enough," Gao Wenyue repeated. When they reached downstairs, Gao Wenyue immediately saw the fruit cake. When this cake first came out, it was very popular across the country. Both old and young loved it, and no one could resist its temptation. Hongyan was at home, insisting she wanted to eat it. The cake cost 4 cents each. Zhao Hong bought 2, saying they were for her and her sister to share. But in the end, all the cakes ended up in Hongyan's stomach. Zhao Hong asked Wenyue, "Do you not like cake?" Clearly, she couldn't get any, but Zhao Hong said she didn't like it. Next time Zhao Hong bought 2 cakes again, Gao Wenyue took the initiative to grab one. Zhao Hong said, "Wenyue, you're so unthinking. You're the older sister. Can't you let your sister have one more piece?" This time, no one else tried to take her cake. Gao Wenyue asked for 6 fruit cakes. When she got them, she ate one right away. At that moment, the cake was really delicious, sweet but not too greasy, with a rich egg flavor. Gao Wenyue picked up a cake and offered it to someone nearby. "Eat it too," she said affectionately. Lu Xiangye felt like he must have been bewitched. He couldn't help but accept the fruit cake. The sweet taste reminded him of how Gao Wenyue made him feel. After all the fuss, by the time they returned, it was already evening. Evenings in the border area cooled down quickly, and now there was a gentle chill. Lu Xiangye rode his bicycle with Gao Wenyue, her pink dress fluttering in the wind, creating a beautiful scene on the vast frontier. Walking on the street, I passed by a big hole. Somehow, Lu Xiangye didn't avoid it. The sudden bump made Gao Wenyue lean forward uncontrollably. Her upper body pressed straight against Lu Xiangye's back, and her chest was squished and deformed. Lu Xiangye, riding ahead, naturally felt that soft touch. He knew exactly how beautiful those 2 snow-white parts were because he had touched them himself. The road afterward was full of bumps, forcing Gao Wenyue to stay close to Lu Xiangye. She still wondered in her mind if Lu Xiangye might be nearsighted. Didn't he seem to have good eyesight when riding in the afternoon? When they returned to the residential compound, they ran into Li Fengying and Ma Chunhua. Ma Chunhua cheerfully greeted, "Hey, Wenyue, you and Captain Liu are back? Did you go shopping in the city?" Gao Wenyue was still holding a bag and wearing a brand new dress. Everyone could tell they had just finished shopping. "Oh, that fabric isn't cheap, right?" Li Fengying asked loudly, her small eyes narrowing with a teasing look as she glanced at Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue told Ma Chunhua, "Yes, we went to the department store to buy some things." Ma Chunhua smiled warmly and said, "Our Captain Liu really cares about his wife. He took you out shopping during his break. Everyone loves to hear kind words." Liu Xiangye felt a bit embarrassed from the compliment, coughing lightly to hide his awkwardness. Gao Wenyue smiled sweetly. Li Fengying, not getting a response, said again, "Wenyue, you really know how to spend money. All those bags and packages must have cost a lot, right?" Gao Wenyue replied calmly, "It's okay. You're lying. You couldn't buy that fabric for less than 10 yuan. That's probably a shoebox, right? With dresses and shoes, you're a married woman. After marriage, shouldn't you focus on having a baby? Why are you always out and about, dressing so fancy?" Li Fengying's voice grew louder, and she kept talking more passionately. Liu Xiangye's face immediately turned unpleasant. He defended, "Sister-in-law, please watch your words." Li Fengying turned to look at Liu Xiangye and said, "Captain Liu, I haven't even started yet. As an officer in the army, how can you not properly control your wife? She's learned that way of dressing and is always out, never at home, just running around everywhere." Ma Chunhua also changed her expression and said, "Fengying, you're speaking too harshly. Wenyu is just a young colleague who bought a dress to wear. Why are you making such a big deal out of it?" Gao Wenyu snorted coldly and said, "Comrade Li Fengying, let me tell you something." Li Fengying reflexively asked, "What?" "None of your business." Gao Wenyu usually spoke politely at the residential compound, so suddenly swearing surprised everyone. Li Fengying was stunned. "Isn't Gao Wenyu from the city?" Seeing that Li Fengying didn't react, Gao Wenyu added, "Mind your own business and stop worrying about others." Li Fengying exclaimed, "Gao Wenyu, why are you so rude?" Li Fengying was most afraid when others mentioned her rural background. She worked hard to learn standard Mandarin and usually controlled her language, avoiding swearing. She didn't expect Gao Wenyu, who just arrived at the compound, to speak so rudely to her. Gao Wenyu snorted and said, "I do as I please." Liu Xiangye coldly said, "My wife can buy whatever she wants." The two turned and walked away. Ma Chunhua saw Li Fengying's unhappy face, said nothing, and also left. Left behind, Li Fengying cursed under her breath. "What do you mean? As you please? You're ruining the good manners of our military wives in the compound." Back home, Gao Wenyu quickly fell asleep after her shower. She had been busy all day. It was impossible not to be tired. Liu Xiangye stared steadily at the woman beside him, not knowing how long he looked. Every day, Liu Xiangye trained. Even during rest times, he never stopped. Early in the morning, when the man turned over to go for a run, his tank top was pulled. Liu Xiangye looked back, his eyes asking what she was doing. "Can I go for a run with you?" Liu Xiangye didn't say anything. Gao Wenyu added, "I also want to learn some self-defense skills. Can you teach me?" People who woke early in the residential compound noticed that Liu Xiangye and his newlywed wife seemed very close. They were affectionate and even went for a run together early in the morning. After finishing their walk, Liu Xiangye was teaching Gao Wenyu self-defense in the yard. Just as she was about to leave after tying the wooden bucket, she refused Liu Xiangye's. She only had a bicycle with things on the back seat, and she didn't want to sit on the rack. Moreover, yesterday's incident was caused by Li Fugue and others, who, out of ignorance, thought she lived in a remote village below and dared to kidnap her for the recipe. This was 1979, and public security was stricter than in later years. At the entrance of the machinery factory, after Gao Wenyu finished selling vegetables, the police came over. "Comrade Gao, please come back with us for an investigation," the police officer said. Gao Wenyu loudly replied, "Okay, police officer, just a moment." The officer had just arrived and saw Gao Wenyu busy selling vegetables. He waited a little while, initially thinking Gao was a victim and feeling a bit of concern. Gao Wenyue cooperated fully and went willingly to the police station for questioning. Li Shuhua reported at the police station that Gao Wenyue had hit her yesterday at noon. "Officer, it's her. It was her who hit me yesterday," Li Shuhua exclaimed excitedly when she saw Gao Wenyue. "Li Shuhua, what are you doing? Stand still," the police officer shouted sternly. Li Shuhua had a swollen face with bruises and purple marks all over her body, clearly indicating she was hurt badly. Initially, she was the victim, but when she saw Gao Wenyue, she suddenly became aggressive, which made the police think she might be the attacker instead. Frightened, Li Shuhua immediately stopped moving. Gao Wenyue asked, "Li Shuhua, when did I hit you yesterday?" "Officer, I left the police station yesterday and went home. Later, my husband and I went shopping in the city. We bought some things at Jifeng department store and then went home. I didn't see Li Shuhua yesterday," Gao Wenyue explained calmly. The police nodded and asked, "What time did you arrive at the department store?" Gao Wenyue first looked down and thought carefully. After a moment, she shook her head and said, "I didn't pay attention to the time because my husband said he wanted to buy me clothes. I was busy choosing clothes." "Nonsense. What kind of clothes did you buy? You clearly attacked me at the alley entrance," Li Shuhua shouted loudly. She was furious, telling the truth, but wondered why the police didn't believe her. Gao Wenyue asked, "Sister, did you offend anyone? Are you sure the person who hit you is me?" Li Shuhua didn't answer. She and her husband ran a stall at the factory gate. If someone else's stall was more popular, they would try to cause trouble. She couldn't be sure they only had Gao Wenyue as an enemy. She simply guessed without seeing faces clearly. When Gao Wenyue left the police station, she knew the matter was over. The Gao family's marinated dishes had become well established at the factory, with a good reputation and quality guaranteed. Everyone loved the marinated dishes made by Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue's marinated dishes are very popular at the mechanical factory entrance, selling about 60 sets of meals each day. One day, Gao Wenyue just finished selling her dishes. And he approached her and said, "Young comrade, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come to my house and rest for a while." Gao Wenyue could tell that he had something to talk to her about. Recently, he had helped her a lot in small ways. "Grandma, I won't go to your house. Let's find a place to eat together. It's on me." His eyes lit up. The more she looked at Gao Wenyue, the more she liked her. The girl was pretty, honest, and quick to do things. She admired her, which is why she came to talk to her today. In a state-run restaurant, Gao Wenyue was about to order food when he repeatedly refused, saying she had already eaten. Gao Wenyue wasn't hungry either. She had just sweated a lot and couldn't eat now. Thinking she would have to ride her bike home later, she ordered a bowl of plain noodles. The 8-cent plain noodles were just clear water and white flour, with only some chopped green onions on top. It was a simple bowl of noodles, but it smelled nice. Gao Wenyue quickly finished her bowl of noodles, and only then did he speak. "Young comrade, you're a smart person. I'll be direct. Annie wants to talk to you about a business deal," she said with a smile. Gao Wenyue guessed what it was and calmly asked, "What kind of business? Please tell me more." Seeing that Gao Wenyue showed no surprise, he liked her even more. This made her more confident that her choice was right. Here's what she said. "My brother is a small leader at the municipal guest house. Recently, the higher-up said that since the guest house is so well built, it's a waste to only serve a few people. They suggested opening it to the public. It's the right thing to do, but the chefs at the guest house usually cook fancy dishes for the leaders. It's hard for others staying there to get proper meals. My brother is worried about this every day. He's been scratching his head. His niece told him about your marinated dishes, and he's very interested. He's thinking about offering marinated meal sets to the new guests." Gao Wenyue understood. This was probably related to the event when Deng Xiaoping visited Shanghai. He stayed at the 414 guest house, and seeing how nice the place was with only a few people living there, he suggested opening it to the public. It seems this idea of opening the guest house had spread to the border areas. But in Shanghai, wealthy people could afford to eat the same good food at the guest house. Here, I'm afraid it won't work. The environment at the municipal guest house goes without saying. It's fine to spend a bit more money on a better room or to buy better food, but asking the staff to serve meals based on the guests' ranks would be difficult. Mamahi's idea is for Gao Wenyue to prepare special braised dish sets for the outside visitors. Gao Wenyue is very interested. She asks, if someone can stay at the municipal guest house, they're not ordinary people, right? My set meals might not be enough for them. Mamahi hears this and knows there's a chance. She smiles and says, as long as you agree to be the chef, you can handle whatever dishes you want to make.
Gao Wenyue immediately replies, okay, Mama.
I want to meet your brother. Gao Wenyue doesn't want to miss this good chance to make money. Mamahi thinks to herself, He Ping really has a good eye. Earlier, Mamahi had suggested that He Ping order a set meal from Gao Wenyue. The 36 yuan set meal at the factory gate was a bit expensive, but for guests staying at the municipal guest house, it was quite affordable. At first, He Ping just smiled and didn't agree. Mamahi accidentally mentioned that Gao Wenyue had signed a monthly meal plan with the mechanical factory's engineering department and union, and she told how she fought back against competitors' tricks, which caught He Ping's interest. He Ping said that if Gao Wenyue didn't immediately agree but instead asked to meet him first, Mamahi should bring her to see him. The municipal guest house is located on the south side of North 2nd Road, in the city center. It's close to the government, making it convenient for leaders to stay. Mamahi is familiar with this place. She takes Gao Wenyue to greet the security guard, and they go inside. They enter a large office. Gao Wenyue notices that the nameplate on the door doesn't list any department, which means it's a personal office. Sure enough, Mamahi opens the door casually. Inside, there's only a big desk. Soon, a man walks in. He's slim, looks scholarly, probably in his early 30s. He's holding a glass with tea leaves that haven't fully steeped, Taiping Hokue tea. It's clear he just went to brew tea. Mamahi points to him and says, This is my brother, He Ping. He works at the municipal guest house. Big sister, stop bragging about me outside. You must be Comrade Xiao Gao, right? He Ping interrupts Mamahi politely and speaks to Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue glanced at the man in front of her. At first, Aunt He said she was here to meet her brother, and Gao Wenyue thought she would see a middle-aged man. To her surprise, this person was so young. He looked to be only in his early 30s, and every movement showed the discipline of a professional training. It seemed Aunt He was modest. Her brother was definitely not just a small leader. He must have some authority. Gao Wenyue was not surprised. In this era, Aunt He dressed well, and coming to the mechanical factory gate every day to deliver food for her daughter was not typical of an ordinary family. Moreover, Aunt He's daughter worked in the factory's publicity department. Such office jobs usually required some background to get into. That's just how society works now. Hello, I am Gao Wenyue. Aunt He mentioned you are interested in our Gao's marinated dishes, so I took the liberty to come and talk with you, Gao Wenyue said confidently, clearly stating her purpose. He Ping looked friendly on the surface, but was slightly surprised inside. He was used to people beating around the bush or speaking diplomatically, but this was the first time Gao Wenyue was so direct. So, He Ping said, Our inn is now open for trial to outsiders. If new guests find our chef's dishes unfamiliar, they might want to try other options. Gao Wenyue smiled and replied, You can try our Gao's marinated dishes. My marinated food is both tasty and hygienic, and the flavor appeals to most people. He Ping said, That's what I think too. But first, we need to taste the dishes. Gao Wenyue nodded and said, That's right. Business is always a two-way agreement. If you're satisfied, you'll naturally order from me. He Ping didn't expect Gao Wenyue to be so straightforward. He lowered his voice and said, Comrade Gao, don't worry. As long as your dishes taste good, the tasting will be easy to approve. As soon as he finished, He Ping was stunned himself. He usually acted cautiously and spoke carefully, always leaving some room for doubt, but just now, he had spoken confidently and assuredly. Gao Wenyue's smile grew wider. It seemed that the ordering process was mainly He Ping's responsibility, and once she convinced him, it would be settled. However, Gao Wenyue remained alert. She believed that giving her best effort to satisfy everyone was her principle. Comrade He, if the tasting goes well, What kind of cooperation model would we be looking at? I'd like to have a clear idea, Gao Wenyue asked with a friendly smile. Perhaps Gao Wenyue's smile is very infectious. This woman has a strong, upward-moving spirit, like a black poppy growing in the frontier fields, tough and resilient on the dry hillside, facing the sun as it grows, with fiery red flowers in the middle that seem to burn. That's how it is. If your cooking skills are good enough, we can keep you working in the back kitchen, specifically to prepare dishes for new customers. As for salary and benefits, don't worry, they will definitely be good, He Ping said with a hint of pride in his tone. Such a great opportunity is something others would desperately want to have. When Grandma He heard this, she clapped her hands excitedly and said, "Oh, this is such a wonderful thing. Wenyue, you must seize this chance." In their eyes, working at the Municipal Party Committee guest house is a very proud thing. It's a stable, secure job. Gao Wenyue understood their feelings. It was the 1970s, and even a few decades later, being a chef was still a stable, secure career, especially working at the guest house. But her ambitions were not to be just a chef. "Let's do a taste test first, and after we see the results, we can discuss how to cooperate," Gao Wenyue said, teasing a little. Grandma He was anxious. She didn't expect Gao Wenyue wouldn't agree immediately with such a good opportunity. "Wenyue, you should agree first. If you miss this chance, the shop might be gone," Grandma He said softly, pulling Gao Wenyue's arm close and whispering in her ear. He Ping looked gentle on the surface, but he was quite firm and stubborn inside. Grandma He was worried that Wenyue's words might upset He Ping, so she decided not to let Wenyue try the dishes. After all, if the message got out that the guest house was hiring a new chef, many people would want to come. Some would even compete fiercely for the position. He Ping raised an eyebrow, thinking Gao Wenyue was quite spirited and confident, more like the black poppy he remembered. "All right, I'll make arrangements. Come tomorrow to try the dishes," He Ping agreed. Gao Wenyue immediately thanked him. After leaving the guest house, she reached out and took Grandma He's arm, saying, "Grandma, thank you so much today." Her words were sincere, and Grandma He felt very pleased. Although she initially wanted to arrange for her relatives to do the job, He Ping had refused. He Ping always valued his reputation in official circles and was reluctant to have his relatives work in government units, even if they were his sisters-in-laws. If he didn't feel guilty towards his older sister, he wouldn't have agreed when Aunt He mentioned Gao Wenyue. After returning home, Gao Wenyue prepared plenty of seasonings. The next day, Gao Wenyue early on cooked the dishes and headed to the city. "Master Chong, I made a new dish today. Please try it," Gao Wenyue said as she added seaweed to the braised dishes. She packed a box and handed it to the security guard at the machinery factory. Master Chong looked at the lunchbox and saw several eggs inside. "Comrade Gao, you are too kind. Just leave the dishes here. I will help deliver them to the engineering department later," he said with a kind smile. Gao Wenyue placed the food in the security room of the factory and then went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. She bought 2 cans of malted milk for 40 yuan each. Gao Wenyue really wanted to buy cigarettes and alcohol, preferably Maodai liquor, which would look good as a gift. She circled the counter at the supply store 3 times but couldn't buy anything because she didn't have a ticket. While she was thinking about what to exchange for something impressive to give as a gift, a woman approached her. "Comrade, are you looking to buy cigarettes and alcohol?" The woman asked softly, stammering and acting suspiciously. Was she here to resell cigarette and alcohol tickets? Gao Wenyue's first thought was that. Seeing that Gao Wenyue didn't respond, the woman quickly turned to leave, feeling scared because it was her first time doing such a thing. Gao Wenyue hesitated for a few seconds, but immediately decided not to miss this chance. She quickly chased after her. "Comrade, please wait," Gao Wenyue called out. Zheng Chunhua looked back and immediately said, "Comrade, I was just joking earlier." "Don't take it seriously." Gao Wenyue asked directly, "Comrade, do you have cigarette and alcohol tickets? I really need to buy some, but I don't have any tickets. I've been walking around for a long time, and it's driving me crazy." She frowned, looking very anxious. Hearing this, Zheng Chunhua's eyes lit up instantly, but the next second, her expression changed. She was afraid to do such a thing as reselling tickets. If her husband found out, it would be a big problem.
No, I don't have any, she replied.
Gao Wenyue could tell from Zheng Chunhua's reaction that this was her first time doing such a thing, which made her feel somewhat reassured. Comrade, I also don't buy tickets. We can exchange things instead, Gao Wenyue said with a smile. Zheng Chunhua opened her mouth in surprise and asked, Exchange? Big sister, look, I have some extra malted milk. Do you have children at home? You can take a kin back for your kid. I can exchange my malted milk for your tickets, Gao Wenyue suggested. Gao Wenyue noticed that the woman's chest was a bit damp, and she had just glanced at the malted milk powder on the counter before leaving. She probably was a new mother who had just given birth, likely wanting to buy malted milk to nourish her baby. A kin costs 40 yuan, which is not a small amount. Her family probably had some vouchers, so she thought about selling them. This way, she could get the malted milk for free. Nowadays, many cigarette and alcohol vouchers are issued by workplaces. Even if someone has vouchers, families with some financial difficulties still need to spend money to buy cigarettes and alcohol. Zheng Chunhua thought this way. She had vouchers because her husband works at a carpentry factory, but she had no money to exchange them. Recently, she gave birth and her family was spending a lot. Her child's health was weak. Because of these reasons, she wanted to take a risk. But she was too timid. She wandered around the supply and marketing cooperative for a long time without daring to act. Unexpectedly, her accidental action solved a big problem for her. Exchanging items like this is not illegal, since she didn't take money. Gao Wenyue bought 2 bottles of Mount Ai for 7 yuan each, spending 14 yuan. Zheng Chunhua even gave her a receipt. She also bought a pack of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes for 7 yuan. Gao Wenyue added another can of malted milk powder and carried 3 items to Mrs. He's house. When Mrs. He saw Gao Wenyue, she knew she was bringing a gift today. But she didn't expect this young woman to be so generous. The items weren't many, but they were of good quality. Wenyue, my child, why are you being so polite? Mrs. He pushed her gently and took the gifts happily. Mrs. He smiled like a flower, determined to praise Gao Wenyue more later. Gao Wenyue didn't bring any gifts for He Ping. Although she only saw him once yesterday, she could tell he was a bit strict and not the type to accept gifts. Some people only pretend to be honest and pure but are different in reality. Gao Wenyue couldn't quite figure out He Ping's personality, so she didn't dare to act rashly. She said, Annie, I wanted to bring something for leader He too, but I don't know him well, so I'm not sure what to bring. She tentatively asked, What do you think? Mrs. He suddenly stopped smiling and looked worried. She grabbed Gao Wenyue's hand and said, Wenyue, luckily you didn't bring him anything. She shook her head and said, That kid doesn't do favors or social exchanges. If you had given him something, things might have gone wrong. Gao Wenyue showed a worried expression and said, Auntie, luckily you told me, or I might have caused trouble by doing something good-hearted. The two of them walked toward the municipal committee guest house. On the way, Annie He complained, My younger brother is the youngest in the family. He's still young but acts very mature, and he always takes things seriously. Gao Wenyue couldn't accept this comment and just smiled without replying. Fortunately, Andy, he didn't expect Gao Wenyue to respond and continued talking to herself. After all, we haven't married yet. You see, our country is a society based on relationships. We can't have corruption and bribery, but we also need some social interactions. Gao Wenyue could understand this part and asked curiously, Leader, he isn't married yet? I thought he was already married. Considering He Ping's age, he looked young but should already be married with children in this era. Hearing this, Annie He sighed deeply. Just as she was about to say more, she closed her mouth. Gao Wenyue was clever and didn't ask further. When they arrived at the municipal committee guest house, Gao Wenyue didn't see He Ping this time. Instead, a young man greeted them. Miss, the leader asked me to take you to the kitchen. Your comrade Gao, right? I'm the leader's secretary. Just call me Xiao Wang. The young man was very respectful to Auntie He. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, Hello, Comrade Wang.
I'm Gao Wenyue.
When Wang Jianhua saw Gao Wenyue, his eyes couldn't hide his amazement. He didn't expect that the chef trying out dishes today would be a young girl. After being impressed, He secretly wondered in his mind. Such a young girl is personally appointed by the leader. I wonder what relationship Gao Wenyue has with Deepening. Gao Wenyue entered the kitchen of the municipal committee guest house. The kitchen was accessed from the back door, and it was very spacious, with complete cooking equipment. Each large stove was separated by a large space. Wang Jianhua pointed to a stove in the corner and said, "Comrade Gao, you can cook here." Gao Wenyue nodded in thanks, then took out her supplies. She brought seasonings for marinated dishes, an apron, and a headscarf. In front of everyone, she openly laid out what she had brought. This was to show that she only brought ordinary ingredients and didn't add anything unclean or inappropriate to the dishes. Wang Jianhua carefully examined her items. He had planned to check everything anyway, but Gao Wenyue's proactive cooperation made him feel very comfortable. Gao Wenyue was preparing to cook. The master chefs at the municipal guest house were curious, but as chefs, everyone understood that skills should not be shared openly. Everyone stepped back a little, leaving the kitchen to Gao Wenyue. She looked over the ingredients on the stove: chicken, duck, meat, eggs, and vegetables. There was just enough to stew in one pot. Adding more meat would only make the stew more flavorful. Since it was the municipal guest house, the meat prepared was top-quality pork belly, with layers of fat and lean meat alternating.
Such meat makes the best stew.
She blanched all the ingredients separately to prevent flavors from mixing. First, she caramelized sugar in the pan, then added the pork belly to fry until golden and took it out. The chicken, duck, and eggs were cooked the same way. Finally, she added seasonings and prepared sauce to start stewing the ingredients. Everyone outside the kitchen only saw a graceful figure wearing an apron and a headscarf, moving back and forth inside. Gao Wenyue worked methodically, giving the impression she was performing a show rather than just cooking. It wasn't until everyone smelled a rich aroma of ingredients that they realized she was a chef. The stew became more fragrant as it cooked, filling the kitchen with a delicious smell. Even the experienced chefs couldn't help but swallow their saliva at the aroma. The staff waiting outside were so tempted that they almost drooled. The employees at the municipal guest house were already hungry from the smell. At first, some could resist, but as more people poked their heads in to ask what it was, everyone started to get restless. "What's that smell? It's so fragrant. It seems to be coming from the cafeteria. It's making me hungry. Yeah, it's so delicious. Could it be the new dish the kitchen staff is making? Let's go see." People kept heading toward the cafeteria, and the kitchen door was crowded with onlookers. Deepening was working on some documents in his office. He didn't notice the smell while focused on his work, but after finishing, he caught a faint aroma. It was the smell of savory braised meat with a hint of bean aroma. Even he couldn't help but swallow. "Xiao Wang, Xiao Wang?" He called out twice, but didn't see anyone. Then he remembered he had sent Wang Jianhua to taste test the dish. Thinking of the delicious smell in the air, Deepening suddenly became interested. The staff at the municipal guest house were chattering at the kitchen door, all very curious about the new dish. "Is this the new chef? The dish smells so delicious. It seems that the chef prepared it especially for visiting guests. Maybe we can also." "Stop talking, here comes Director He." As Deepening entered the kitchen, the lively chatter immediately stopped. He knew why. Today, the senior leaders of the guest house were out for a meeting, so he left early because he still had some work. This is also why everyone could gather at the kitchen door. Since the leaders weren't home, they dared to sneak out and skip work. Who knew there was still one more leader left unnoticed? When Gao Wenyue lifted the lid of the pot, the aroma became even stronger. The pork belly, coated in sauce, trembled slightly. The fat looked like it was about to melt, supported only by the 3 layers of lean meat. On the pink skin, shiny sauce lay peacefully, not to mention the chicken, duck, eggs, and tofu in the pot, all packed in tightly, making Deepening want to try a bite. Seeing Deepening, Gao Wenyue cleverly took a new pair of chopsticks and picked a piece of pork belly and a small piece of tofu.
"Leader, please try the taste," she said.
Deepening glanced at Gao Wenyue. The girl's eyes sparkled brightly. He nodded gently and agreed. He believed he wasn't someone who liked very strong flavors, but today's marinated dish was unlike anything he'd tasted before. It had a rich soy aroma, Not too salty or too bland, just the pure essence of good food. Seeing everyone watching him, Deepening calmly set down his chopsticks and said, "Let's share the dishes with everyone." Everyone excitedly responded, "Thank you, Director He." Gao Wenyue then realized that Deepening was the director of the municipal guest house. The marinated dishes made by Gao Wenyue received unanimous praise. Everyone ate with sauce-covered rice, their faces shining with oil. Gao Wenyue once again visited Deepening's office. Deepening was about to pour water and asked, "Comrade Xiao Gao, would you like some tea?" Gao Wenyue quickly went over and said, "I'll brew it." First, she poured out the first infusion, then added water again to brew the tea leaves. Deepening noticed this detail. Only those who understand tea know that the real taste of tea comes from the second infusion. Few people know this. Most just put the tea leaves in a cup and pour water over them to brew. "Are you very knowledgeable about tea?" Deepening asked as he took the teacup. Gao Wenyue honestly shook her head and said, "I don't know much about tea, just a little bit." Deepening didn't ask further. He blew on the tea leaves in the cup, but didn't drink. "Comrade Gao, your cooking skills are really good. Our municipal party committee guest house wants to hire you as the chef here. What do you think?" Deepening had already noticed yesterday that Gao Wenyue probably had other ideas. He truly valued her cooking skills, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for her opinion. Gao Wenyue asked, "May I know how much the monthly salary is for this job? How are the working hours and rest periods arranged?" This was the first time someone asked Deepening directly like this. Usually, others would be happy and thank him profusely, but no one would think to ask about the salary openly. Even when asking about wages, people usually do so indirectly. No one had ever asked him so straightforwardly as Gao Wenyue. Seeing Deepening surprised, Gao Wenyue explained, "Leader, it's like this. I also run a small stall outside with regular customers and we have signed meal contracts. First, I need to manage my own time. Second, since your guest house is opening to the public as a pilot project, the number of outside guests and their food needs probably won't be high." Gao Wenyue was almost directly implying, since you have few customers, your wages are probably low, right? It wouldn't make sense for you to pay low wages and expect me to stop my outside business. Deepening was taken aback and then burst into hearty laughter. Having seen many tricks in official circles, Deepening found Gao Wenyue's semi-direct, semi-polite way of speaking quite refreshing. It made him relax naturally, and her indirect manner didn't offend or upset him. "We'll pay you 35 yuan a month, mainly for cooking lunch and dinner, including braised dishes. Our cafeteria will handle sales. Rest days are 8 days a month, scheduled according to customer flow. This is the situation. Feel free to share any ideas you have." Deepening's attitude was very kind. Gao Wenyue nodded. A monthly salary of 35 yuan wasn't low. It was even higher than what she earned at the textile factory before joining the army. At the textile factory, she was a female worker earning only 32 yuan a month. But that wasn't what she wanted. So, Gao Wenyue said, "Leader, how about we try a different way of cooperation?" Deepening noticed her intention. He relaxed and leaned back in his chair, asking casually, "How do you want to cooperate?" Seeing his reaction, Gao Wenyue knew there was room to negotiate. She said, "Seriously, we can work on a profit-sharing basis, similar to being hired as a chef here. I will continue to cook for the guest house. The only change was in the way the wages were calculated. I don't want a fixed salary, just give me 40% of the profits." As soon as she finished speaking, Deepening's slight smile faded, and his sharp eyes carefully examined Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue confidently allowed Deepening to scrutinize her. She explained, "Leader, this method is actually very beneficial for you. Since our guest house is newly open to the public, no one knows what the future holds. Using this way of calculating wages can also protect you." Deepening replied, "But if sales are high, you will get more money." Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Wouldn't that make you happier? It means our guest house is doing well, and your decision was right." She changed the way she referred to your guest house to our guest house. This small change caught Deepening's attention. Of course, our guest house still earns most of the money. Since it's open to the public and trying a new approach, we might as well give it a try. Deepening suddenly smiled and looked at Gao Wenyue with admiration. he said, Comrade Gao. You are quite the good business person. Gao Wenhua humbly replied, You're flattering me. He Ping quietly observed the woman in front of him again. Previously, he thought she was just beautiful and probably a good cook. But now he saw her differently, because he decided to agree to Gao Wenhua's proposal. At that moment, Gao Wenhua's role changed. She was now in a cooperative relationship with the municipal guest house. When He Ping agreed, Gao Wenhua knew she had made the right bet. They signed 2 copies of the contract, setting the cooperation period for 1 year. Leader, I look forward to working with you, Gao Wenhua said with a smile, extending her right hand. Looking forward to working with you too, He Ping responded, shaking her hand. Then He Ping said, This matter will be handled by Xiao Wang. Just coordinate with him later. Gao Wenhua quickly replied, Okay, I won't bother you anymore. As she left the guest house, she saw Aunt He. Wenhua, come here quickly. Gao Wenhua hurried to the entrance of the machinery factory to sell vegetables. She had expanded her new business today, but she still needed to continue her usual stall. After selling the vegetables, Gao Wenhua rode her bike home. She had been busy all morning and afternoon. Now, she just wanted to lie in bed and sleep deeply, but she was covered in sweat. Without a shower, she knew she wouldn't be able to sleep. Gao Wenhua checked her hot water bottle. There was still hot water inside, so she wouldn't need to boil water. After a refreshing hot shower, Gao Wenhua turned the fan to the highest setting, pulled the curtains closed, and went straight to bed to sleep. When Lu Xiangye arrived home, it was very quiet, almost as if no one was there. The sound of the fan whirling filled the room. He gently opened the door. Even in complete darkness, he could see someone lying on the bed. Wenhua, are you feeling unwell? Just as Gao Wenhua was sleeping soundly, she heard a buzzing sound near her ear. She was annoyed, turned over, and continued sleeping. In her drowsiness, she felt a warm, large hand resting on her forehead. After a while, the hot feeling on her forehead and the noisy sound disappeared. Her furrowed brow finally relaxed. When Gao Wenhua opened her eyes, the room was pitch dark. There was no light at all, only the sound of the fan echoing in the room. For a moment, Gao Wenhua felt confused about what time it was. Her mind was blank for a while, then she remembered she had taken a nap after returning in the afternoon. How long had she slept? She quickly sat up. She hadn't felt it while lying down, but now that she was awake, she realized her stomach was very hungry. As she stepped out of the room, she saw Lu Xiangye sitting on a small stool in the living room reading a book. Lu Xiangye broke Gao Wenhua's usual impression of soldiers. Usually, she thought soldiers were extremely strong but lacked education. Rough men with little culture. But Lu Xiangye was also a rough man, yet he was educated. After work, he often read books on military strategy. Every night before sleeping, Gao Wenhua would review the day's income. She was calculating in her room, while Lu Xiangye was reading in the living room. She stood quietly at the corner of the door, watching him read. His strong, determined side profile looked very handsome. Gao Wenhua didn't expect that after getting married, her life with Lu Xiangye would feel so peaceful. This man gave her a strong sense of security. Even though he didn't talk much, he always said what needed to be said. Why aren't you talking after waking up? From the moment Gao Wenhua opened the door, Lu Xiangye had already noticed. He was waiting for her to speak, but he was surprised to see her staring at him blankly. What time is it? Why didn't you wake me up? Gao Wenhua went to the living room, planning to pour some water, but then remembered she had already poured hot water before sleeping. Her hand reached for the handle of the hot water bottle, expecting it to be light, but it was surprisingly heavy. Huh? Gao Wenhua looked at Lu Xiangye with confusion. Lu Xiangye handed her his enamel cup and said, The hot water was boiled last night. Drinking this will be warm. Gao Wenhua looked down at the cup in his hand, which was filled with water. Thinking she didn't want to use his cup, Lu Xiangye explained, I didn't. This water in the cup is. Thank you. I'm actually thirsty. Gao Wenhua smiled naturally and took the cup from him. Lu Xiangye watched as Gao Wenhua lifted the cup and drank, his eyes gradually softening. She saw the gentle look in his eyes, something she had never seen before. They looked into each other's eyes, and the air seemed to fill with a sweet, romantic feeling. Lu Xiongye couldn't help but move closer to Gao Wenyue, wrapping his arm around her, and slowly lowered his head. Gao Wenyue also closed her eyes and slightly tilted her head. Suddenly, an awkward, hungry sound broke the moment. It was Gao Wenyue's stomach growling. Realizing the sound came from her belly, her cheeks instantly turned bright red. Lu Xiongye chuckled softly. Embarrassed and annoyed, Gao Wenyue scolded, "Don't laugh." "No laughing. Dinner is ready. Let's eat," Lu Xiongye said, and headed straight to the kitchen. Gao Wenyue was left alone in the living room, giggling happily. She was just waking up and looking forward to eating. Such a good feeling. Lu Xiongye cooked mung bean porridge, fried 2 dishes, stir-fried green beans and scallion omelet, and brought some steamed buns from the cafeteria for the main food. Gao Wenyue was so hungry she ate 2 buns and finished a whole bowl of mung bean porridge. After eating, she tidied up the dishes and went to wash them. Lu Xiongye was busy in the living room, doing chores loudly. When Gao Wenyue came out of the kitchen, she saw that he was installing something on her bicycle. A metal rack was attached to the back seat, with welded iron frames on both sides, perfect for holding a wooden bucket. Gao Wenyue approached and looked carefully. The iron frame was still movable. She could pull it to open or close the bucket holder easily. When not in use, it folded neatly inside, not causing any trouble. She smiled happily. "This is great. I won't need to tie the bucket with a rope every day." Lu Xiongye worked well, saying, "This will save you a lot of time, and you can sleep in a bit more in the morning." That morning, Gao Wenyue woke up at 4 o'clock. Almost the same time, she went to training with Lu Xiongye at the military unit. Every morning, after cooking, she has to tie the 2 wooden buckets together repeatedly, worried they might tip over. Now, with this iron rack, she saves a lot of time each day. They exchange a look and smile, a sweet feeling rising in their hearts. The man feels happy because of the woman's kindness, and the woman is delighted to see a smile. Gao Wenyue says, "I'm going out for a walk. Do you want to come?" Gao Wenyue ate too much tonight, and now her stomach feels uncomfortable. She decides to go out and help her digestion. Tonight, the atmosphere between them is very nice. Gao Wenyue instinctively invites Lu Xiongye to take a walk together. "Okay." Lu Xiongye agrees without hesitation. On the border at night, the moonlight is surprisingly bright. The land seems covered in a soft glow, and shadows are stretched very long. Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiongye walk leisurely along the road in the residential area, occasionally talking as they turn back. "Have you been busy lately? I see you come back later and later," Gao Wenyue asks. Recently, Lu Xiongye has been leaving early and returning late. Sometimes, she's already asleep when he gets home. "Yes, I've been doing training," Lu Xiongye explains. Then he asks, "What about you? I noticed you left early today." Hearing this, Gao Wenyue feels a bit excited. She tells Lu Xiongye about her new business expansion. "You're right. From a long-term perspective, the partnership model is definitely better," Lu Xiongye praises. As a mid-level leader in the military district, he naturally receives news. This open-minded trend isn't small. It's becoming a major societal trend in the future. However, many people still hold old ideas, thinking that being a chef is a stable job, and having that job is enough. But Gao Wenyue doesn't go into politics or the military, and she has no insider information, yet she has such advanced ideas. Lu Xiongye is impressed by her. His gaze on Gao Wenyue is passionate. She's like a huge treasure, making him like her more the longer he spends with her, and the more he learns about her, the more fascinated he becomes. Early in the morning, Gao Wenyue prepares braised dishes and delivers 2 wooden buckets to the factory gate guardroom, then heads to the municipal party committee guest house for work. This is her first day working at the guest house. The head chefs in the kitchen are all men, with only 2 female assistants. The large kitchen is mostly men, and Gao Wenyue is the youngest among them. After yesterday's tasting, everyone learned about Gao Wenyue's cooking skills. They treated her kindly and respectfully. They had all heard that this young comrade was personally brought here by Director He. Everyone knew Director He from the guest house. He is known for being fair and just. Those he personally recommends are either very talented or have strong backgrounds. No matter which, everyone decided to be polite to Gao Wenyue. "Comrade Gao, if you need any help, just let me know," said Master Chef Li Dahu from the kitchen. Gao Wenyue smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you, Master Li." The kitchen has two chefs, a senior and a junior, Master Li Dahu and Junior Zheng Lianghua, and two assisting sisters, Zhang and Yang. They are all very polite to Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue knew this was because of He Ping. Even though she entered through a proper assessment, everyone saw her as He Ping's person. Today, the kitchen prepared 4 dishes: pork belly, eggs, tofu, and dry tofu. These were expected items. Yesterday was for tasting, so there were many rich meat dishes. Today is the official opening, and the dishes are meant to be sold, so there are fewer meat dishes. Sales also depend on the current economic situation. A set meal includes a piece of braised pork, an egg, a piece of dried tofu, and a piece of tofu. It's similar to the set meal she sold at the machinery factory, except this one has an extra piece of pork belly. Currently, pork costs about 79 cents per jean, half a kilogram. The set with extra pork sells for 88 cents. According to Wang Jianhua, the cost of one set is 38 cents, with a profit of 50 cents. Gao Wenyue would then earn 20 cents from each set. She was quite satisfied with this price. The costs at the municipal guest house are lower than her own cooking costs, probably due to internal discounts. Before, Gao Wenyue also wanted to make marinated pork, but buying meat required a ticket, and the prices were higher. She hadn't found a better solution yet. Her partnership with He Ping was perfect, solving the meat ticket issue and gaining support from the municipal guest house. If this cooperation could last long and be stable, Gao Wenyue believed the benefits would be endless. However, her optimistic thoughts were harshly dashed. On the first day of selling set meals at the guest house, only 8 sets were sold at noon. This was different from Gao Wenyue's expectations. She had checked the numbers. Today, 32 new guests checked into the city committee guest house. Since it just reopened to the public, many people found it interesting. Some even paid extra to stay in the rooms, once used by leaders. However, people were willing to spend money on those special rooms, but not on her 88-cent meal packages. Gao Wenyue understood. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but her packages weren't attractive enough. People preferred to eat out rather than buy her meal deals. Before she finished work, she had sold just 10 packages. Wang Jianhua said, "Comrade Gao, selling this many packages is already good." To Wang Jianhua, selling 10 packages meant earning just 5 yuan, which meant Gao Wenyue earned only 2 yuan in the morning. His salary seemed too high. Gao Wenyue smiled silently. Yesterday, He Ping had told her she should only focus on lunch for now. The waiter had already confirmed with all guests that they no longer needed lunch service. This meant she still had 15 packages left out of the 25 she made today. The remaining packages would be given to the staff at the guest house, without sharing profits. Even at home, Gao Wenyue kept thinking about how to sell more of these packages. Specifically, how to make the packages famous, so everyone would want to compete for them. Before sleeping, Gao Wenyue thought she needed a breakthrough. Suddenly, she sat up, picked up her notebook and pen, and started sketching and writing, mainly recalling the schedules of famous people from her past life at this time. "It's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Lu Xiangye had worked overtime today. Out in the mountains, their team was moving deeper into the woods. By the end of the training, the moon was already out. Usually, Gao Wenyue would be asleep by now, but when he entered the living room, he saw light coming from inside. Sure enough, she wasn't asleep yet. "Huh, you're back?" Gao Wenyue turned around. She saw the man's face was dark and tanned, with patches of red and yellow, looking like a big tabby cat. She burst out laughing and said, "Why do you look like a colorful cat?" Seeing Gao Wenyue laughing happily, Lu Xiangye couldn't help but smile too. "Have you eaten yet?" Gao Wenyue suddenly asked. Lu Xiangye nodded. "Then go take a shower first. The hot water is ready." When Lu Xiangye finished his shower, he saw a bowl of steaming noodles on the table. Gao Wenyue made tomato and egg noodles, chopping tomatoes into small pieces and cooking them into tomato juice. She added water and brought it to a boil, then put the cooked eggs into the soup and finally added the noodles. A big bowl of noodles was served, and Lu Xiangye finished it all. Gao Wenyue also brought out a plate of grapes, which she bought from the supply and marketing cooperative. The grapes cost 7 cents per jean, and she bought a full bunch, spending 42 cents. The grapes from the border regions are really delicious. Every time she puts one in her mouth, the sweet juice bursts on her tongue, making her eyes squint happily. Gao Wenyue loves sweets, maybe because she rarely had sweet food when she was young. She especially enjoys eating sweet things. The grapes here are big, juicy, and very sweet, and she likes them a lot. Lu Xiangye noticed Gao Wenyue's small expression and withdrew his hand from reaching for the grapes. Seeing that Lu Xiangye pulled back his hand, Gao Wenyue asked, "Why aren't you eating? There are still plenty here." Captain Lu, who usually never lied, shyly looked away and said awkwardly, "You eat them." "I don't like grapes." Gao Wenyue let out a small cry and said disappointedly, "All right, that's a pity." But the next second, she happily ate the grapes, one after another, enjoying herself very much. After finishing the grapes, Gao Wenyue went to brush her teeth again, because she was very conscious about protecting her teeth. Seeing Gao Wenyue's actions, Lu Xiangye also naturally went to brush his teeth. When Gao Wenyue returned the next day, she saw a plate of washed grapes on the dining table. On the third day at the municipal guest house, Gao Wenyue was about to start her 8-day vacation. Everyone thought she must be crazy. Did she really want to give up her stable job? Masterly said, "Comrade Gao, it's not that we don't want you to take leave, but no one has ever taken such a long vacation before." Master Zheng said, "You can take 2 days off first, work for a few days, and then take the rest of your leave later." Gao Wenyue knew they were just trying to be kind, so she said, "Thank you both for your kindness. I have an urgent matter to handle outside, so I have to take this leave. It's unavoidable. All right, I'll ask the leader first. If they don't agree, I'll just take 2 days off for now," she said. Seeing that Gao Wenyue listened carefully to their advice, the two kind-hearted masters nodded and left happily. But Gao Wenyue knew she needed more than 6 days of leave, or she wouldn't be able to handle that matter. In He Cheng's office, Gao Wenyue repeated her usual excuse in the kitchen, but she explained more details to He Cheng. For example, she said her leave was to go to Shanghai, and the train from the frontier to Shanghai would take 4 days and 4 nights round trip. Plus, she had errands to run, so she needed several days off. He Ping was busy working on official documents at his desk when he suddenly heard Gao Wenyue say she wanted 8 days off. He thought he had heard her wrong. This was very unusual for people of this time, who, after just getting a job at the municipal guest house, wouldn't want to show enthusiasm. Not to mention working overtime every day, but it was strange to ask for leave after only 3 days on the job. Maybe Gao Wenyue had always been different from others, and He Ping thought she could do such things. So, he calmly asked, "What if I don't agree to your leave?" This question surprised Gao Wenyue. She smiled simply and said, "I hadn't thought about that. I believe you will agree." He Ping asked suspiciously, "Why do you think I will agree?" Even he wasn't sure if he would agree to the leave. After asking, he wasn't sure if he was asking Gao Wenyue or himself. Gao Wenyue listened to her heart and said, "Maybe it's just intuition. I have an idea to improve our guest house's meal service. We've been testing sales for 3 days, and you know how it's going. I think the key to this open model is the meal service. If we don't solve the food problem, guests won't come back after a while. So I want to go to Shanghai." He Ping was stunned. He didn't expect Gao Wenyue's leave was for the guest house. He thought she was probably going to Shanghai for fun. When Gao Wenyue left the municipal guest house, she had a note in her hand. She silently smiled. Thinking about her upcoming trip to Shanghai, she also told the mechanical factory and Zhao Guohua that she wouldn't be delivering meals these days. Gao Wenyue also found a piece of cardboard with a sign that said, "Gao's braised dishes will be closed for 8 days and reopen on August 8th. Sir, I'll leave this paper here. Please help me put it out every day before you start selling, and take it down when you finish," she said, slipping a pack of Harvest cigarettes into his hand. The owner of the next stall immediately grinned, showing his big yellow teeth, and loudly said, Sure, we're neighbors. Little Gao, why are you being so polite? You won't give me this pack of cigarettes, but I will still help you. Gao Wenyu simply said, You're an elder.
Please help me.
Isn't it right to bring you a pack of cigarettes? The owner at the neighboring stall immediately grinned mischievously. Gao Wenyu returned to the residential compound and told Lu Xiangye that night about her plans to go to Shanghai. You're going to Shanghai? Lu Xiangye was very surprised. Yes, Gao Wenyu nodded. Lu Xiangye fell silent. Suddenly, the surroundings became quiet, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Gao Wenyu clearly sensed that Lu Xiangye's mood was off. Was he angry or sad? After a while, Lu Xiangye spoke. He asked, Are you coming back? Gao Wenyu was stunned. She asked curiously, Of course I will come back. This is my home. Where else would I go? Just this one sentence made Lu Xiangye's mood turn from gloomy to bright. He smiled happily. Seeing Lu Xiangye so happy, Gao Wenyu finally understood that this man thought she was leaving. She took a step forward, reached out, and held Lu Xiangye's hand seriously. Lu Xiangye, I am just going to Shanghai for a few days. I will be back in 8 days. Lu Xiangye immediately said, I'll go with you. When Gao Wenyu got on the train, she turned back and waved at Lu Xiangye, signaling him to go back quickly. Of course, Gao Wenyu did not agree to Lu Xiangye's suggestion. She knew how busy Lu Xiangye had been lately. Everyone has their own affairs. Asking Lu Xiangye for leave to accompany her to Shanghai, she naturally refused. She was only going to Shanghai to try her luck, whether she could get things done or not. She didn't want to take up Lu Xiangye's time unnecessarily. Although Lu Xiangye didn't accompany Gao Wenyu to Shanghai, he bought all her travel arrangements, including round-trip train tickets. The train traveled for 2 days and nights before finally arriving in Shanghai. Gao Wenyu got off the train and headed straight to the 414 guest house. It was indeed open to outsiders. Gao Wenyu quickly checked in. She put her luggage in the room and couldn't wait to go outside for a walk. The staff here were used to such situations. Since the 414 guest house opened to the public, it has been very crowded. People flocked here to visit, and many stayed up late just to see the grand building where leaders stayed. Gao Wenyu found that the environment here was really nice, with blooming flowers, fragrant scents, and green pine trees. At night, lying in bed, she kept thinking about how to get into the innermost building of the research institute. Unable to sleep, Gao Wenyu took a walk in the garden again. She wasn't wandering randomly. While others were here to enjoy the scenery, Gao Wenyu was looking for someone. She wanted to find a man. That night, Gao Wenyu stayed outside most of the evening. She was worried the garden was too small, so she circled around nearby a few times. But she found nothing. She was bitten by several mosquitoes overnight. The Research Institute offered 2 types of food for visitors: individual orders and set meals. Gao Wenyu understood that this depended on how much money the guest had. Basically, if you had money, you could order a big meal. If not, you had to settle for a set meal. She tried both options and summarized. There were many choices, but the taste was not as good as her Gao family's marinated dishes. When Gao Wenyu once again tried to get closer to the last building, she happened to see the leader. Comrade, please stop. A guard at the gate stopped Gao Wenyu. Hello, I am an employee at the Border City Municipal Guest House. I have a document to deliver to the leader, Gao Wenyu said, showing her pre-written letter. Despite her repeated pleas, the guard refused to let her through. For 3 days straight, Gao Wenyu stayed at the gate of that building. If she hadn't shown her work ID and introduction letter, the staff at the guest house would have already thrown her out. At this moment, Gao Wenyu was grateful for her identity, a military wife and an employee of the municipal guest house, which gave her some protection in Shanghai. On the morning of August 6th, Gao Wenyu had lost her initial confidence. She realized that meeting a high-ranking leader wasn't something she could do just by wishing. She was probably daydreaming too much. At 3:21 p.m. on the 6th day, she decided to give up. She could think about other ways to boost the reputation of her set meals later. As Gao Wenyu packed her things and was about to leave the entrance of the 414 guest house, a man in a Zhongshan suit stopped her. On August 8th, the staff at the municipal guest house gradually returned to work, but no one had seen Gao Wenyu arrive. Secretary Wang, is Comrade Gao still coming to work? Or has she stopped coming? That would be really unfortunate. I still like her marinated dishes.
Such a good job.
Why did she suddenly stop coming? Faced with everyone's questions, Wang Jianhua didn't know how to answer. He also didn't know where Gao Wenyu had gone, or if she would come back to work. Time passed second by second, and Gao Wenyu finally appeared at the municipal guest house. Secretary Wang, I want to see Director He, Gao Wenyu said to Wang Jianhua. Comrade Gao, come with me quickly. Our director is waiting for you. Wang Jianhua was also waiting for Gao Wenyu. This was the third time Gao Wenyu entered He Ping's office. He Ping was brewing tea, again Tai Ping Hokue, which he seemed to like very much. Comrade Gao, you're back from Shanghai? He Ping seemed in a good mood and started chatting casually with Gao Wenyu. After approving Gao Wenyu's leave that day, He Ping thought he must be crazy. He actually believed that Gao Wenyu went to Shanghai for the opening of the municipal guest house. What could a 19-year-old girl possibly do? He believed it completely at the time, but later he couldn't help but laugh at himself.
It was just an 8-day holiday. He didn't mind.
This time, He Ping called Gao Wenyu over to say, you've been to Shanghai, so now just focus on making your marinated dish set. Your marinated dishes are still quite good. These days, even guests are asking to buy your dishes. Gao Wenyu knew that He Ping was comforting her, encouraging her to focus on her marinated dishes. He was also warning her not to think about anything else. She just needed to do her job well. But that wasn't what Gao Wenyu wanted. Otherwise, she wouldn't have traveled all the way to Shanghai. She said, Leader, I already told you before I left that I was going to handle the sales set. Why don't you ask how I did? He Ping was stunned, and then chuckled. All right, how did it go? Gao Wenyu smiled brightly, her features more lively and radiant. When she took out a photo, He Ping suddenly stood up from his stool with excitement. What's this? Even after years in official circles, He Ping's hand trembled slightly as he held the photo. Gao Wenyu still smiled, her expression full of pride. How could she not be proud? She cooked a meal for her leader, and he ate her dishes. She stayed at the 414 guest house for 4 days. On the first day, she entrusted a letter she wrote herself to that leader. She waited several days at the 414 guest house. If he didn't look at her letter, so be it. But if he did, Gao Wenyu was 70% sure she could succeed. Did you see the leader? What exactly did you write in your letter? He Ping asked eagerly. Gao Wenyu chuckled and said, I wanted to meet the leader, but unfortunately, I am not qualified yet. He Ping was a little disappointed, but it was only for a moment. That's normal because the leader is very important. If anyone could meet him just by waiting a few days, then everyone would just stand around waiting. He Ping asked again, what exactly did you write in your letter? Gao Wenyu's letter first introduced her identity, then explained the measures taken at the municipal guest house to respond to the open policy and the difficulties faced during the process. Before going to Shanghai, Gao Wenyu thought her purpose was not to complain about difficulties, but to explain how to solve them, which was the most important thing. So, she focused her letter on solutions, mainly that she wanted to prepare a special dish of Gao's marinated vegetables for the leader to try. If he liked it, she asked for a photo to encourage him. This photo would be of the leader enjoying Gao's marinated vegetables. It was a simple request, not time-consuming, and Gao Wenyu had thought of it after a whole night. She wanted to use the leader's influence to promote the dish among the people, similar to how celebrities influence trends later. He Ping looked at Gao Wenyu again. His admiration was obvious, making her a bit embarrassed. No one expected that Gao Wenyu, on her 8-day leave, would go to Shanghai just to cook for the leader. And she succeeded, even bringing back a photo. The photo showed the leader smiling while eating Gao's marinated vegetables, and it was posted at the entrance of the municipal guest house. Before going to Shanghai, Gao Wenyu bought a large bowl and had the craftsman carve the words Gao's marinated vegetables into it. The photo clearly showed the dish inside and the carved words on the bowl. Xiao Gao, do you have extra copies of this photo? He Ping already called Gao Wenyu Xiao Gao and was more friendly toward her, even smiling more. He thought that she should get more copies of the photo, preferably with the negatives too. Gao Wenyu smiled politely and didn't say much. She had already managed to get the negatives, but she could only give one copy to the municipal guest house. She hadn't forgotten that her cooperation with the guest house was only for 1 year. That day, Gao Wenyu was very busy, meeting several leaders. She went to find Wang Jianhua and said, I want to ask you for a favor. Wang Jianhua quickly replied, Comrade Gao, I dare not refuse.
Please tell me.
At this moment, Wang Jianhua no longer dared to call Gao Wenyu little Gao comrade. Who would dare send a young girl alone to Shanghai to meet a high-ranking leader? The key is, she truly has the skill to make the leader enjoy her cooking, which is not something to underestimate. Wang Jianhua had a premonition that, given time, Gao Wenyu would not stay just as a chef at the municipal guest house. So, he became even more enthusiastic about her. The purchasing department hurriedly bought pork belly from the meat factory. The kitchen helper aunt carefully assisted with preparing the vegetables. When Gao Wenyu started cooking, everyone instinctively kept their distance. This time, she prepared 2 large pots and braised many dishes. The more dishes she made, the stronger the aroma. Because Gao Wenyu didn't just pile the braised dishes in one pot, the sauce was limited. If too many dishes were added, the sauce wouldn't be absorbed properly. She followed a specific recipe ratio. When more ingredients were needed, she would start another pot to cook caramel and add sauce. Only in this way could she ensure the taste and quality of Gao's braised dishes. When the 2 pots of braised dishes were ready, Wang Jianhua returned with a large cardboard sign. Comrade Gao, the items you requested are ready, Wang Jianhua said excitedly, unable to hide his admiration. He truly admired Gao Wenyu. She was incredibly clever. Gao Wenyu went out to look at the cardboard sign. It had a photo of a leader eating braised dishes, taking up half the sign. The other half read, Gao's braised dishes, the leader's favorite. 4-in-1 set meal, only 0.88 yuan per serving. Of course, Gao Wenyu didn't just promote her Gao's braised dishes. She also wrote the selling location, Municipal Guest House. She couldn't help but walk around the sign, feeling more and more satisfied. She could already imagine how big the wave would be once this billboard was put out. When the billboard was displayed, passers-by initially didn't notice much. Suddenly, someone shouted, Hey, isn't that the leader? Really, it's the leader. No mistake. Is that really the leader? What does it say? Oh my goodness, we're famous now. What's going on? The municipal guest house cooked for the leader, and the leader loves their dishes. Soon people started rushing to tell others. Moments later, many people came with lunch boxes to buy the dishes. What? Only 88 cents for a dish? That's like stealing.
Huh?
The dishes the leader ate? Then I want to try too. On the first day of selling, Gao Wenyu brought 2 large tables and set up at the entrance of the municipal guest house to sell her dishes. The strong smell of braised food spread through the city center streets, attracting people who followed the aroma. The entrance of the guest house was bustling with noise. More and more people queued up, and Gao Wenyu couldn't handle all the orders alone. Several kitchen staff came over to help. They were proud of their kitchen team, and Master Zheng and Master Li also took turns serving food. Everyone, please line up properly, and don't cut in line. 8 yuan 80 cents for a set meal. Don't miss out if you pass by. He Ping watched the scene with surprised eyes, then silently smiled after a while. Wang Jianhua stepped forward and whispered something in He Ping's ear. Before leaving, He Ping told Wang Jianhua, Go help Xiao Gao. When the people entered the municipal guest house, He Ping looked back at Gao Wenyu. She wore a warm, enthusiastic smile, like a splash of red on a black poppy, full of passion that affected everyone around her. At the entrance, the vegetable stall was lively, and inside there was also a lot of noise from arguments. Director, we asked you to open the guest house to the public, but not for your people to set up stalls at the door selling vegetables. Look at how it looks now, like a vegetable market. This criticism came from another director of the guest house, who was a colleague and also a rival of He Ping. Opening the guest house to the public was already a difficult task, and this person was deliberately shifting the blame onto He Ping. He didn't expect that, with some effort, Gao Wenyue's braised dishes would improve day by day. He hadn't paid much attention before, but today's commotion was too loud, and he wanted to quickly stop the sale of the braised dishes. He Ping smiled and asked back, "What's wrong with selling dishes that even leaders can eat at our guest house entrance?" The man was stunned and asked in surprise, "Leaders? What leaders?" He Ping's smile grew wider as he deliberately kept the photos under tight control. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and responded. Unaware, Gao Wenyue had accidentally helped He Ping a big favor. People kept lining up one after another, but many who came specifically to buy the dishes left empty-handed. "Sold out? We haven't bought any yet." "Yeah, we queued for so long." "Exactly, I rode over for more than 20 minutes just to buy a dish like this to try at home." "Same here, my neighbor even asked me to bring him a portion." For a moment, complaints spread among the crowd. Gao Wenyue stepped forward and said, "Comrades, please be quiet. Those who didn't manage to buy vegetables today can come back tonight. We will sell vegetables to the public again this evening. The only time the guest house sells to outsiders is today. After today, if you want to eat this dish, you must stay at the guest house first, and then place an order." Someone asked, "So, only guests at the guest house can eat this dish in the future?" Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "Yes." Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Does that mean ordinary people like us can't eat it?" "The city committee guest house isn't really for us to stay in." Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Sir, our guest house is now open to the public and ordinary people can stay there." The man asked loudly, "Really? Young comrade, you can't be joking, right?" Although the city committee guest house was now open to outsiders, it was clear that He Ping's publicity work was not yet enough. Gao Wenyue loudly said, "Sir, I am standing right at the entrance of the guest house. If I were lying, they wouldn't just chase me out, would they?" She added, "This was a leader suggestion." He said, "This good guest house shouldn't only be for officials. It should be open to the public so that ordinary people can also stay here." The man first smiled, then asked, "Young comrade, isn't staying here for a night expensive?" When he said that, everyone looked at Gao Wenyue. This was the question everyone was most curious about. Gao Wenyue smiled brightly and said, 1.5 yuan per night. Everyone gasped, thinking this price was not high. They had expected that staying at the city committee guest house would cost 2 or 3 yuan. After all, even the most basic guest houses outside now cost at least 1 yuan per night. This matched the old saying, when you go out, the most expensive things are accommodation and food. Young comrade, is what you said true? People were a bit skeptical because Gao Wenyue still looked like a young girl and wondered how she could speak for the city committee guest house. Just then, Gao Wenyue saw He Ping come out. She smiled and said, "Our leader is here. You can ask him." Gao Wenyue invited He Ping over. He Ping, being from a proper leadership background, knew how to motivate the common people. His words could be used as a textbook example. Those who didn't manage to buy vegetables refused to leave, and some elderly people even wanted to stand in line for the evening's vegetables. Gao Wenyue turned to Wang Jianhua and said, "Secretary Wang, please bring me some paper sheets." Wang Jianhua hurriedly went to find the paper without delay. After Gao Wenyue received the paper, she folded 2 sheets in half, then in half again, tearing them into small pieces. She said, "Comrades who couldn't buy vegetables in line today, come over here. I will give you a stamped coupon. Bring it tonight, and you can buy vegetables without waiting in line." Everyone was excited to hear about this good news and started lining up again voluntarily. Gao Wenyue took out a stamp from her pocket, with red ink that read Gao's marinated vegetables. She stamped each coupon for everyone. Wang Jianhua was amazed and said, "This is really clever." His praise was very straightforward, and even He Ping nodded in agreement. The kitchen staff was very happy. They felt proud today. Everyone said they would stay to help tonight. Master Li shouted, "I'll cook 2 dishes, and we can have a drink." But they didn't end up drinking together. Wang Jianhua told He Ping that Gao Wenyue wanted to see him. Knock, knock.
Quomain.
Leader, you wanted to see me? Xiao Gao, come and sit. He Ping smiled kindly. Gao Wenyue felt his smile was more genuine now. Earlier, his smile seemed too professional. As soon as Gao Wenyue sat down, He Ping spoke. Xiao Gao, how are the profits this noon? On the way here, Gao Wenyue had already guessed that he would ask about this. So she handed him a notebook, clearly showing the number of meals served and the income for the day. They made 80 sets of meals, earning 70.4 yuan. After deducting costs of 30.4 yuan, the net income was 40 yuan. The guest house received 24 yuan and Gao Wenyue kept 16 yuan. When He Ping saw the bill, his admiration was obvious. Today, Gao Wenyue had surprised him a lot. He couldn't help but say, Xiao Gao, is there anything you don't know? You really amazed me. He wanted to say more but chose a different way of speaking, feeling it wouldn't be appropriate to say such things to a young girl. Gao Wenyue showed a faint smile, which was her way of showing confidence in her abilities. She had reasons to be proud. After a few simple words in the office, He Ping let her go, knowing she needed to return to cooking. Back in the kitchen, Gao Wenyue started her marinated vegetable mode. This was also the first time since her rebirth that she cooked so many dishes with braised ingredients. Most of the stoves in the kitchen were used by her. Today, the procurement staff at the municipal guest house made many trips to the meat factory, running their legs sore. The meat factory said all the meat had already been sold. When He Ping in the office heard the news, he immediately picked up the phone to find someone to solve the problem. Wang Jianhua went to the kitchen and told Gao Wenyue, Comrade Gao, the leader asked you to wait another hour. Gao Wenyue asked, in an hour, will the meat be delivered? Wang Jianhua confidently replied, yes. The leader arranged for a pig over 400 jin, about 200 kilograms, to be slaughtered at the meat factory. They are busy slaughtering pigs right now. Everyone in the kitchen looked at each other, showing that they valued their work, and they couldn't help but smile happily. Gao Wenyue wasn't very surprised. That's why she chose to sell only vegetarian dishes at first, because she couldn't get meat. Look at others, just send the meat. If there's no meat, then slaughter a pig. Having power is really good. Gao Wenyue prepared everything and was just waiting for the meat to arrive from the meat factory. Cooking always makes time pass quickly. When 6 pots of braised dishes were finished, the entire municipal guest house was filled with the delicious smell of the food. He Ping in the office couldn't focus on work anymore. He put down his pen and unconsciously went to the kitchen. Seeing that bright yellow figure busy in the kitchen, he couldn't help but smile faintly. At the entrance of the municipal guest house, the crowd buying vegetables tonight was huge. After a whole afternoon of spreading the news, both those who knew and those who didn't had come to try the leader's famous braised dishes. 6 buckets of braised dishes were brought outside. As soon as the lids were opened, the air was filled with the rich aroma of the sauces. Smells so good. Really fragrant. My colleague bought some for lunch today. It was delicious over rice. I heard that the pork belly melts in your mouth. I heard the soup with vegetables over rice is tasty. In the long line, everyone was chatting excitedly. Some even stood on tiptoe to look forward, drooling with hunger. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey, don't lean on me. You're drooling all over me."
Ha ha ha.
Laughter erupted among the crowd. Gao Wenyue clapped her hands on the steps to quiet everyone and said, "Hello everyone, I am Gao Wenyue, the owner of Gao's Braised Dish Shop. Before the official sale tonight, we need to prepare meals for the customers who queued this afternoon, but didn't get any. We will prepare 32 portions in total. Please wait a moment." After speaking, no one objected. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but feel that people are still simple and honest at this time. 6 people quickly prepared all 32 portions. He Ping silently nodded, thinking Gao Wenyue's method was very clever. The 32 people who benefited from this will probably keep talking about it to show off. This effectively helped Gao Wenyue promote herself. She gained a lot from this, but she didn't do much, just made the queue fairer. When the last set was sold, Wang Jianhua couldn't help but ask, "Comrade Gao, how many sets did we sell tonight?" This was what everyone cared about. They all looked at Gao Wenyue eagerly. Even He Ping couldn't help but look at her. As the project leader, he was closely watching because the local guest house had made a big move today. It was a chance to show herself. Many leaders from the guest house wanted to come and be seen, but unfortunately, they didn't get the chance. First, they were wary of Deepening, and second, they didn't know Gao Wenyue well. Since Gao Wenyue was working with the guest house as a partner and wasn't a formal employee, no leader dared to directly tell her what to do. This was a smart choice Gao Wenyue made when she decided to cooperate. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, 240 sets. Everyone was surprised and excited. It felt very rewarding. Deepening was also influenced by the atmosphere and couldn't help but smile. He even said he would treat everyone to a meal to thank them. This was the first time Gao Wenyue ate with everyone. During the day, they fought side by side, so it wouldn't be right for her to leave early after dinner. While they were eating, Deepening didn't come. He asked Wang Jianhua to go instead. Later, Wang Jianhua asked the boss to pack 2 meals. Seeing Gao Wenyue was about to leave by bike, he asked her to help deliver them. Gao Wenyue agreed. She had worked all day and was too tired to eat, so she just sat with everyone for a while before heading home. When Gao Wenyue handed the meal boxes to Deepening, he was a bit surprised. Gao Wenyue explained, Secretary Wang asked me to bring these along. I was just about to go home and ride my bike back. Deepening asked, why didn't you eat with them? Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, I can't eat anymore. I want to go back and rest for a while. Deepening instinctively asked, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Gao Wenyue shook her head again and said, no, I'm just a bit tired. Deepening was still a bit confused, trying to see if she was telling the truth. Boss, today I made 8 pots of food. Even the production team's meal isn't used that much. After saying this, Gao Wenyue gestured with her hand. Hearing this, Deepening couldn't help but laugh, amused by Gao Wenyue. He said, sorry, I didn't think it through. Should I drive you home? As he finished speaking, Deepening picked up the car keys from the table, ready to leave. Gao Wenyue quickly said, no need, no need. Thank you for your kindness, but I live far away. Since it's still daytime, I can ride my bike home. Halfway there, Gao Wenyue turned back and said, boss, can I ask if I can get reimbursed for my train tickets and expenses for the trip to Hushur? Deepening was surprised and asked, do you still need that much money? Gao Wenyue replied, of course I do. Tonight, Gao Wenyue prepared 240 meal sets, earning a total of 211.2 yuan. After deducting 76 yuan for supplies, her net income was 135.2 yuan. She received 81.12 yuan from the guest house, and Gao Wenyue kept 54.08 yuan. That means Gao Wenyue earned 70.08 yuan today. But she spent a lot too. The trip to Hushur cost her quite a bit of her savings. Deepening scolded playfully, you should go now. But despite saying that, he started arranging for the reimbursement. On the way, Gao Wenyue met someone, Lu Xiangye, who came to pick her up. Lu Xiangye, why are you here? To pick you up. The man straightforwardly replied. Hearing this, Gao Wenyue couldn't help but smile. The two rode side by side on bicycles, feeling good to have someone watching over them. She slowed down her riding. Just moments ago, Gao Wenyue was pedaling furiously, but now she was leisurely enjoying the evening scenery along the border. The sunset's glow shone on the vast plains, sparkling brightly. Back home, Lu Xiangye couldn't help but follow behind Gao Wenyue. She went to pour water, and he followed. She went outside to collect clothes, and he followed. She went to the bathroom, and he followed. Gao Wenyue laughed and asked, do you want to come with me to the bathroom? Lu Xiangye was stunned. When he finally reacted, his ears were already red. Gao Wenyue chuckled softly. Tonight, Lu Xiangye was a bit clingy. After when you finished in the bathroom, Lu Xiangye was standing in the living room. It seemed he had something to say to Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue joked, Lu Xiangye, what's wrong? Lu Xiangye was surprised and didn't know how to answer. He just felt he hadn't seen Gao Wenyue in a long time. He wanted to look at her and stay close behind her a little longer. After thinking for a moment, he finally asked, are you busy these days? Gao Wenyue replied, yes, I am. Do you know how many dishes I made today? Lu Xiangye asked politely, how many? Gao Wenyue gestured with her hand, 8 buckets of marinated dishes, all sold out. Seeing Gao Wenyu's happy expression, Lu Xiangye couldn't help but smile along with her. Lu Xiangye was already handsome, and this smile made him look even more attractive. Gao Wenyu couldn't help but say, "Lu Xiangye, you look very nice when you smile. You should smile more often." Hearing this, Lu Xiangye was surprised. It was the first time someone had complimented his smile. But Gao Wenyu didn't know that Lu Xiangye was usually a cold person in the military. Few people ever saw him smile. Lu Xiangye quietly looked at the woman in front of him. He moved closer, about to say something, when a voice came from outside the door. "Wenyu, are you home?" It was Ma Chuanhua's voice. "I'm here." Gao Wenyu went outside. It turned out that the military district had completed several big missions recently. Commander Jiang announced there would be a ceremony to honor soldiers with military achievements. During the day, it was the Soldiers' Award ceremony. In the evening, it was a relaxing time. The military entertainment troupe performed shows for the soldiers who had earned merits. The show was in the main hall tonight, and soldiers and their families could come to watch. Ma Chunhua said, "Wenyu, your company commander Lu has been awarded a first-class medal this time." Wang Xiuli said, "Wenyu, you haven't seen the troops' performance yet, right?" Gao Wenyu nodded, "No, I haven't." Wang Xiuli cheerfully invited her. "Would you like to go with us?" Gao Wenyu smiled and said, "Sure." The three of them stood at the door chatting for a while. Gao Wenyu had been away from the family housing area these days and learned about many gossip stories. Wang Xiuli excitedly said, "Li Fengying had a fight with Li Jinjun. I heard they broke some dishes." Gao Wenyu asked curiously, "Why did that happen?" Although she wasn't very familiar with those two people, her intuition from a few brief encounters told her that they were good at pretending. They cared about their reputation outside and wouldn't do something as embarrassing as arguing loudly and making a scene. Ma Chunhua couldn't help but say, "It's all about the money." Feng Ying went to the city to buy a dress, and Lieutenant Li scolded her for being wasteful. They argued because of that. Gao Wenyu clicked her tongue and said, "She said spending money on clothes and dressing up is wasteful, but now she went shopping for clothes herself?" Wang Xiuli burst out laughing and said, "Isn't it obvious? She's just saying that because she can't get what she wants." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Xiuli reached out and took Gao Wenyu's arm, saying, "Wenyu, I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you for lending me the dress to make a sample." The two dresses Gao Wenyu bought at the department store, Wang Xiuli liked the yellow one very much. But she didn't want to buy it herself, so she asked Gao Wenyu to lend her the dress as a sample. She bought fabric and made her own at home. Gao Wenyu generously lent her the dress and told her to take her time, no need to rush to return it. She asked, "Hey, what's there to thank me for? Is the dress finished?" Wang Xiuli nodded and said, "Yes, I finished it a few days ago and returned it to your Lieutenant Lu." Only then did Gao Wenyu remember that Lu Xiangye had mentioned it to her before. It was the day she returned from Hushur City, but she was too tired then and just nodded vaguely before falling asleep. Wang Xiuli suggested, "Wenyu, shall we wear our dresses together later?" Ma Chunhua heard this and said, "That's a good idea. I also made a new shirt recently. I'll wear my new clothes too." Gao Wenyu naturally agreed happily. Wang Xiuli didn't mind wearing matching clothes, so she didn't either. Actually, she liked the personalities of her two neighbors. Ma Chunhua was kind and helpful to her, and Wang Xiuli was straightforward and cheerful, making her feel comfortable around them. After making plans, Gao Wenyu went back to change her clothes. As soon as she entered the living room, she saw Lu Xiangye coming out of the bathroom. The man was only wearing a pair of large shorts, and water droplets sparkled on his muscular chest. His very short hair was still dripping water. A handsome man after a shower. Gao Wenyu suddenly thought of these 5 words. This was her second time seeing Lu Xiangye's physique. His defined 8-pack abs looked very strong. She wondered how it would feel to touch them. Lu Xiangye noticed Gao Wenyu's gaze, and his ears turned slightly red. Gao Wenyu seems to really like looking at his figure. The man just stood there completely still, allowing his wife to admire him. Until they left together, both of them had faint blushes on their faces. Luckily, it was already dark outside, and the others waiting didn't notice anything unusual. The three families agreed to go to the main hall to watch a show. The three women chatted happily at the front, while the three men followed behind naturally. The three children, Daju, Erju, and Sanju, were already waiting inside the hall. Wang Shili said it was about 2 days ago. Chunhua and I were gluing matchboxes. I dozed off while working, and when I woke up, the glue had stuck everything together. Gao Wenyue asked, "Why didn't Chunhua call you?" Ma Chunhua, the woman mentioned, chuckled and said, "I also fell asleep, and I even drooled a little." Ha ha ha. Behind them, Commander Wu and Bai Yong were chatting, while Lu Xiangya walked forward silently. Although he didn't speak, he was always paying attention to Gao Wenyue's side. However, his cold attitude annoyed Commander Wu and Bai Yong. Bai Yong nudged Commander Wu and glared at Lu Xiangya. This time, without Bai Yong needing to remind him, Commander Wu approached Lu Xiangya himself. "Xiangya, come here a bit." Lu Xiangya looked at Commander Wu with suspicion. Why did he need to get so close? Commander Wu, confused by Lu Xiangya's gaze, angrily said, "Why are you looking at me like that? We're both men. Do you think I'd eat you or something?" Lu Xiangya remained unmoved and said, "Say what you want." Lu Xiangya was excellent and flawless when it came to work, but in private life, he was cold and distant. Seeing that Lu Xiangya wouldn't move, Commander Wu had to step a few paces closer himself. Lu Xiangya stopped him and said, "Just say it like that." Commander Wu laughed bitterly and cursed, "Dog's nature." Bai Yong said, "Captain Lu, you can't do this. Look, your family is so quiet every day, with no noise at all. You should talk more with your wife." Commander Wu agreed, "Yes, that's right." Gao Wenyue, walking ahead, overheard this and couldn't help but turn back to explain, "We often talk at home too. Xiangya isn't cold-hearted. He just sometimes doesn't know what to say." This clearly defended him. Hearing this, Lu Xiangya looked at Gao Wenyue with a gentle smile. Gao Wenyue also smiled brightly at Lu Xiangya. Wang Xioli and Ma Chunhua exchanged smiles after seeing each other. The two men behind them were stunned. Could this really be Lu Xiangya? This man had been in the military for over 10 years. When had they ever seen him smile? Bai Yong whistled and said, "Well, I guess I worried for nothing. The couple is really happy together." Wang Xioli snorted and said, "Of course." Lu Xiangya felt a bit uncomfortable being teased, but inside, he felt very happy. Not far behind, Li Jinjun looked at them with anger. Although their families lived in the same row, the three families had planned to leave together, but they forgot about Li's family. Didn't that mean they looked down on him? If outsiders saw this, they might think he didn't get along with his neighbors. At the big hall, the cultural troupe performed several shows, including a big chorus, solo singing, and a violin performance. Suddenly, someone praised, "Comrade Dong's violin playing is really beautiful." It was Li Fengying who said this from behind. Everyone around heard, and instinctively looked at Gao Wenyue. Both familiar and unfamiliar people looked at her, but she remained calm and continued enjoying the show. Lu Xiangya's face darkened, and anger flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at everyone and gave a warning with his gaze. Lu Xiangya and Dong Jinjin had been arranged for marriage. When people saw Dong Jinjin, they often thought of Lu Xiangya and her together. Especially since Lu Xiangya had refused Dong Jinjin and later married Gao Wenyue, everyone in the military district secretly compared the two. Tonight, Gao Wenyue was wearing a yellow dress, looking very fair and beautiful. Suddenly, everyone understood why Lu Xiangya chose Gao Wenyue. But some secretly thought Lu Xiangya was foolish. Why didn't he choose Dong Jinjin, who had a steady job, and instead married the vegetable seller Gao Wenyue? After the violin performance, everyone clapped. Dong Jinjin looked at Lu Xiangya, unable to hide her feelings. She liked him. He was handsome, and he was from the best family among the young officers in the border troops. She couldn't marry Lu Xiangya, which still made her feel upset. Seeing Gao Wenyue beside Lu Xiangya, Dong Jinjin suddenly took the microphone and said on stage, "This performance is to celebrate the soldiers. Since our cultural troupe is on stage, it might get a bit dull just watching us. Why not invite some military wives to come up and perform? Their husbands are out making military achievements, and I think the wives might also feel inspired. Good. That's a great idea. Really good. I'm tired of watching the same few performances by their art troupe. Who isn't? Jiang Guoping couldn't help but nod. He thought this idea was very good and signaled Dong Jinjin to continue. Only Dong Xuelon nearby felt a strange premonition. She knew her niece's personality well enough. Sure enough, on stage, Dong Lily turned her gaze to Gao Wenyue. She asked, "Comrade Gao Wenyue, would you like to perform a program for everyone?" With Dong Jinjin's direct call-out, everyone looked at Gao Wenyue. Dong Jinjin showed disdain in her eyes. She was doing it on purpose. Gao Wenyue saw Dong Jinjin's challenge and was not afraid. She met her eyes confidently. Dong Jinjin suddenly realized and said, "Sorry, I didn't think it through. I forgot you are a cook, Gao. This is a performance, so we can't just bring the kitchen here." Ha ha ha. Someone laughed out loud. It was Li Fengying. The people below also sensed something was wrong, and for a moment no one spoke. By this time, Jiang Guoping understood Dong Jinjin's plan. His face darkened like a pot lid. Dong Xuelon was so angry she was clutching her chest. Was Dong Jinjin stupid? Her words offended all the military wives. Most of the wives in the family compound came from poor families, many without formal jobs. After moving with the troops, they mostly stayed at home doing chores. When Dong Jinjin mocked Gao Wenyue for only cooking, she had unintentionally insulted many military wives. Li Fengying, who had just laughed, hadn't reacted yet. She was grabbed roughly by Li Jinjun, who twisted her arm hard, then covered her mouth, afraid to laugh out loud. Suddenly, the entire audience fell silent. Gao Wenyue wouldn't tolerate Dong Jinjin. She confidently stepped forward and said, "Of course, I am happy to perform for everyone. It's my honor." Dong Jinjin was pleased to hear this. She wanted to see what kind of performance Gao Wenyue would give. At most, she could sing a song, but how could that compare to her, a cultural soldier from an art troupe? Before Dong Jinjin could speak, Gao Wenyue walked onto the stage. Lu Xiangye reached out and held her hand, his eyes showing concern. Gao Wenyue smiled at him and said, "Don't worry." Once on stage, Gao Wenyue reached out for a microphone from Dong Jinjin, who reluctantly handed it over. After receiving the microphone, Gao Wenyue first nodded slightly to the audience and showed a gentle smile. "Hello everyone, I am Gao Wenyue, the wife of Deputy Battalion Commander Lu Xiangye." Standing confidently on stage, Gao Wenyue greeted everyone openly, earning respect from the crowd. Several military spouses raised their hands and clapped loudly. Lu Xiangye's lips curled into a slight smile, happy about Gao Wenyue's introduction. After Gao Wenyue finished speaking, she turned to Dong Jinjin and said, "Comrade Dong, whether I am a chef or not, my intention to perform for the soldiers does not conflict with anything. Whether a chef or a staff member of the cultural troupe, standing on the stage, we all share the same wish, for our border soldiers to stay healthy and safe. Don't you agree, Comrade Dong?" Dong Jinjin was caught off guard and looked at her with surprise in her small eyes. Gao Wenyue continued, "I believe other military spouses in the family compound feel the same. No matter what profession we have, just being able to come to this land and be good military family members is already a great thing. Our husbands or children are out there defending our country, and what we care about most is their safety, right? Don't you think so?" "Yes, yes, yes." A chorus of agreement sounded from below. It was a united voice of solidarity. Dong Jinjin panicked and quickly explained, "I didn't mean that. I was talking about you, not everyone." She hurriedly tried to grab the microphone from Gao Wenyue, but it was in vain. Gao Wenyue smiled even more happily and said loudly on stage, "The soldiers are defending our country at the front, and military spouses supporting their families behind are also contributing. I want to sing Red Detachment of Women for everyone, both as a performance and as a tribute to the hardworking military spouses in the audience." As soon as she finished, applause erupted from below. Gao Wenyue looked kindly at the audience and asked, "Spouses, would you like to sing this song with me?" "I will." Wang Xiuli was the first to stand up. I will. Ma Chunhua also stood up. I will. For the first time, the stage in the military district auditorium was filled with people. Forward, forward. Our women soldiers. Singing revolutionary songs with a strong spirit was important. A group of military spouses raised their voices loudly, singing with great energy, and the spirit of the women soldiers was fully displayed. Halfway through singing, everyone took a breath, waiting to finish the second half of the song. Suddenly, a gentle violin sound came from the stage. It was a violin version of Red Detachment of Women. Hai Wenyue's hands moved gracefully, like lively butterflies dancing on the violin. Her fingers moved lightly, producing beautiful, flowing sounds from the strings. Her quick and delicate movements showed she was a skilled violinist. The music she played was the familiar Red Detachment of Women, but it sounded a bit different. She changed the melody slightly, giving a new listening experience to this classic piece. With her excellent skills and unique style, Hai Wenyue brought out the true spirit of the song. Her performance was powerful yet tender, making everyone feel the bravery and resilience of the women soldiers. The violin in her hands was the same one that Dong Jinjin had just played. Everyone looked at Hai Wenyue in surprise. Even those who didn't know much about music could tell the sound was very beautiful. Those who knew how to play the violin were even more amazed. Her technique was outstanding. When Hai Wenyue put down her violin, the military wives on stage were all stunned. Only when she started singing again did everyone realize what was happening. At the end of the performance, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. People stood up to applaud the military wives, and Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang also stood up to praise this special show. On stage, Hai Wenyue reached out and held Ma Chunhua and Wang Xiuli's hands. Seeing this, others also held hands with their companions, bowing to thank the audience below. Tonight's performance made everyone in the military and their families feel excited. Everyone's face was full of smiles, and they talked happily about the show, praising Hai Wenyue endlessly. Hai Wenyue became very popular in the military and among the families. Lu Xiangye's colleagues joked, "No wonder our cool Commander Lu got married when he went home. Your wife is so talented." Exactly. You need to keep a close eye on such a talented wife. Commander Lu, does your wife also play the violin? That's amazing. I think she plays better than Dong Jinjin. She doesn't compare to my wife. My wife's violin playing is the best. Everyone was excitedly discussing, looking at Lu Xiangye with surprised, almost shocked expressions. The person responsible was completely unaware of their role and even asked, "Isn't that right?" When saying this, Lu Xiangye looked at everyone with a commanding gaze, waiting for their approval. Everyone was surprised and took a long time to react. Lu Xiangye frowned, seeming displeased by the lack of response. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiangye usually did not join in conversations, so this was a rare moment when he spoke up. Bai Yong was the first to respond. He reached out to pat Lu Xiangye on the shoulder but couldn't reach because Lu Xiangye was taller, so he gave up. Bai Yong said, "Yes, yes. I think my sister-in-law's violin playing is just beautiful." Under Bai Yong's hint, everyone finally understood and started to agree. Sister-in-law's violin is like heavenly music. Lost in the praise, Lu Xiangye's smile grew wider and wider. The military wives on stage had finished their discussion, and everyone started to walk down from the stage. Lu Xiangye quickly headed toward the stage. The people remaining watched curiously. Someone said, "Is the sun rising from the west? When did Captain Lu start caring about women?" Bai Yong said, "That's his wife. She can cook, run a business, sing, and play the violin. If it were you, wouldn't you be interested?" Someone chuckled and said, "Interested? If she were my wife, I'd love her to bits." Bai Yong didn't say anything, thinking that Lu Xiangye was already doing everything to take care of his wife. Lu Xiangye pushed through the crowd and saw Gao Wenyue returning the microphone to the leaders of the art troupe. He moved a few steps forward and overheard their conversation. The art troupe leader said, "Comrade Gao, your violin playing is really good. How many years have you been learning?" Gao Wenyue replied, "I never studied seriously. I just learned a bit from my classmates over the years." Of course, this wasn't true. Based on her life experience, she never had the chance to learn the violin. In her previous life, Gao Wenhua learned to play the violin in middle age. At that time, she often suffered from tenosynovitis from drawing design drafts, and her wrists would often go numb. Later, she felt her fingers were no longer as flexible. The doctor advised her to learn the violin to exercise her hands and strengthen her wrists. By then, Gao Wenhua was quite wealthy. She signed up for the most expensive one-on-one lessons, which she continued for several years. Even that famous piece they just played was arranged by her teacher. The leader of the art troupe's eyes lit up when he heard this. Even someone who hadn't studied seriously could play so skillfully. If trained professionally, their violin skills could improve even more. Comrade Gao Wenhua, on behalf of the art troupe, I want to hire you to work here as a violinist for training. We will develop you into a professional violinist, the leader said. Jinjin Dong, standing behind the stage, heard this and was surprised. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand. She is the only violinist in the troupe. What does it mean that the leader wants to recruit Gao Wenhua as a violinist? Angry and anxious, Jinjin Dong immediately tried to rush out. Someone reached out and held her back. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangye, who was looking for Gao Wenhua, heard this conversation. He stopped and listened from nearby. Gao Wenhua was momentarily surprised, but then she understood. In her previous life, she had studied the violin for 6 years. Her skills were indeed better than Jinjin Dong's. Although Jinjin Dong played quite well too, Gao Wenhua slightly smiled, showing a gentle smile. The leader of the art troupe knew this was a done deal. This was a military art troupe job. No one could resist this temptation. He knew Gao Wenhua was selling vegetables in the city, but that kind of public-facing job couldn't compare to working in the art troupe. However, Gao Wenhua was destined to disappoint him. She said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept."
Sorry.
The man was stunned. Even though Gao Wenhua spoke politely, he clearly understood her firm refusal. He instinctively asked why. Gao Wenhua smiled and said, "As everyone knows, I sell vegetables in the city, and I can't get away from that work." But the leader refused to give up easily. He was determined to bring Gao Wenhua into the troupe. He said, "Comrade Gao, what I'm about to say doesn't mean I look down on selling vegetables or doing business. I simply think you have a talent for the violin and want to train you. With time, you could become a professional violinist." Gao Wenhua believed what he said. To tell if someone is truthful, you just need to look into their eyes. His gaze was full of admiration, so she believed he was sincere. Because of this, Gao Wenhua felt a bit respectful toward him. She said, "I understand, but the violin can only be a hobby for me. I don't currently plan to make it my career." She spoke seriously, and the man could see that. He had no choice but to give up. Dong Jinjin, who was eavesdropping, didn't expect Gao Wenhua to refuse. She felt a big relief inside, because Dong Jinjin knew her violin skills were not as good as Gao Wenhua's. If Gao Wenhua agreed to join the arts troupe, there would be 2 violinists in the troupe, and they might end up competing fiercely, causing harm. At this moment, Dong Jinjin was almost regretful to the point of feeling sick. Why did she invite Gao Wenhua to perform? She ended up hurting herself by her own actions. After Gao Wenhua refused that person, she felt no regret. She never liked playing the violin in the first place. She learned the violin just to protect her hands. Who knew how painful it was to learn it in her past life? She turned and saw Lu Xiangye. Gao Wenhua couldn't help but walk quickly over. Standing in front of Lu Xiangye, Gao Wenhua asked, "Lu Xiangye, how long have you been waiting?" Lu Xiangye shook his head and said, "I just arrived." The man added, "Your performance earlier was wonderful." Gao Wenhua immediately smiled and asked, "Really?" Lu Xiangye nodded heavily and said, "Really?" They went home together. On the way, they met many people. Everyone greeted them warmly. "Wenhua, you just got home too?" "Yes, sister-in-law." "Why are you walking behind?" I was looking for the kids. They're playing crazy." Kids being playful is normal. Lu Xiangye stood quietly beside Gao Wenhua, watching her chat comfortably with the military wives in the community. Although she had just arrived, she quickly got along with everyone. The military wives liked Gao Wenyue very much. Gao Wenyue knew the reason for this. Lu Xiangya asked why. Gao Wenyue said mysteriously, "Sincerity breeds sincerity." Lu Xiangya was surprised. Gao Wenyue continued, "I treat them sincerely, and they naturally see I have no ill intentions. Kind-hearted people will naturally form good relationships with me." Lu Xiangya asked again, "And those who are not kind-hearted?" Gao Wenyue said, "I stay away from bad people. I won't provoke or approach them, but I won't be afraid of them either." When she said this, she exuded a strong aura. Lu Xiangya believed her words. He had seen her buy a pair of nunchucks and block Li Shuhua, who then beat her up. That day, he realized Gao Wenyue was definitely not a soft person. He said, "That's good." After they returned home, they took another shower before going to bed. Gao Wenyue slept very soundly that night. When she woke up, the sky outside was already bright. Even through the curtains, she knew it was getting late. Hastily, Gao Wenyue got up and hurried to the door. When she opened the door, she saw a basket of eggs already placed outside. Next door, Ma Chunhua was watering her vegetable garden. Hearing the noise, she stuck her head out and said, "Wenyue, don't worry, I already bought the eggs for you, 50 eggs." Gao Wenyue finally felt at ease. She had almost thought she might have missed her chance today.
"Thank you, sister-in-law."
"I'll go get the money," Gao Wenyue said, turning to go back inside. As she entered Ma Chunhua's yard, she saw her eggplants hanging heavily on the branches, all large and full. Seeing Gao Wenyue staring at the eggplants, Ma Chunhua didn't hesitate and started picking some. While picking, she muttered, "I'm the only one in my family who eats eggplants. My 3 kids are with their dad. They think eggplants have a strange smell and don't like them." Just as she finished speaking, Ma Chunhua had already picked several big eggplants. She found a basket, packed them in, and handed it to Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue said, "Sister-in-law, I really can't accept this. We have a small family, and we can't eat so many." Ma Chunhua replied, "If you can't eat them all now, just take your time. Eggplants can last a few more days. Just consider it helping me out. I can't finish all these eggplants alone." Of course, that was just polite talk. In that era, who would have leftover vegetables? Gao Wenyue appreciated her kindness and said, "I'll make a dish with eggplants. I guarantee Sendo, and the others will love it." "What kind of eggplant dish?" "Make some for me too." Wang Xiuli came in. "You're so quick to come when I start talking about cooking," Ma Chunhua said with a smile. Wang Xiuli chuckled and said, "They say it's better to arrive early than late." Gao Wenyue said, "Send some of your eggplants over and I'll make a tasty appetizer for you all." The weather was still very hot, especially at noon during lunch. Everyone felt so hot they couldn't eat much. When she mentioned an appetizer, Wang Xiuli turned around and went to pick vegetables in her yard. Gao Wenyue asked Wang Xiuli to pick some eggplants, but when she brought the vegetables, she also gave her many tomatoes and cucumbers. Gao Wenyue used her meat coupon and some money to buy 2 jin of lean meat at the supply store. She planned to make mincemeat with eggplants. During a break from preparing other dishes, she made a pot of minced meat with eggplants again. "Auntie, can I be your little kid?" Sando suddenly asked, leaning at the kitchen door. Gao Wenyue was focused on cooking and was startled by the sudden sound. "Sorry, Annie. Did I scare you?" Sando said apologetically. Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "It's okay. Sandu, come here." Sando asked again, "Annie, can I be your child?" Gao Wenyue asked back, "Why do you want to be my child?" Sandu replied naturally, "If I am your child, I can eat delicious food." Gao Wenyue couldn't help but laugh and say, "Even if you're not my child, there are still tasty things to eat." Gao Wenyue served a large bowl of minced meat with eggplant, which she asked Sandu to take home, and she also gave some to Wang Xiuli. After finishing her own dinner at home, she packed some dishes and set out. Today, Gao Wenyue brought her dishes to the municipal guest house, so she wouldn't have to ride far. When she arrived at the guest house, Gao Wenyue started preparing marinated dishes again. Wang Jianhua had already given Gao Wenyue the guest registration list for the guest house. Last night, 78 new guests checked in. Gao Wenyue cooked 2 pots of dishes, making 80 meal sets.
After finishing the cooking, it was almost noon. Gao Wenyue took her dishes to the machinery factory. She first delivered a bucket of food to the engineering department. Today, Zhao Guohua was on duty in the office. Big brother Zhao, I made some new mincemeat with eggplant. Try it. Gao Wenyue handed him a lunchbox. The dishes she brought were not many, especially since they included meat. Even so, Zhao Guohua was very happy. He said, I knew it. I smelled a different aroma from afar. Turns out, Xiao Gao made new dishes. Gao Wenyue joked, Big brother Zhao, your nose is still so sharp. After exchanging a few words, Gao Wenyue asked, Comrade Zhao, I want to ask you about something. Zhao Guohua was used to it by now. When he received the new dishes, he was wondering, just a few days ago he received a large delivery of food, so why was there another new delivery today? And it was given just to him, so there must be a reason. We are so familiar. If there's anything I can help with, I will definitely do my best. I want to rent a small shop near the machinery factory. It doesn't need to be big, just enough for me to sell food. Gao Wenyue wanted to open a shop to sell her dishes, so her Gao family marinated dishes would have a fixed store, and she wouldn't have to stand outside in the sun and wind selling food. She took 1,000 yuan from Zhao Hong and Gao Zicheng. With this money, she didn't need to stand outside in the sun every day. She didn't rent a shop and open a store from the start because starting a business always has risks. Now, her marinated dishes have gained recognition and a steady customer base, so she wasn't worried about not selling her food. Zhao Guohua was happy and said, You've got the right person. This matter is on me. Gao Wenyue said, Then I'll leave it to brother Zhao. I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow. Zhao Guohua raised his lunchbox and said, Going out to eat is fine. Isn't this like inviting me for a meal? It smells better than the restaurants outside. Every morning, Gao Wenyue prepares 50 meal sets. The mechanical factory's engineering department delivers 20 sets, and she still has 30 sets left to sell at the door. Her daily income from this business is 16.8 yuan. After subtracting costs of 4.32 yuan, her net profit is 12.48 yuan. As she calculated the money, beads of sweat appeared on Gao Wenyue's forehead. While earning money, her workload and effort were also very heavy. Gao Wenyue returned to the guest house. Tonight, there were more orders, and she needed to cook dinner. At this moment, the kitchen was empty. Gao Wenyue found a random dining table outside, sat down, and leaned back to sleep. Just as she was sleeping soundly, the table was knocked twice. She sleepily looked up and saw He Ping. Come with me, He Ping said with an unclear expression. After saying this, he left. Gao Wenyue just woke up and felt a bit confused. She had been sleeping with her head under her arm, her face flushed. Over there, He Ping had already returned to his office. After a moment, Gao Wenyue knocked on the door and went in. She asked, Did your leader want to see me? He Ping glanced at Gao Wenyue. The red marks on her face were less obvious now. He asked, Where do you live? Gao Wenyue was stunned. She didn't understand why he was asking her this out of the blue. But she still replied, I live in the military. He Ping regretted asking the question as soon as he said it. It was a bit abrupt. He interrupted her and said, Last time, you said your place was far away. I asked Secretary Wang to arrange a staff dormitory for you, so you have a place to rest. When it's windy or rainy, you also have a shelter. Is there really such a good thing? Gao Wenyue excitedly said, Great. Great. Leaders are thoughtful, she praised, raising her thumb. Although she knew Gao Wenyue was mostly flattering, He Ping couldn't help but smile slightly. He personally instructed Wang Jianhua to handle this matter. By the afternoon, Wang Jianhua had arranged the staff dormitory. At the back of the Municipal Party Committee guest house, there was a row of small buildings. Inside were the guest house's family apartments and some small rooms used as staff dormitories. Wang Jianhua said, Comrade Gao, I've arranged a double-occupancy staff dormitory for you. No one else is staying there for now, so you can live alone. Gao Wenyue quickly replied, Thank you, Secretary Wang. Sorry to trouble you. Gao Wenyue knew that, given her position, she would definitely stay in the staff dormitory, but she didn't expect Wang Jianhua to arrange a room for 2 people. That showed he was considerate. When she opened the door, there were 2 single beds on each side. The dormitory was about 30 to 40 square meters, small but very clean and tidy. It looked comfortable to Gao and Yue. Wang Jianhua pointed to some daily necessities on one bed and said, "These are the supplies provided by our guest house for staff. I've brought you a set." Gao and Yue wanted to thank him again, but Wang Jianhua quickly waved his hand and left. In just a short time, neighbors nearby had started to peek into the house. Wang Jianhua was worried about misunderstandings and also cared about Gao Wenyue's reputation, so he hurriedly left. Everyone was curious about the new chef at the guest house. Some came over to say hello, and Gao Wenyue greeted and chatted with them briefly. In the afternoon, Gao Wenyue continued preparing marinated dishes. Tonight, there were clearly more orders, 137 in total. This was the clever part of the guest house's rules. Guests staying that day could order dinner and lunch for the next day. Checkout was afternoon, and each guest could only order 2 meals at a time. These rules were Gao Wenyue's idea. Ignoring duplicate orders, there were 128 guests staying tonight. Ping looked at the list of guests staying that evening and felt secretly grateful that he had followed Gao Wenyue's suggestion. When the senior leaders saw the list, they immediately called Ping over. "Old He, you're the one who's got to handle this." As soon as they met, his superiors praised Ping. They appeared friendly, but Ping was secretly wondering if the contract he signed with Gao Wenyue was too short. While busy with marinated dishes, Gao Wenyue felt a tickle in her nose. She was about to sneeze. She quickly stepped back, turned around, and sneezed. Luckily, she didn't sneeze on her food. After finishing her cooking, Gao Wenyue sat on the steps behind the kitchen to rest, holding a piece of cardboard and fanning herself. The weather was really hot, especially in the kitchen, while cooking. She quietly counted her earnings in her mind. She made 12.48 yuan from the factory business and 41.6 yuan from 2 meals at the guest house, totaling 54.08 yuan. At that moment, she suddenly felt a cool breeze from the cardboard fan, and her mood brightened. Nearby, Ping silently watched this scene. The young girl was not very old, but she was very capable at her work. He knew exactly how much money Gao Wenyue could earn in a day at the guest house. In his opinion, she deserved to earn this money. In such hot weather, who would want to stay in the kitchen cooking if they had some money? A young, pretty girl cooking 3 meals a day like this would be sweating all over. If she didn't earn this money, who would? In this era, hardworking people tend to gain others' good feelings, especially if they are good-looking. Ping's impression of Gao Wenyue was growing better, and he couldn't help but want to take better care of her. When Gao Wenyue was called to his office, she saw Ping turn on the ceiling fan above his desk. The breeze blew gently, and her restless feelings gradually eased. After fanning herself for a while and feeling cooler, she asked, "Leader, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Ping was busy with some documents and was caught off guard by her question. He had just seen Gao Wenyue's cheeks flush from the heat and instinctively called her into the office to fan her.
Now, he didn't know what to say.
Seeing his hesitation, Gao Wenyue didn't mind and took the initiative to say, "Leader, maybe I should start. I have something to tell you." Ping was worried he couldn't find an excuse, but with Gao Wenyue's help, he eagerly said, "Go ahead." Gao Wenyue wanted to talk about the guest house's publicity. Many people still didn't know it was open to the public. They still thought it was only for hosting national leaders and common folks couldn't stay there. Ping raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean?" Gao Wenyue said, "I think we should advertise in the newspapers to let everyone know about the opening. We can also promote it together with the event of Leader Deng eating there. I believe it will create a big impact. Not just a big impact, it might even cause a big splash." Waiting for a response, Gao Wenyue couldn't help but ask, "Leader?" Ping showed a small smile and handed over the document, gesturing for the person across to look at it. Gao Wenyue hesitated briefly before taking the document. This file from the municipal guest house, was she allowed to see it? The moment she read the content, Gao Wenyue couldn't help but smile slightly. Ping also smiled, surprised that he and Gao Wenyue shared the same idea. Their thoughts on promotion were exactly the same. Gao Wenyue took out a photo album she had taken at the photography studio yesterday. Ping had already arranged for the newspaper staff to take similar photos. Since it involved senior leaders,
He chose to shoot from a bystander's perspective and did not let reporters approach for interviews. He Ping hadn't told anyone about this, not even Wang Jianhua. So he was sure that he and Gao Wenyue had thought of the same plan. Seeing that someone was already handling the arrangements, Gao Wenyue said, "That's good. Since the leaders have arranged it, I'll go first." He Ping didn't quite understand what was happening but called out to stop her, saying, "Wait a moment." Gao Wenyue paused and looked back at He Ping, puzzled. She wondered why this senior leader was acting so strangely today. This had happened several times already. Fortunately, she was mentally strong. What He Ping wanted to say wasn't really about himself. He said, "I've arranged a meeting with the newspaper editor about tomorrow's promotion page. You should come along, too." Although Gao Wenyue had only just started, He Ping knew she definitely had plans for the promotion. Later, He Ping was glad he brought Gao Wenyue along because her presence made negotiations with the newspaper go smoothly. By the end of the discussion, the experienced newspaper editor followed Gao Wenyue's lead. When the meeting ended, the editor couldn't help but say, "Comrade Gao, you look so young, but I didn't expect you to be quite skilled in editing and writing." Gao Wenyue smiled slightly and replied, "I'm just showing off in front of professionals like you. Sorry for the trouble." Unbeknownst to her, those with keen eyes would see this as her being modest and humble. If Gao Wenyue knew what the two people opposite were thinking, she would definitely shout, "It's all an illusion. All just appearances." She had been in business for decades in her previous life. The tricks of advertising and promotion were all the same old routines, and she had watched many TV ads too. Gao Wenyue believed that at this moment, advertising and promotion were the easiest to do. People in this era still trust newspapers and TV broadcasts a lot. The influence of print media is significant. Advertising in newspapers and on TV is undoubtedly the best way to promote. Of course, false advertising is not allowed. At this time, the review process is very strict. Even when advertising for the municipal guest house, the editor carefully confirmed the accommodation prices and meal packages several times. This strict review process helps people trust the advertisements more. The advertising method is simple and was thought up by Gao Wenyue. First, they place a photo of Leader Deng eating with the words, "The municipal guest house is open to the public. Everyone can stay. Stay at the guest house and enjoy the leader's favorite dishes. One night costs 1.5 yuan. A meal costs 0.88 yuan. A senior editor at the newspaper looked at these 3 short lines and liked them more and more. He is responsible for the business section and often receives advertisements that are thousands of words long. Each time, he struggles to understand what the promotion is really about, even taking a long time just to find the main theme. This was the first time he saw such a simple promotional method. Actually, this is enough. The content in the newspaper is meant for ordinary people, so the simpler, the better. Otherwise, if they used complicated, fancy language, ordinary readers wouldn't understand. Gao Wenyue could tell that the editor was genuinely satisfied. They were talking in a tea house. Just as a pot of hot tea was served, they decided on this promotional idea. Li Chuanhe was very pleased and said, "This advertisement will definitely catch everyone's attention tomorrow." Gao Wenyue smiled and asked, "Editor Li, are you only responsible for the business promotion section?" Although this time the commercial ad took up a whole page in the front, Gao Wenyue felt something was still missing. Li Chuanhe looked at the eye-catching numbers and said without hesitation, "Of course not. I also write the content." This statement was quite cautious. Li Chuanhe glanced at He Ping. They were high school classmates and old friends. He Ping's family connections helped him enter politics, while Li Chuanhe relied on his family and his talent to become the deputy editor of the newspaper. Few people knew about their private friendship. Hearing this, Gao Wenyue couldn't help but lean closer to He Ping and whispered in his ear, "Leader, let's ask Editor Li to write a short story about Leader Deng's meal." Business promotion is business promotion, but a small story creates a sense of casual coincidence. He Ping instantly understood. He knew Gao Wenyue's plan. She was planning to use a warm, friendly approach. Since top leaders are so approachable, combining leadership with a guest house would only strengthen the community support of the municipal guest house. Because of Gao Wenyue's recent behavior, He Ping nodded instinctively and asked, "Okay, how do you want to write this?" Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "I don't have any ideas. Let editor Li handle it." Does she really see herself as a talented woman? Li Chuanhe, on the other side, looked surprised. At first, he thought the woman in front of him was just a subordinate of an old classmate. Now, she didn't seem like that anymore. Seeing that the discussion was almost over, Gao Wenyue said, "I'll go now. I won't disturb you," and editor Li catching up. In other situations, Gao Wenyue would look for cues before leaving. Since He Ping was her nominal boss, it wouldn't be proper for her to leave first. But now it was a special case. He Ping and Li Chuanhe looked like old friends, and they spoke cautiously. Some things couldn't be said openly in front of her. So, Gao Wenyue quickly slipped away with good insight. Even after Gao Wenyue's figure disappeared, He Ping's gaze hadn't returned. Li Chuanhe couldn't help but smile and waved his hand in front of He Ping. "Hey, time to come back to reality." He Ping looked away and gently sipped his tea. Li Chuanhe said curiously, "Is the sun rising in the west? You were just spacing out in front of a woman? Are you interested in her?" Li Chuanhe reached up and stroked his chin, recalling Gao Wenyue's appearance. He nodded and said, "No wonder you like her. She's quite pretty. She's a bit young, but that's okay. Marriage is about caring after all. Being a little young isn't a big deal." He Ping's eyebrows immediately furrowed. He looked at Li Chuanhe with displeasure and said, "Don't overthink. Xiao Gao is just a junior, maybe also a subordinate." Li Chuanhe retorted, "Isn't Secretary Wang also your junior and subordinate? When did you ever bring him to meet me?" He Ping said, "Why would I meet you just for that? I only came because of work this time." Li Chuanhe sneered. This was after work hours, his personal time. When had He Ping ever taken a junior to meet his friends alone? Even his own niece hadn't received such treatment. He knew He Ping was a good friend, so Li Chuanhe advised, "You're not getting any younger. It's time to find someone to settle down with. Are you still hung up on her?" He Ping's face immediately changed. As he was leaving, he said, "You're so noisy tonight." The next day, the city people were buzzing with excitement. Most talked about were the municipal guest house and the Gao family's pickled vegetable shop, which were brought about by leader Deng's influence. "Did you hear? The municipal guest house is now open to the public. I saw it in the newspaper. Leader Deng even ate the dishes made there." "Really? You just found out?" "I knew a few days ago, and went to line up outside the guest house to buy food." "How does it taste? Is it good?"
Of course it is.
"The dishes look exactly like the photos in the newspaper. The rice soaked in broth smells wonderful. I ate it with soup and cornbread." The more people discussed it, the more effective the advertising became. The trend of opening to the public finally spread to the border areas. When Gao Wenyue arrived at the municipal guest house, the front desk was crowded with people lining up to book rooms. Wang Jianhua saw Gao Wenyue and shouted, "Comrade Gao, you're finally here. Come to the kitchen." Seeing so many people registering at the door, Gao Wenyue prepared herself to cook, but when she saw a whole half of a pig, her face couldn't help but with surprise. Gao Wenyue asked cautiously, "Secretary Wang, won't there be too much meat?" Wang Jianhua grinned and said, "Comrade Gao, I was worried there wouldn't be enough. Ever since the newspaper was printed this morning, many people have come with the paper to book rooms." Hearing this, Gao Wenyue was happy. Although she had to cook many dishes, the more she cooked, the more she earned. That day, the municipal guest house was extremely busy. The top leaders received endless phone calls, mostly about responding to the policy. He Ping was taken out early by the top leader. Gao Wenyue started her braising mode in the kitchen, taking charge of everything while everyone helped cook. During the day, she even thought about going to the machinery factory to sell vegetables at noon, but then Grandma He arrived. "Wenyue, you focus on this side first. I'll help you set up a stall at the machinery factory," Grandma He offered proactively. Gao Wenyue refused outright, saying, "Grandma, thank you for your kindness, but I'll finish my work here soon." "Grandma," he said, "why do you want to go set up a stall over there? Can't you see how busy it is here? The business here is enough for you to earn a good amount." Her words resonated with everyone in the kitchen.
They all thought the same.
They had never seen such a hardworking girl like Gao Wenyue. Without a doubt, everyone really liked Gao Wenyue. Her hardworking spirit impressed them a lot. Gao Wenyue cooked 8 pots of dishes at the city committee guest house. When her work was done, she untied her apron and headscarf, took out a handkerchief to wipe her forehead, and then left. Everyone watched her back in a daze. "Grandma," he muttered, "Comrade Wenyue is really impressive. I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry her." When Gao Wenyue delivered the dishes to the engineering department, Zhao Guohua was already waiting for her in the office. Today, the engineering department's office was crowded, making Gao Wenyue think they were having a meeting. Just as she hesitated whether to go in, Zhao Guohua rushed out. "Xiao Gao, come in quickly." Zhao Guohua warmly waved to her. "Big brother Gao, Gao Wenyue hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted. Zhao Guohua excitedly asked, "Xiao Gao, is the high-quality marinated dish you made the same as the one served at the guest house? The one leader Deng ate?" So that's what he was asking.
Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "Yes."
"Oh my goodness. Really? I actually ate the same dish as the leader." Everyone in the office was chatting excitedly. Gao Wenyue said, "The dishes at the city committee guest house are made by me." She added, "The dish leader Deng ate was also made by me." Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Gao Wenyue looked proud. The hard work of these days suddenly felt worth it. After selling the dishes at the door, Gao Wenyue was so tired she didn't want to move. She bought a cream ice cream at the small shop and sat down on a step. The creamy ice cream melted on her tongue, making her feel alive again. In the hot summer, only ice cream is the best. On the main city streets, there are poplar trees on both sides. Elderly people sit under the shade, holding fans and relaxing. "Old Zhang, do you know that they are promoting opening up to the outside?" Yes, they even opened the city committee guest house for us common folks to stay in." "That's great. Things are getting better for us." "Exactly. I booked a room for tonight and will take my family to stay." Everyone's longing for the city committee guest house was at its peak. While eating ice cream, Gao Wenyue listened happily to the passers-by chatting. After finishing one ice cream, Gao Wenyue headed to the guest house. Based on her guess, more people would book rooms tonight because staying overnight allowed for 2 meals to be ordered. As expected, the entrance of the guest house was crowded with people. The kitchen staff looked happy. They truly admired Gao Wenyue now. This young girl, though not very old, was very skilled and capable. As the saying goes, the closest water tower gets the moon first. Everyone was beginning to flatter Gao Wenyue, trying to make good connections early. "Madam," he was still at the guest house bringing news. All the rooms were fully booked, 342 rooms in total. Tonight, there were 417 meal orders, many of which were repeat orders. When Gao Wenyue heard this, she didn't say a word. She turned around and went straight to the kitchen to work. 11 pots of marinated dishes were simmering on the stove, filling the air with a rich, savory smell. Guests staying at the guest house eagerly leaned outside the windows to smell the aroma. The children in the neighboring house were already crying because they were so hungry. Guests had already inquired about the situation. They either brought rice or steamed buns, determined to fill their stomachs. Gao Wenyue knew the eating habits of people in this era. She prepared enough sauce for each pot, each meal set costing 88 cents. It was probably meant for a family to share, so there was enough sauce for everyone. After all the dishes were sold out, Master Li told Wang Jianhua, Secretary Wang, "Today we almost ran out of meat. Let's ask the meat factory to send more tomorrow." Wang Jianhua replied, "Okay, I'll arrange that." But Gao Wenyue said, "No, tell them to send less meat tomorrow."
"Why?"
A voice responded from behind. It was He Ping asking. Gao Wenyue turned around and looked at He Ping, saying, "Spending a night here is already a luxury. Ordinary people can't afford to stay at the guest house and eat these meals every day." This was true. Even with the influence of leadership, the novelty was only temporary. Once the excitement wore off, people's lives would return to normal. Most ordinary folks could only afford this a few times a month. How could they stay at the guest house and eat out every day? That's also why Gao Wenyue still insisted on setting up her stall at the machinery factory,
their main customer base. He Ping's eyes showed even more admiration. He came specifically to discuss this matter, and he was pleased to see Gao Wenyue already had this awareness. So, He Ping said, "Secretary Wang, follow Gao's instructions." Wang Jianhua quickly replied, "Yes, leader." He Ping had social engagements tonight, so he hurriedly arrived and left just as quickly. Gao Wenyue politely declined Aunt He's invitation. She needed to go home quickly to take a shower. She wished she had brought 2 sets of clothes to change into, but she had left them at the guest house. Today, her clothes had been wet, then dry, then wet again, and now she could smell a sour odor. She pedaled her bike hard and just reached her door when she smelled the aroma of chicken soup coming from her kitchen. Having not eaten all day, Gao Wenyue suddenly felt very hungry, and her stomach made a loud growl. She pushed open the door and headed toward the kitchen. She saw Lu Xiangye standing in front of the stove, holding a spoon and tasting the soup, as if checking the saltiness. Gao Wenyue stood quietly at the door, watching the scene. This simple, warm family moment was what many people dreamed of, a life filled with everyday warmth. No matter how busy or tired she was from work outside, there was always someone waiting for her at home. Xiangye didn't turn around and said, "You're back? Time to eat. I made chicken soup today. Drink a couple of bowls later." When he didn't get a response, Xiangye looked back at Gao Wenyue and said, "You don't need to diet anymore. I've noticed you've lost weight recently." Xiangye had mentioned this before. At that time, Gao Wenyue didn't mind and said it was good because it saved her from dieting. She didn't expect that a casual remark would stay in his mind. Recently, Gao Wenyue had lost weight. The intense cooking she did every day, combined with cycling back and forth, meant her exercise was enough, and she naturally slimmed down. Seeing that Gao Wenyue hadn't responded, Xiangye's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Gao Wenyue quickly said, "You eat first. I want to take a shower first." Hearing this, Xiangye took a hot water bottle from the kitchen and brought hot water to the bathroom. Gao Wenyue found her pajamas and went to take a shower. When she returned to the living room, the meal was already on the table, and Xiangye was waiting for her there. "Didn't I tell you to eat first?" Gao Wenyue asked while drying her hair. Xiangye didn't answer, but served her a bowl of chicken soup. A full bowl of chicken soup, then he added a large chicken leg. The chicken was tender and falling apart. He separated the meat and put it in another bowl. After filling the bowl with chicken, Xiangye gently pushed it toward Gao Wenyue. Tonight's dinner was stewed old hen and stir-fried hollow vegetables, with plain white bread from the cafeteria as the main staple. Gao Wenyue finished a whole bowl of chicken soup, feeling comfortable in her stomach. It had been hot today, and her stomach had been empty all day. Seeing her bowl was empty, Xiangye filled her another bowl of chicken soup. He said, "Drink one more bowl of soup, then you can eat the meat." Gao Wenyue replied, "Thank you." If someone asked Gao Wenyue at this moment who is the best person in the world to her, she would answer without hesitation, Lu Xiangye. In both her past and present lives, the person who has been the best to Gao Wenyue is Lu Xiangye. Gao Wenyue sipped her chicken soup, feeling sweet inside, and her eyes a little sore. After finishing the bowl, she looked up at the ceiling, trying to hold back her tears. Lu Xiangye panicked. He put down his chopsticks and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Did someone bully you?" Gao Wenyue's eyes were just red-rimmed, but when she heard the man's caring words, tears suddenly spilled over. Lu Xiangye grew more anxious. He tightly clenched his fists and asked nervously what happened. Seeing the man so worried, Gao Wenyue quickly shook her head and said, "The chicken soup smells so good. I cried from eating too much." Lu Xiangye looked confused. He didn't believe such a clumsy excuse. His worry was real and deep. Gao Wenyue's heart trembled uncontrollably, a feeling she found unfamiliar. She looked at the man and asked, "Lu Xiangye, why are you so good to me?" Lu Xiangye looked into her eyes seriously and said, "Because you are my wife." The expression of being touched on Gao Wenyue's face instantly changed, and her heart gave a sudden jolt. Lu Xiangye asked confusedly, "Did I say something wrong?" Gao Wenyue hesitated for a moment, then decided to ask, "If I hadn't switched the marriage with Gao Hongyan back then, would you still treat Gao Hongyan so well? Lu Xiongye furrowed his brows deeply and said, No, I only care about you. He added, Gao Wenyue, I only care about you. If you hadn't switched the marriage, I wouldn't have married Gao Hongyan. Gao Wenyue remembered that in her past life, this man had married Gao Hongyan. She instinctively argued, How is that possible? If there was no switch, would you have broken off the engagement with Gao Hongyan? Lu Xiongye paused but didn't answer. Gao Wenyue suddenly lost her appetite. She put down her chopsticks and said, I've had enough. You can eat slowly. Watching Gao Wenyue turn and leave, Lu Xiongye didn't understand why she had been fine just a moment ago but suddenly looked angry. Still, he instinctively reached out and grabbed her hand. Lu Xiongye had a feeling that if he let Gao Wenyue turn away, he would regret it later. He held her hand and said, If I hadn't met you, I might have listened to my parents and married a suitable wife at the right age, living a respectful life together. But that day, I saw you first and I couldn't marry Gao Hongyan anymore. This is Lu Xiongye's heartfelt words. Although he knew at the time that Gao Wenyue was unwilling to follow the army, when he learned that the Gao family was willing to exchange marriages, he was so happy he couldn't sleep all night. Gao Wenyue's almond-shaped eyes suddenly widened. Was Lu Xiongye confessing? The tense atmosphere just moments ago now felt filled with a subtle, intimate feeling. Both of their cheeks were slightly red and they looked down, eating quietly. After dinner, Lu Xiongye took the initiative to clear the dishes and Gao Wenyue didn't rush to help. She just wanted to lie down and sleep. After taking a shower, Lu Xiongye also washed a plate of figs and saw the woman on the bed already asleep. In the middle of the night, Gao Wenyue suddenly woke up, feeling her stomach bloated. She had gone to bed around 7 last night, but now she couldn't fall back asleep. She turned restlessly, and the room made soft rustling sounds. In the darkness, Lu Xiongye asked, Can't sleep? Gao Wenyue was startled. She looked up and asked, When did you wake up? Although she couldn't see anything, she instinctively leaned closer. Lu Xiongye sensed the fragrance growing nearer, his breathing quickening, his chest rising slightly, and a flicker of desire sparkled in his eyes. Just woke up. Gao Wenyue said with a guilty tone. Did I wake you up? Lu Xiongye shook his head and said, No. Why can't you sleep? Gao Wenyue turned over again and said, Maybe I went to bed too early. But in her heart, she thought, Gao Wenyue, oh Gao Wenyue, you really have a hard life. You were so tired during the day, how come you wake up after just a little sleep? Seeing that Gao Wenyue truly couldn't sleep, Lu Xiongye suggested, Since you can't sleep, why not do something else? Gao Wenyue was surprised. Her face in the dark was uncontrollably warm. She asked softly, Do something else? Yes. Lu Xiongye replied confidently. What kind of thing? Gao Wenyue asked shyly and sweetly. Lu Xiongye truly lives up to his reputation as a cold-faced officer in the army. His way of comforting his wife to sleep is so unique. In the middle of the night, he took Gao Wenyue up to the rooftop. Gao Wenyue was afraid to climb the creaky ladder, but Lu Xiongye firmly supported her arm and helped her up. She had to grit her teeth and climb onto the roof for the first time. She was scared at first, but once she saw the sky above the rooftop, her smile never faded. The night sky on the frontier is so bright and beautiful. Under the moonlight, you can see endless land and twinkling stars in the sky, close enough to reach out and touch. So, you want to take me to see the stars? Gao Wenyue reached out to pick the stars in front of her. What do you think I want to do with you? Lu Xiongye turned around, puzzled. Under the moonlight, Gao Wenyue could clearly see Lu Xiongye's handsome face. The moonlight added a charming glow, making her stare in fascination. The moonlight shone on both their faces, and as they looked at each other, their hearts beat faster. They couldn't help but move closer and closer. When their lips touched, Lu Xiongye gently wrapped his arms around Gao Wenyue. It was as if he had unlocked a special energy, quickly taking control of the moment. Gao Wenyue's breath grew shallow, and she realized there was a new way to kiss. Later, lying back on the bed, Lu Xiongye and Gao Wenyue were so excited they couldn't sleep. Their hands were restless, not knowing where to rest. Suddenly, Lu Xiangye turned over and pulled her into his arms. Gao Wenyue was pulled close, pressed against him, smelling a fresh soap scent. Lu Xiangye looked down and said, I heard you say you didn't want to change your military duties that day. Gao Wenyue felt her heart tighten. She quickly looked up at his face, wanting to explain, but he spoke first. He said, But I want to marry you. I want to live with you. Gao Wenyue, I don't want to let go. These were Lu Xiangye's true feelings. Over time, he realized he liked Gao Wenyue more and more. He couldn't control his feelings anymore. His original reason for helping her leave the Gao family was gone. He wanted her now. His tone was both strong and uncertain. Although he heard her say she didn't want to stay in the military, he saw her living well on the frontier these days. Did that mean she was willing to stay? Gao Wenyue smiled softly. She reached out and hugged Lu Xiangye's waist, whispering, Then don't let go. I want to live with you too. When Lu Xiangye heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face, and his eyes lit up. But there was more good news. Gao Wenyue continued, Lu Xiangye, I said I didn't want to stay in the military on purpose, just to say that to them. That's not how I really feel. Before she finished, Lu Xiangye cut her off with a kiss. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Ma Chunhua said angrily, Captain Lu used to be single, working all the time. Now he has a wife, he should take a break sometimes, right? Captain Wu finally understood and burst out laughing, muttering, This kid finally gets it. Ma Chunhua mysteriously said, Not just that, I think Captain Lu is quite romantic. Last night, Ma Chunhua went out to the bathroom and saw two people sitting on the roof of the neighbor's house. What's up? Do you know something? I'm telling you last night. Captain Wu and Ma Chunhua were whispering when one of the main characters they were discussing came back. They were caught by Lu Xiangye, who overheard them gossiping behind his back. Ma Chunhua smiled awkwardly and asked, Captain Lu, why are you back again? Lu Xiangye ignored Captain Wu's curious expression and cleared his throat, saying, Sister-in-law, I want to ask you something. Ma Chunhua and Captain Wu looked at each other, unsure what Lu Xiangye could possibly need to ask her. Captain Wu, more curious, didn't get any answer from Lu Xiangye, who stood coldly, waiting for him to leave before speaking. As Captain Wu was leaving, he muttered angrily, You little brat. Ma Chunhua smiled warmly and said, Captain Lu, you can tell me now. Lu Xiangye went straight to the kitchen after returning home. His face was still as cold as usual, but his reddening airs betrayed his feelings. Thinking about Ma Chunhua's teasing earlier, even the usually aloof Lu Xiangye couldn't help but feel a bit flustered and hurriedly left. Gao Wenyue woke up to find breakfast already prepared on the table, with chicken soup and some greens inside, looking very appetizing. Hey, aren't you going to work today? Gao Wenyue asked curiously. I'll go later. Lu Xiangye handed her an enamel cup, signaling her to drink water first. Gao Wenyue looked at the cup and saw the water inside was red, a red sugar drink. She softly asked, Did you make red sugar water? Lu Xiangye nodded quietly, mainly asking Ma Chunhua about this. He didn't know how to take care of Gao Wenyue during her period. Ma Chunhua said women shouldn't overexert during their period and should rest more, preferably drinking more red sugar water. So, Gao Wenyue drank a big cup of red sugar water in the morning, and before leaving, Lu Xiangye filled a military-style water bottle with more for her. During breakfast, Lu Xiangye took on most of the work preparing the braised dishes, while Gao Wenyue only moved her hands a little at the beginning. When she learned that Lu Xiangye still wanted to take her to the city, Gao Wenyue quickly said, I know you're worried about me, but I'm feeling much better now, so you don't need to send me. Before Lu Xiangye could speak, Gao Wenyue continued, I understand my health. If I feel uncomfortable, I won't force myself. Gao Wenyue was so determined that Lu Xiangye didn't insist. Instead, he just reminded her, don't eat cold foods anymore, especially ice cream and cold drinks. Gao Wenyue replied firmly, got it. When they arrived at the municipal guest house, they saw that there were fewer people waiting at the front desk than yesterday. Before Gao Wenyue could go to the kitchen, Wang Jianhua came over. Comrade Gao, the leader wants to see you. Wang Jianhua looked at Gao Wenyue. He was truly impressed by this young girl. Last night, she said to eat less meat, and today the occupancy rate dropped. Actually, today's occupancy rate was still high. Compared to the full house on the first day, only 2/3 of the rooms were occupied today. Yesterday, all 342 rooms were booked. Today, 218 rooms were reserved. Even so, everyone at the guest house was very excited. Yesterday, the guest house sold 737 meal packages. After deducting costs, Gao Wenyue took a share of 147.4 yuan. In just one day, Gao Wenyue earned 147.4 yuan. Seeing Gao Wenyue, Wang Jianhua now felt like she was wearing a string of numbers. 147.4 yuan. This girl is amazing. When Wang Jianhua secretly looked at Gao Wenyue for the 8th time, she couldn't help asking, "Secretary Wang, what's wrong?" Wang Jianhua quickly looked away and said, "Nothing, I'm fine." Deepening came to see Gao Wenyue to discuss renewing the contract. Gao Wenyue looked at the original 1-year contract, which now had been extended to 3 years. She couldn't help but smile. She said, "All right, I'll sign the contract. But I have one additional condition." When she said this, both Deepening and Wang Jianhua looked at her. Were they thinking about raising the price? Both of them had that thought, but they knew very well that it was already difficult to keep Gao Wenyue's 40% share in the contract. At first, no one believed in this project, so no one paid attention to the specific income distribution. But now, things were different. The municipal guest house had started making money. Just yesterday, they earned 648.56 yuan. That was just one day. In the future, there would be countless days like this. Everyone was eyeing this lucrative opportunity, and more people wanted to get involved, giving advice and making suggestions. Fortunately, Deepening has both skill and strength. He managed to push back all these issues, including the renewal contract, where the 40% profit share was also a firm decision made by Deepening. If Gao Wenyue still wants to get a larger share now, it's impossible. Gao Wenyue understands these principles well. When she saw that the profit share was still 40%, she was surprised for a moment. Originally, Gao Wenyue didn't plan to earn much money at the municipal guest house. Dealing with officials is sometimes about making connections or preparing for future opportunities. Gao Wenyue's goal was both to gain connections and to build her brand of high-quality marinated dishes using the guest house's reputation. Clearly, she has achieved that goal now, and she has also earned money. So Gao Wenyue said, "My additional condition is, the chef will be responsible for by Gao's enterprise." Wang Jianhua was surprised and asked, "Gao's enterprise?" Deepening then asked, "Are you planning to let someone else cook?" Originally, the contract stated that Gao Wenyue would cook. After the additional agreement, it now states that Gao's enterprise will be responsible, changing from an individual to a company. Gao Wenyue explained, "Our Gao's marinated dishes have now registered as a brand, and from now on, it's Gao's enterprise. But don't worry, for now, I will still be the one cooking. Even if I decide to assign another chef in the future, I will ensure she is well-trained before she starts." Gao Wenyue had her own plans. She couldn't work in the guest house kitchen forever. She had other things to do. She didn't want to give up this cooperation, but hiring chefs was inevitable. Thinking of this, Gao Wenyue silently calculated in her mind that she needed more than just one chef. While it's easy to find a chef, loyal and reliable ones are hard to come by. The two people opposite understood this, and suddenly realized that this was the real Gao Wenyue. Such an outstanding woman. How could her ambitions be limited to just working in the guest house kitchen? Deepening agreed. After reprinting the contract, they signed and stamped their seals. Deepening used the seal of the municipal guest house. Gao Wenyue used the seal of Gao's enterprise. Leader, happy cooperation. Gao Wenyue cheerfully extended her right hand. Boss Gao, let's work together quickly. Deepening's lips slightly curved into a smile as he also extended his right hand. Gao Wenyue modestly said, "Oh, I wouldn't dare. Leader, just call me Little Gao. It sounds more friendly." Deepening's smile deepened, and he said, "All right, Little Gao." Gao Wenyue said, "Leader, when are you free? I would like to invite you and Secretary Wang to dinner." Deepening had already planned to invite Gao Wenyue to dinner and didn't expect her to be the one to speak first. So, Deepening said, Why wait for a better day? Let's do it today. Secretary Wang, go book a restaurant. Does this mean he's inviting us? Gao Wenyue quickly thanked him and then went to the kitchen to prepare the food. Today, although only 218 rooms were booked at the guest house, there were 420 meal orders for the day, almost half less than yesterday. Gao Wenyue received 84 yuan. After returning from the mechanical factory, Gao Wenyue went to her dormitory for a nap. She opened the military-style water bottle prepared by Lu Xiangye, and the sweet smell of brown sugar water filled the air. Maybe it was just her feeling, but after drinking the brown sugar water in the morning, her stomach felt much better. Gao Wenyue took a few big sips from the bottle and then lay down for her rest. Tonight's dishes had been prepared earlier. During dinner, Grandma He also came. With her there, the meal felt warmer and less lonely. Wenyue, try this fish. Their fish is the best, Grandma He said warmly. It was a plate of pickled fish, with thin slices of fish and translucent pickled vegetables that looked very clear. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but pick up a piece of fish and a piece of pickled vegetable. From her narrowed eyes, everyone could see she liked this dish very much. I told you this dish is delicious. I haven't had it from their place in many years, Grandma He said, lost in memories. He Ping was surprised. He took a pair of shared chopsticks, picked a piece of pickled fish, and put it in Grandma He's bowl. Big sister, whenever you want to eat this again, just tell me.
I'll come with you, he said.
Grandma He didn't reply. She was no longer the young lady of the He family and was past the age of being happy just for a bite of food. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the private room became quiet. Gao Wenyue sensed it keenly. She glanced at Wang Jianhua, who then spoke, Comrade Gao, this dish might not be enough. Shall I take you to the front desk to order a couple more dishes? Gao Wenyue immediately stood up and said, Sure, let's go. Only Grandma He and He Ping remained in the private room. The surrounding air felt strangely silent. After a long while, He Ping looked at his eldest sister. They say the eldest sister is like a mother, but his sister was not a mother. She was even more caring. Finally, He Ping said, Big sister, you've suffered a lot over the years. Hida Ma felt a pang in her heart. Her younger brother was someone she had raised herself. She said, It's not hard. What's there to be cool about? Hida Ma cheered up and said, Our days are getting better and better. I'm so happy. I'm just waiting to meet my granddaughter-in-law. And you, how many years has it been? You should find someone too. Usually, He Ping ignored marriage pressure from others, but he couldn't ignore Hida Ma's insistence. He said, I know, but finding someone isn't that easy. Let's wait and see. At that moment, He Ping's mind suddenly flashed with Gao Wenyue's image. He was surprised himself. Could it be true that he was thinking about Gao Wenyue, as Li Chuna said? Maybe he's just getting old and lonely, overthinking things. He picked up his teacup and drank quickly, not just drinking tea, but pouring it down. Hida Ma immediately sensed something was up and asked eagerly, Have you chosen someone? Who is it? Who? In the past, she also urged He Ping to find a partner. He would either avoid the topic or change the subject. But this was the first time he answered her seriously. Why is it taking so long to add dishes? I'll go check. He quickly excused himself and left. Alone in the private room, Hida Ma was quietly pondering. In recent days, no other women had appeared around He Ping.
Who was he interested in?
She was sure her brother was thinking of someone, or he wouldn't have said those words. After a while, 3 people entered together. Hida Ma asked, What dishes did you add? Gao Wenyue and Wang Jianhua looked at each other. They had only gone out for an excuse. They didn't really order anything. He Ping understood immediately. He called the waiter and said he wanted to add dishes. The waiter recommended, Our shrimp today is very fresh. You can try it braised or boiled. We also have a new blueberry yam dessert, which is very popular among women. He Ping glanced at Gao Wenyue and said, Just those 2. Hida Ma caught this glance and quickly looked at Gao Wenyue, then turned her attention back to He Ping. Today, He Ping was wearing a white shirt. Though in his early 30s, his elegant scholar-like demeanor made him look youthful and added a touch of vitality. Gao Wenyue was wearing a light blue shirt, her hair at the back. Her bright features were stunning. It was hard for any man not to be captivated by her. Beautiful face, smart mind, quick work. Who wouldn't like her? Even she, as a woman, liked Gao Wenyue, and he thought of a possibility. Suddenly, she let out a small cry. He, what's wrong? Gao Wenyue asked with concern. Nothing, nothing, he quickly shook her head. Later, when the dessert was served, he kept urging Gao Wenyue to eat more. The dinner didn't last long, and near the end, Gao Wenyue discreetly looked at her watch 3 times. Ping noticed and said proactively, "It's about time. Let's break up." This suited Gao Wenyue's wishes. After saying goodbye to everyone, she rode her bicycle back to the residential area. He looked at Gao Wenyue's back and muttered in complaint, "Ah, Ping, you're too unchivalrous. You didn't even see if you could send the young comrade home." Ping was puzzled and said, "She has a bicycle. Why should I send her?" He, disappointed, said, "Wenyue at least helped you solve a big problem. It's so hot today, riding a bicycle isn't as comfortable as taking a car." Ping was silent. He hadn't thought of that. Wenyue looked pale today, which was why he finished dinner early. Seeing Ping silent, he became more convinced that her brother was interested in Gao Wenyue. Ping suddenly realized he didn't even know where Gao Wenyue lived. He was thinking to himself that he should ask next time. Meanwhile, Gao Wenyue pedaled her bike vigorously, eager to get home and see Lu Xiangye. All day, she kept thinking of Lu Xiangye and wanted to see him soon. After rushing home, she opened the door to find no one there. Probably working overtime. "I'll prepare dinner and wait for him," Gao Wenyue muttered and went to the kitchen. She ate by herself and then cooked a meal for Lu Xiangye. After cooking, Gao Wenyue took a shower. As night fell, the man still hadn't come back. Gao Wenyue couldn't wait any longer. She went next door to find Ma Chunhua and learned that Captain Wu hadn't returned yet. The soldiers Bai Yong and Li Jinjun from that row also hadn't come back. Ma Chunhua comforted her, saying, "They probably went on a mission." Not long after, Li Fengying ran over and said, "Why are you all still standing here? The men are back. I heard they faced danger during the mission, and some were injured." The 3 women couldn't help but step back in fear. At that moment, Gao Wenyue finally understood what a military spouse had to bear. She was now very afraid to hear that Lu Xiangye was hurt. Li Fengying was followed by a military aide, who said only one person was injured, but was looking at Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue trembled and asked, "Is Lu Xiangye hurt?" The aide nodded and said, "Captain Lu is injured. Please pack some clean clothes for him. I need to take them to him." Gao Wenyue's heart sank, and she quickly stepped back. At that moment, she realized how much she cared about this man. Ma Chunhua hurried to support Gao Wenyue and said, "Wenyue, you must hold on. Captain Lu is waiting for you to take care of him." Wang Xiuli also said, "Wenyue, don't worry. It might just be a small injury. Don't scare yourself." Hearing this, Gao Wenyue regained her composure. She ran into the yard, quickly packed a few clothes, and followed the aide to the hospital. Seeing Gao Wenyue's figure, the 3 women behind her felt uneasy. As military wives, they understood the fear and worry. Li Fengying sighed and said, "I hope Captain Lu's injury is just a minor one. Please don't leave him with any lasting problems." Ma Chunhua and Wang Xiuli looked back at Li Fengying. Although her words sounded harsh, they could tell she was concerned. Li Fengying felt confused and asked, "Why do you all look at me like that?" Wang Xiuli sighed and said, "I thought you would be happy about it." After all, Li Fengying had always disliked Gao Wenyue, criticizing her openly and secretly. Since Li Jinjun and Lu Xiangye were rivals in the army, Li Fengying always hoped the Lu family wouldn't do well. Li Fengying shouted, "How is that possible? They are both soldiers in the same unit. If something happens to him, how can our Jinjun avoid it?" Wang Xiuli sighed and said, "No wonder I thought." Ma Chunhua waved her hand and said, "Stop talking. It's good enough that she has this awareness." Gao Wenyue ran desperately toward the hospital, silently repeating in her mind, "Lu Xiangye, I'm coming." At the military district hospital, Lu Xiangye and others were crossing a minefield on the border during a mission. Everyone had put down their weapons. They fought hand to hand, and in the end, Lu Xiangye defeated 10 opponents alone, but he was stabbed in the chest. Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang were in the ward, along with Li Jinjun. When Lu Xiangye rushed into the minefield, he hesitated. By the time he gathered the courage to step in, Lu Xiangye had already finished dealing with the enemies. Dr. Dong Xuelan, a doctor at the hospital, said, "Captain Lu, your knife wound needs more time to heal. Stay in the hospital for now." Commander Jiang immediately replied, "Yes, get better first, then you can leave. I'll give you a long leave." Lu Xiangye frowned and said, "No need. I want to go home." Lu Xiangye wanted to go home to see Gao Wenyue. They had both said earlier in the morning that they wanted to return home early. Commissioner Wang angrily shouted, "Nonsense. If that knife wound is pressed harder, it could hit your heart. What are you thinking about now, wanting to go home?" Lu Xiangye replied, "Give me some medicine. Resting at home is the same as here." Commander Jiang also said, "There's no hospital at home that can take better care of you." Wu Tuan and Bai Yong both tried to persuade Lu Xiangye, but he was determined to leave the hospital. Lu Xiangye. Gao Wenyue rushed to the hospital. As soon as Lu Xiangye heard Gao Wenyue, he headed toward the ward door. Wife. Since they expressed their feelings last night, Lu Xiangye had started calling Gao Wenyue wife. Gao Wenyue carefully reached out to touch Lu Xiangye, worried about hurting his wound. Even through his clothes, she saw no injury, only a faint smell of blood in the air. Lu Xiangye quickly comforted her. "Wife, I'm fine." Gao Wenyue looked him over carefully and asked, "Did they say you were hurt?" "I heard the news and came right away." Lu Xiangye could tell she was sweating all over her forehead, which showed she had rushed here in a hurry. He said, "It's nothing. Just a small injury. I can go home now. I was about to come to see you." The men standing behind couldn't say much, so Dong Xuelan stepped forward and said, "Wenyue, you should persuade Captain Lu. He has a knife wound on his chest and needs to stay in the hospital for at least 3 days for observation. He can't leave today." Gao Wenyue looked at Lu Xiangye with a fierce gaze. Lu Xiangye immediately became timid, nervously touching his nose and awkwardly smiling. "I'm fine. Resting at home is just the same." Gao Wenyue argued. "How can it be the same? The doctor said you need to stay in the hospital for observation, and there's a reason for that." Lu Xiangye instinctively said, "Yes, you're right." Everyone else looked at him in surprise. They knew how stubborn he was, but they didn't expect Gao Wenyue to easily persuade him to stay and recover in the hospital. Commissioner Wang laughed loudly. "Wow, one strong person can be overcome by another. All right, let's all go now. Don't disturb the little couple talking." Dong Xuelan looked at the young man and woman in front of her. She finally understood where her niece had gone wrong. Lu Xiangye's indifference was her biggest failure. Everyone thought Lu Xiangye was naturally cold, including Dong Jinjin, who believed she could warm his heart with her genuine feelings. But in fact, Lu Xiangye just didn't want to. His eyes have been following Gao Wenyue since she appeared in the hospital room, never leaving her for a moment. Thinking that Dong Jinjin no longer insisted on finding Lu Xiangye and was instead practicing her violin diligently every day, Dong Xuelan felt a bit better. She was grateful to Gao Wenyue because her violin piece motivated Dong Jinjin to work so hard now. After everyone left, Gao Wenyue turned and said, "Take off your clothes." Lu Xiangye was surprised and looked at Gao Wenyue in confusion. Seeing that he didn't respond, Gao Wenyue stepped forward and tried to unbutton his military uniform. As she touched the buttons on his green uniform, the man grabbed her hand. "I'll do it myself," Lu Xiangye said, understanding her intention. Gao Wenyue realized she had hurriedly tried to unbutton his clothes in her panic. She quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I just want to see your injury." Lu Xiangye replied, "I understand." On his lightly tanned chest, there were patches of scars of various lengths and shapes, some from knife wounds, some from gunshots, and even scars on his back. This was the first time Gao Wenyue saw his body so closely. She felt a twinge of sympathy. His body, covered in blood and flesh, was protecting the country and the people. Now,
The peaceful days everyone enjoyed were thanks to the silent sacrifices of soldiers like him. At this moment, Gao Wenyue felt deep sympathy for Lu Xiangye. She couldn't help but reach out and gently touch the gauze on his chest. Lu Xiangye's heart started pounding faster. His throat felt tight, and the strange sensation on his chest was like a kitten scratching him. He was going crazy. He felt that today's pain was nothing compared to what he was feeling now. The torment was truly maddening. Sweat beads rolled down his forehead. "Hey, are you feeling hot?" Lu Xiangye couldn't take it anymore. He reached out and grabbed her restless little hand, holding it tightly. He didn't hear a response, and Gao Wenyue didn't mind. She pushed him to sit on the hospital bed. Gao Wenyue wanted Lu Xiangye to sit on the hospital bed. She went to get water so the man could wash his face, but he simply refused to sit. At this moment, Lu Xiangye didn't dare to sit down. He was afraid of embarrassing himself in front of Gao Wenyue. Standing kept his dignity intact, but sitting would make it impossible to hide his discomfort. To prevent Gao Wenyue from noticing his abnormality, Lu Xiangye, who usually stood straight, slightly hunched his body. Gao Wenyue thought he was in pain from his wound and didn't ask further. About 10 minutes later, Lu Xiangye calmed his impulses and said, "It's so late. You should go home and sleep. I'll ask the orderly to take you back." Gao Wenyue replied, "I'm not going back. I'll stay here and keep you company." Once Gao Wenyue decided on something, it was hard to change her mind. No matter how Lu Xiangye tried to persuade her, she stubbornly stayed to take care of him. Lu Xiangye sighed, feeling both touched and pained. Before dawn, Gao Wenyue quietly went home to prepare breakfast. When Lu Xiangye came out of the examination room, Gao Wenyue was already in the ward with breakfast. Perfect timing. "Come, have breakfast," Gao Wenyue said, setting the food out. There was rice porridge, egg pancakes, sour beans, and a plate of stir-fried hollow vegetables. The beans were given by Ma Chunhua. Gao Wenyue added some salt and pickled them in a jar. The sour beans she made were tangy and tasty, perfect to eat with rice porridge. The hollow vegetables were grown in the yard earlier. Most of the plants were still sprouting, but the hollow vegetables were thriving. You could pick a handful from the top and eat, and new ones would grow in a few days. They were common green vegetables in border areas. Lu Xiangye first handed the egg pancake to Gao Wenyue and said, "Wife, you should eat too." Gao Wenyue didn't refuse his kindness. She took the pancake with a smile and said, "Let's eat together." Lu Xiangye's lips curved slightly as he said, "Okay, let's eat together." After breakfast, Lu Xiangye took the initiative to say, "Wife, go to your work. You don't need to stay here all the time. I can take care of myself with my own hands." Gao Wenyue thought for a moment and agreed. She still had her stall to run and needed to cook at the guest house. She truly didn't have the time to stay in the hospital all day. Moreover, Lu Xiangye was indeed being taken care of by others in the hospital. She said, "I'll come back after I finish. I'll be home early today." Lu Xiangye obediently replied, "Okay, I'll wait for you. Ride slowly and don't rush." Seeing how considerate Lu Xiangye was, Gao Wenyue couldn't help but smile broadly. Before leaving, she asked, "Xiangye, is there anything you want to eat? I'll bring it back for you." Lu Xiangye thought for a moment and said, "Bring me a fruitcake, please." Gao Wenyue immediately replied, "Okay." After leaving the hospital, Gao Wenyue went home and cooked a pot of braised dishes. Initially, she considered whether to save time by bringing the dishes to the guest house to braise, but after a quick thought, she decided against it. The guest house was her partner, and the mechanical factory business was her personal venture. The two should not be mixed, and she had to keep them separate from the start. She couldn't take shortcuts just for convenience. Gao Wenyue moved faster. After braising the dishes, she packed a box of vegetables and another box with rice and braised dishes. She called over Sando from next door, first delivering a box of food to the Wu family, then asking Sando to take the rice and dishes to Lu Xiangye. After finishing all this, Gao Wenyue headed to the city. The occupancy rate at the guest house today was similar to yesterday, with 370 meals ordered. On such a day, the lunch and dinner dishes had to be prepared separately. Once Gao Wenyue finished cooking, She rushed to sell the vegetables at the mechanical factory. In the afternoon, Heeping called her into his office again. They discussed advertising. Heeping wanted to expand the newspaper's reach beyond the city. Currently, the newspaper only promoted locally, but he wanted to include nearby cities and even the province, so more people would know about it. When passing by, they could choose to stay at the municipal guest house. This is a good idea. We could also run a commercial on provincial TV or arrange for an exclusive interview, Gao Wenyue agreed. Heeping knew Gao Wenyue would have ideas in this area. He initially thought about just advertising, but now he considered adding an interview as well. Suddenly, Gao Wenyue remembered the long train ride to Hoosier City a few days ago. Sitting all the way, her back and waist hurt badly. The train was extremely boring, and she looked at every word and object around her countless times. The passengers had been on the train for so long, and the food on board was terrible. When they got off, their first thought would be to find a place to stay and enjoy a good meal. If they saw the publicity for the municipal guest house on the train, they would likely choose to stay there after getting off. Heeping's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a surprise. Most of the people getting off the train needed accommodation and food. They were the real target group. Gao Wenyue said, "Actually, it doesn't cost much. Just have the train attendants shout a bit and put the promotional newspapers on the train walls. It works very well for advertising. People on the train are still very bored. Unlike later generations, they can't play on their phones during long trips. Without phones, they can only chat or look around to pass the time." The more Gao Wenyue thought about it, the more she believed this idea was good. Heeping from the opposite side also agreed. Heeping said, "Leave this to me. I'll make arrangements." Gao Wenyue nodded, trusting her to handle it, since she knew she couldn't do it herself. After finishing their work talk, Heeping asked, "Xiao Gao, where do you live?" Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Out in the suburbs, at the military district housing." Heeping looked at Gao Wenyue with surprise, not expecting her to live in the military district. Could she be the daughter of a military officer? Seeing the confusion in Heeping's eyes, Gao Wenyue explained, "I'm not from your place. I'm from Rongqing. I came to the border with my husband." Heeping was stunned by this news and didn't respond for a moment. He asked instinctively, "Are you married?" Gao Wenyue smiled brightly and said, "Yes." Thinking carefully, she and Liu Xiangye had been married for over half a year now, and it was already November. She had never specifically mentioned her marriage before. She considered Liu Xiangye's military status and tried to avoid mentioning him outside, to prevent causing him trouble. Among the people she met, everyone was attracted by her energetic business efforts, and they all thought she was still single. Who would expect a married woman to be out every day doing business and earning money? When Gao Wenyue left, Heeping still looked distracted. She didn't mind and hurried home to cook early, wanting to spend more time with Liu Xiangye. Wang Jianhua saw Gao Wenyue leave and then took some documents to knock on the door. Knock, knock. Wang Jianhua stood at the door and saw his leader, Heeping, looking lost and distracted. It was the first time he saw her like this. He was unsure whether to avoid her or go forward to ask. "Leader, what's wrong?" "Nothing. You tell me." Heeping didn't understand why he suddenly felt a sense of disappointment deep inside. Maybe he was influenced by Li Chunhua's words. He only admired Gao Wenyue sincerely and had no other thoughts. Being a year older than Gao Wenyue, how could he be interested in such a young girl? Heeping shook his head and started handling the documents handed to him by Wang Jianhua. After returning to the back kitchen, Gao Wenyue prepared the marinated dishes 2 hours early. She greeted Wang Jianhua and then left. Passing by the supply and marketing cooperative, Gao Wenyue bought 8 fruitcakes. When she got home, Gao Wenyue first gave 3 fruitcakes to the neighbor. Ma Chunhua complained and said she didn't want them. Gao Wenyue said, "Sister-in-law, I'm giving these to the children, not to you." Ma Chunhua replied, "Just give 1. 3 is too many." Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "Let the kids each have 1. Sando helped me deliver the meals today." Ma Chunhua didn't mind and said, "Well, isn't that what he should do?" Gao Wenyue smiled silently. In this world, there's no such thing as should or should not.
When someone helps you, it's kindness and friendship, and it should be repaid in some way. Mutual giving and receiving help people build long-lasting relationships. Back home, Gao Wenyue quickly finished preparing dinner. In the hospital ward, Dong Lily brought fruit to visit Lu Xiangye. Thanks, but it's not needed. Just take it away, Lu Xiangye said, walking to the window and staring outside without moving his eyes. Dong Lily felt awkward and pursed her lips. She said unhappily, Lu Xiangye, I came to see you kindly. Is this how you treat colleagues? Lu Xiangye didn't turn his head and replied, yes. Dong Lily was so angry, she almost lost her temper. Just as she was about to turn away, she saw the corners of Lu Xiangye's mouth lift into a happy smile. That's more like it. Before she finished speaking, she saw Lu Xiangye suddenly walk past her like a gust of wind. Lu Xiangye hurried forward and soon saw Gao Wenyue at the corridor entrance. Seeing the man, Gao Wenyue asked, Hey, why did you come down? Lu Xiangye grinned and said, To pick you up. He stepped forward and took the lunchbox. Even though it wasn't heavy, he stubbornly insisted on carrying it himself. Gao Wenyue saw him insist and let go of her hold on the lunchbox. Zhenjin stood at the door and saw the scene. She felt like a joke and was very embarrassed. She turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye walked to the hospital room, looking like a young couple just starting out. They ate dinner together, occasionally exchanging glances filled with sweetness. Lu Xiangye stayed in the hospital for a few days before being discharged to rest at home. It is said he made a big contribution this time, and Commander Jiang gave him a long leave to recover at home. While resting at home, Lu Xiangye was cared for by Gao Wenyue during the first few days. Later, he would cook meals and wait for Gao Wenyue to come back. Zhao Guohua quickly found a suitable shop for Gao Wenyue. They agreed to go see the storefront together that afternoon. Gao Wenyue took out a large front door ornament and handed it over. Zhao Guohua waved his hand and said it wasn't necessary. Gao Wenyue said nothing. She arrived early today to deliver vegetables and simply placed the large front door ornament in Zhao Guohua's desk drawer. She gave the gift, and how Zhao Guohua handled it was his own business. Initially, Zhao Guohua said he didn't need it, but now he was smiling even wider. He said, Xiao Gao, after you finish selling vegetables, I'll take you to see that shop. The location is really good. Gao Wenyue guessed that the shop's location must be excellent. Otherwise, Zhao Guohua wouldn't be so proud. When she saw the storefront, Gao Wenyue suddenly felt she should have given more cigarettes. Maybe she should add another pack. Perhaps Gao Wenyue's desire was too strong, because Zhao Guohua quietly whispered in her ear, Xiao Gao, this shop is for rent only, not for sale. Still, I managed to get it through a relative. Gao Wenyue immediately looked disappointed. The shop was located on the first street to the right of the machinery factory in the 4th position. Next to it was a cross street leading to 4 roads, 2 of which led to the textile and woodworking factories. This meant the storefront was on a busy route used by factory workers, so foot traffic would definitely be high. Gao Wenyue understood that if she were in her place, she wouldn't sell such a shop. It was a valuable tool for making money. The shop looked small, but there was a long, narrow yard behind it, perfect for a kitchen. The landlord was Zhao Guohua's second uncle. In just a short time, he had praised his shop several times. I'm not bragging, but many people are eager to rent the shop for their business. I'd be reluctant to rent it out if it weren't for my nephew coming to me. I wouldn't even want to rent the shop otherwise. Uncle Zhao emphasized again how popular his shop was. In her past life, Gao Wenyue often dealt with middle-aged salespeople. They weren't necessarily malicious, just boastful and needing praise. She was used to handling such people. She looked like she had gained something and said, I told you that finding Brother Zhao was helpful. With such a good uncle like you, how could he not lend a hand? Uncle Zhao, your shop is really nice, good location, perfect for business. Without your connection, I wouldn't have found such a good place to open my store. Hearing this, Uncle Zhao looked proud and clearly enjoyed hearing the praise. He liked being complimented, so she continued to flatter him with more praise. In her mind, Gao Wenyue thought about this. She said many nice things, but when it was time to discuss rent, she changed the subject. She said, Uncle Zhao, your shop is great, but the space is too small. It's hard to fit many people inside, and customers can see everything at a glance. It's hard to keep them. This was the only flaw of the store. The location was good, but the small size limited what could be placed inside. Gao Wenyu guessed that this was why the shop hadn't been rented out yet. The price was probably too high. Those who could afford it thought it was too small, and those who needed the space thought the rent was too expensive. Zhao Guohua silently nodded at Gao Wenyu. He was worried she might be tricked by his second uncle. He knew well who Uncle Zhao was. At first, he didn't want to recommend his uncle's shop because he knew his uncle's character well. But after thinking it over, he believed the shop was the best fit for Gao Wenyue's needs, so he recommended it. Thinking about the cigarette in his drawer, Zhao Guohua quietly whispered to Gao Wenyu, Comrade Xiao Gao, you might be able to negotiate the rent later. Gao Wenyu looked surprised at Zhao Guohua. He hadn't helped his own second uncle trick her. He was quite decent. Sure enough, when she asked how much the monthly rent was, Uncle Zhao smiled and said, 60 yuan a month. Gao Wenyu didn't say anything. Zhao Guohua frowned and looked displeased, asking, Second uncle, what did you say before? Before, Uncle Zhao had told Zhao Guohua that the rent was 50 yuan a month. With that price, Zhao Guohua thought it was high and had hinted for Gao Wenyu to negotiate further. Unexpectedly, Uncle Zhao was quite shrewd. Seeing that Gao Wenyu was a young girl, he now offered 60 yuan. Gao Wenyu smiled and asked, Uncle Zhao, I sincerely want to rent the shop. Can you lower the price a bit? Uncle Zhao chuckled and shook his head, saying no. Many people want to rent this place. Several others are waiting in line. If you don't take it, I'll show it to someone else. Zhao Guohua couldn't help but reach out and tug at Uncle Zhao's sleeve, signaling him to stop. Most people see Gao Wenyu as a young woman who looks pretty and young, thinking she's easy to handle. But Zhao Guohua knew she was clever and not someone easy to control. Sure enough, after hearing this, Gao Wenyu nodded and walked around inside the shop. The small shop was perfect for her to sell marinated dishes because these dishes need to be separated from customers. She could put a glass display at the front with the food inside so customers could buy directly from there. This shop seemed specially designed for her marinated dish business. However, Uncle Zhao was too greedy. Gao Wenyu watched and shook her head. To Uncle Zhao, this was a sure deal. But Gao Wenyu turned to Zhao Guohua and said, Brother Zhao, sorry for the trouble today. You wasted a trip. Zhao Guohua understood and quickly said, No, I should be the one apologizing. I made you come all this way for nothing. Gao Wenyu shook her head and replied, It's not a total waste. Comparing options before renting is normal. As soon as she finished speaking, Gao Wenyu turned to leave. Uncle Zhao was stunned and quickly stopped her, asking, Hey, young lady, why are you leaving? Aren't you going to rent the place? We haven't signed the contract yet. Gao Wenyu coldly said, I can't afford this place. Uncle Zhao, you can show it to the people waiting behind. Uncle Zhao was caught off guard and watched as the girl walked away, feeling frustrated. Zhao Guohua held his second uncle and said, Second uncle, don't chase her. Who can afford a 60 yuan rent a month? Uncle Zhao, angry and upset, said, That girl sells vegetables at the front. Her meal set sells for 36 cents. I calculated it. She makes at least that much a month. Zhao Guohua looked at his uncle, who was waving a 100 yuan bill, and suddenly smiled. Even if Gao Wenyu earns only 100 yuan a month, there are costs and her labor to consider. It's not all profit. Zhao Guohua watched her back and fell into thought, remembering the cigarette in his office. He was determined to find a good shop. 3 days later, Gao Wenyu stood at the shop across the street, smiling with satisfaction. This storefront is very large, with a yard behind it and 3 small houses in the back. Zhao Guohua said that this property was sold by a family eager to go abroad. They didn't want to rent it out but sell it, asking for 2,500 yuan. This high price scared many people away. The truth is, nowadays people are too poor. Few can afford 2,500 yuan, and those who can wouldn't be interested in such a small house and yard for that price. It's a case of prices being too high for some and too low for others, especially with this small yard.
Also, the location of this storefront isn't as good as Zhao Guohua's uncle's place. This area mainly attracts workers from the carpentry factory, who usually go to work covered in sawdust, so they don't like to go out shopping for groceries. But Gao Wenyue's previous business was near the carpentry factory, so she knows how to earn money from these workers. Gao Wenyue looked around the storefront for a long time. She was happy with it, except for the price. Right now, she only has 1,678.25 yuan in total. At this moment, Gao Wenyue felt her earning speed was still too slow. She must find a way to make more money quickly. The landlord looked disappointed. This was the 12th person to view the property today. Some thought it was too big, others thought the price was too high. The landlord couldn't help but say, if you're serious about buying and the price is negotiable, I can consider lowering it a bit. Since the college entrance exams resumed a few years ago, policies have relaxed a lot. Many people are eager to take the exams, or even go abroad to study. Her son was one of them. The son got a chance to study abroad, so the landlord was trying to save more money to help him go out and gain experience. Gao Wenyue sincerely said, I really want to buy this storefront, but I plan to open a shop there. I need to renovate the place first, and I also need to buy ingredients, which all cost money. I have to consider these things. The landlord nodded, understanding all of this. Gao Wenyue then held up and said, Boss, I can only offer 2,000 yuan. Please think about it for a day. I'll come back tomorrow at this time. If it's okay, let me know. After saying that, Gao Wenyue left. Despite the landlord calling after her loudly, she paid no attention. She was intentionally doing this. She was also a bit conflicted about the price. She decided to bargain down to the lowest she could accept, leaving the decision to the landlord. The next afternoon, Gao Wenyue entered the shop and asked, Boss, have you thought it over? When the landlord saw Gao Wenyue, he couldn't help but point at her and say, Comrade, there's no one like you who tries to bargain so much. Yesterday, I called you, but you didn't turn around. Gao Wenyue smiled awkwardly and said, Boss, isn't that because your asking price was too high? I really want this shop, so I told you my highest price. If you agree, I'll find a way to get the money. Honestly, I still need to figure out how to gather the 2,000 yuan. I was thinking if you don't agree, that's fine. I won't bother trying to get the money. She said this on purpose. She believed that after a night of thinking, the landlord would settle on the lowest price, especially since he was still smiling and talking to her, which showed he was mostly okay with selling for 2,000 yuan. Hearing this, the landlord couldn't help but ask, Can you gather that much? I need that money for something, to exchange for dollars at the bank. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, If it's 2,000 yuan, I can gather it. The landlord couldn't help but laugh. He had already made up his mind and said generously, All right, 2,000 it is. But I have one condition. Gao Wenyue asked, What is it? The landlord said, I want to receive the full 2,000 yuan within 3 days. Gao Wenyue agreed. She still needed 321.75 yuan and thought about the passbook Lu Xiangye had given her. She planned to borrow this money from him. So Lu Xiangye noticed that his wife hesitated several times tonight. Each time she was about to speak, she held back. Gao Wenyue didn't know why, but she felt awkward asking Lu Xiangye for money. Even though they had been getting along well lately, she always felt that men cared a lot about money. In her past life, Lu Chongfu was like that. She earned all the money, but he still treated it as his own. Back then, Gao Wenyue learned an important lesson. Money is safest when it's in your own hands. When men say my money or your money, it's just words. When Gao Wenyue looked at Lu Xiangye again, he couldn't hold back anymore. Lu Xiangye asked, What's wrong? Just say it. Gao Wenyue took a deep breath and said directly, I want to borrow 400 yuan from you. She was thinking she still needed some money for groceries. Lu Xiangye was surprised and asked, Isn't all the money in your account? Realizing a possibility, he asked again, You haven't touched the passbook I gave you? Gao Wenyue nodded and said, Of course, your money. How could I touch it? Lu Xiangye frowned and said, I gave it to you, so it's yours. You can use it however you want. Gao Wenyue couldn't believe it. She asked again, You didn't give me any receipts. How can I withdraw money?
Lu Chongfu had also given Gao Wenyue a passbook and later a bank card. He proudly showed everyone that the family was led by Gao Wenyue and all the money was with her, making many people envious. Only Gao Wenyue knew that the passbook and bank card were just for show. The passbook needed withdrawal slips, and the bank card required a password, but she had neither. How could she access the money? Lu Xiangye's eyebrows furrowed into a chan shape. He sighed and said, "You probably never opened the passbook, right?" Gao Wenyue asked surprised. "How do you know?" Lu Xiangye helplessly said, "Bring me the passbook." Gao Wenyue went to her room, took out the metal box from the wardrobe, and found the passbook. At some point, Lu Xiangye had come into the room. He stood behind Gao Wenyue and said, "Open it and take a look." Gao Wenyue looked up at Lu Xiangye with doubt, but he signaled for her to open the passbook. She casually opened it, and in the next second, her almond-shaped eyes filled with disbelief. There was a deposit slip tucked into the first page of the passbook. Lu Xiangye couldn't hold back anymore. He reached out and gently tapped her on the head. "Foolish wife, I gave you the passbook. Why wouldn't I give you the deposit slip?" At that moment, Gao Wenyue was overwhelmed with emotion, tears falling down her cheeks. Back then, she and Lu Xiangye had just married. Lu Xiangye thought he didn't want to come to the frontier with the army, but he still handed her the passbook and thoughtfully kept the deposit slip inside. It felt like something inside her was filled up. Gao Wenyue's heart was overflowing with gratitude. Two hands reached out, rough with calluses, gently wiping her tears. Lu Xiangye said, "Wife, don't cry." Gao Wenyue turned and tightly hugged Lu Xiangye, tears in her voice. "Lu Xiangye, you're so good to me." Lu Xiangye buried his head in her shoulder and said softly, "Wife, I only treat you well." Gao Wenyue's heart completely fell for him at that moment. The passbook showed a balance of 2,350 yuan, but it was not obvious that he was still a wealthy man. In response, Lu Xiangye explained, "My parents don't want my money. They told me to save my salary. Since I don't spend much in the army, I just save all the money." Gao Wenyue understood. Lu Xiangye comes from a good family. His parents earn high wages at a machinery factory. They don't rely on him financially, so he didn't need to send money home and save this amount instead. Although Lu Xiangye said she could use the money freely, Gao Wenyue only took 500 yuan. She now earns money every day. If her landlord didn't require payment within 3 days, she wouldn't want to touch Lu Xiangye's savings at all. Lu Xiangye noticed this too. His dark eyes darkened slightly, understanding that Gao Wenyue's strong independence was part of her personality. He also realized he hadn't done enough to make her fully depend on him. Gao Wenyue had been independent for decades in her past life. She was used to handling her own affairs and couldn't imagine relying on a man someday. That night, Gao Wenyue turned to lean on the side, her slender hands wrapping around the man's arm, her head gently resting on his neck. This was her way of showing affection. In the darkness, Lu Xiangye smiled slightly. The next moment, he turned to hold her in his arms. They didn't speak, just quietly embraced each other. Gao Wenyue had fallen asleep, but Lu Xiangye was restless, getting up in the middle of the night to take a cold shower. On the day they paid for the house, Gao Wenyue saw Lu Xiangye following her and casually asked, "I'm going to pay for the house. Do you want to come?" Lu Xiangye immediately became happy, his handsome face breaking into a bold smile, saying, "Yes." What was just a casual remark unexpectedly made him so happy for a long time. During the ride to the city, his smile never left his face. This also caused big ripples in Gao Wenyue's calm heart. She saw it as a troublemaker's act, but surprisingly, the man enjoyed it. So, when Gao Wenyue handled the house procedures, she said, "Write 2 names, Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye." With her past life memories, she knew this house would skyrocket in value in the future. Since Lu Xiangye took out 500 yuan, Gao Wenyue thought it was fair for him to own a quarter of the property. She felt this arrangement was reasonable. The man, happy all morning, suddenly lost his smile quickly. He reached out to grab the staff at the district office and said with a tense face, "No need. Just write Gao Wenyue's name." Gao Wenyue was confused. She turned to speak, but saw the man's cold, icy expression. Gao Wenyue was not stupid. No matter how slow she was, she knew Lu Xiangye was angry. Maybe because Lu Xiangye's commanding presence was too serious, the street office staff initially thought he was foolish for not wanting his name on the property deed, since that would give him ownership. But they were too afraid to say anything. At this moment, everyone assumed that whoever's name was on the house, that person owned it. Gao Wenyue could vaguely guess Lu Xiangye's intention. The house transfer was completed quickly. When the landlord left, he seemed reluctant and said, "Young comrade, if I didn't need the money urgently, I wouldn't sell this house at such a low price." Gao Wenyue replied, "Boss, the opportunity to go abroad isn't something everyone can get. For the sake of raising children, it's worth it." The man was surprised and then laughed loudly. When he left, he looked back and said, "The parasol tree in the yard, if it's not in the way, should stay. It's been here for many years." Gao Wenyue happily agreed. "Such a beautiful tree. Of course I'll keep it." Behind the yard of the shop, there was a parasol tree with thick branches that needed several adults to wrap around. Gao Wenyue immediately knew it was an old, valuable tree that had been growing for many years. She said she would keep the tree, but she wouldn't let it grow wildly. She asked Lu Xiangye to wait at the shop while she went straight to the carpentry factory. At the factory entrance, Gao Wenyue headed straight to the guardhouse. She skillfully took out a pack of cigarettes she had just bought and handed two to the guard. "Uncle, have a smoke and rest." Gao Wenyue smiled as she spoke. People say a smile can open doors. This pretty young girl called him uncle kindly, smiled warmly, and offered 2 cigarettes. The guard happily accepted them. "Young lady, you're too polite. Are you here to look for a job? It's a bit late now. You're just a young girl. What are you doing at the carpentry factory? Why not go to the textile factory up front? It's easier work," he said kindly. Gao Wenyue shook her head. "Uncle, I'm not here to find a job." The man was surprised and asked, "Then what are you here for?" He also took a special look at the cigarette he was about to smoke. He has a relative working in a textile factory and was thinking of introducing the young girl in front of him to become an apprentice there. That's why he dared to smoke the cigarette. Gao Wenyue immediately saw through his idea. People in this era are very simple. They only help if they can benefit from it. If they can't help, they feel embarrassed to take advantage of you. Gao Wenyue sighed and said, "Uncle, my home is just ahead. In the yard there's an old parasol tree. Its branches are too wide apart, blocking the entrance to the yard." The gatekeeper immediately understood. It's not the first time he's encountered this. Now, whose yard doesn't have a couple of trees? People say it's for cooling down, but really it's so the trees can grow big enough to sell. As long as it's within the allowed area, planting 1 or 2 trees in the yard is permitted. Of course, they sell the trees to the carpentry factory. Someone comes to ask about this almost every day. But Gao Wenyue was the first to offer him a cigarette. Appreciating her kindness, the gatekeeper whispered, "We only collect small pieces of wood here. Big trees are not allowed. It makes too much noise. After all, this is the city, and we can't make it obvious." Gao Wenyue moved closer and whispered, "Uncle, I understand. Our old parasol tree is too big. I don't expect to sell it, but I just want to trim the branches and twigs. Maybe I can sell those too?" She continued, "No matter how much money I get, I can at least buy a meal, right? I wouldn't waste those pieces of wood." The gatekeeper's eyes lit up. Collecting small pieces of wood is fine. The carpentry factory usually turns a blind eye. Gao Wenyue smiled silently, took out the cigarette box, and handed him 2 more cigarettes. She had worked in a carpentry factory before, so she knew the ins and outs. After quitting her job at the textile factory, Lu Changfu arranged for her to work in the logistics department. They often collected small branches and twigs. Although there weren't many items, the profit was quite good. The gatekeeper received 2 more cigarettes, his eyes narrowing into a smile. Soon, a middle-aged man came out of the carpentry factory. Xie Rongfa didn't want to get involved in this matter, but the gatekeeper, Lao Xie, was his distant uncle by marriage. Since he rarely asked for help and he was free now, he decided to come along. Xie Rongfa looked at Gao Wenyue and asked, What kind of tree do you want to sell? Gao Wenyu smiled and said, a parasol tree. In the border regions, many parasol trees are planted because this variety is easy to grow and helps improve the environment. Xie Rongfa guessed correctly. Their logistics department had collected the trees, mostly likely parasol trees. Just as he was about to suggest blaming his uncle Old Xie, Gao Wenyu spoke up. Gao Wenyu said, the parasol tree in our yard is probably over 100 years old. I only sell the branches. The thick branches have clear grain patterns and about 12 rings, which can be used to make chairs and bookshelves. Small branches can be used to make traditional musical instruments like violins and cellos. Based on Gao Wenyue's guess, the previous landlord probably wanted to sell this old parasol tree, but such a large tree wouldn't be accepted by woodworking factories. The branches in the yard were growing wildly, and to someone who didn't know wood, they looked like useless debris, just waste to be cleared away. But Gao Wenyu knew that the old parasol tree was valuable. However, the trouble was real trouble. Xie Rongfa's eyes immediately lit up. From his reaction, it was clear he was an expert. If Gao Wenyu was right, the tree was a treasure. He quickly said, comrade, just a moment. I'll call some people over. When Gao Wenyu returned to the storefront, he was followed by several burly men, some holding saws, others with axes, and some with ropes. The noise was loud enough to attract neighbors from around who came out to watch. Xie Rongfa looked at the old parasol tree again and again, nodding with satisfaction. The tree was indeed old, just as Gao Wenyu said. He looked at Gao Wenyu and said, comrade, you only want to sell the branches. We'll take all the big branches nearby. I'll give you 6 yuan. Gao Wenyu glanced at Xie Rongfa. As someone who had become head of the security department, he was clearly shrewd. With so many branches, he pushed the price so low. If someone didn't understand wood, they might think 6 yuan was a good deal. But Gao Wenyu knew better. He directly said, 12 yuan, and you can take all the branches. Xie Rongfa frowned, about to speak. Gao Wenyu took the lead and said, Chief Xie, I also understand wood. I'm not an outsider who knows nothing. This price is fair. Selling the branches will also prevent them from being a nuisance. Gao Wenyu walked around the tree and then said, and because I know wood, I understand exactly how much this is worth. If I sell it too cheaply, I wouldn't be able to accept it myself. He was joking. Just these branches could make at least 2 sets of 36-legged chairs. Gao Wenyu knew exactly how much they were worth. Xie Rongfa was momentarily stunned by this soft and firm attitude. After thinking for a few seconds, he agreed. Because he was collecting tree branches, he issued a purchase order in the name of the woodworking factory to Gao Wenyu. When Gao Wenyu received the money, she smiled and said, thank you for taking care of my business. Our shop will open soon. When that happens, I'll treat you to free marinated dishes. Xie Rongfa didn't mind and casually asked, young comrade, are you planning to start a food business? What dishes do you want to sell? Gao Wenyu replied, selling marinated dishes, Gao's marinated dishes. Xie Rongfa nodded and repeated, Gao's marinated dishes, Gao's marinated dishes? His voice was almost shouted. Gao Wenyu cheerfully said, yes, that's Gao's marinated dishes. Xie Rongfa couldn't believe it and asked, the Gao's marinated dishes from the municipal guest house? The one leader Deng ate? Gao Wenyu confidently confirmed, that's the one. Xie Rongfa couldn't help but look at the young girl more carefully. He thought he knew many people, but he hadn't expected to be mistaken. This girl not only knew a lot about the wood industry, but was also the famous owner of Gao's marinated dishes. Gao's marinated dishes, popular all over the city. Who doesn't know? Xie Rongfa himself had stayed at the guest house with his wife and kids that night. He ordered 2 sets of marinated dishes. Gao Wenyu cheerfully invited, Section Chief Xie, my shop will open in a few days. If you're free, please come and visit. Xie Rongfa naturally agreed. It was a joke. Knowing leader Deng and having connections with the municipal guest house, he was eager to do Gao Wenyu a favor. At this moment, Xie Rongfa was secretly regretting. If he had known, he would have asked for a higher price earlier. He wondered if he had offended Gao Wenyu just now. Would raising the price now seem too obvious? Unbeknownst to him, Xie Rongfa wanted to make friends with Gao Wenyue, and Gao Wenyue had the same goal. She also wanted to build a good relationship with him and hoped to use this opportunity to bring Gao's marinated dishes into the woodworking factory's business. Both with their own purposes, the two were chatting warmly. They agreed on the price, and after paying, Xie Rongfa left. Collecting branches was the worker's job. Lu Xiongye watched a group of people chopping branches. He wanted to help but was pulled back by a pair of hands. Turning around, he saw Gao Wenyue. She said, "Don't go, you still have injuries." Hearing this, Gao Wenyue's face changed. She suddenly remembered that when she first came to the city, Lu Xiongye was riding a bike. After riding for so long, she wondered if his wound might reopen. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but get closer to Lu Xiongye and asked, "Your wound didn't open up, right?" Lu Xiongye calmly shook his head and said nothing. Since completing the formalities, Lu Xiongye has been like this. Gao Wenyue pursed her lips but didn't say anything further. The workers left in a large group, and Gao Wenyue began to thoroughly clean the yard. Lu Xiongye silently helped from the side. After finishing, the two of them went home without talking. That night, lying in bed, Gao Wenyue turned over and slept facing inward, unlike the past few days when she would turn over to sleep. That night, Gao Wenyue couldn't sleep peacefully and got up early to do some work. When Lu Xiongye finished breakfast, Gao Wenyue ate a few bites and then stopped. Today, Gao Wenyue arrived at the guest house very early because she was leaving early. As soon as she arrived, she saw Wang Jianhua waiting at the door. Wang Jianhua looked anxious and said, "Comrade Gao, you finally arrived." Gao Wenyue asked in surprise, "Secretary Wang, what's wrong?" Wang Jianhua first smiled and said, "Comrade Gao, you should be mentally prepared today." Yesterday, Gao Wenyue took a day off. This was her first day off at the guest house. Before her leave, the guest house's package orders usually ranged from 200 to 300 servings, with occupancy rates between 60% and 80%. This was a big breakthrough for the guest house. It meant they had made real progress in opening up and brought steady income. But yesterday, because Gao Wenyue was on leave, the guests couldn't enjoy Gao's braised dishes, and everyone was upset. Today, the guests checking in were all demanding to eat Gao Wenyue's braised dishes. In just a short while, many guests were checking in. Gao Wenyue calculated in her mind that these days would probably be when the provincial TV station broadcasts their program, likely sparking another wave of popularity. As expected, the guest house was packed again today. Wang Jianhua excitedly said, "Comrade Gao, you didn't know yesterday, but since then, many people have been booking rooms and many guests are from the provincial capital." Gao Wenyue said, "Looks like today will be a busy day." Wang Jianhua smiled and said, "I contacted the meat factory early this morning. Premium pork belly just arrived at the kitchen, waiting for the chef to start cooking." Even though Gao Wenyue was prepared, she couldn't help but grimace when she saw the lunch orders reaching 647 servings. Gao Wenyue started her busy work again, cooking 17 pots of braised dishes. While stirring the caramel, her arms grew tired and sore. When the dishes were ready, she couldn't help but walk to the steps outside the small kitchen to sit for a while. She needed to catch her breath before going to the mechanical factory to sell vegetables. The young girl with bright lips and white teeth had beads of sweat on her forehead. Her hair was soaked and stuck to her forehead from the sweat. Ping saw this scene clearly. The man who was about to turn away suddenly stopped, unable to move his legs and feet. Gao Wenyue came back to Ping's office. When the fan above her head started to spin loudly, she immediately felt much cooler. She didn't say anything. She knew Ping was kind to let her sit in the office to cool down. So she quietly enjoyed the shade for a while. About 20 minutes later, Gao Wenyue softly said, "Thank you, leader. I need to go to the mechanical factory now, so I'll leave first." Ping nodded. He didn't say a word until Gao Wenyue's figure disappeared. Actually, he had many questions he wanted to ask her. He wondered, "Does your husband know how hard you work outside?" He didn't understand what kind of man would let his wife suffer so much outside. Ping knew he was feeling sorry for Gao Wenyue. He understood this feeling very well. He silently smiled bitterly. This wasn't a good sign. Today was Gao Wenyue's last day selling vegetables at the mechanical factory. When she arrived at the factory gate, she saw someone standing at her stall. Uncle Zhao looked eager and said, "Comrade Gao, you're here. Look how hard you work at this stall. It's better to rent a shop to sell vegetables. The weather has been bad these days. When it's windy or rainy, standing outside is really tough." This person had been helpful to Gao Wenyue before, so she tolerated a few words from him. Now she was too lazy to waste her breath on him. Seeing her cold face, Uncle Zhao continued to smile and say, "Comrade Gao, I've thought about it. The rent can still be lowered a bit."
Some people are like that.
Gao Wenyue started to be polite and respectful to Uncle Zhao, thinking he might be able to take advantage of her. But now, with her cold face, Uncle Zhao became even more polite. Gao Wenyue directly said, "No need. I've already chosen a shop." Uncle Zhao was stunned. He wanted to say that the rent could be reduced by 2 yuan, making it only 58 yuan a month. After parking her bicycle, Gao Wenyue took out her wooden bucket and prepared to set up her stall. Uncle Zhao was stunned for a few seconds, then quickly stepped forward and said, "Comrade Xiao Gao, are you joking with me? It's only been a few days, and you've already rented the shop?" Gao Wenyue quickly pulled back her hand and said coldly, "Why would I lie to you? Renting a place is something both sides agree on. Your rent is too high, so I had to find a new place." After speaking, she ignored Uncle Zhao and took out a large speaker she had prepared, placing it in front of her stall to play. New store opening at Gao's Marinated Foods. From November 20th to 23rd, a meal set costs only 30 cents. The new store is at 322 Zhejiang Road. All customers, new and old, are welcome to come and taste. Suddenly, people around started talking excitedly. Is the store really opening? Xiao Gao opening a store isn't surprising. Even top leaders have tried her dishes. Exactly. My relatives are even eager to go to the guest house just to try her marinated foods. I think it was about time she opened a store. This stall can't keep that big boss forever. Only then did Uncle Zhao believe that Gao Wenyue was really opening a shop. He was suddenly very angry and turned to walk toward the machinery factory. Gao Wenyue was also heading to deliver food to the machinery factory. When she reached the office of the engineering department, she heard a heated argument inside. "Zhao Guohua, have you lost your conscience? You have such a good business, and you don't introduce it to your own family? Instead, you tell that girl about the household at 322, Uncle Zhao shouted angrily. "Second uncle, I thought of you first, but you also need to see how you're doing. Rent is 60 yuan a month? Why don't you go and rob some money?" Zhao Guohua said, sounding somewhat sincere. To him, his second uncle's house not being rented out was because he was too greedy. This was also why Gao Wenyue preferred to buy a house rather than rent Uncle Zhao's place. Such a greedy landlord, when he sees her opening a store and making money, will probably get jealous and cause trouble. The argument inside continued loudly. Gao Wenyue placed a wooden bucket at the office door and knocked on it from outside. Zhao Guohua quickly came out, looked back at the people inside, and said apologetically, "Xiao Gao, sorry to make you laugh." Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "Brother Zhao, I won't be delivering food these days. I need to focus on opening the new store." Zhao Guohua nodded and said, "That's right. If there's anything I can help with, just ask." Gao Wenyue smiled and thanked him, saying, "Thank you in advance, Brother Zhao. If I need help, I won't be polite." Zhao Guohua initially admired Gao Wenyue's cooking skills and business sense. Later, when he learned she was the owner of Gao's marinated dishes and had a guest house, he became somewhat more inclined to support her. Gao Wenyue knew this was part of her strategy. Her hard work to build the guest house's reputation was to tie herself to it. Now, it seems to be working. Yesterday, Xierongfa. Today, Zhao Guohua. They both treated her more politely because of their connection to the guest house. When Gao Wenyue returned to the guest house, she specially brought 2 cans of tea for He Ping. She gave him Taiping Hokui tea. Back in the kitchen, she found a fan had been set up. Master Li said, "Secretary Wang sent this in the afternoon. He said the kitchen was too hot, so he arranged a fan to cool us down." The kitchen staff knew the truth. After years of working in the heat, they had never received such a gift before. It was only because of Gao Wenyue that they got this favor. Basically, everyone was benefiting from her kindness. That evening, Gao Wenyue cooked 12 pots of marinated dishes, working busily. The business at the municipal guest house reached a peak again. In one day, she prepared 1,127 meal sets, earning 225.4 yuan. She was calculating in her mind. If this busy period lasted a few more days, she could add Lu Xiangye's 500 yuan to her savings account. He Ping sat quietly in his office. Recently, he had become a prominent figure in the city. Several leaders had met with him, discussing openness and development. Whenever he thought about this, he would remember Gao Wenyue. He shook his head and put the 2 cans of tea into his drawer, deciding not to look at them anymore. After work, Gao Wenyue didn't go home. Her Gao's marinated dishes shop was under renovation. She went to supervise the work. During the day, she had hired a few workers to help paint the walls white. She chose the best paint, and since she owned the shop, she didn't mind spending more money on the renovation. When she arrived at the door, she saw several workers painting the walls. Among them, a tall, straight figure stood out in the crowd. "Why are you here?" she asked. The person turned around when he heard her voice. It was Lu Xiangye. He simply said, "I came to help." The master painting nearby smiled and said, "Young boss, your husband came to help this morning. He's a beginner, but he works very carefully." Gao Wenyue finally noticed that there were small spots of white paint on the man's clothes, making him look a bit disheveled. "Thank you," she whispered. Lu Xiangye didn't reply after hearing her. The shop was small, and several workers had been busy all day, painting the walls until they were clean and bright. The white paint made the room look very shiny and fresh. Gao Wenyue wanted this effect. She believed that a neat, shiny shop would make customers feel the place was clean and welcoming, very important for a food store. After paying the workers, only Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye remained in the shop. They looked at each other in silence for a long time before riding their bikes home. Lu Xiangye came on a bike from Captain Wu's house. When he got home, he first returned the bike to the neighbor. Gao Wenyue went to the bathroom to take a shower. When Lu Xiangye finished, they lay in bed silently again. Late at night, Gao Wenyue got up to use the bathroom because she drank too much water during the day. In the bathroom, she saw a blood-stained bandage. She was sleepy and almost couldn't open her eyes, but suddenly she woke up. She quickly looked closer and confirmed it was blood. In the next moment, Gao Wenyue rushed into the bedroom. It must have been when Lu Xiangye was helping with the renovation and accidentally pulled at his wound. Lu Xiangye wasn't really asleep either. He was waiting for Gao Wenyue to get into bed. But instead of just lying down, she suddenly threw herself on him. More precisely, Gao Wenyue was pulling at Lu Xiangye's clothes. Tonight, Lu Xiangye was unusually not wearing a vest but a long-sleeved shirt to sleep. Gao Wenyue was preoccupied with something and didn't notice this unusual detail. Lu Xiangye's eyes darkened. He reached out and pressed his hand on his chest, asking, "What are you doing?" Gao Wenyue looked up, her eyes full of worry. She stared into his eyes and said carefully, "I want to see your wound." Lu Xiangye replied, "It's already healed." But Gao Wenyue refused to let go, stubbornly insisting, "Let me see." Both of them were stubborn, neither willing to give in. After a long time, Lu Xiangye finally gave in, releasing Gao Wenyue's hand. Gao Wenyue unbuttoned Lu Xiangye's shirt and slightly lifted it, revealing the bandage on his chest, which was seeping with a faint red bloodstain. Her eyebrows furrowed deeply, and she said angrily, "The wound is bleeding again. Why didn't you treat it?" Lu Xiangye hesitated, about to say it's just a small wound. It's nothing, but he didn't speak. In the next second, Lu Xiangye reached out and held Gao Wenyue's hand, saying, "I can't treat it properly." Hai Wenyu immediately sat up and said, "You can call me if you need anything. Wait for me, I'll help you handle it." When Lu Xiangye was discharged from the hospital, the doctor prescribed medication for his injuries. Hai Wenyu carefully peeled back the gauze on Lu Xiangye's chest, and the wound inside had indeed reopened. She couldn't help but say, "Why did you go to work at the shop all of a sudden? Is it better now?" The wound was almost healed,
but now it's reopened. You'll have to start healing all over again. Her words kept coming out, one after another, though she was just worried. Lu Xiangyi was enjoying the moment. He could feel Hai Wenyu's concern, and all the frustration in his heart disappeared in that instant. Hai Wenyu noticed she had been nagging for a while, but the man hadn't said a word. She looked up in confusion. Lu Xiangyi suddenly looked pained and said, "It hurts." He had never shouted in pain even when shot outside, but now he was complaining to his wife about how much it hurt. Hai Wenyu quickly said, "I'll be gentler." "It doesn't hurt anymore, it doesn't hurt." When Hai Wenyu leaned down and gently blew on Lu Xiangyi's wound, he finally understood what it felt like to shoot himself in the foot. His breathing suddenly grew heavier, and his heavy breathing sounded right next to her ear. Hai Wenyu couldn't help but be affected by it. She quickly finished bandaging the wound. Lying back on the bed, Hai Wenyu began to understand why Lu Xiangyi was angry. She had been holding her breath, planning to pay him back, but the moment she saw him standing inside the shop renovating, her anger just vanished. They were married, after all, and shouldn't be so distant. So, this small silent Cold War quietly melted away. That morning, Hai Wenyu was unusually lazy and slept in. She had needed to stand at the market entrance for the past few days. Now she was relaxing in the living room, having breakfast, while Lu Xiangyi still wanted to go to the city. Hai Wenyu looked at him sternly and said, "You're not allowed to go. Stay at home and rest today." Lu Xiangyi wanted to say something, but she shot him a fierce look, and he immediately shut up. Hai Wenyu softened her stern expression and smiled, saying, "You stay at home and rest well. I'll try to come back early." Lu Xiangyi reminded her, "Be careful on the way." Hai Wenyu first went to the printing factory to print advertisements. The content was the same as the newspaper promotion, but she made some changes to the opening and closing. She started the opening with Gao's new restaurant opening, and at the end, she wrote the address. Gao Wenyue also printed several large photos of leader Deng eating dishes. She pasted one of these photos on the wall directly opposite the restaurant entrance, right in the center so all customers could see this highlight. These days, besides cooking at the guest house, Gao Wenyue spent all her time decorating the restaurant. The number of customers at the guest house was increasing, and Gao Wenyue's cooking skills improved greatly. She had been coordinating with Wang Jianhua these days, and she hadn't seen He Ping for several days. While Gao Wenyue was cooking, she saw someone outside waving at her. "It's Granny He." She immediately waved back, signaling her to wait a moment. After finishing the dishes, Gao Wenyue took out a handkerchief to wipe her sweat. Even though it was late autumn now, she still was covered in sweat every time she cooked. Granny He's first words when she saw Gao Wenyue were, "Wenyue, you've lost so much weight. Is it because cooking has been too tiring lately?" Gao Wenyue instinctively touched her face and asked, "Have I lost a lot?" "I think I'm okay. It's a common problem among chefs. Some are very thin, others quite fat. Chefs with good appetites eat a lot and naturally gain weight. But some chefs, like Gao Wenyue, have no appetite." After repeatedly smelling the food while cooking, she lost her desire to eat once she was busy enough. This was also why Gao Wenyue had become thinner recently. Granny He smiled warmly and said, "You still look so good. But don't follow the trend of young people now, skipping meals to lose weight. It's not good for women to be too thin." Gao Wenyue listened carefully. She cared a lot about her health. Granny He looked at Gao Wenyue more and more pleased. In Granny He's opinion, Gao Wenyue was beautiful, smart, and cooked delicious food. She heard that a new restaurant was opening soon, and only a girl like her could match He Ping. "Wenyue, are you free tonight? Come to my house for dinner. We've known each other for so long, but you've never eaten at my place," Granny He warmly invited. Gao Wenyue felt a bit embarrassed. When she left this morning, she said she would try to come back early. Granny He thought Gao Wenyue was unwilling and remembered she had already invited He Ping to her house for dinner tonight. She wanted to matchmake He Ping and Gao Wenyue, so she started persuading her. But Gao Wenyue said, "Granny He, maybe next time. I really have something to do tonight. I'll come to see you and Uncle He another time." He Dema finally gave up.
Gao Wenyu passed by the supply and marketing cooperative and bought a few fruitcakes. When she got home, Lu Xiangye was sitting in the yard, cooling off and reading a book. The evening in the border area was very cool, and the weather was nice, blue sky and golden sunset. Relaxing and reading in such a peaceful environment was truly pleasant. As soon as Lu Xiangye heard the noise, he closed his book and looked toward the door. "You're back? Guess what I brought you?" Lu Xiangye's eyes lit up and said, "Fruitcake?" Gao Wenyu smiled brightly and said, "Correct. I'll reward you with 2 pieces." Under the sunset glow, the two sat in the yard, leaning close together and eating fruitcake. Gao Wenyu wasn't sure if it was because she was very hungry, but she felt today's cake was especially sweet. So sweet it touched her heart. Lu Xiangye didn't say anything but quietly picked up an enamel cup to drink water, gulping down the full cup. He didn't like sweet food, and the first time he ate sweets was because Gao Wenyu gave them to him. Unexpectedly, he ended up eating sweets many more times, as Gao Wenyu misunderstood that Lu Xiangye liked fruitcake just like her. They sat in the yard watching the sunset over the border, and at that moment, Gao Wenyu felt completely relaxed. Wang Xiuli from next door saw this and called out, "Hey, Wenyu, don't just eat cake and get full. Later, we're going to Li Captain's house for dinner." Gao Wenyu was surprised and turned to look at Lu Xiangye. Lu Xiangye then said, "Captain Li invited a few families to dinner. He came in the morning to tell us not to cook tonight." Gao Wenyu asked curiously, "Is there a special occasion? Why is he inviting us for dinner all of a sudden?" Lu Xiangye pursed his lips and didn't reply. He usually didn't pay much attention to these things. If Li Jinjun hadn't brought Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang to pressure him, he wouldn't have agreed. Gao Wenyu knew she wouldn't get much out of Lu Xiangye, so she stood up and went to the neighbor's house. Wang Xiuli was waiting for Gao Wenyu to come over, and soon they were talking closely. Wang Xiuli grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and put them in Gao Wenyu's hand, saying, "Captain Li really went all out this time. I heard he had his wife go to the city early this morning to buy groceries, and he asked her to buy some hard dishes." Gao Wenyu looked at the ground full of seed shells, doubting that Wang Xiuli had been cracking sunflower seeds all afternoon. Wang Xiuli looked at Gao Wenyu's gaze and chuckled, "I just turned 33, and I keep feeling hungry and craving food, so I bought some sunflower seeds to snack on at home." Gao Wenyu was surprised and gently touched Wang Xiuli's belly. She asked in surprise, "Are you having a baby?" Wang Xiuli smiled gently and said, "Yes, I am. I can't tell anyone in the first 3 months, so I didn't tell you." Gao Wenyu immediately said, "Congratulations." Wang Xiuli then said, "You and Captain Lu should also hurry up and give me a little brother or sister to play with." Gao Wenyu didn't respond to this, so Wang Xiuli thought she was unhappy. Wang Xiuli quickly explained, "Wenyu, I didn't mean to rush you to have a baby. I just spoke too quickly. I have no other meaning." Wang Xiuli herself only got pregnant after marrying Bai Yong for over a year. Before that, her mother-in-law often wrote to ask if she was pregnant, and many military wives in the family compound joked that their family was missing a child. She understood the pressure. She felt very well. Gao Wenyu also knew this, so she reached out and patted Wang Xiuli's hand to comfort her, saying, "Don't worry. I didn't misunderstand. It's not a big deal, so there's no need to get so anxious." Only then did Wang Xiuli relax. Thinking of the earlier topic, she whispered to Gao Wenyu, "Speaking of tonight's dinner, it also involves Captain Lu." Gao Wenyu was surprised and asked, "What does it have to do with him?" Wang Xiuli glanced and said, "It's because of the promotion. The army is planning to promote a new battalion commander soon. Among the deputy officers, the most likely to be promoted are Battalion Commander Li and Captain Lu." She shared what she heard from Bai Yong. She said, "Battalion Commander Li is a bit older and experienced. He has been in the deputy battalion commander position for a long time. Everyone says he is very likely to be promoted." Gao Wenyu argued, "Shouldn't promotions be based on ability? Li Jinjun is experienced, but that doesn't mean Captain Lu Xiangye isn't qualified." Her tone clearly defended Captain Lu. Not far away, Captain Lu Xiangye slightly smiled. The sweetness on his tongue hadn't faded, and now his heart felt even sweeter. Wang Xiuli nodded and said,
Yes, especially since Captain Liu has made several contributions. This time during the mission, he also achieved great success. The army is divided into two camps. One supports Battalion Commander Li, and the other supports your Captain Liu. Gao Wenyue asked suspiciously, "What does that have to do with tonight's dinner?" Wang Xiuli gave her a playful look and said, "Of course, it's about winning people's hearts." Battalion Commander Li also invited Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang tonight. Gao Wenyue understood and kept a neutral expression. Wang Xiuli couldn't help but suggest, "Why not invite everyone for dinner tomorrow night? I will help you do it together. You see, you go out early and come back late every day. Making money from business is important, but you also need to find some time to care for your man." Wang Xiuli spoke sincerely, truly caring for Gao Wenyue. If she didn't genuinely care, she wouldn't say such words to offend others. Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "No, inviting them to dinner now would be too obvious." Li Jinjuan's reason for hosting a meal was his eldest daughter's birthday, which was a reasonable excuse. Gao Wenyue and her new husband had already hosted guests before, so now they had no reason to invite anyone. Gao Wenyue was unsure what to do, so she went home and asked Lu Xiongye, "Do you need me to help with anything?" Lu Xiongye shook his head and said, "No, there's nothing I need." Gao Wenyue understood and finally relaxed. Lu Xiongye reached out and took her hand, saying, "Don't worry. In a few days, you'll officially become the wife of the battalion commander." Gao Wenyue raised an eyebrow slightly. Does this mean Li Jinjun and Li Fengying will be busy tonight? When it was time to go to Li's house for dinner, Gao Wenyue took 2 jean of peach cookies and 1 jean of white sugar with her. Commander Jiang brought 2 jean of fried snacks and a watermelon. Commissioner Wang brought 2 jean of fried twisted dough and 4 apples. Captain Wu brought a bag of large white rabbit candies and 2 notebooks. Bai Yong brought 2 bottles of homemade white liquor and some pencils. Wang Xiuli and Ma Chunhua had made plans to bring some learning supplies for the children at Li's house. They thought it would be useful, and it was a nice gift. Everyone had a good understanding. They all brought food. Unknowingly, when Li Jinjun saw what they were holding, his face changed. He couldn't help but compare himself to Lu Xiongye. When Lu Xiongye hosted a meal, everyone brought valuable gifts. Now that it was Li Jinjuan's turn, he was just giving cheap things to dismiss him? Everyone saw the stiff expression on Li Jinjuan's face, and Li Fengying secretly looked at what everyone was holding. The more she didn't want others to notice her spying, the more obvious her actions became. Li Jinjun and Li Fengying originally thought they would also receive some valuable gifts, but they only received food. Now they felt a bit upset. However, their family only used the daughter's birthday as an excuse. Everyone naturally brought food for the children. During the meal Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiongye hosted, it was a once-in-a-lifetime celebration for their new marriage. Moreover, afterward, they also returned gifts to each family. Ma Chunhua quickly said, "Fengying, isn't the food ready yet? Let me help you." A few women gradually went into the kitchen to help prepare the dishes. A few men outside were smoking and chatting. Bai Yong offered Lu Xiongye a cigarette. Lu Xiongye waved his hand to refuse. Although Gao Wenyue never said he couldn't smoke, he knew his wife didn't like the smell of cigarettes. At the last gathering, Lu Xiongye noticed that Gao Wenyue slightly frowned when she smelled the smoke on the men. Lu Xiongye didn't have a habit of smoking, only occasionally accepting cigarettes from his comrades. Since noticing this detail, he hadn't smoked again. When the women went to the kitchen, Wang Xiuli muttered quietly to Gao Wenyue, "Look, they brought the wrong gift, and those 2 are still sulking." Ma Chunhua shook her head at Wang Xiuli, who then stopped talking. Everyone entered the kitchen and looked at the dishes on the stove. No one spoke. Li Fengying had prepared quite a few dishes, including pork belly, chicken, and pig's lungs and heart. She also bought a fish and made some vegetarian dishes. "Actually, I've already cooked everything, so you don't need to help. You can go outside and rest," Li Fengying said with a smile. She didn't need help. She just wanted everyone to see how rich her preparations were and praise her. But when they looked at the braised pork, it was dry and shriveled. The chicken with potatoes had no visible meat. The pig's lungs and heart smelled strongly of fishy odor, and the braised fish was full of tofu, making it hard to find anything to praise. As the wife of the commander, Dong Shuolan had to nervously say, "Fengying, you finished cooking so quickly? You're really capable." Li Fengying proudly replied, "I went to the city early this morning to buy ingredients and have been busy ever since." Sun Yuzhen quickly said, "You should rest more. We can help you cook together next time." However, Li Fengying didn't seem to notice everyone's expressions and turned to Gao Wenyue, asking, "Wenyue, try my cooking later." Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Sure." When the dishes were served, everyone couldn't help but compare the food in front of them with what Gao Wenyue had cooked. The braised pork was dry and lacked oil, tasting bland. Everyone put down their chopsticks. Commander Jiang, who had said the pig's lungs and heart were delicious last time, reached out to take a piece of the pig's lungs and heart. Before it even reached his mouth, he smelled a strong fishy odor. Clearly, the meat hadn't been properly prepared. In this era, it was normal for families to render the fat from meat to use later for cooking. Many people bought meat without cleaning it thoroughly, afraid of washing away the fat. Gao Wenyue understands that all these troubles are caused by poverty and the times. Among everyone present, only Gao Wenyue genuinely doesn't dislike the food in front of her. She calmly picks up food and eats. She understands how hard it is to cook in the kitchen. As long as the food isn't made by her, she will sit and eat what's ready without commenting on the taste. Suddenly, a piece of tofu appears in Gao Wenyue's bowl. It's given to her by Lu Xiangye. The man raises an eyebrow, signaling her to try the tofu. Gao Wenyue smiles slightly at him. Everyone else sees the scene. Sun Yuzhen teases, "This is the first time I've seen Commander Lu so thoughtful." Ma Chunhua laughs and says, "He used to seem a bit clueless, but after marrying Wenyue, he's quite attentive." Wang Xiuli adds, "Not just attentive, he's also romantic." They run together in the morning and walk together at night. They do everything together, inseparable. Lu Xiangye blushes red from the teasing of his sisters-in-law, his skin turning darker. Gao Wenyue can't bear to see Lu Xiangye being teased and quickly changes the subject, urging everyone to eat. "Come on, let's raise a glass to the little birthday star," says Commissar Wang, who is in charge of cultural activities in the army. He always stands first to liven up the atmosphere at such gatherings. Unfortunately, the two children from the Li family had already been sent away by Li Fengying. With Commissar Wang leading the cheer, everyone quickly gets excited. About 3 days later, the official appointment notice from the army was announced, and Lu Xiangye was officially promoted to battalion commander. Gao Wenyue smiles warmly and says, "I'll go to the supply store to see if there are any vegetables. Let's cook a few dishes to celebrate." Lu Xiangye looks at her with a loving smile and says, "Whatever you decide." Gao Wenyue can't help but smile back at him. The two stand at home, smiling affectionately. Lu Xiangye suddenly feels very moved and can't help but step closer. They're very close. Lu Xiangye reaches out and hugs Gao Wenyue's waist. She can clearly feel the heat of his body. Lu Xiangye lowers his head and softly whispers in Gao Wenyue's ear, "Wife, tonight. Congratulations, Wenyue. Congratulations on your family's Lu battalion commander." Ma Chunhua's voice comes from outside the yard. "Congratulations to Battalion Commander Lu. From now on, you'll be a senior battalion leader." Wang Xiuli's voice follows. Gao Wenyue instinctively pushes Lu Xiangye away and hurriedly adjusts her hair before walking out in a fluster. Left alone in the living room, Lu Xiangye couldn't help but look down at himself, feeling a bit disappointed. Gao Wenyue lingered in the bathroom for a long time tonight, her mind filled with the words the man had said earlier. What were they going to do tonight? The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt about going out. She had lived through 2 lifetimes and had 0 experience in this area, completely inexperienced. Gao Wenyue reached out and patted her face, encouraging herself. "Gao Wenyue, what are you afraid of? Don't be scared." Gao Wenyue prepared herself mentally. When she finally came out of the bathroom, she saw Lu Xiangye sitting at the desk, looking at something. On the desk was her new store opening plan. Lu Xiangye was reading very carefully. The more he looked, the more he thought his wife was amazing. How could she be so smart? Seeing him so focused, Gao Wenyue couldn't help but lean forward
and bend down behind him. Unknowingly, this action revealed her chest. A familiar, pleasant scent approached, and Lu Xiangye instinctively lowered his head. When he turned his head, he saw his wife's white skin. His eyes darkened, becoming deep and mysterious. Gao Wenyu pointed at the opening plan and asked, "How is this plan? Do you have any suggestions?" As she spoke, warm breath brushed against his ear, making Lu Xiangye feel warm all over. His mind was filled with thoughts of intimacy, and he couldn't think of any suggestions. So, Lu Xiangye simply pulled her into his arms and did what he had been wanting to do. He lifted her clothes and kissed her white skin. Gao Wenyue's eyes widened instantly, her cheeks flushing. Though surprised, she didn't resist Lu Xiangye. Instead, she reached out and held his head. After a moment, the room was filled with intimate sounds. Lying on the bed, Gao Wenyu thought about how the man had just hurriedly run away in embarrassment. She couldn't help but feel amused. Both of them had just been emotional, but Lu Xiangye hadn't taken the next step. When Lu Xiangye returned to the room and they lay on the bed, neither of them spoke. They were both lost in the memory of that intimate moment. Now, they looked like a newlywed couple.
Why?
Gao Wenyu asked first in the dark. She could clearly sense that Lu Xiangye wanted her. She knew he had gone to take showers several times at night. The man beside her didn't speak, but Gao Wenyu didn't want to let him go so easily. Lu Xiangye was good in many ways, but he spoke less, and communication was still a problem. Gao Wenyu asked again, "Do you not like me?" The man beside her became angry and reached out to pull her closer, pressing her against him. Gao Wenyu lay on Lu Xiangye's chest, feeling the firmness at her lower abdomen. Lu Xiangye gently pressed upward, his deep voice whispering in her ear. "If I didn't like you, could I do this?" Gao Wenyu seriously replied, "Liking someone isn't the same as this physical reaction. This is just a biological response. Liking is about feelings." Lu Xiangye frowned. To him, his feelings for Gao Wenyu caused his physical reactions. Gao Wenyu snorted and said, "Lu Xiangye, I've noticed something about you. You never tell me what you're thinking. Living together, you can't keep your thoughts to yourself. If you do, over time, you'll grow apart and your hearts won't be connected." Lu Xiangye tightened his hand on Gao Wenyue's waist, but then let go. Gao Wenyu sensed his hand had moved away and felt a little nervous. The next moment, Lu Xiangye reached out both hands to hold her shoulders and said softly, "Wife, I understand now. I will change. Please give me some time." Gao Wenyue's mood instantly improved again. Lu Xiangye hugged her close, resting his chin on her head, and softly said, "Wife, I like you. I really like you." Hearing this, Gao Wenyue's smile grew even wider. After a good night's sleep, Gao Wenyu woke up the next morning and went next door to find Ma Chunhua. "Spring flower, sister? Spring flower, sister?" Gao Wenyu called several times in the yard of Captain Wu's house. "Wenyu, I'm at Xiuli's house. Come over here." Ma Chunhua came out from Baiyang's place. Gao Wenyu then went around to Baiyang's house. I wondered why no one answered after calling so many times. Turns out, sister-in-law is here, Gao Wenyu said as she entered Baiyang's yard. We have lots of kids at home. The matchbox storage is full, so I keep everything here. Whenever I have free time, I come over to do some work." Ma Chunhua sat on the porch of Baiyang's house, working. Ma Chunhua and Wang Xiuli took on many jobs gluing matchboxes. Whenever they had free time, they would work. "Wenyu, come help out," Wang Xiuli called, about to get up to move a stool. Gao Wenyu waved her hand and said, "No need to busy yourself. I just want to say a few words, and then I'll leave." Seeing this, Ma Chunhua directly asked, "Then just tell me, what you need?" Gao Wenyu said, "I'm busy selling vegetables in the city and can't keep up. I want to hire." Ma Chunhua interrupted her, saying, "I'll come help you tomorrow." Wang Xiuli quickly added, "I can help too." Gao Wenyu shook his head and said, "Sister-in-law, you misunderstood me. I'm not asking for your help. I want to hire an employee." Ma Chunhua opened her mouth in surprise and asked, "Hire an employee?" Gao Wenyu nodded and said, "Yes, someone who can work in the city regularly, going in the morning and coming back at night." Ma Chunhua didn't speak. She has 3 children at home, and to take care of them, she has been working with matchboxes all this time. Wang Xiuli hesitated but seemed interested. However, she was pregnant, and with her belly growing, riding a bike every day would be difficult. Gao Wenyue said, "This job pays by the day, 8 mao per day." 8 mao? 8 mao? Ma Chunhua and Wang Xiuli exclaimed in surprise. They only earn 3 cents a day making matchboxes. Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "Sister-in-law Chunhua, you can think about it. As for Sando and the others' meals, you can leave them with Xiuli. She can be paid daily, and since she's at home, she needs to eat too. This way, the meal issue for Sando and the others can be solved easily." Wang Xiuli immediately waved her hand and said, "I can't take money for that. I can cook a few meals for the children, no problem." Gao Wenyue replied seriously, "You've done work, so it's natural to get paid. It's common among neighbors. If you help with the kids' meals, Sister Chunhua can spend a little money herself. Working a day can earn you most of the money, and you can also earn a bit at home. Isn't that good for everyone?" Hearing this, both women on the other side looked very interested. Gao Wenyue smiled and joked, "Xiuli, don't be jealous that Chunhua can earn money. When you finish having your baby and my business gets bigger, I'll hire you too." When he said that, all 3 women laughed together. Wang Xiuli had actually been quite envious of Ma Chunhua. How come she was earning 8 mao a day, and it was her turn now? That's 24 yuan a month. But after hearing Gao Wenyue's words, her envy disappeared. Wang Xiuli immediately said, "Let's see what sister-in-law Chunhua decides. I'm happy to cook for Sando and the others. As for the money, Chunhua, you can decide." Ma Chunhua immediately responded, "All right, I'll do it." The Gao family's braised food shop hired a new employee, Ma Chunhua. The shop had been renovated, and a signboard reading Gao's braised food was hung outside. The sign still had lights, and Gao Wenyue asked the craftsman to connect the lighting so that at night, the lights on the sign could be turned on. This not only illuminated the street, but also helped promote the shop. Gao Wenyue's restaurant has a simple decoration, mainly minimalistic. On the 4 walls, there are large photos of braised dishes, showing the sauce-covered food, which makes it easy for everyone to see the delicious food. Gao Wenyue chose a bold, eye-catching decorating style, so she wouldn't have to carry dishes from her home anymore. She can braise the food directly in the shop and leave it for Ma Chunhua to sell. Then she can go to the guest house to cook. At the back of the shop, she cleaned out 3 rooms. 2 are for living, providing a place for her and Ma Chunhua to rest, especially in bad weather. The 3rd room is used as a storage area, and she turned the right side of the yard into a kitchen. The new kitchen still has an old-fashioned stove, with 2 large pots and 2 coal stoves, enough for cooking. Gao Wenyue and Ma Chunhua went to the city. Although she told Ma Chunhua that she would start work the next day, Ma Chunhua insisted on coming along. "Wenyue, today doesn't count as work pay. I just want to follow you and learn, so I won't be clueless tomorrow when I start working," Ma Chunhua said while riding her bike. Gao Wenyue had no choice but to agree. Ma Chunhua stood in front of the shop, her mouth wide open in surprise. Gao Wenyue said, "Chunhua, sister-in-law, this shop is mine. I haven't told anyone in the residential area. I hope you can keep it a secret. It's important not to reveal everything." Gao Wenyue didn't mention her shop in the neighborhood, as it was their secret with Lu Xiangye. They both agreed to let others think she was just running a small street stall. Ma Chunhua, who had been considering asking for a 30-cent reduction in her wages, suddenly stopped talking. She had just thought her pay was high and wanted Gao Wenyue to pay her less, but now she realized she was worrying for nothing. Ma Chunhua quickly regained her composure. She wasn't jealous. She simply didn't have Gao Wenyue's cooking skills, so there was no reason to envy. She just needed to do her own work well. "Wenyue, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about the shop," Ma Chunhua promised. "It's not necessary to make a big deal out of it. If someone asks, just say I rent the shop to do business," Gao Wenyue said briefly. Gao Wenyue also considered hiding the fact from Ma Chunhua that she rented the shop. But thinking about Ma Chunhua's personality, she decided it wasn't necessary. Besides, her house-buying news was quite public. Neighbors all knew she bought the house, so there was no reason to hide it from Ma Chunhua. Gao Wenyue went to the municipal guest house to cook, while Ma Chunhua stayed behind at the shop to tidy up. After finishing the dishes at the guest house, Gao Wenyue went to He Ping's office to talk about her vacation. Are you planning to take 3 days off this time? He Ping frowned slightly. He didn't want Gao Wenyue to take any days off, especially after the last time she did, when many guests complained. Gao Wenyue nodded and said, I've stopped my stall business at the factory gate. I opened a small shop nearby, and it will be busy for the first few days. When will it open? Tomorrow. Gao Wenyue didn't understand why He Ping asked, but she answered anyway. He Ping nodded without saying anything. Then Gao Wenyue asked Leader, can I take a leave? He Ping replied, yes. Gao Wenyue smiled brightly and said, thank you, Leader. He Ping nodded again. Seeing that he was busy, Gao Wenyue quietly left the office. After leaving the guest house, Gao Wenyue found Wang Jianhua. Comrade Gao, what are you doing? Wang Jianhua looked surprised, holding 2 cans of malt extract. Secretary Wang, I remember you said your mother has trouble sleeping. I told Auntie to give her a glass of malt extract every night before bed. I heard it helps with sleep, Gao Wenyue said with a smile. She wanted to buy cigarettes and alcohol, but unfortunately, she had no tickets, so she could only buy malt extract. If it were someone else, Wang Jianhua would have accepted it, but since it was Gao Wenyue, he didn't dare take it. Comrade Gao, just tell me if you need anything. I really can't take this, Wang Jianhua said with a troubled look. Gao Wenyue placed the malt extract on the table and said, Secretary Wang, I do have something I need your help with. Wang Jianhua asked, what is it? Just tell me. Gao Wenyue wanted to add some new dishes to her shop, preferably meat, but since she didn't have tickets, she couldn't buy meat. So she set her sights on pig hearts, lungs, and pig trotters, which didn't require tickets. Even so, these weren't easy to get. They were usually sold internally by the meat factory staff. Wang Jianhua asked in surprise, are you asking me to help you get the meat factory to sell you pig hearts, lungs, and trotters? Gao Wenyue nodded and said, yes, you don't have to sell to me every day, just every now and then once in a while. This was a simple request for Wang Jianhua, and Gao Wenyue's reasonable timing, every now and then, made it fair. Wang Jianhua readily agreed. All right, I'll take you there. Before leaving, Wang Jianhua insisted on returning the malt extract to Gao Wenyue. During their tug-of-war, He Ping accidentally bumped into them. What are you two doing? He Ping still held a document in his hand, clearly there to discuss work with Wang Jianhua. He Ping's eyes sharply fixed on the hands resting on Gao Wenyue's wrist. His gaze became very intense, causing Wang Jianhua to quickly withdraw his hands in fear. Wang Jianhua stammered as he explained, Leader, Comrade Gao came to talk to me about some work matters. He Ping moved the document behind his back, adopting a serious inspection stance like an elder inspecting a visitor.
Oh, what are you talking about?
I want to listen too. Wang Jianhua and Gao Wenyue looked at each other in surprise. Gao Wenyue said, we just finished talking, and you arrived. He Ping stood silently in the office. Usually, he appeared gentle and refined outside, but suddenly he tightened his face, no longer smiling, standing stiffly, which made the other two feel too nervous to speak. Wang Jianhua quickly said, Comrade Gao wanted to buy some pork hearts, lungs, and pig trotters from the meat factory without tickets, since he often deals with them, and asked me to help say hello. Gao Wenyue nodded and replied, yes, we were just about to go to the meat factory. He Ping nodded and said, all right, go ahead. Wang Jianhua didn't dare to leave with the leader still in his office. He subtly signaled to Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue understood and said, Secretary Wang, you go ahead with your work. I'll wait for you downstairs. Before leaving, she kindly helped close the office door. Wang Jianhua's office was diagonally opposite He Ping's. The space was small, with only a tiny desk. He Ping stood silently in the cramped space, the atmosphere around him feeling tense and heavy. After a long while, He Ping finally spoke, Secretary Wang, in the future when interacting with female colleagues, you should be mindful of boundaries. As Wang Jianhua went downstairs, he kept thinking about what his leader had just said. When did he start to be careless around female colleagues? Wang Jianhua felt anxious,
worried that his leader might have a bad opinion of him, which could ruin his career. At first, he couldn't figure out why, but when he saw Gao Wenyue, he suddenly understood. His heart sank because he remembered Gao Wenyue was married. Wang Jianhua knew Gao Wenyue was married, and everyone in the kitchen knew about it. Thinking carefully, Wang Jianhua remembered that He Ping's face changed when he saw him and Gao Wenyue pushing the milk powder around earlier. As the secretary to a high leader, he was used to handling things calmly. No matter how surprised he was inside, he kept a straight face. Therefore, Wang Jianhua became more polite to Gao Wenyue. The leaders at the meat processing factory saw Wang Jianhua being so courteous to Gao Wenyue and thought she was related to some important official, so they treated her with great respect. Gao Wenyue had arranged to go to the meat factory tomorrow morning to pick up pig hearts, lungs, and pig feet. The pig hearts and lungs cost 0.86 yuan each, which was cheaper than the last time she bought them herself. Pig feet are sold by size, usually ranging from 0.5 to 1.2 yuan. Nowadays, people don't like eating pig feet much because they think they are dirty, have a strong smell, and lack fat. Thinking about how everyone in later generations eagerly seeks collagen, Gao Wenyue couldn't help but shake her head. When Gao Wenyue returned to the shop, she saw Ma Chunhua standing on a stool, cleaning the sign on the door. Spring flower. Take it slow. Don't fall. Gao Wenyue quickly went to help her. It's fine, I got it. Ma Chunhua waved her hand. When Gao Wenyue re-entered the shop, she was surprised by how clean and fresh everything looked. She had planned to do a thorough cleaning herself, but Ma Chunhua had already cleaned the entire shop perfectly. She walked into the yard and saw no fallen leaves on the ground. The firewood in the kitchen was neatly stacked, and the water in the water tank was full. Gao Wenyue turned around happily and said, "Spring flower, you are really capable." Ma Chunhua smiled and said, "Oh, it's just a little thing I did easily." Because the shop was so clean, they both went home early. Gao Wenyue told Lu Xiangye about hiring Ma Chunhua, and he said, "That's good. You'll have someone to keep you company on your trips." He sat on a bench, lost in thought, tapping rhythmically on the table with his fingertips. Gao Wenyue knew he was thinking and didn't rush him, just waited quietly. After a while, Lu Xiangye spoke. "Maybe we should install a phone in the shop. Since you and Springflower are running a store in the city, if it's windy or rainy and you can't come back, just call my office or Commander Wu's office. I'll go with you tomorrow morning and bring a quilt just in case." His words kept coming one after another. Since Gao Wenyue mentioned that night that he lacked communication, he seemed to try to prove he could communicate well by talking more. Gao Wenyue smiled and agreed. Meanwhile, the two neighboring couples were discussing this matter. Captain Wu doesn't think it's shameful for his wife to work for her subordinate's wife. He just feels that Ma Chunhua's daily wage of 8 mao is too high. Earning money isn't easy these days. Gao Wenyue isn't sure how much she can earn in a month, but she still has to pay Ma Chunhua 8 mao. Bai Yong feels the same way. He thinks cooking is a simple task and shouldn't require payment from Ma Chunhua. Ma Chunhua prepares the grains and vegetables, and Wang Xiuli takes care of the children and their meals. She is paid 1 mao a day, but Wang Xiuli only accepts 5 fun. In the end, Ma Chunhua insists on giving her 8 fun. The two military wives agree with Gao Wenyue. They think Gao is right. Favoring favors isn't lasting. If you should pay, then pay. If you benefit, I benefit. It's a win-win situation. Before dawn the next day, Gao Wenyue opened her door and saw Ma Chunhua standing outside. Spring flower sister-in-law. Ma Chunhua is a good worker. On her first day, she got up early and prepared herself a new apron. She didn't even spare fabric to make herself clothes, but she made a brand new apron instead. The three of them set out together. Lu Xiangye took on the role of fire starter again. Gao Wenyue was in the kitchen making braised dishes, and Ma Chunhua carefully handled the pig hearts, lungs, and pig feet. The meat factory left Gao Wenyue a large pig heart and lungs, and 2 pairs of pig feet. She soaked soybeans in water first. Gao Wenyue blanched the pig hearts, lungs, and pig feet in separate pots. Lu Xiangye, use low heat. Okay. Since pig hearts, lungs, and feet have strong odors, They are placed in cold water and slowly heated to release blood and reduce smell. As the water heats up, foam appears on the surface. Gao Wenyue gently skims off the foam and then pours rice wine into the pot to remove the smell. Ma Chunhua watches Gao Wenyue pour so much wine, feeling a bit distressed. That bottle costs 6 mao. Gao Wenyue notices Ma Chunhua's expression but says nothing. She silently gives her a little extra credit in her heart. Removing the smell is just the first step. When Gao Wenyue takes out the pig hearts, lungs, and feet to wash by the well, Ma Chunhua quickly volunteers, "Let me wash them." No more smell. Gao Wenyue pours oil into the pot, first making caramelized sugar, then adding and spices. The first dish is braised pig feet. She stir-fries the pig feet until they turn golden, then adds the prepared sauce and water. Next, they started frying pig hearts and lungs. This dish needs to be very spicy and flavorful, with dried red peppers as an essential ingredient. People in this area, even before breakfast, were already drawn by the tempting aroma coming from Gao's marinated food shop. The two dishes simmered on the clay stove for a while, then Gao Wenyue transferred them into a clay pot and placed it on the coal stove to cook further. Even in autumn, cooking in the kitchen like this was uncomfortable. Lu Xiongye stood up, carried the two coal stoves outside into the yard. The delicious smell quickly filled the air, and nearby people knew Gao's marinated food shop was open today. Everyone was eager to buy. Whose cooking smells so good? Gao's marinated food shop, they just opened. Then why aren't they selling yet? People waiting outside looked forward eagerly, while inside, everyone was busy and lively. Gao Wenyue poked the pig trotters with a stick, and once she poked, she knew they were ready. She then put the soaked soybeans into the clay pot. Both clay stoves were simmering marinated dishes, and the whole yard was filled with a tempting aroma. Ma Chunhua was still immersed in the fragrant smell of the pig trotters. She sincerely admired Gao Wenyue. How could she make such a delicious dish from those smelly pig trotters that everyone disliked? At 11 a.m., Gao Wenyue took out prepared firecrackers and fireworks. She started setting off fireworks and firecrackers. At the same time, she placed a small blackboard at the door. 3-in-1 meal, 3 mao. Boiled eggs, marinated dried tofu, pig trotters, 1 mao 6 per serving. Spicy pig hearts and lungs, 9 cents per serving. Meat dish 2-in-1 meal, 2 mao per serving. Gao Wenyue also launched a new combo. The shop was blocked by a glass display case, leaving only a small door on the right side, which she locked. The purpose was to let customers line up outside properly. Sure enough, they couldn't get in or see inside. Only the aroma wafted out, making everyone eager and restless. The crackling sound of firecrackers rang out. Workers from the mechanical factory were the first to rush over. They hadn't tasted Gao Wenyue's dishes these days and had been craving her food. Gao Wenyue's series of actions was very smooth. First, the enticing aroma, then the firecrackers, and finally, she used a loudspeaker to shout outside. Suddenly, Gao's marinated food shop was bustling with activity. "Boss Gao, 1 vegetarian meal, please." "Boss, 1 serving of pig trotters." "It looks so tempting." 3 of the 3-in-1 meals, please." The 3-in-1 meal sold the fastest. Lu Xiongye quickly served the dishes from the kitchen. Gao Wenyue and Ma Chunhua stood at 2 different windows, serving dishes to everyone. The line behind them grew longer, and Gao Wenyue estimated that the food might run out soon. The braised dishes were quickly running low, leaving only braised pig trotters and pig lungs. "Boss, are there no more braised eggs?" "No, only pig trotters and pig lungs left." The people behind started to hesitate. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "You can try our new dishes. The braised pig trotters are savory and tender, and the pig lungs are spicy and great with drinks." Hearing the tempting smell of pig trotters and spicy flavor, the man decided, "I'll take a set meal." "Is it 20 cents per portion?" Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "Yes." Encouraged by him, others began to buy in small groups, but most still chose to buy just 1 pig trotter or decided not to buy at all. Since Gao's braised dishes was only open for the first day, tomorrow wasn't a problem. Some people were willing to wait another day. Gradually, the dishes sold out quickly.
When a lunchbox was handed over, the man smiled and said, "Boss Gao, congratulations on your grand opening."
It was Xie.
Gao Wenyue had just been wondering if you would come today. You shouldn't think too much. Thoughts bring people here. She smiled brightly and said, "Thank you. I was just thinking about whether Director Xie would come today." Xie Rongfa chuckled and said, "Of course I would come. I watched from afar for a while. Boss Gao, your business is really busy." Not just busy, those buckets of braised dishes kept coming, making good money. Xie Rongfa truly looked at Gao Wenyue with respect. Gao Wenyue modestly replied, "It's all because everyone is giving me face." Just as she finished speaking, she bent down and took out 2 prepared lunch boxes from a cabinet below. She handed the boxes over and said, "Director Xie, since this is your first time here, please try my cooking." Xie Rongfa was surprised and wanted to decline. But Gao Wenyue raised her hand to signal others to come forward and then started busying herself again. Seeing it wasn't a good time to talk, Xie Rongfa took the lunch boxes and left for now. Soon after, the middle-aged man who had bought a set returned. "Boss, do you still have pig lungs?" His loud shout drew everyone's attention to him. Only Gao Wenyue remained calm, asking quietly, "Yes, a little. What's the matter?" The man, catching his breath, said, "I'll take all of it. It's a perfect snack with drinks. My father-in-law just said it smells really good." Ma Chunhua was overjoyed. Just earlier, she was worried about how to sell the remaining pig hearts and lungs, but now it was effortless to do so. Not far away, under the parasol tree, He Ping and Wang Jianhua stood quietly. At this moment, Wang Jianhua was very sure that his boss had different feelings for Gao Wenyue. He Ping didn't know how long he had been standing there until the pickled vegetable shop closed. Only then did he step forward. His rational mind told him he should keep his distance from Gao Wenyue, but his heart's fluttering feelings made it hard to resist getting closer. Lu Xiangye was with Gao Wenyue and others, tidying up the leftovers. All the dishes they cooked today had been sold out. Ma Chunhua excitedly said, "It's all sold out, completely sold out." Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you've worked hard. Later, I'll take you out to eat." Ma Chunhua waved her hand. "No need for that. There are still ingredients in the kitchen. I'll just cook a couple of dishes." Gao Wenyue stopped her, saying, everyone was tired and hungry after a busy morning. She didn't want to bother anymore. "Sister-in-law, just listen to me. Let's go out to eat. Our shop is for selling vegetables, so if we don't want to spend money on food ourselves, how can others be willing to spend theirs? If you buy, I buy too, then the money keeps flowing." Even though Gao Wenyue explained this simply, she was preparing to train Ma Chunhua to become her sales clerk. Don't underestimate this ordinary position. Those who can sell and those who can't make a big difference. A sales clerk who knows marketing can increase sales just by talking to customers. Ma Chunhua thought for a moment and felt what Gao Wenyue said made sense. At this moment, He Ping and Wang Jianhua came over. Gao Wenyue's eyes lit up and she happily asked, "Oh, boss, Secretary Wang, why are you here?" He Ping, with a warm smile, said, "Just passing by, and thought I'd come to see." Wang Jianhua placed a flower basket at the door and said with a smile, "Boss Gao, I wish you a successful opening." "Thank you," Gao Wenyue replied with a smile. She also looked at Wang Jianhua curiously, feeling that his words today were a bit strange, and why did he call her Boss Gao? Lu Xiangye approached, dressed casually. His tall, well-proportioned figure made it clear he was extraordinary just by standing there. He walked to Gao Wenyue's side, reached out to hug her waist, and asked, "Wife, who is this?" Gao Wenyue turned and pointed at Lu Xiangye, saying, "Boss, this is my husband, Lu Xiangye." She then introduced him, "Xiangye, this is Director He, my boss at the guest house." Then, the two men began to observe each other carefully. He Ping hurried in and out quickly, and Gao Wenyue didn't pay much attention. Gao Wenyue took Lu Xiangye and Ma Chunhua to eat together. After a busy day, they were already very hungry, but both shook their heads, saying they didn't want to eat. Gao Wenyue understood this feeling well. She turned around and efficiently bought 3 ice creams from the convenience store. "Here, have one ice cream first." Later, you can have a bowl of plain noodles. You'll feel much better, Gao Wenyu said with experience. Ma Chunhua, who was usually honest, also didn't hold back. Seeing the cold ice cream, she already felt eager. Lu Xiangye looked at the ice cream without moving, so Gao Wenyu simply opened the bag and handed him the ice cream. Lu Xiangye opened his mouth and took a bite, making Ma Chunhua nearby laugh out loud. Gao Wenyu blushed deeply and angrily reached out to pinch Lu Xiangye's arm. However, she couldn't pinch him hard and had to give up. Gao Wenyu loved creamy big ice creams and ate most of it in a few bites. When only a little was left, someone snatched the ice cream away. Lu Xiangye took the ice cream and softly said in her ear, "Eat less, or your stomach might hurt next time." Gao Wenyu remembered the last time she had her period and obediently let go of the ice cream stick. Seeing Gao Wenyu being so obedient, Lu Xiangye couldn't help but reach out and touch her hair, acting very affectionately. Gao Wenyue's cheeks turned red from the warmth. In the afternoon, she still had to prepare ingredients. When she returned to the shop, Ma Chunhua and Lu Xiangye told Gao Wenyu to rest in the back room. Since they were just helping in the kitchen, they were tired, but Gao Wenyu was the main chef, so her fatigue was understandable. Gao Wenyu didn't refuse and went straight to the room. Inside the small house, there was only a bed with bedding already laid out, brought by Lu Xiangye. After a nap, Gao Wenyu started her big project of marinating dishes again. In the evening, when they opened for business, many people bought the pig's heart and lungs, which had almost not sold at noon. Someone said, "I heard Lao Li say your pig's heart and lungs are great as snacks with drinks. Are you not selling pig's heart and lungs tonight?" Gao Wenyu thought for a moment and said, "We'll sell them tomorrow night." Plenty of pig's heart and lungs then. Everyone was assured and started buying other dishes. When all the dishes in the 2 large pots were sold out, it was still early, as the border area enjoyed late nights. Ma Chunhua quickly carried the wooden buckets and plates to the well for cleaning, while Lu Xiangye was nowhere to be seen. Gao Wenyu lowered her head and started to count the earnings. Today, she sold 821 sets of the 3-in-1 meal package, earning 246.3 yuan. After subtracting costs of 98.52 yuan, her net income was 147.78 yuan. The meat dishes brought in 11.8 yuan, with costs of 2.36 yuan, leaving a net of 9.44 yuan. In total, Gao Wenyu made 157.22 yuan on her first day of opening her shop. She was very happy with this result. Gao Wenyu took out a new 10 yuan bill and folded it into a red envelope. Ma Chunhua had just finished cleaning the plates and wooden buckets when she saw Gao Wenyu come over. "Wenyu, you must be exhausted today?" Ma Chunhua watched her carefully and admired her even more, thinking she was very capable. Gao Wenyu said, "I'm okay, but your sister-in-law must be tired today." Ma Chunhua was a hard-working employee who always stepped forward whenever there was work. No boss would dislike such dedication. Ma Chunhua smiled and said, "I'm just getting started. You're the one working hard, cooking and selling all day." Gao Wenyu smiled silently. She had a plan, but wanted to observe a little longer. "Sister-in-law, this is a lucky red envelope for a good start." Gao Wenyu handed it over. "No, I've already received my wages. I can't accept this red envelope." Ma Chunhua refused to take the money. Gao Wenyu insisted and pushed the envelope toward her, saying, "Sister-in-law, this is the rule of Gao's braised dishes. It's not just for you. If someone else was here, I'd give it to them too." Hearing this, Ma Chunhua finally accepted the red envelope. After Lu Xiangye returned, the 3 of them headed to the family courtyard. While sitting in the back seat, Gao Wenyu initially felt a bit uncomfortable and clutched Lu Xiangye's clothes tightly. Later, Lu Xiangye reached out and wrapped her hand around his, making her hold him tightly around the waist. Until they went to sleep, Gao Wenyu always felt she had forgotten to ask Lu Xiangye something. The next day was busy with opening the shop again. She was surprised to find a cotton cushion tied to the back of her bicycle. Lu Xiangye reached out and patted the cushion, saying, "Come up and try it." "Okay." In the early morning of the border area, there was a slight coolness. Lu Xiangye rode for a while and then stopped. Gao Wenyue asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Lu Xiangye took off his jacket and covered her with it, saying, "It's a bit cold in the morning. Wear this to stay warm." Gao Wenyue reached out and grabbed her clothes, asking, "What about you?" Lu Xiangye smiled and said, "I'm not cold." Sitting behind the bicycle, Gao Wenyue looked at the man's determined side profile ahead. Her heart was filling up more and more. At this moment, her eyes and mind were full of Lu Xiangye. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but reach out and wrap her arms around the man's waist, holding him tightly. The man in front silently smiled and raised one hand, holding her delicate hand on his stomach. Lu Xiangye skillfully rode the bike with one hand while carrying Gao Wenyue. This impressive move made Gao Wenyue feel very proud. When they arrived at the shop, Lu Xiangye said he had something to do and left. Ma Chunhua quickly took out 10 yuan, complaining that the red envelope was too big. Gao Wenyue looked serious and said, "Sister-in-law, if you keep doing that, I'll get angry. I want to help you earn more money in the future. Your salary is just temporary. The more you sell, the more commission you'll get." Ma Chunhua's eyes lit up. She was full of energy now. While busy, the two worked and talked at the same time. Ma Chunhua said, "Wenyue, this is the first time I've seen Captain Lu care for his wife like this." Hearing this, Gao Wenyue felt happy inside and asked with a smile, "Really?" Ma Chunhua nodded and said, "Yes, I've known Captain Lu for many years. Everyone used to think he was a cold person, but I never expected he would be like this with his wife." The girls in the military district felt regretful. If only they had tried harder to win him over back then, now they would be the ones being loved and spoiled by Lu Xiangye. Ma Chunhua said, "I think Captain Lu didn't start caring for his wife after they got married. It's because she's you that he cares so much." Just as she finished speaking, Ma Chunhua shook her head and murmured, "I might be talking a bit messy. I don't know if you can understand me." Gao Wenyue said, I understand." When Lu Xiangye returned, he noticed his wife secretly glancing at him. He didn't hide anything and took out the gift he had prepared. Gao Wenyue was surprised and asked, "How did you get this?" Lu Xiangye bought a small fan that could hang near the ear. This was common in later times, but Gao Wenyue quickly sensed something was off. Did they have this technology now? Even if they did, such a delicate, small fan should be hard to get. This fan was indeed difficult to obtain. Lu Xiangye made 3 trips back and forth and promised several conditions before finally getting the fan. Ma Chunhua smiled happily and said, "It's still Captain Lu, who cares for his wife." Seeing this, Lu Xiangye pointed at a large standing fan and said, "Sister-in-law, the small fan is just one. If you get hot, use this instead." Ma Chunhua quickly said, Okay, I'll use the big fan to stay cooler. Mainly, fans can't be used in the kitchen because the smell would around and affect the taste of the food, as Gao Wenyue explained. That's why Lu Xiangye went to great lengths to get this small fan. On the second day of Gao's new marinated dish shop opening, everyone was surprised to see how well the business was doing. Gao Wenyue came up with a new marketing plan. At noon, they still sold set meals honestly, but in the evening, they sold marinated pig trotters and pig hearts and lungs, along with a promotion: buy 10 sets and get a bottle of white wine free. 10 sets of marinated pig trotters and hearts cost 2.5 yuan, and a bottle of white wine was given as a gift. No matter which era workers are from, everyone works during the day, and the evening is when they truly relax and enjoy food and drinks. Gao Wenyue thought of the promotion with free wine, encouraging groups to buy multiple sets together, so everyone could share or split the free gift. Once this news spread, many people came to buy. Even before opening at night, customers were already lining up. The person at the front of the line anxiously asked Gao Wenyue, "Boss, when do you start selling the dishes?" Gao Wenyue looked at the clock on the wall and said, "In 10 minutes." The person holding his stomach said, "Boss, please sell me one now, I can't wait." "No, old Wang, how can you get special treatment?" "Yeah, everyone else is waiting in line. Why are you special?" Of course, Gao Wenyue had to refuse, and the people behind started criticizing Old Wang. Old Wang looked worried and said, "Sorry, everyone. I really have an urgent matter." Someone teased him. What urgent matter? If you leave, you'll have to line up again later. Old Wang held his stomach and looked sad, saying, I almost can't hold it.
Ha ha ha.
Gao Wenyue couldn't help but laugh. She quickly said, go take care of that first. We've prepared enough food today. All right, Old Wang, go ahead. We'll let you cut in line later. With everyone's reassurance, Old Wang finally left. This promotion with free white wine was a great way to attract customers. Everyone wanted to get free wine. Gao Wenyue announced that the supply was limited and first come, first served. That night, they made a big pot of pig hearts, lungs, and trotters. When it was time to sell, everyone rushed forward with large lunchboxes, eager to buy. Everyone, please don't push, queue up in order. Everyone will get a share. Sir, you can team up with the people behind you. Buy 10 portions, and we'll give you a bottle of white wine. Today you get the white wine, and tomorrow he gets it. Just 2 purchases, and you'll receive a free bottle of white wine. Really giving away white wine? This promotion is genuine. The new dish from Gao's marinated cuisine became popular again. Word spread quickly. People holding large lunchboxes came to buy food. When they reached the store entrance, Gao's marinated cuisine announced it was sold out. Gao Wenyue picked up a loudspeaker and announced, Today, all the dishes are sold out. Thank you for your support. Customers who didn't get any can come back tomorrow. Tomorrow, Gao's marinated cuisine will continue to give away white wine. Suddenly, a mix of regret and applause filled the street, making it lively. Uncle Zhao nearby stared wide-eyed. Seeing how busy Gao's marinated cuisine was, he felt very regretful. If he had rented a shop to Gao Wenyue earlier, he could have had such a profitable business right outside his door and collected more rent. Today, Gao's marinated cuisine sold 697 sets of the 3-in-1 meal, with 50 sets of meat dishes sold. Pure income from vegetarian dishes was 125.46 yuan. From meat dishes, 125 yuan. After subtracting costs of 19.34 yuan and 18 yuan for white wine, the net income was 87.66 yuan. Today, Gao's marinated cuisine earned a net income of 213.12 yuan. Ma Chunhua was speechless with surprise, first, at how generous the customers were, buying 10 sets for just 2.5 yuan each. Second, at Gao Wenyue's generosity, giving away white wine at just 60 cents a bottle. Gao Wenyue explained, It's a bundled sale. You only see me giving things away, but you don't see that my base prices are low and sales volume is higher. Ma Chunhua then remembered that the price of the meat set had increased. She asked doubtfully, but this price is still cheaper than buying separately. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, We have to give some benefits to the customers. That's consumer psychology. Buy more, save more, and you naturally want to buy even more. That evening, after closing, Gao Wenyue went to the newspaper office to find someone. At the door, she coincidentally met Li Chuanhe, who greeted her warmly upon seeing her. Comrade Gao, what a coincidence. Not really, Editor Li. I came to see you. Li Chuanhe took Gao Wenyue back to his office. As soon as they entered, he went to brew tea, specifically, typing hokue. Gao Wenyue raised an eyebrow, thinking it must be a good reason that Li Chuanhe and He Ping became friends. They share similar interests. A cup of hot tea was placed in front of Gao Wenyue. She quickly thanked him. Li Chuanhe directly asked, Comrade Gao, do you want to see me about something? Gao Wenyue straightforwardly said, I want to advertise to promote Gao's marinated dishes. The city recently opened a Gao's marinated dishes shop. It had a lively grand opening a few days ago, and the news spread quickly throughout the city. Even Li Chuanhe heard about it. Curious, he asked, your shop has already opened, so why are you advertising now? Gao Wenyue smiled without replying. What would be the point of her advertising herself? Of course, the busy sales of Gao's marinated dishes attracted the newspaper's attention, and their coverage would be more effective for promotion. Such results are best achieved with coverage on the third day. Gao Wenyue had prepared the article and photos, just waiting for Li Chuanhe to review and publish. Li Chuanhe was surprised for several seconds and asked, Comrade Gao, are you using our newspaper to promote yourself? Gao Wenyue replied, Isn't that what I came here for? Li Chunha shook his head and said, "That's different. One is you voluntarily advertising, and the other is us actively interviewing. There's a big difference. Both are newspaper articles, but who takes the initiative makes a fundamental difference." Gao Wenyue smiled gently and said, "Whatever works best, we'll use that." Li Chunha shook his head with a smile and said, "Comrade Gao, you're changing the subject." Gao Wenyue calmly took out a yellow envelope from her pocket and gently pushed it over. Li Chunha immediately lost his smile and asked sternly, "Comrade Gao, what do you mean?" Gao Wenyue replied calmly, "Editor Li, when you promoted the municipal guest house before, you also knew about our Gao's marinated dishes shop. Even the top leaders said the food was delicious. We're not lacking in fame. My purpose is to help the shop become famous quickly. I just want to add a little extra help. Please look at this report. I, Gao Wenyue, swear I didn't exaggerate. This money is just for your tea tonight during your overtime. Please accept it." After hearing this, Li Chunha went straight to pick up the handwritten report. He didn't say yes or no. Gao Wenyue knew she had guessed right. She had observed before that Li Chunha was friends with He Ping, which meant their backgrounds were similar. That indicated Li Chunha had some influence in the newspaper. In this era, power and background are closely linked. Li Chunha appears to be a flexible and adaptable person, quite different from He Ping. That's why Gao Wenyue dared to give him money. As expected, Li Chunha agreed. In a report, Gao Wenyue portrayed Gao's pickled vegetables as a shop with a secret recipe passed down for over 100 years. She claimed to hold the ancestral secret recipe and, by chance, cooked a meal for a high-ranking leader. Now, to support the open-door policy, she opened a shop. Following the principle that food is the way to people's hearts, she wants to make Gao's pickled vegetables famous as long as customers enjoy her cooking. At the end of the story, after the newspaper published this, the reporter shared good news. On the last day of the shop's opening, there was a promotion where customers spending over 2.5 yuan received a free bottle of white wine worth 0.6 yuan. Li Chunha commented, "It's a touching story. It would be better without the last part." Gao Wenyue said, "The best part is actually the last one." Li Chunha laughed and said, "Comrade Gao, your writing skills are really good. Have you ever thought about working at our newspaper?" Gao Wenyue sighed, feeling her skills at the adult university were not enough for a newspaper job. After leaving the newspaper, she saw Lu Xiangye waiting outside. "How did you know I was here?" she asked. "You've been writing articles at the newspaper these past few nights," he replied. Gao Wenyue smiled slightly. Lu Xiangye had a clever mind. He pushed his bicycle over and said, "Let's go." She sat on the back and asked, "Where's Sister Chunhua?" Lu Xiangye kicked off with his long legs, and the bicycle moved forward. He looked back and said, "We're going home first." Gao Wenyue nodded. Because of this delay, it was already getting dark. They rode through the dim night. Gao Wenyue happily said, "Lu Xiangye, I'll sing for you, okay?" The man's cheerful voice responded, "Okay." She hummed happily, "Sweet honey. Your smile is sweet, like flowers blooming in spring breeze." The man riding ahead, Lu Xiangye, smiled more and felt even happier. They arrived home in good spirits. Many families in the compound had just finished dinner and were relaxing outside. Gao Wenyue warmly greeted the military wives. The first thing Lu Xiangye did when he got home was to boil water and fill the basin for Gao Wenyue to take a bath. Over these days, he had learned her daily habits well. Gao Wenyue is very clean and takes a shower every day, sometimes even twice a day. "Husband, the water is ready for you, and the temperature is just right."
Coming.
Gao Wenyue hurriedly runs to the bathroom holding her clothes. When someone arrives, Lu Xiangye steps back from the bathroom. When Gao Wenyue returns, she finds the man holding her in the room with the fan. He has prepared the water and calls her to take a bath, which makes her very touched and warm inside. Her feeling of being moved leads her to hug Lu Xiangye. The moment Gao Wenyue wraps her arms around his waist, Lu Xiangye immediately leans down and kisses her lips passionately. As Gao Wenyue can't help but reach out to pull at her clothes, Lu Xiangye asks softly, "Wife, will you be busier tomorrow?"
Yes.
After a while, Lu Xiangye holds her tightly in his arms to calm his feelings. He keeps telling himself silently, just one more day, and it will be okay. Gao Wenyue doesn't understand why Lu Xiangye didn't continue, but she feels shy to ask directly. She enjoys their time together, like a young couple in love, sweet and happy. She likes this feeling and thinks Lu Xiangye wants to take things slowly and build their relationship. Meanwhile, Li Chunhe couldn't help but call He Ping's home. "Why are you calling me? Your younger relative is really clever. Are you talking about Gao Wenyue?" He Ping's mind flashes with Gao Wenyue's image. He makes an ambiguous laugh on the phone. He Ping isn't surprised that Gao Wenyue is promoting the high-quality marinated dishes. That's just her style. "How much did you get out of it?" 500 yuan. That young person is really generous. He Ping stops talking. Li Chunhe asks, "Should I give the money back to her?" He Ping says, "No need, keep it." Li Chunhe feels puzzled and doesn't understand He Ping's actions. Then He Ping continues, "Have her promotional articles published in the newspaper for 3 days in a row." On the third day of the high-quality marinated dishes opening, the newspaper featured a cultural promotion on the front page. Everyone in the city saw the paper and immediately followed the address to visit. The previous surge of visitors at the municipal guest house returned, but now people only needed to buy food instead of paying for accommodation. More and more people rushed to Gao's marinated dishes shop, and a buying frenzy swept through the area. Gao Wenyue bought 2 more coal stoves and 2 large iron pots. She placed the prepared dishes in the pots and simmered them on the stoves. In the morning, Ma Chunhua kept saying, "How can we sell so much food?" When Ma Chunhua saw the line of customers outside, she felt she would be exhausted today. Gao Wenyue shouted through a loudspeaker, "New opening of Gao's braised food shop. Today, if you spend at least 2.5 yuan, you'll get a free bottle of white wine worth 0.6 yuan. Okay, give me a few dishes. I want some too. My friends are waiting for me to bring food and drinks back. Look at the newspaper. I made plans with my neighbor. We'll each spend 2.5 yuan to eat together." All 6 large iron pots of braised food sold out quickly. Gao Wenyue and Ma Chunhua's backs were sweaty, all from the heat. Lu Xiangye also felt uncomfortable. He was mainly doing logistics work. After the noon dishes were sold out, Ma Chunhua said, "Wenyu, you should rest for a while. I'll prepare more food. You go take a nap and come back to cook later." Since the noon dishes had just sold out and the evening dishes hadn't been made yet, many customers missed out. They agreed to come back in the evening. Lu Xiangye said, "Eat first and rest later." Gao Wenyue replied, "No, I'll go to my room and lie down for a bit." After removing her apron, Gao Wenyue headed to her room, but her whole body was sticky with sweat and she couldn't sleep. While she was daydreaming, Lu Xiangye came in carrying a basin of well water. "Just wipe yourself down quickly and then sleep." Gao Wenyue looked at Lu Xiangye with bright eyes. He was her savior. Lu Xiangye smiled silently and said before leaving, "After you wash, leave the water here. I'll come back to pour it." The free white wine was out of stock, so Lu Xiangye went to buy more supplies. After a simple wash, Gao Wenyue carried the basin and poured out the water herself. After cleaning up, she lay down and fell asleep. After her nap, Gao Wenyue felt very hungry. When she opened the door, she smelled the aroma from the yard. It was lunch brought back by Lu Xiangye. They called it lunch, but it was already 1 o'clock. Lu Xiangye brought a bowl of sweet soup and said, "Try this." The bowl contained red beans and soft, glutinous rice balls, sweet but not greasy. Gao Wenyue liked it very much. Delicious. Seeing Gao Wenyue enjoying her food, Lu Xiangye couldn't help but smile slightly. After a hearty meal, the 3 of them started working again. Before working, Gao Wenyue told Ma Chunhua, sister-in-law, "Today you get triple wages." Ma Chunhua was suddenly stunned. She quickly said, "Wenyu, this can't be." To Ma Chunhua, her job was easy, and at home, she also had chores to do. But working for Gao Wenyu and earning money was different. Earning 8 cents a day was already good. How could she get 3 times that, which would be 24 cents? Gao Wenyu looked serious and said, "Sister-in-law, it's all the same. When you stayed at home as a housewife, that was also a contribution, and you should get your fair pay.
But since you are working now and your effort is more, you should think about whether your pay is fair. Ma Chunhua was surprised. She had never thought about this before. To her, women doing chores at home was just what they should do. No, it shouldn't be like that. During these days at work at the Liu family, it was different. Gao Wenyu and Liu Xiangye worked together. A thought flashed in Ma Chunhua's mind, but it was too quick for her to catch. Seeing Ma Chunhua deep in thought, Gao Wenyu went into the kitchen to prepare vegetables. Liu Xiangye was outside in the yard. He heard the conversation between Gao Wenyu and Ma Chunhua. He agreed with Gao Wenyu's idea. His parents had the same way of getting along. Li Sufang was a woman with a career, and Gao Wenyu was too. Liu Xiangye went into the kitchen and sat under the stove, softly saying, "Wife, you are really kind." Gao Wenyu was surprised and then understood that Liu Xiangye was talking about what she said to Ma Chunhua. She smiled and said honestly, "That's because sister-in-law is also very good. That's why I say these things from my heart." That was Gao Wenyu's nature. Whoever treated her well, she would return it twice as much. During Gao Wenyu's nap, Ma Chunhua cleaned all the vegetables carefully. She couldn't read many words, so she was afraid of making mistakes in calculations. After selling things, she would sit by the window with a pencil and check her calculations over and over. A hard-working and diligent worker like her, Gao Wenyu was willing to talk to her about these ideas. Of course, it also depended on whether Ma Chunhua could accept these thoughts. Soon, Ma Chunhua came in and smiled, saying, "Wenyu, sister-in-law doesn't want 3 times the pay." Gao Wenyu nodded without saying anything else. Ma Chunhua then said, "You said last time you would pay me based on a commission?
Just pay me that way."
"Whatever I earn, you give me that much." Gao Wenyu's lips curled into a smile instantly. She said clearly, "All right, sister-in-law, let's finish selling tonight's dishes first, and then we can talk about the commission." Ma Chunhua also smiled. She wanted to thank her, but felt that a light thank you didn't carry much weight, so she decided to work harder instead. Therefore, Ma Chunhua worked even more diligently in the shop. Liu Xiangye couldn't help but smile, feeling proud of his wife's cleverness and kindness. A kind boss would consider their employees. If they faced a greedy boss like Zhou Bapi, Ma Chunhua's honest nature might leave her completely exploited. Gao Wenyu noticed Liu Xiangye's movements and smiled brightly at him. Their eyes met, filled with happiness. Gao Wenyu started cooking at 1 o'clock and finished by 5 o'clock. By 5:10, the Zhou's marinated meat shop officially opened for business. The evening sales were as good as usual. Gao Wenyu and Ma Chunhua efficiently served customers, with several large bowls of marinated dishes disappearing quickly. When the dishes sold out, customers who hadn't bought any yet felt regretful. I arrived too late. I should have come earlier to queue." Gao Wenyu opened a small door on the right and stepped outside. "Everyone can come back tomorrow to buy. Our shop's promotion of free white wine with a purchase of over 2.5 yuan is still ongoing." As soon as Gao Wenyu said this, the customers below became happy again. Someone asked, "Boss, is the price the same as today?" Gao Wenyu shook her head and said, "No, it's different now. The current prices are the opening discounts. Tomorrow, all our dishes will be increased by 1 to 3 cents. She openly announced the price increase and clearly explained the range. The customers standing below had no objections. This was within their acceptable range, and most shop owners do the same. Someone said, "All right, I'll come back tomorrow to buy." Someone else joked, "Hopefully the prices go up tomorrow, so fewer people come, and I can buy more." Everyone laughed happily. Those who came to buy had enough money, and a difference of 1 or 2 cents didn't bother them much. Moreover, they could get a bottle of white wine for free, saving 60 cents. Overall, the customers felt they had caught a good deal. They left in groups, and across the street, a man was standing there. It was Xie Rongfa. Gao Wenyu invited Xie Rongfa to a nearby tea house. She poured a cup of Biluakun tea for the man across from her. In this era, most men enjoyed drinking tea. Xie Rongfa took a small sip and said, "Boss Gao, your business is really booming. Even the newspaper company came to promote you." Gao Wenyu modestly replied, "It's mainly because of the guest house."
Thanks to Director I met President Lee from the newspaper, which led to the report this morning.
I only found out about it last night.
Her words were partly true and partly false, a lesson she learned in her previous life when she started in sales. Moreover, she revealed her cards right away. She knew Director He from the guest house and President Lee from the newspaper. Last night, Gao Wanhua learned that Li Chuanhe was actually the deputy president of the newspaper. Xie Rongfa looked at the experienced young woman and said, "Boss Gao, your connections are impressive." Gao Wanhua smiled and picked up her teacup, taking a small sip to accept the compliment. Just then, He Ping came out of a private room. "Xiao Gao?" He approached her. Gao Wanhua quickly stood up. She didn't expect to meet He Ping in such a small tea house. She smiled and said, "Hello, leader. I didn't expect to see you here." He Ping glanced at Gao Wanhua and asked, "Just here to talk to an elder. What are you doing?" He was clever enough to understand what was happening. He just wanted to support Gao Wanhua. Gao Wanhua explained, "I'm here with a friend to discuss some matters. Leader, this is Section Chief Xie from the Woodworking Factory's Logistics Department." Xie Rongfa stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, Director He."
I'm Xie Rongfa.
He politely shook hands with He Ping. As an official, he naturally lowered his stance when meeting him. Not far from He Ping, an older man was standing. He soon left with someone. Xie Rongfa was so excited that he held his teacup tightly, trembling and spilling tea everywhere. Gao Wanhua looked at him with concern and asked, "Section Chief Xie, what's wrong?" Xie Rongfa, full of excitement, asked Comrade Gao, "Do you know who is standing next to Director He?" Gao Wanhua shook her head. She had never been to the frontier in her previous life and didn't pay attention to the people or events there. Naturally, she didn't know who that elder was. But seeing his extraordinary demeanor, He Ping's respectful attitude toward him, and Xie Rongfa's reaction, the person's identity must be very important. Gao Wanhua didn't know, because by chance, Xie Rongfa quickly signed a meal delivery contract with her. Xie Rongfa organized the workers at the carpentry factory to order food, and asked Gao Wanhua to deliver it to them. At first, Xie Rongfa thought he was doing Gao Wanhua a favor, but as Gao's marinated food shop became more popular, the contract he took the initiative to seek out was in higher demand. Gao Wanhua happily signed the meal delivery contract with Xie Rongfa. Like with the machinery factory, they agreed on a monthly package, delivering meals every day at noon, and the staff there would serve themselves. After signing the contract with Xie Rongfa, Gao Wanhua replaced the partner in the same contract and signed another one with the machinery factory. From then on, Gao's marinated food shop had 2 large orders each month. When Gao Wanhua returned to the shop, Lu Xiangye was not there. She was still wondering where he got the white wine. Since their shop's white wine giveaway event would continue, they needed to negotiate the orders and prices for that. Ma Chunhua was still busy cleaning. Gao Wanhua called her over. "Sister-in-law, our shop has signed delivery service agreements with the machinery factory and the carpentry factory. You need to deliver these vegetables to both factories every day before selling. On the first day, I will take you there to meet the contact person." Gao Wanhua wanted to deliver the vegetables herself, but she also had to prepare food at the guest house, so she couldn't manage both. Ma Chunhua happily agreed, saying, "Okay, I know where both places are. They're not far. I'll deliver there every day in advance, so it won't delay me from selling vegetables." Gao Wanhua smiled and said, "Good. Then I'll add an extra dime to your wages. As for the commission we discussed earlier, it will be based on the shop's daily sales. 10 yuan equals 1 point of commission." Worried that Ma Chunhua might not understand, Gao Wanhua helped her calculate today's earnings together. She took a pen and quickly wrote and drew in her notebook, and soon, she had calculated today's accounts. Gao Wanhua said, "Sister-in-law, look, we sold 217 meal packages at 2.5 yuan each, earning 542.5 yuan. Based on the 10 yuan to 1 point commission, you will get 5.4 yuan. Today, Gao's marinated food shop sold 217 bundled meal sets. After deducting the costs of vegetables and white wine, the pure profit was 342.3 yuan. Ma Chunhua didn't look at the shop's net income column. That wasn't her concern. She only looked at her own page, her commission amount. The honest and kind woman was now smiling happily. She said excitedly, "Oh my goodness, did I earn 1 yuan and 34 cents in one day?" Gao Wenyue confidently said, "This is what you deserve." The two people counting money didn't notice a few silent figures approaching quietly. 3 men with cloth masks suddenly rushed over, grabbed the money box, and ran away. Because Gao's braised food shop was so popular, many people nearby noticed what was happening. Just a moment ago, 2 women had counted a few hundred yuan twice, so the thieves saw clearly what they had. Robbery. Robbery. After Gao Wenyue realized what was happening, she quickly tried to stop the thieves and grab the money box, which was their earnings for the day. Gao Wenyue had practiced self-defense with Lu Xiangye for a while. She reached out and grabbed the right hand of one of the thieves, holding his shoulder with one hand and his wrist with the other, then kicked him with her leg. The man was instantly knocked to the ground. He seemed surprised that Gao Wenyue was so skilled, and he paused for a moment. But it was only a second. The man quickly pulled out a long knife. "Woman, you're asking for it. Watch out, Wenyue." Gao Wenyue hurriedly stepped back. This wasn't Li Fugue. The thief was clearly skilled. Smart people know when to retreat. Gao Wenyue quickly backed away to protect herself. The thief grinned arrogantly and said, "Why aren't you fighting back?" 2 others stood nearby, urging him, "Enough, just get the money and leave." Seeing Gao Wenyue's good looks, the thief couldn't help but glance at her again. Realizing they shouldn't stay any longer, he turned and left. But the thief was very bold. Outside, he suddenly came back and smashed the shop's glass cabinet with a punch. The glass shattered loudly. Gao Wenyue chased after him, wanting to remember their appearances clearly. The incident happened very quickly. The thieves were clearly after the money. They encountered a man on the way. Gao Wenyue shouted, "Xiangye, they are robbers." As soon as Lu Xiangye heard the noise, he kicked forward. Captain Lu immediately took action, and the 3 thieves were quickly subdued. The commotion attracted some people with red armbands who rushed over. Lu Xiangye hurriedly ran to Gao Wenyue and asked, "Wife, are you okay?" As soon as he spoke, he checked her for injuries. Seeing no wounds, he relaxed. Gao Wenyue recovered and said, "I'm fine, really." Lu Xiangye had always been gentle with Gao Wenyue in front of others. Plus, he often did housework and had been staying with her at the shop, cooking and helping her forget that he was a soldier. Just now, Lu Xiangye easily took down the 3 thieves, making Gao Wenyue think he was very handsome. Lu Xiangye took Gao Wenyue to the police station to report the case. When they arrived, they realized these 3 people were experienced. Actually, this was a warning specifically for Gao Wenyue, because Gao Wenyue had not paid protection money on Jiuzhong Road. Previously, she set up a stall opposite the machinery factory, which was the factory's territory, so no one bothered her. But now she opened a shop on Jiuzhong Road, and she had to pay protection fees according to the rules. The police officer said, "Even in modern times, protection fees still exist secretly. Business owners prefer to have some backing to avoid trouble, so they usually choose a protector." Lu Xiangye asked with a tight mouth, "Who is responsible on that street?" The police said, "He's Xiong. Don't worry too much. Tonight, this is just He Xiong's way of giving you a warning." Gao Wenyue had started her business in her previous life with the support of a big factory, so she never faced such issues. She didn't expect that now someone was collecting protection money. But given how remote and rugged the border areas are, everything seems reasonable. Collecting protection fees on such a busy city street isn't something ordinary people can do. The person must be wealthy and powerful. Lu Xiangye's expression was unclear. No one knew what he was thinking. The police only knew that Lu Xiangye was skilled in fighting and didn't know his identity. They advised, "Brother, we will handle these 3 people according to the law. But you've offended He Xiong, so be careful. If anything happens, come to the police station for help." Lu Xiangye brought He Xiong's 3 men to the police station, which was definitely offending He Xiong. Offending such a meant no peace for business. Gao Wenyue thought starting her business would face resistance, but she didn't expect the first obstacle to be protection money. Lu Xiangye protected Gao Wenyue and Ma Chunhua all the way home. On the way back, Ma Chunhua's legs were still trembling. Until Gao Wenyue finished her shower, Lu Xiangye said, "You rest first. Do whatever you need tomorrow. I'll go out for a while." Gao Wenyue reached out and grabbed Lu Xiangye's clothes, asking, "Where are you going?" "I'll go with you." Lu Xiangye gently touched Gao Wenyue's face and asked, "Wife, do you trust me?"
Trust.
Gao Wenyue answered instinctively. She didn't even know what Lu Xiangye was asking her to trust, but she believed in him from the bottom of her heart. A slight smile appeared on Lu Xiangye's face. He brushed her hair behind her ear. "Leave this matter to me. Don't worry, I won't let you be in danger." Lu Xiangye left and didn't come back until dawn.
Gao, when I got up on time.
Even if she was alone, she still opened her shop as usual. She wouldn't let difficulty stop her, especially since she was the victim in this situation. When Gao Wenyue opened the door, she saw Ma Chunhua and Captain Wu standing at the gate of her yard. Ma Chunhua smiled and said, "Wenyue, you're late today." Captain Wu kindly said, "Sister-in-law, I had nothing to do today, so I shamelessly came to your shop to share a meal." Gao Wenyue's eyes immediately turned red. She knew how scared Ma Chunhua was last night. She thought Ma Chunhua probably wouldn't want to work at the shop today, because it was too dangerous. But surprisingly, Ma Chunhua still chose to come to work and even brought Captain Wu along. Captain Wu smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll watch over the shop today." Gao Wenyue was very touched. She couldn't find the right words to express her feelings, so she simply reached out to wipe away her tears. The three of them rode their bikes toward the city. Gao Wenyue continued cooking at her shop. After preparing the dishes, she took Ma Chunhua to deliver vegetables to the machinery factory and the woodworking factory. Now they only needed to deliver the vegetables to the security office, which showed Gao's influence and the rising status of her preserved vegetable dishes. When leaving the machinery factory, Gao Wenyue explained, "Sister-in-law, don't underestimate the security guards here. Everyone in the factory, from workers to leaders, has to deal with them. Chatting with them during deliveries can help you get to know them." Ma Chunhua humbly asked, "Should I also give them cigarettes like you just did?" Gao Wenyue had just given 2 packs of cigarettes to each security guard at the 2 factories, and the guards eagerly carried the boxes inside. Gao Wenyue shook her head. Occasional gifts are enough. Giving too often might spoil them. On her way to the city's reception center to cook, Gao Wenyue saw someone fixing a bicycle. The person stopped her and asked, "Comrade, do you have some lubricant?" Gao Wenyue paused. She rode her bike every day and was worried about the chain rusting, so she kept lubricant on her bike. "Yes, I have some. I'll give it to you." She quickly handed over the lubricant. The man looked up and said, "Thank you." Gao Wenyue finally saw that he was a young man, not very old, with a faint smile and a mischievous look on his face. Seeing him, Gao Wenyue thought of the phrase "little rascal" and felt that his crouching on the ground to fix his bike looked a bit out of place. The man dropped some lubricant on the chain. Once the oil soaked in, he shook the pedals, and the chain started to turn smoothly. "Thanks for your help." "You're welcome." The man grinned mischievously and asked, "What's your name? Let's be friends." Gao Wenyue glared at him. Her intuition was right. She pulled back the lubricant from his hand and continued riding toward the guest house, ignoring his shouts behind her. At the guest house, the kitchen staff had prepared all the ingredients and were waiting for Gao Wenyue to cook. She had taken 3 days off, and the number of guests had dropped a lot. Even if there were guests, once they heard they couldn't taste Gao's special marinated dishes, they didn't order meals at the guest house. Gao Wenyue worked several hours in the kitchen. As soon as the cooking was done, she couldn't wait to go back. Master Li, the head chef, kindly said, "Xiao Gao, we'll handle the rest. You still have your shop open, so go home first." Gao Wenyue didn't refuse. She said directly, "Thank you all. I've been busy these days. Once I get through this busy time, I'll treat everyone to a meal." The kitchen staff quickly agreed. Even if Gao Wenyue didn't invite them, since she was He Ping's person, they still wanted to flatter her a bit. He Ping stood by the office window, just in time to see her quick figure walking out of the building. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang urgently. He Ping answered, and his face changed. He grabbed his coat and headed out quickly. After riding for a while, Gao Wenyue saw He Ping's car drive away. At that moment, Ma Chunhua was selling vegetables at the Gao marinated dishes shop. Because the mechanical factory and the carpentry factory both ordered meals, fewer customers came to buy vegetables today. Ma Chunhua was busy alone. From a distance, she noticed someone picking a fight with her. "Hey, you woman, you deliberately hid my money. That's so dishonest." An elderly woman scolded, pointing at Ma Chunhua. Ma Chunhua's face turned red with worry. She quickly explained, "Madam, you bought vegetables worth 5 yuan and paid 3 yuan. I just gave you 5 mao back, that's correct." The elderly woman said, "No, I clearly gave you 10 yuan. You should give me 7 yuan back. That money was given to me by my son. He's waiting for me to bring vegetables and wine home. Comrade, please give me my money, or I'll get scolded at home," the elderly woman said anxiously. Ma Chunhua shook her head hurriedly, feeling helpless. The people waiting in line behind started blaming Ma Chunhua. "Quick, give the money back. This elderly person's money is also being stolen. That's so unkind." "That's right. Hurry up and return the money." Gao Wenyue was about to step forward to advise them when a few young men rushed over. "Who bullied my mother?" The leader shouted arrogantly. "If you don't return the money today, you won't open this shop anymore." The others held iron rods, swinging them as a warning. This was a clear act of troublemaking. The other customers saw it too and quickly left, as they didn't want to get involved with these troublemakers who often caused problems on the street. The leader turned and smiled at Gao Wenyue, asking, "Boss Gao, did you sleep well last night?" Gao Wenyue understood that they were here to take revenge for the 3 men from last night. Commander Wu stepped out, exuding a strong military presence without anger but commanding respect, which immediately intimidated the troublemakers. The leader shouted, "What are you afraid of? We're here to get justice for my mother, not to cause trouble." The small gang members started to get restless again. They insisted that the old lady was given 10 yuan and Ma Chunhua had taken the wrong change. Gao Wenyue and others called the police, and the officer who arrived was the same one from last night. The police officer sighed and quietly told Gao Wenyue, "Even if we know they are causing trouble, we have no evidence. We can only try to persuade them." Gao Wenyue understood that the police were afraid of He Xiong's superiors. Thinking of He Xiong, he couldn't help but worry about Lu Xiangye, who had been missing since last night. Inside the office of the vice mayor of the city government, Lu Xiangye handed over a stack of documents, with the first page labeled with the name He Xiong. Jiang Zhengqin glanced at Lu Xiangye and asked, "Captain Lu, where did you get this information?" Jiang Zhengqin was the vice mayor and had been waiting at the city hall entrance when Lu Xiangye arrived. Lu Xiangye simply replied, "From an investigation." Jiang Zhengqin smiled. Not everyone dared to investigate this. He Xiong was not to be feared, but he was backed by the He family, a powerful clan. The current head of the family was He Qinghua of the main branch, who was also a vice mayor like Jiang Zhengqin. He Xiong was the only son of He Qingjun from the second branch. He had an uncle who was also a vice mayor, and both black and white sides of the law would not dare to offend him. This was why the police didn't dare to investigate the robbery from last night. Lu Xiangye quickly uncovered everything about He Xiong overnight. This investigation revealed many things to Lu Xiangye. Actually, He Xiong didn't know Gao Wenyue at all. He just took in many little followers and accepted many benefits. He didn't care how much money his subordinates received or what they did. He handed all their work over to a man named Yang Ji. This is a typical case of the tiger is away, the monkeys rule. Yang Ji ordered people to rob the Gao's marinated food shop, aiming to teach Gao Wenyue a lesson and force her to submit willingly. So, what if Gao Wenyue relies on He Ping? He Xiong is still He Ping's cousin. Yang Ji set his sights on Gao Wenyue, thinking she wouldn't dare offend He Ping. Jiang Zhengqin placed his hands on the table and said, "Captain Lu, give me a reason to oppose the He family." Lu Xiangye asked back, "Would eliminating evil be a good reason?" Yang Ji, under He Xiong's name, committed many bad deeds, burning, killing, looting, almost to the point of murder. Lu Xiangye tapped his finger on the table, waiting. Soon, Jiang Zhengqin received a call and looked at Lu Xiangye in surprise.
Military and government affairs are usually separate, but Lu Xiongye had previously refused to use his connections. Now, since his wife's safety was involved, he had to use whatever was necessary. After hanging up, Jiang Jingqin smiled at Lu Xiongye and said, "Captain Lu, now we can go arrest them?" Lu Xiongye nodded and said, "Of course. I'll call the police chief of Jujing Road." Lu Xiongye led a group of police to raid Yang Ji's hideout. The two-bit thugs causing trouble at Gao's marinated food shop were caught on the spot. "Xiongye, you're finally back." Gao Wenyue, who had been worried all day and night, finally relaxed when she saw Lu Xiongye. "Darling, I'm fine," Lu Xiongye said as he hugged her. He came back not only to report his safety, but also to reassure his wife. Then, Lu Xiongye took the police to the He family's house. When He Ping arrived home, he learned about the situation. The police's actions were loud, and naturally, the He family received the news. He Xiong was still shouting, "That was all done by my subordinates. I don't know anything." He Qinghua slapped the table and said, "You don't know? Did the money fall from the sky into your pocket?" He Qingjun, standing nearby, advised, "Big brother, stop scolding him. Let's think about how to solve this. What exactly does Jiang Jingqin want to do? Is he trying to be your enemy?" He Qinghua glanced at He Ping standing at the door and said, "Ah Ping, I'll leave this matter to you." He Ping slowly approached He Xiong, his face cold and stern, no longer the gentle demeanor he usually had. He Xiong looked at his cousin and quickly said, "Cousin, I really didn't send anyone to rob that woman. No matter how reckless I am, I wouldn't hurt a woman. Moreover, that woman is one of your people." The Gao family's marinated food shop is located behind the Municipal Party Committee guest house, which everyone knows. He Ping raised his hand and slapped him. Smack. Lu Xiongye and his men arrived at He's house and saw He Ping and He Xiong standing outside. The two men faced each other, secretly observing one another. He Ping said, "You're just in time. I was about to take him to the police station for questioning." The He family insisted that He Xiong had nothing to do with the crimes committed by Yang Ji. At most, He Xiong was guilty of accepting bribes. Lu Xiongye arrested Yang Ji and his men, and their testimonies supported this. He Xiong's hands were clean. It seemed he was just collecting some money outside under the He family's name. Lu Xiongye knew the situation well. He had already caught the big boss behind the protection money. As for the He family, it depended on whether Jiang Jingqin wanted to target them. But Lu Xiongye guessed that Jiang Jingqin hadn't found a solid reason to go after the He family yet. Since He Xiong hadn't been seriously harmed, he probably wouldn't tear apart their relationship. He Ping watched Lu Xiongye coldly. At first, he thought Gao Wenyue's husband was just an ordinary soldier, a simple soldier from a humble family. Otherwise, Gao Wenyue wouldn't have to work so hard to run a business. But He Ping was surprised to realize he had been mistaken. Lu Xiongye had gathered all the evidence against Yang Ji overnight and had also brought in the cunning Jiang Jingqin. This was not something an ordinary soldier could do. Even a full colonel or officer couldn't manage it. "Who exactly is Captain Lu?" He Ping asked with a slight smile. "Just an ordinary soldier," Lu Xiongye replied, glancing at He Ping. He Ping sneered and said, "An ordinary soldier wouldn't have such swift action." Lu Xiongye seemed to think carefully, and then said, "That's because I wanted to protect my wife too much, out of a man's instinct." Even though they had only met once, the way He Ping looked at Gao Wenyue that day made Lu Xiongye feel wary. Both men, outstanding in military and political fields, observed each other carefully, and a sense of competition appeared in their eyes. It is clear that Lu Xiongye is more capable. He Ping couldn't help but follow him. He wanted to explain to Gao Wenyue that He Qingjun over there was calling him to the police station again, and He Xiong's mess still needed his help. Lu Xiongye turned back and said, "Chief He, you should go to the police station quickly." Inside the Gao family's preserved food shop, Ma Chunhua was directing Commander Wu to burn firewood. "Boss, your fire control isn't good. You should learn from Captain Lu," Ma Chunhua kept saying.
"Come on, stop it.
"You ask me to learn from that brat every day. Do you think you're still a young girl in your 20s? Always bossing me around." Commander Wu shouted back loudly, but he didn't stop his work.
At this moment, Gao Wenyue also felt like laughing. Commander Wu's strong male pride was quite serious, but he also cared about his wife. He was annoyed, but still worked hard to follow Ma Chunhua's instructions. When Lu Xiangye returned, Gao Wenyue hurried over. Is everything done? Yes, it's finished. The mastermind behind He Xiong was actually He Ping's cousin. Gao Wenyue was shocked and silent for a long time. With no troublemakers around, the evening sales quickly ended. Gao Wenyue found a restaurant to invite Commander Wu and Ma Chunhua to dinner. The four of them sat down at a table, and Gao Wenyue carefully ordered meat dishes. That's enough, that's enough. Don't order more. We can't finish it. Ma Chunhua kept stopping Gao Wenyue from ordering more food. Gao Wenyue ordered 8 dishes in one go, then stopped. During dinner, Commander Wu said, "Sister-in-law, putting your cash in the shop is too unsafe. It's better to deposit it in the bank every day after closing." Lu Xiangye tapped on the table and said, "I prepared a safe for you. You can keep the money in the safe and go to the bank every 3 or 5 days." Gao Wenyue smiled lightly and said, "Okay." Commander Wu snorted and said, "You do care about your wife. A safe holds quite a bit of money, but isn't it just because he doesn't want his wife to go to the bank every day?" Ma Chunhua glanced at Commander Wu and said, "Then you should learn from that." Commander Wu didn't dare to speak. He noticed that since Ma Chunhua started working in the city, her personality changed a bit. She became more assertive. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing. He just wasn't used to it. But he saw that Ma Chunhua was happy, so he didn't say anything. After a hearty meal, Lu Xiangye told Gao Wenyue there was something else, and Commander Wu and Ma Chunhua left first. Gao Wenyue turned and asked, "What do we have to do?" Lu Xiangye pulled him and said, "Just come with me, and you'll find out." Lu Xiangye took Gao Wenyue to a distillery to discuss a wholesale liquor order. The sales manager at the factory was very polite to Lu Xiangye and set the wholesale price at 0.46 yuan. Gao Wenyue looked up in surprise. Nowadays, regular white liquor doesn't even need receipts. People can buy it outside with cash. But such large wholesale orders are not something ordinary people can do, as the annual production of this liquor is fixed. How did Lu Xiangye manage to get the factory to willingly sell wholesale white liquor at such a good price? Gao Wenyue suppressed her curiosity and smiled as she negotiated with the client. In the end, Gao Wenyue secured a wholesale price of 0.44 yuan. Of course, saving those 2 cents wasn't easy. She had to collect all the bottles and return them to the factory. After leaving the factory, Lu Xiangye asked, "Honey, how do you plan to collect the bottles?" Gao Wenyue said, "When selling vegetables, I'll charge 2 extra cents, and the next day, I'll return the bottles and get back those 2 cents. This method is a bit troublesome, but over time, it saves a lot of money." Lu Xiangye smiled. His wife was really clever. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but look at Lu Xiangye. She suddenly realized she still didn't know much about this man. "Why are you looking at me like that? I feel like I don't really know you anymore." That night, lying in bed, Lu Xiangye held his wife and explained, "I got help from a leader who gave me many special privileges." Gao Wenyue thought for a moment and asked, "Are you on the same side as that leader?" Lu Xiangye couldn't help but smile. His wife was truly smart. She didn't ask who the leader was but asked a sharp, key question. Gao Wenyue could clearly feel his hand tighten around her waist. She stayed silent, waiting for his answer. After a long pause, Lu Xiangye said, "For years ago, I was on a secret mission to save that leader. He once offered to transfer me closer to him, but I refused." Gao Wenyue nodded, without asking further. This was to repay a life-saving favor. However, Lu Xiangye had unhesitatingly used that favor for her, which moved Gao Wenyue deeply. She looked up and saw that his eyes were closed. Thinking that he hadn't slept for 2 days and nights, she gently moved to get off the bed. But he held her tightly, so she had no choice but to stay close and fall asleep together. In the darkness, a faint smile appeared on the man's lips. Lu Xiangye was called away early the next morning by the guard, who said Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang wanted to see him. Gao Wenyue nervously reached out to hold his hand, worried that the army had learned about the matter. Lu Xiangye gently patted her hand and said, "Don't worry. They are just asking about the situation." That day, after the sale ended, Wang Jianhua came to the shop. "Comrade Gao, our leader wants to see you." Gao Wenyue told Ma Chunhua to go back to the family quarters first. She then followed Wang Jianhua to the tea house where she had met He Ping last time. When they entered the private room, He Ping was brewing tea. His long fingers skillfully brewed the tea, poured water, and held the cup. His movements were very graceful, so Gao Wenyue sat quietly and watched. He Ping poured a cup of tea and handed it to Gao Wenyue, saying, "Try this." After thanking him, Gao Wenyue started tasting the tea. She didn't know much about tea, only that it was de Hong Pao. "Good tea." She said this aloud, but in her mind, she thought something else. A wild boar can't eat fine husks. Gao Wenyue felt she wasn't lucky enough to enjoy good tea. To her, all kinds of tea were the same. It was enough that Lu Xianye drank plain water at home every day. He Ping quietly watched Gao Wenyue. He hadn't slept all night, thinking about how he and Gao Wenyue first met. He said, "Wenyue, I want to apologize first. I didn't know about He Xiong's situation. He means no harm to you." Yang Ji's actions were all his own doing. Gao Wenyue slightly curled her lips and said, "Leader, you haven't done anything wrong to me, so I can't accept this apology. As for He Xiong's matter, I believe you didn't know. If you had known, you wouldn't have let others treat me like that. As for whether He Xiong knew or not, I don't know." He Ping understood. Gao Wenyue had completely separated him from He Xiong, which eased his worried heart. He had been afraid she would blame him for this. Fortunately, Gao Wenyue was very reasonable. He Ping let out a sigh and said, "When He Xiong comes out, I will personally bring him to apologize to you." The He family was determined to save He Xiong. This matter was handed over to He Ping. He negotiated behind the scenes and protected He Xiong, but he also kept He Xiong in detention for a month to let him learn a lesson. Gao Wenyue didn't comment on this topic. It wasn't something she could control. The whole situation was resolved successfully thanks to Lu Xiangye's ability. If it had been an ordinary businessman, their money would have been stolen, threats would have been made, and no one would dare challenge the nephew of the vice mayor. Gao Wenyue had many questions in her mind. She learned that He Ping was the son of the vice mayor, but why was he working at the guest house? Both held official positions, yet the guest house was far less prestigious than the city government. And Aunt He, she was also the daughter of the vice mayor, but she looked quite simple and lived in a modest place, not like a mayor's daughter. After all, even a minor official like He Xiong could just hold a shell position, collecting money at home every day. How could the proper heir of the He family be so poor? When she left the tea house, Gao Wenyue suddenly remembered that He Ping had called her by name just now. Maybe he's trying to get close to his cousin? This distraction caused the sky outside to turn dark. Winter was coming, and it was getting dark earlier. Gao Wenyue pedaled her bike hard, feeling that rain was about to fall. He Ping sat still in the car. Wang Jianhua was driving today. He couldn't help but shout inwardly, "What's going on?" His leader liked someone he couldn't have, which was already tough, and now he had to help the He family clean up the mess. This made He Ping seem like he was on the same side as He Xiong, opposing Gao Wenyue. As a man, Wang Jianhua couldn't help but feel sorry for He Ping. Suddenly, raindrops started falling, plop, plop, plop. It was raining outside. He Ping finally snapped out of it. He quickly said, "Hurry up and catch up." Even though he hadn't mentioned Gao Wenyue's name, Wang Jianhua knew He Ping was talking about her. They drove out towards the suburbs to chase after her. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but curse. She hurriedly sped up, but it started to rain. Boss Gao was instantly soaked like a drowned rat. The heavy rain poured down, making it hard for Gao Wenyue to see. The rain fell on the vast plain, and darkness quickly swallowed the land. Suddenly, a car stopped in front of Gao Wenyue. "Lu Xiangye? It's me, wife." Lu Xiangye drove a Jiefeng truck to pick up his wife. Even though the rain was so heavy it affected visibility, Lu Xiangye's face was so clear. Gao Wenyue saw him very clearly and noticed the deep worry in his eyes. She put down her bike and ran forward. The two embraced tightly in the rain. In tough times, people think of the most important person. Gao Wenyue was just thinking of Lu Xiangye. And in the next second, Lu Xiangye appeared. Not far away, a jeep also stopped. Leader? Wang Jianhua didn't dare look back at his leader's expression. Let's go. He Ping closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. One wrong step, and everything would go wrong. Lu Xiangye took off his clothes and tightly wrapped Gao Wenyue. Hang on, my wife. We'll be home soon. In this late autumn weather, being soaked all over is very uncomfortable. Lu Xiangye carried Gao Wenyue straight to the bathroom, telling her to stand while he went to pour hot water. He filled a large wooden basin with water and began removing Gao Wenyue's clothes. Gao Wenyue was already shivering from the cold. Once immersed in the hot water, she started to feel a little better and thought to herself, no wonder they say every autumn rain brings coolness. This autumn rain is really cold. The atmosphere around them seemed to change suddenly, and Lu Xiangye's eyes turned red. Gao Wenyue realized she was taking a bath in front of Lu Xiangye. Lu Xiangye suddenly kissed Gao Wenyue, covering her lips. The passionate kisses came one after another, and Gao Wenyue could only accept them. His hands, used to holding guns, moved around her body, igniting feelings. Gao Wenyue softly whispered, feeling both shy and charming. Lu Xiangye's forehead veins bulged as he roughly tore off his clothes and squeezed into the basin. Not here. Gao Wenyue still had some sense of reason, and asked. Lu Xiangye, unable to resist, held her and headed to the bedroom. Gao Wenyue's delicate voice was heard again. Sweat dripped down Lu Xiangye's forehead. He comforted her, hang on, my wife, it will be over soon. That night, Gao Wenyue experienced something new. Before sleeping, Gao Wenyue kept thinking, Lu Xiangye's learning ability is really good. By the second time, Lu Xiangye had figured it out on his own. Gao Wenyue rarely slept in late. She woke up in Lu Xiangye's arms. Lu Xiangye sensed her moving and knew she was waking up. Woke up? A gentle kiss fell on Gao Wenyue's forehead. She opened her eyes and looked up at the man, saying, Good morning, Lu Xiangye. Lu Xiangye looked down at her and said, Good morning, wife. His eyes were full of tender affection, all for Gao Wenyue. Then, passionate kisses kept falling. Lu Xiangye's impulse pressed against Gao Wenyue's lower abdomen, making her cheeks blush with embarrassment. Stop.
Huh.
Gao Wenyue whispered softly. It still hurts a little below. Lu Xiangye's face immediately turned red. He hugged Gao Wenyue and said, Don't worry, I won't move you. They quietly held each other for a while, until Lu Xiangye managed to control his desire. That morning, Lu Xiangye made Gao Wenyue 10 sweet egg dishes. Sweetheart, eat some eggs to boost your energy. Gao Wenyue looked at the large plate of eggs in surprise. She reached out and pushed the bowl in front of her, saying, I can't finish this. Lu Xiangye handed her chopsticks and said, Eat first. I'll take care of the rest. Gao Wenyue lowered her head and ate the eggs. Lu Xiangye sat across from her, watching her without blinking. His gaze was so intense that Gao Wenyue couldn't help but cover her eyes with her hand and softly say, Lu Xiangye, stop looking. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiangye reached out and held Gao Wenyue's hand, bringing her palm to his lips. When his gentle kiss touched her palm, Gao Wenyue felt a ripple in her heart. By the time Gao Wenyue finished the 4th egg, she couldn't eat anymore. Lu Xiangye took the bowl and quickly finished the remaining 6 eggs in just a few bites. Gao Wenyue went to the bedroom. She lifted the blanket and saw a splash of red on the sheets, about to wash it when she heard footsteps behind her. Sweetheart, have some fruit. In just a short while, Lu Xiangye went to wash an apple and cut it into pieces. Gao Wenyue had no choice but to accept the plate. Lu Xiangye neatly lifted the blanket, and Gao Wenyue hurriedly asked, What are you doing? Lu Xiangye turned back and asked, Aren't you going to wash the sheets? Gao Wenyue was holding a plate of fruit and eating when Lu Xiangye squatted in the bathroom to wash the sheets. Wang Xiuli came in and saw this scene, feeling a bit embarrassed, so she quietly left. Gao Wenyue called out but couldn't stop her. Lu Xiangye drove Gao Wenyue to the city. This car? It's borrowed from the army. We'll return it tonight. Gao Wenyue relaxed a little. She was still a bit sleepy. The car was bumpy, so she fell asleep directly. Gao Wenyue didn't know what Lu Xiangye had said to Ma Chunhua that morning. When she arrived at the shop, Ma Chunhua greeted her with a flirtatious smile. That morning, Lu Xiangye was worried Gao Wenyue was tired, so he kept rushing to do all the work. During the lunch break, Gao Wenyue just entered the room when Lu Xiangye quickly followed. What are you here for? To keep you company while you sleep. Lu Xiangye forcefully hugged Gao Wenyue, and they pressed close together. In the next moment, Gao Wenyue glared at him angrily. Lu Xiangye asked sincerely, "What's wrong?" Gao Wenyue was stunned. She didn't expect Lu Xiangye to have such a mischievous side. She chuckled angrily. Lu Xiangye burst into hearty laughter. This lunch break was destined to be restless. The man who just became serious didn't give Gao Wenyue a chance to rest. They didn't do anything explicit, just that Lu Xiangye occasionally touched Gao Wenyue and kissed the person in his arms. During this midday, Lu Xiangye explored Gao Wenyue completely and kissed him thoroughly. Gao Wenyue tightly hugged the man with both hands, snuggling sweetly in Lu Xiangye's arms. At the end of the workday, Ma Chunhua efficiently finished work and left. Gao Wenyue muttered behind him, "We haven't settled the accounts today yet." Lu Xiangye, from behind, hugged him and said, "We can settle them tomorrow. It's the same." Gao Wenyue turned around irritably and glared at the man. He suspected Ma Chunhua was so charmed by Lu Xiangye that she was distracted. Lu Xiangye had been following her all day, and they had already made a joke about it in the morning. Lu Xiangye didn't care much. He hurried home with his wife. Once home, Lu Xiangye advised, "Wife, go take a shower first. I'll make dinner." Lu Xiangye quickly prepared the fastest dinner, 2 bowls of steaming noodles. After dinner, the couple closed the door, took a shower, and then carried Gao Wenyue into the bedroom. Outside, neighbors chatting and walking noticed that the Lu family turned off the lights very early tonight. "Hey, Lu Captain turned off the lights so early tonight?" "Yeah, it's not even fully dark yet. Did they go to bed so early?" Ma Chunhua and Wang Xiuli heard this and, as married women, couldn't help but blush. The moment Lu Xiangye laid Gao Wenyue on the bed, he hadn't even spoken when he was immediately covered with a series of passionate kisses. Lu Xiangye first kissed him until he was dizzy, then suddenly stopped at the last moment. "Wife, is that okay?" His teasing and alluring voice sounded in Gao Wenyue's ear. Gao Wenyue reached out and pulled him tightly into her arms, silently inviting him. The man slightly curved his lips, and an intense scene was about to unfold. Later, Gao Wenyue only realized what happened when she reacted. She reached out and pinched the man's waist hard. "Lu Xiangye, you did this on purpose." "Wife, what did I do on purpose?" Lu Xiangye looked at Gao Wenyue innocently. "On purpose."
To me.
She didn't say this aloud. She angrily turned around, facing the inside of the bed. Lu Xiangye felt distressed again. He couldn't bear to see his wife angry. He pressed his whole body close and sincerely apologized. "Wife, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Gao Wenyue's smile never faded. She felt that she and Lu Xiangye were just like newlyweds. Before dawn, Lu Xiangye got up because he had to return to the team today. "Wife, breakfast is ready. Remember to eat when you get up." Wife, remember to eat at noon after your busy work. No matter how busy, you must eat. As Gao Wenyue drifted in and out of sleep, she felt a buzzing noise in her ears and a warm touch on her forehead. Fortunately, it eventually became quiet. Everyone in the housing compound was talking about how Lu Xiangye usually seemed cold, but after marriage, he was so caring to his wife.
People said he spoiled her a lot.
Every time Gao Wenyue heard others praise Lu Xiangye, she felt as happy as if she had eaten honey. Once, someone joked, "Commander Lu, your wife is really lucky to have such a caring husband like you." But Lu Xiangye replied, "I'm the lucky one, fortunate to marry her." Gao Wenyue, nibbling sunflower seeds, asked, "Really? Did Lu Xiangye really say that?" Wang Xiuli cleared her throat and said, "Of course. I heard it with my own ears." Gao Wenyue felt a bit regretful and said, It's a pity I was working late at the guest house that day and didn't hear it. Wang Xiuli teased, there's nothing to regret. Just go home and ask Commander Lu to tell you again. The women all burst into laughter. Gao Wenyue rarely showed a shy smile in front of others. Today, they finished work early at the shop. Gao Wenyue and Ma Chunhua also returned early and stayed chatting at Wang Xiuli's house. The three women, like a little show, had endless things to talk about. Wang Xiuli's belly was gradually showing. She now cooked 2 meals a day for the 3 beings, sometimes adding extra dishes to improve their diet. When Ma Chunhua settled her wages, she also contributed a little. Wang Xiuli said, I feel like Chunhua's sister-in-law has changed. Ma Chunhua asked curiously, how have I changed? Wang Xiuli shook her head with doubt. I can't quite explain it. I just feel like you've changed, and you look pretty good. Ma Chunhua, honest and simple, smiled and said, our old Wu also said that. Just the night before last, he praised me. Gao Wenyue understood what Wang Xiuli meant. She was saying that Ma Chunhua's spirit and confidence had grown. As a woman earning money, she was more self-assured. Over time, working day after day, Ma Chunhua became more confident, and her words reflected her growing self-belief. Ma Chunhua sold vegetables in the city every day, so she met many people. Her ideas and views changed a lot, especially her clothes and style. In her first month working at Gao's marinated dishes, she earned 46.75 yuan. After receiving her first paycheck, Ma Chunhua bought gifts for everyone in her family. She also bought herself 2 new outfits. Every day, Ma Chunhua sells vegetables at the store. She can see what her customers are wearing, including Gao Wenyue. Since the vegetables in her store are not cheap, employees are expected to dress nicely. Buying clothes has been on her mind for a while. These changes are helping Ma Chunhua become better and better. When Gao Wenyue returned home, she saw it was still early and started thinking about new recipes. In early winter, hot pot is perfect, so Gao Wenyue decided to have hot pot tonight. The vegetables in the yard have already grown. Lu Xianye is setting up a tent outside, which is common in border areas. Winter makes vegetables scarce, so people set up tents outside to let the vegetables keep growing, ensuring there's food during winter. Gao Wenyue went into the tent and picked a large cabbage, 2 green radishes, a carrot, some cilantro, and spinach. These are the vegetables available in winter. Next, she went to the supply store and bought 3 jin, about 1.5 kilograms of pork. She looked around but didn't find any beef. Comrade Gao, do you want some ribs? They're mostly bones with little meat, the clerk called out. Yes, I want them. Gao Wenyue's eyes lit up. The clerk sold her over 2 jin of ribs, and since she didn't need a receipt, she took them all. When she got the ribs, Gao Wenyue realized why no one was buying them. They were just pure ribs. At home, she blanched the ribs and made soup, planning to use the broth as the base for the hot pot. She cut half of the 3 jin of pork into thin slices for hot pot. The other half she cut into strips, soaked in and salt water for 30 minutes. After the pork strips absorbed the salt, she rolled them in beaten eggs and then in sweet potato starch. She heated oil in a pan. Before the oil got too hot, she fried the pork strips until crispy. She found some dried red chili peppers and roasted them over the stove until their skins turned black, releasing a spicy aroma. Gao Wenyue chopped the dried red peppers into small pieces. She used them to make spicy dipping sauce for the hot pot. Some red pepper powder remained on her cutting board, so she sprinkled it over the fried pork strips, creating a delicious, crispy snack. The aroma of the pork rib soup also filled the kitchen. Gao Wenyue used the oil from frying the crispy pork to start cooking the hot pot base. Heat a pot and add pork fat, then cook the rock sugar until it turns into caramel. Add bay leaves, star anise, dried red chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and other spices to the pot and stir-fry. Then, add green onions and garlic to enhance the aroma and simmer. Gao Wenyue added many dried red chili peppers. After a short while, the spicy smell filled the kitchen. She continued cooking the hot pot base. Today, the officers in the military unit finished work together. Before they reached home, they could smell the strong, spicy aroma. Captain Wu was the first to say, "This spice is really strong." Bai Yong chuckled and said, "The smell is coming from Battalion Leader Lu's house." Li Jinjun smiled politely and said, "Looks like Battalion Leader Lu has made something tasty again." Lu Xiangya nodded to the three and went straight to his yard without saying a word. Captain Wu teased from behind, "That little rascal." Lu Xiangya hurried to his door and said, "Wife, come out quickly. I don't want you to get overwhelmed by the smell. I'll start the fire." Gao Wenyue was indeed overwhelmed by the smell. She quickly stood up and let Lu Xiangya continue to light the fire. "Use a small flame."
Got it.
Gao Wenyue added some rice wine to the hot pot base, and suddenly the flavor changed. The spicy smell now carried a rich aroma. She poured the remaining half bottle of rice wine into the pot. After an hour, the hot pot base was ready. Gao Wenyue scooped some out and put it in a stew pot, which she placed on a coal stove to keep warm. She also put the leftover hot pot base into a plate. When it cooled and solidified, she could store it for next time. Looking up, Gao Wenyue asked Xiangya, "Do you drink wine?" Lu Xiangya's eyes flickered with surprise, and he asked, "Is today a special day?" Gao Wenyue playfully replied, "It's the day we first had hot pot together." Lu Xiangya immediately smiled. Usually serious, he looked very handsome when he smiled.
Drink.
So, the two enjoyed hot pot with some white wine. "Snow is falling, snow is falling," came the voice of Sando outside. Gao Wenyue opened the door and stepped outside. Snowflakes drifted down gently. It was early winter, and the border area had welcomed its first snow. They sat around the coal stove, eating hot pot, and enjoying the snowy view outside. "Try this crispy pork. Delicious." Lu Xiangya praised again, "Wife, your hot pot is really tasty." Gao Wenyue's lips curved into a slight smile. She was confident in her cooking skills. After a hearty meal, Lu Xiangya took Gao Wenyue by the hand and led her into the bedroom. "Xiangya, what are you doing?" "Wife, when you're full and warm, your thoughts turn to love." Gao Wenyue's restaurant business was gradually stabilizing. The year 1980 quietly arrived. Gao Wenyue sat inside the shop, thinking. She believed this new year would bring big changes. She remembered many people starting their own businesses one after another. The country was encouraging everyone to develop small-scale enterprises. "Boss Gao, what are you so deep in thought about?" A voice called from the door. Gao Wenyue looked up and saw Wang Jianhua. Across the street, there was a car parked, with He Ping sitting inside. Gao Wenyue hadn't seen He Ping and Wang Jianhua for a long time. Inside the tea house, Gao Wenyue picked up her teacup to warm her hands. She smiled and said, "Leader, long time no see." He Ping looked serious at first, but when he saw Gao Wenyue, he quickly returned to his gentle, refined look. "Yes, it's been a while. How have you been lately?" He Ping asked casually. Gao Wenyue smiled and replied, "I'm doing well. Business is steady, and I'm busy every day." He Ping examined Gao Wenyue carefully. He wanted to ask about her love life, but he held back his words. Gao Wenyue's eyes sparkled with happiness. She was smiling more happily than before, clearly living a good life, no doubt about it. He Ping nodded silently. The two of them sat quietly, drinking tea. This made He Ping feel like time was peaceful and slow. When Gao Wenyue returned home, she saw that Uncle Zhao's shop was being renovated. It wasn't just a small room being fixed. The whole neighboring room was being knocked down and combined into one. The next day, when she delivered food, Gao Wenyue stayed behind. She brought dishes to the machinery factory. "Hey, Boss Gao. Long time no see." Zhao Guohua greeted her warmly when he saw her. Recently, everyone called Gao Wenyue Boss Gao. Few still called her Little Gao comrade. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, I want to ask you about something." Zhao Guohua lowered his voice and asked, "Are you asking about my second uncle's shop?" Gao Wenyue nodded. Many shops in this area had opened, but she was the only one doing cooked dishes. She had to keep an eye on her competitors nearby. Zhao Guohua whispered, "I was just about to tell you that my second uncle sold his shop this time. The one next door also sold." Both shops were sold quietly, without any warning beforehand. Gao Wenyue understood.
The buyers behind this weren't just rich, they also had power. A few days later, early in the morning, things started to get lively. He's Preserved Meat Dish's new shop is opening. Spend 2 yuan and get a bottle of white wine for free. The lively firecracker sounds over there, along with a lion dance performance at the door. Customers originally waiting in line at the Gao family's braised meat shop suddenly left and headed toward the machinery factory. Ma Chunhua worriedly asked, Wenyue, does this new shop also sell braised dishes? Gao Wenyue untied her apron and said, Sister-in-law, I'll go take a look. Ma Chunhua quickly nodded and replied, All right, I'll watch the shop. You go ahead and don't worry. Gao Wenyue walked toward the machinery factory. The lion dance team was performing in the middle of the street, blocking the workers coming out of the factory. The workers couldn't pass through and just stopped to watch at the entrance of his braised meat shop. Does his braised meat shop sell the same as Gao's? Exactly, but their prices are cheaper, and they even send rice wine. Cheap doesn't mean good. Before, some couples sold cheap food, but the taste was bad. Some people shook their heads, doubting the flavor of his braised dishes. Comrade, you haven't tried our food. How do you know it's bad? Come and try it first. If you don't like it, it's free. A young man appeared, holding a plate of braised dishes, inviting everyone to taste. Gao Wenyue stood outside the lion dance team, unable to see inside clearly, but she saw there were quite a few people inside. Hey, isn't that the boss of Gao's braised meat shop? Isn't he open for business today? A sarcastic voice sounded nearby. Gao Wenyue turned to look. It's Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao clicked his tongue and said, Gao Wenyue, you'll regret not renting my shop. My place is in such a good spot. Once I open, the business will definitely be booming. Gao Wenyue sneered and asked, Is that your shop? I see it says he's braised meat, not Zhao's braised meat. Uncle Zhao's face froze, and he pointed sharply at Gao Wenyue. He harshly said, Fine, you're stubborn. You'll cry when the time comes. Gao Wenyue coldly replied, That has nothing to do with me. The lion dance team finally finished, and the road cleared. Passers-by waiting to try the dishes shouted, This tastes really good. It's even more fragrant than Gao's. I agree, I want to buy a portion. They even send rice wine for just 2 yuan. I want to buy 2. People started lining up eagerly. His braised meat shop's decor was very grand. 3 workers were standing at the entrance, each window crowded with customers. A young man dressed in a black suit is carrying dishes and offering samples to passers-by. Gao Wenyue looks at him and feels he seems familiar. When the man turns and sees Gao Wenyue, his face lights up with happiness. Didn't expect to see you here. The man looks very happy and smiles warmly. Gao Wenyue recognizes him as the man who fixes bicycles. They haven't seen each other for a month, and the man's roughness has disappeared, making him seem more steady. The man excitedly asks, What's your name? Last time I asked you from behind, but you ran too fast for me to hear. Gao Wenyue asks back, Do you work at the shop? The man looks proud and says, This is my shop. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hixiong. Gao Wenyue raises an eyebrow and gives a thoughtful smile. Hixiong looks confused and asks, What's wrong? Gao Wenyue shakes his head and says, Nothing. Can I try your shop's marinated dishes? Hixiong smiles and says, Of course, please. He makes a gentlemanly gesture, slightly bowing and extending the tray forward. The tray has marinated dishes, including pork belly, eggs, tofu skin, and tofu, all cut into small pieces and placed neatly. There are also toothpicks for tasting. It's clear he put a lot of thought into it. Gao Wenyue tastes a piece of pork belly. It melts in his mouth and tastes very good. As everyone says, once you try it, you want more. It's very fragrant. Even Gao Wenyue can't help but want a second bite. Hixiong eagerly asks, How is it? Gao Wenyue comments, It's quite good. Hixiong smiles and says, Of course. I hired the chef from the neighboring city at a high price. Gao Wenyue doesn't say anything. She's here to compete with his business. What can she say? By the way, you haven't told me your name yet. Gao Wenyue. Hixiong immediately stops smiling and looks at Gao Wenyue in surprise with wide eyes. Gao Wenyue smiles faintly and says, Boss He, are you opening the shop to hurt me?
I appreciate your kindness. As soon as she finishes speaking, Gao Wenyu turns and leaves quickly. He Xiong stands frozen in place. A month ago, He Xiong was put in jail. The He family could have used connections to get him out easily, but his good cousin insisted he stay locked up for a month. He Xiong received no care while in jail. A month was enough time for him to change. He went crazy with revenge against He Ping and Gao Wenyu. He Ping is the most promising third-generation member of the He family and the future leader. He Xiong dares not openly compete with He Ping, so he vents his anger on Gao Wenyu. Is Gao Wenyu not running a pickled food shop? Then He Xiong also has a shop, and his is better than Gao Wenyu's. Gao Wenyu has no connections. She can only get pork trotters and pig hearts without receipts. But He Xiong has connections. He moved the pickled dish set from the municipal guest house directly to his shop. He Xiong didn't expect that the person he hated for a month was also the person he thought about for a month. Gao Wenyu returned to her shop, where Ma Chunhua was looking worriedly at the pickled dishes. This was the first time since opening that there were leftover dishes. Gao Wenyu said, "Let's eat the leftovers ourselves." The next day, when preparing food, Gao Wenyu deliberately made fewer dishes, guessing fewer customers would come today. Sure enough, apart from orders from the machinery factory and the carpentry shop, the shop sales were very low all day. The income of Gao's pickled food shop relied mainly on two big orders. Today's newspapers were promoting He's pickled dishes. He Xiong also used the advertising plan from the newspapers. He didn't come up with a new marketing plan but copied Gao Wenyu's plan, only lowering the prices and sourcing the most difficult meat. With these two things, his pickled dishes would sell well. At this moment, at the He family's house, He Qingjun and Zheng Xiaoli were happily praising their son. He Xiong's shop became very popular, and on the first day, the income was enough to support his parents. He Qinghua sat at the head, silent. His wife, Zheng Xiaoli, said with a smile, "Qinghua, don't be so serious. Praise the kid. A Xiong even bought you a new pen, saying his uncle can use it at work." He Qinghua looked at the pen in the box, then finally smiled and said, "If you want to do business, do it well." The country is now strongly supporting ordinary people to start their own businesses. This was a sign of support for He Xiong's actions. Everyone in the living room looked happy. He Ping just came in and heard this. His face instantly turned a little colder. "Ah, Ping is back. I'll have the kitchen add 2 more dishes, including your favorite pickled fish with vegetables," Zheng Xiaoli said enthusiastically as she stood up. He Ping replied coldly, "No need. I just have a few words to say, and then I'll leave." He Qinghua said, "Since you're rarely back, stay and have dinner with us." Zheng Xiaoli cheerfully said, "Yes, it's been a long time since our family ate together." He Ping expressionlessly said, "My eldest sister is still at home waiting for me to come back for dinner." The faces of the people in the living room immediately changed. He Qinghua was about to speak to scold someone but stopped himself. He Ping walked straight to He Xiong and asked, "Are you running the He family braised meat shop?" He Xiong straightened his back and replied, "Yes." He Ping sneered and said, "Are you trying to challenge me?" He Xiong smiled harmlessly and said, "Cousin, why would you think that? You work at the guest house and I run a small shop outside to make a living. It doesn't affect you, right?" Zheng Xiaoli couldn't bear to see her son being questioned and stepped forward to speak. A Xiong used to earn money by keeping the street order. Now that business is gone, he's been in jail for a month. He finally got out and wanted to start this business. It's not right for you, as his cousin, to ignore him and even question him. Zheng Xiaoli also said, "Exactly. A Ping, you should understand who's closer. If you don't help your own cousin, why protect an outsider?" He Ping turned to look at everyone in the living room and said, "Fine. I'll see how long this business can last." Gao Wenyu noticed that the business at the municipal guest house was also affected, especially since their main dish was pork belly. If He Xiong sold pork belly in the market, it would surely disturb the market's order. The 2 big clients, the machinery factory and the carpentry factory, were also targeted by He Xiong. When Gao Wenyu was delivering food, he saw He Xiong challenge him with a smile. Gao Wenyu had contracts with both factories, and breaking them would mean paying a penalty.
The machinery factory was the first to breach the contract, and Zhao Guohua brought 500 yuan as a penalty. He said, "Boss Gao, sorry, it was the factory director's order. They forced us to buy from his shop." Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "No problem, Brother Zhao, I understand." Soon after, Xie Rongfa also brought the penalty money. Compared to Ma Chuanhua's anxiousness, Gao Wenyue was very calm. Lu Xiangye heard about this and even went to the shop specially. Gao Wenyue was taking a nap in his room. It was winter, and he had been sleeping for a long time but couldn't warm the bed. When the bed finally felt some warmth, it was time to get up and work.
"Wife."
Gao Wenyue immediately got up from the bed. He was surprised and asked, "Why are you here?"
"Just came to see you."
Lu Xiangye quickly walked to the bed with something in his arms. Gao Wenyue reached out to touch it. "What's this?" Lu Xiangye took out what he was holding, a fruitcake. "I like this." Gao Wenyue's face was full of a smile. Lu Xiangye held up a fruitcake and fed Gao Wenyue bite by bite. After finishing one cake, Gao Wenyue felt her inner tension easing. Lu Xiangye reached out and wiped the cake off the corner of Gao Wenyue's mouth. His large hand accidentally got some cake on it. Gao Wenyue was about to find a tissue to wipe his hand when she saw him lift his hand to his mouth, stick out his tongue, and lick the cake off.
"You."
Gao Wenyue's ears turned red. This scene was very eye-catching. It was quite bold. Gao Wenyue thought Lu Xiangye's action was even more shocking than a kiss. She buried her face in the blanket and didn't want to come out for a long time. Lu Xiangye took off his clothes and slipped into the bed to warm her. "Are you feeling better?" His voice sounded behind her. Gao Wenyue turned around and hugged him, saying, "Yes, I'm completely fine now." Lu Xiangye said, "Is it because you're missing some protein? I can help you get some." Gao Wenyue covered his mouth with her hand, stopping him, and said, "No need. I can handle that myself. You've already trained hard every day, so don't worry about me." Lu Xiangye hugged her tighter and said, "I want to care about you." Gao Wenyue was amused. From that day on, Gao Wenyue started to fight back.